The guns at last light. A killing frost struck England in the middle of May 1944, stunting the plum trees and the berry crops. Stranger still was a persistent drought. Hotels posted admonitions above their bathtubs. The 8th Army crossed the desert on a pint a day, 3 inches only, please. British newspapers reported that even the King kept quite clean with 1 bath a week in a tub, filled only to a line which he had painted on it. Gale winds from the north grounded most Allied bombers flying from East Anglia and the Midlands, although occasional fleets of flying fortresses still could be seen sweeping toward the continent, their contrails spreading like ostrich plumes. Nearly 5 years of war had left British cities as bedraggled, unkempt and neglected as rotten teeth, according to an American visitor, who found that people referred to before the war as if it were a place, not a time. The country was steeped in heavy smells of old smoke and cheap coal and fatigue. Wildflowers took root in bombed-out lots from Birmingham to Plymouth, sow whistle, Oxford ragwort and Rosebay willow herb, a tall flower with purple petals that seemed partial to catastrophe. Less bucolic were the millions of rats swarming through 3,000 miles of London sewers. Exterminators scattered 60 tons of sausage poisoned with zinc phosphate and stale bread dipped in barium carbonate. Privation lay on the land like another odour. British men could buy a new shirt every 20 months. Housewives twisted pipe cleaners into hair clips. Iron railings and grill work had long been scrapped for the war effort. Even cemeteries stood unfenced. Few shoppers could find a fountain pen or a wedding ring, or bed sheets, vegetable peelers, shoelaces. Posters discouraged profligacy with depictions of the squander bug, a cartoon rodent with swastika pockmarks. Classified advertisements included pleas in the Times of London for unwanted artificial teeth and cash donations to help wounded Russian war horses. An ad for Chez Vous household services promised bombed upholstery and carpets cleaned. Other government placards advised, food is a munition, don't waste it. Rationing had begun in June 1940 and would not end completely until 1954. The monthly cheese allowance now stood at 2 ounces per citizen. Many children had never seen a lemon. Vitamin C came from turnip water. The Ministry of Food promoted austerity bread with a whisper of sawdust and victory coffee, brewed from acorns. Woolton pie, a concoction of carrots, potatoes, onions and flour, was said to lie like cement upon the chest. For those with strong palates, no ration limits applied to sheep's head, or to eels caught in local reservoirs, or to roast cormorant, a stringy substitute for poultry. More than 50,000 British civilians had died in German air raids since 1940, including many in the resurgent Baby Blitz begun in January 1944 and just now petering out. Luftwaffe spotter planes illuminated their targets with clusters of parachute flares, bathing buildings and low clouds in rusty light before the bombs fell. A diarist on May 10th noted the great steady swords of searchlights probing for enemy aircraft as flak fragments spattered across rooftops like hailstones. Even the Wimbledon Tennis Club had been assaulted in a recent raid that pitted centre court. A groundskeeper patched the shredded nets with string. Tens of thousands sheltered at night in the tube, and the cots standing in tiers along the platforms of 79 designated stations were so fetid that the sculptor Henry Moore likened wartime life in these underground rookeries to the hold of a slave ship. It was said that some young children, perhaps those also unacquainted with lemon, had never spent a night in their own beds. Even during these short summer nights, the mandatory blackout, which in London in mid-May lasted from 10:30 p.m. to 5:22 a.m., was so intense that one writer found the city profoundly dark, like a mental condition. Darkness also cloaked an end-of-days concupiscence, fueled by some 3.5 million soldiers, now crammed into a country smaller than Oregon. Hyde and Green Parks at dusk were said by a Canadian soldier to resemble a vast battlefield of sex. A chaplain reported that GIs and streetwalkers often copulated standing up after wrapping themselves in a trench coat, a position known as Marble Arch style. Piccadilly Circus is a madhouse after dark, an American lieutenant wrote his mother, and a man can't walk without being attacked by dozens of women. Prostitutes, Piccadilly commandos, sidled up to men in the blackout and felt for their rank insignia on shoulders and sleeves before tendering a price. 10 shillings, $2 for enlisted men, £1 for officers. Or so it was said. Proud Britain soldiered on, a bastion of civilization even amid war's indignities. A hurdy-gurdy outside the Cumberland Hotel played "You Would Not Dare Insult Me, Sir, If Jack Were Only Here," as large crowds in Oxford Street sang along with gusto. London's West End cinemas this month screened For Whom the Bell Tolls, starring Gary Cooper and Ingrid Bergman, and Destination Tokyo with Cary Grant. Theatre patrons could see John Gielgud play Hamlet or Noel Coward's Blithe Spirit, now in its third year at the Duchess. At Ascot on Sunday, May 14th, thousands pedalled their bicycles to the track to watch Kingsway, a colt of the first class, gallop past Merchant Navy and gone. Apropos of the current cold snap, the Royal Geographical Society sponsored a lecture on the formation of ice in lakes and rivers. Yet nothing brightened the drab wartime landscape more than the brilliant uniforms now seen in every pub and on every street corner. The exotic military plumage of Norwegians and Indians, Belgians and Czechs, Yorkshiremen and Welshmen, and more Yanks than lived in all of Nebraska. One observer in London described the panoply. French sailors with their red pom-poms and striped shirts, Dutch police in black uniforms and grey-silver braid, the dragoon-like mortarboards of Polish officers, the smart grey of nursing units from Canada, the cerise berets and sky-blue trimmings of the new parachute regiments, gaily coloured field caps of all the other regiments, the scarlet linings of our own nurses' cloaks, the electric blue of Dominion Air Forces, sandbush hats and lion-coloured turbans, the prevalent Royal Air Force blue, a few greenish-tinted Russian uniforms. Savile Row tailors offered specialists for every article of a bespoke uniform, from tunic to trousers, and the well-heeled officer could still buy an English military raincoat at Burberry or a silver pocket flask at Dunhill. Even soldiers recently arrived from the Mediterranean theatre added a poignant splash of colour thanks to the anti-malaria pills that turned their skin a pumpkin hue. Nowhere were the uniforms more impressive on Monday morning, May 15th, than along Hammersmith Road in West London. Here, the greatest Anglo-American military conclave of World War II gathered on the war's 1720th day to rehearse the death blow intended to destroy Adolf Hitler's Third Reich. Admirals, generals, field marshals, logisticians and staff wizards by the score climbed from their limousines and marched into a Gothic building of red brick and terracotta, where American military policemen, known as snowdrops for their white helmets, pistol belts, leggings and gloves, scrutinized the 146 engraved invitations and security passes distributed a month earlier. Then, 6 uniformed ushers escorted the guests, later described as big men with the air of fame about them, into the model room, a cold and crepuscular auditorium with black columns and hard, narrow benches reputedly designed to keep young schoolboys awake. The students of St. Paul's School had long been evacuated to rural Berkshire. German bombs had shattered 700 windows across the school's campus, but many ghosts lingered in this tabernacle of upper-class England. Exalted old Paulines included the poet John Milton, the astronomer Edmund Halley, the first Duke of Marlborough, John Churchill, who supposedly learned the rudiments of military strategy from a school library book, and the diarist Samuel Pepys, who played hooky to watch the beheading of Charles I in 1649. Top-secret charts and maps now lined the model room. Since January, the school had served as headquarters for the British 21st Army Group, and here the detailed planning for Operation Overlord, the Allied invasion of France, had gelled. As more senior officers found their benches in rows B through J, some spread blankets across their laps or cinched their greatcoats against the chill. Row A, 14 armchairs arranged elbow to elbow, was reserved for the highest of the mighty, and now these men began to take their seats. The Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, dressed in a black frock coat and wielding his usual Havana cigar, entered with the Supreme Allied Commander, General Dwight D. Eisenhower. Neither cheers nor applause greeted them, but the assembly stood as one when King George VI strolled down the aisle to sit on Eisenhower's right. Churchill bowed to his monarch, then resumed puffing his cigar. As they waited to begin at the stroke of 10 a.m., these big men with their air of eminence had reason to rejoice in their joint victories and to hope for greater victories still to come. Nearly all the senior commanders had served together in the Mediterranean. They called themselves Mediterraneanites, and they shared Eisenhower's sentiment that the Mediterranean theatre will always be in my blood. There they had indeed been blooded, beginning with the invasion of North Africa in November 1942, when Anglo-American forces had swept aside feeble Vichy French defenders, then pivoted east through the wintry Atlas Mountains into Tunisia. Joined by the British 8th Army, which had pushed west from Egypt after a signal victory at El Alamein, together they battled German and Italian legions for 5 months before 250,000 Axis prisoners surrendered in mid-May 1943. The Anglo-Americans pounced on Sicily 2 months later, overrunning the island in 6 weeks before invading the Italian mainland in early September. The fascist regime of Benito Mussolini collapsed, and the new government in Rome renounced the Axis Pact of Steel to make common cause with the Allies. But a death struggle at Salerno, south of Naples, foreshadowed another awful winter campaign as Allied troops struggled up the Italian boot for 200 miles in one sanguinary brawl after another with entrenched, recalcitrant Germans at places like San Pietro, Ortona, the Rapido River, Cassino, and Anzio. Led by Eisenhower, many of the Mediterraneanites had left for England in mid-campaign to begin planning Overlord, and they could only hope that the spring offensive, launched on May 11th and codenamed Diadem, would break the stalemate along the Gustav Line in central Italy and carry the long-suffering Allied ranks into Rome and beyond. Elsewhere in this global conflagration, Allied ascendancy in 1944 gave confidence of eventual victory, although no one doubted that future battles would be even more horrific than those now finished. Command of the seas had been largely secured by Allied navies and air forces. A double American thrust across the central and southwest Pacific had steadily reversed Japanese gains. With the Gilbert and Marshall Islands recouped, summer would bring assaults on the Marianas, Saipan, Tinian, Guam, as the American lines of advance converged on the Philippines, and captured airfields provided bases for the new long-range B-29 superfortress to bomb Japan's home islands. A successful Japanese offensive in China had been offset by a failed thrust from Burma across the Indian border into southern Assam. With most of the United States Navy committed to the Pacific, along with almost 1/4 of the Army's divisions and all 6 Marine Corps divisions, the collapse of Tokyo's vast empire had begun. The collapse of Berlin's vast empire in Eastern Europe was well advanced. Germany had invaded the Soviet Union in 1941 with more than 3 million men, but by the beginning of 1944, German casualties exceeded 3.5 million, even as Soviet losses quadrupled that figure. The tide had turned, red in all senses, and Soviet campaigns to recapture the Crimea, the western Ukraine, and the territory between Leningrad and Estonia chewed up German strength. The Third Reich now had 193 divisions on the Eastern Front and in southeastern Europe, compared to 28 in Italy, 18 in Norway and Denmark, and 59 in France and the Low Countries. Nearly 2/3 of German combat strength remained tied up in the east, although the Wehrmacht still mustered almost 2,000 tanks and other armoured vehicles in northwestern Europe. Yet the Reich was ever more vulnerable to air assault. Allied planes flying from Britain in May 1944 would drop 70,000 tons of high explosives on Axis targets, more than 4 times the monthly tonnage of a year earlier. Though they paid a staggering cost in airplanes and aircrews, the Royal Air Force and United States Army Air Forces had won mastery of the European skies. At last, after wresting air and naval superiority from the Germans, the Allies could make a plausible case for a successful invasion of the continent by the ground forces currently gathering in England. In 1941, when Britain, the United States and the Soviet Union first formed their Grand Alliance against the Axis, The only plan was to persevere, as Churchill put it. Perseverance had brought them to this brink, a chance to close with the enemy and destroy him in his European citadel, 4 years after Germany overran France and the Low Countries. The Americans had long advocated confronting the main German armies as soon as possible, a muscle-bound pugnacity decried as ironmongering by British strategists whose preference for reducing the enemy gradually by attacking the Axis periphery had led to 18 months of Mediterranean fighting. Now, as the great hour approached, the arena would shift north and the British and Americans would monger iron together. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. At 10 a.m. that Monday, Eisenhower rose to greet the 145 comrades who would lead the assault on Fortress Europe. Behind him, in the cockpit of the model room, lay an immense plaster relief map of the Normandy coast, where the River Seine spilled into the Atlantic. 30 feet wide and set on a tilted platform visible from the back benches, this apparition depicted in bright colours and on a scale of 6 inches to the mile the rivers, villages, beaches and uplands of what would become the world's most famous battlefield. A brigadier wearing skid-proof socks and armed with a pointer stood at port arms, ready to indicate locales soon to achieve household notoriety. Cherbourg, Saint-Lô, Caen, Omaha Beach. With only a hint of the famous grin, Eisenhower spoke briefly, a man at peace with his soul in the estimate of an American admiral. He hailed king and comrades alike on the eve of a great battle, welcoming them to the final vetting of an invasion blueprint 2 years in the making. A week earlier, he had chosen June 5th as D-Day. I consider it to be the duty of anyone who sees a flaw in the plan not to hesitate to say so, Eisenhower said, his voice booming. I have no sympathy with anyone, whatever his station, who will not brook criticism. We are here to get the best possible results. The Supreme Commander would remain preoccupied for some weeks with the sea and air demands of Overlord, as well as with sundry political distractions, so he had delegated the planning and conduct of this titanic land battle in Normandy to the soldier who would now review his battle scheme. A wiry elfin figure in immaculate battle dress and padded shoes popped to his feet, pointer in hand. The narrow vulpine face was among the Empire's most recognisable, a visage to be gawked at in Claridge's or Huzzard on the Strand. But before General Bernard L. Montgomery could utter a syllable, a sharp rap sounded. The rap grew bolder. A snowdrop flung open the model room door, and in swaggered Lieutenant General George S. Patton, Jr., a ruddy, truculent American Mars, newly outfitted by those Savile Row artisans in bespoke overcoat, bespoke trousers, and bespoke boots. Never reluctant to stage an entrance, Patton had swept through London in a huge black Packard, bedizened with 3-star insignia and sporting dual Greyhound bus horns. Ignoring Montgomery's scowl, he found his bench in the second row and sat down, eager to take part in a war he condemned without conviction as "goddamned son of bitchery." It is quite pleasant to be famous, Patton had written his wife Beatrice, probably bad for the soul. With a curt swish of his pointer, Montgomery stepped to the great floor map. He had just returned from a hiking and fishing holiday in the Highlands, sleeping each night on his personal train, the Rapier, then angling for salmon in the Spey without catching a single fish. Even so, he was said by one admirer to be as sharpened and as ready for combat as a pointed flint. Like Milton and Marlborough, he had been schooled here at St. Paul's, albeit without distinction, other than as a soccer and rugby player, and without ascending above the rank of private in the cadet corps. Every morning for 4 years he had come to this hall to hear prayers in Latin. His office now occupied the High Master's suite, to which he claimed never to have been invited as a boy. Glancing at his notes, 20 brief items, written in his tidy cursive on unlined stationery, Montgomery began in his reedy voice, each syllable as sharply creased as his trousers. "There are 4 armies under my command," he said, 2 comprising the assault force into Normandy, and 2 more to follow in exploiting the beachhead. We must blast our way on shore and get a good lodgement before the enemy can bring sufficient reserves to turn us out. Armoured columns must penetrate deep inland and quickly on D-Day. This will upset the enemy plans and tend to hold him off while we build up strength. We must gain space rapidly and peg out claims well inland. The Bay of the Seine, which lay within range of almost 200 fighter airfields in England, had been designated as the invasion site more than a year earlier for both its flat, sandy beaches and its proximity to Cherbourg, a critical port needed to supply the invading hordes. True, the Pas-de-Calais coastline was closer, but it had been deemed strategically unsound because the small beaches there were not only exposed to Channel storms, but also had become the most heavily defended strands in France. Planners under the capable British Lieutenant General Frederick E. Morgan scrutinised other possible landing sites from Brittany to Holland and found them wanting. Secret missions to inspect the Overlord beaches, launched from tiny submarines during the dark of the moon in what the Royal Navy called impudent reconnaissance, dispelled anxieties about quicksand bogs and other perils. As proof, commandos brought back Norman sand samples in buckets, test tubes, and Durex condoms. Upon returning from Italy 5 months earlier, Montgomery had widened the Overlord assault zone from the 25 miles proposed in an earlier plan to 50 miles. Instead of 3 seaborne divisions, 5 would lead the assault, 2 American divisions in the west, 2 British and 1 Canadian in the east, preceded 7 hours earlier by 3 airborne divisions to secure the beachhead flanks and help the mechanized forces thrust inland. This grander Overlord required 230 additional support ships and landing vessels, such as the big LSTs, landing ships tank, that had proved invaluable during the assaults at Sicily, Salerno, and Anzio. Assembling that larger fleet had in turn meant postponing the Normandy invasion from May until early June, and delaying indefinitely an invasion of southern France originally scheduled to occur at the same moment. As he unfolded his plan, Montgomery meandered across the plaster beaches and the tiny Norman villages, head bowed, eyes darting, hands clasped behind his back, except when he pinched his left cheek in a characteristic gesture of contemplation, or when he stressed a particular point with a flat stroke of his palm. Often he repeated himself for emphasis, voice rising in the second iteration. He was, one staff officer observed, essentially didactic by temperament and liked a captive audience. No audience had ever been more rapt, the officers perched on those unforgiving benches, bundled in their blankets and craning their necks. Only Churchill interrupted with mutterings about too many vehicles in the invasion brigades at the expense of too few cutthroat foot soldiers. And was it true, he subsequently demanded, that the great force would include 2,000 clerks to keep records? Montgomery pressed ahead. Hitler's so-called Atlantic Wall now fell under the command of an old adversary, Field Marshal Erwin Rommel. German divisions in Western Europe had nearly doubled since October, from 37 to almost 60, one reason that Montgomery had insisted on a heftier invasion force. He continued, "Last February, Rommel took command from Holland to the Loire. It is now clear that his intention is to deny any penetration. Overlord is to be defeated on the beaches. Rommel is an energetic and determined commander. He has made a world of difference since he took over. He is best at the spoiling attack. His forte is disruption. He will do his level best to Dunkirk us not to fight the armoured battle on ground of his own choosing, but to avoid it altogether by preventing our tanks landing, by using his own tanks well forward." Some officers in Schaff, Eisenhower's Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force, believed that German resistance might collapse from internal weaknesses, with the result that Overlord would quickly become an occupation force. Montgomery disagreed, and he ticked off the expected enemy counterpunch. 5 German divisions, including the 21st Panzer Division, would oppose the invaders on D-Day. By dusk, 2 other Panzer divisions could join the fight, reinforced by 2 more at the end of D+1, the second day of the invasion, for a total of 9 German divisions battling 8 Allied divisions ashore. After a sea voyage and a landing on a strange coast, there is always some loss of cohesion, Montgomery said, swatting away the understatement with his palm. A death struggle to amass combat power would determine the battle. Overlord's plan called for Allied reinforcements to land at the rate of 1 1/3 divisions each day. But a bit more than a week into the fight, 24 German divisions could well try to fling 18 Allied divisions back into the sea. Montgomery envisioned a battle beyond the beaches in which the British and Canadian Second Army on the left grappled with the main force of German defenders, while the American First Army on the right invested Cherbourg. 3 weeks or so after the initial landings, Patton's Third Army would thunder into France, swing through Brittany to capture more ports, and then wheel to the River Seine around D+90, 3 months into the operation. Paris likely would be liberated in mid-fall, giving the Allies a lodgement between the Seine and the River Loire to stage for the fateful drive on Germany. Precisely how that titanic final battle would unfold was difficult to predict even for the clairvoyants at Chef. The combined chiefs of staff, Eisenhower's superiors in Washington and London, whom he privately called the Charlie Charlies, had instructed him to aim northeast from Normandy towards the Ruhr Valley, the German industrial heartland. Chef believed that loss of the Ruhr would be fatal to Germany. Thus, an assault directed there would set up a decisive battle of annihilation by forcing the enemy to defend the region. Eisenhower also favoured an Allied thrust toward the Saar Valley, a subsidiary industrial zone farther south. As he had cabled the War Department in early May, a two-pronged attack would oblige the enemy to extend his forces. To agglomerate power for that ultimate war-winning drive into central Germany, some 45 Allied divisions and 11 major supply depots would marshal along a front south of Antwerp through Belgium and eastern France by D+270, or roughly early March 1945. But that lay in the distant future. The immediate task required reaching the far shore. If Overlord succeeded, the Normandy assault would dwindle to a mere episode in the larger saga of Europe's liberation. If Overlord failed, the entire Allied enterprise faced abject collapse. It must begin with an ugly piece of water called the Channel, as the official United States Army history would describe it. Known to Ptolemy as Oceanus Britannicus, and to 16th century Dutch cartographers as the Engelse Canal, this watery sleeve, only 21 miles wide at its narrowest, had first been crossed by balloon in 1785, by passenger paddle steamer in 1821, and by swimmer in 1875. Yet for nearly 1,000 years, invading armies facing a hostile shore across the English Channel had found more grief than glory. The only solution, one British planner had quipped, is to tow the beaches over already assaulted. The United States War Department had even pondered tunnelling beneath the seabed. A detailed study deemed the project feasible, requiring 1 year and 15,000 men to excavate 55,000 tons of spoil. Wiser heads questioned the strategic and functional complexities, such as the inconvenience of the entire German Seventh Army waiting for the first tunneler to emerge. The study was shelved. Montgomery closed with his 20th and final point, eyes aglint. "We shall have to send the soldiers into this party seeing red," he declared. "Nothing must stop them. If we send them into battle this way, then we shall succeed." The bravado reminded Churchill's Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Hastings Ismay, of the eve of Agincourt as depicted in Henry V. "He which hath no stomach to this fight, let him depart." None departed. In quick succession, other senior commanders laid out the naval plan for the invasion, the air plans in both the battle zone and across the Reich, the logistics plan, and the civil affairs scheme for governing Normandy. Staff officers scurried about after each presentation, unfurling new maps and swapping out charts. At 1:30 p.m, the assembly broke for lunch in the St. Paul's Mess. Patton sat across from Churchill, who asked if he remembered their last meeting in the Mediterranean. When Patton nodded, the Prime Minister ordered him a tumbler of whiskey to commemorate their reunion. Of Patton, a comrade noted, "He gives the impression of a man biding his time." In fact, he had revealed his anxiety in a recent note to his wife. "I fear the war will be over before I get loose, but who can say? Fate and the hand of God still run most shows." At 2:30, the warlords reconvened in the model room for more briefings, more charts, more striding across the painted Norman terrain. this time by the commanders who would oversee the landings, including the senior tactical United States Army officer in Overlord E, Lieutenant General Omar N. Bradley. Then they were done. Eisenhower stood for a few words of thanks, noting that Hitler had missed his one and only chance of destroying with a single well-aimed bomb the entire high command of the Allied forces. Churchill gave a brief valedictory, grasping his coat lapels in both hands. "Let us not expect all to go according to plan. Flexibility of mind will be one of the decisive factors," he said. "Risks must be taken." He bade them all Godspeed. "I am hardening on this enterprise. I repeat, I am now hardening toward this enterprise." Never would they be more unified, never more resolved. They came to their feet, shoulders squared, tramping from the hall to the limousines waiting on Hammersmith Road to carry them to command posts across England. Ahead lay the most prodigious undertaking in the history of warfare. Shortly after 6 p.m, Eisenhower sped southwest through London in his chauffeured Cadillac, drawing deeply on a cigarette. In these fraught times, he often smoked 80 Camels a day, aggravating the throat and respiratory infections that plagued him all spring. He also suffered from high blood pressure, headaches, and ringing in one ear. He had even begun placing hot compresses on his inflamed eyes. "Ike looks worn and tired," his naval aide, Commander Harry C. Butcher, noted in mid-May. "The strain is telling on him. He looks older now than at any time since I have been with him." The Supreme Commander was 53. As the drear suburbs rolled past, the Prime Minister's final confession at St. Paul's gnawed at Eisenhower. "I am now hardening towards this enterprise." The tentative commitment and implicit doubt seemed vexing, although Churchill had never concealed either his reluctance to risk calamity in a cross-channel attack or his dismay at the cautionary experience of Anzio, where 4 months after that invasion, a large Anglo-American force remained bottled up and shelled daily in a pinched beachhead. Yet for Overlord the die was cast, spelled out in a 30-word order to Eisenhower from the Charlies. "You will enter the continent of Europe and, in conjunction with the other United Nations, undertake operations aimed at the heart of Germany and the destruction of her armed forces." Now was the time, as Eisenhower put it, for ramming our feet in the stirrups. For years he had pondered just how to successfully enter the continent of Europe, first as a War Department planner, next as the senior American soldier in London in the spring and summer of 1942, then as the general superintending those other invasions in North Africa, Sicily and mainland Italy, and now as Chef commander. No one knew the risks better. No one was more keenly aware that 3 times the Germans had nearly driven Allied landings back into the sea, on Sicily, at Salerno, and at Anzio. Planners had even coined an acronym for the task at hand: PYNWE, Problems of the Invasion of Northwest Europe. Many PINWE issues had been aired at St. Paul's, but countless others required resolution. Some were petty, folderol, Eisenhower said, yet still demanded the Supreme Commander's attention. For instance, a recent complaint from the United States Army Chief of Staff, General George C. Marshall, that motion picture coverage of the invasion could unfairly favour the British under a proposed Joint Anglo-American Film Planning Commission, of greater weight on the long PINWE list, a plan codenamed SIRCON that ordered military and civilian police to arrest hundreds of absent without leave troops wandering across Britain. Also, a fog dispeller, inspected by Eisenhower personally, that blew flames into the air to burn off mist from British airstrips, though it required 60,000 gallons of gasoline an hour. Also, military replacements for civilian workers hired to assemble military gliders, which were critical to the invasion plan. The civilians had so botched the job that 51 of the first 62 gliders were deemed unflyable. Another 100, improperly lashed down, had been badly damaged by high winds. For every PINWE item resolved, another arose. At Oxford, officers now studied Norman town construction to determine what parts would burn best, a knowledge useful in dispensing scarce firefighting equipment. Intelligence officers were compiling a list of 18 leading German military personalities now in France, and particularly ripe for assassination, Rommel among them. Given the stout security protecting such eminences, a top-secret Shayaf edict instead gave priority to disrupting enemy transportation networks through the liquidation of senior German civilian railway officials. A suitable target list, with addresses and phone numbers, would be smuggled to resistance groups, with instructions to concentrate on this particular class of person. As the invasion drew nearer, anxieties multiplied. One intelligence source warned that German pilots planned to drop thousands of rats infected with bubonic plague on English cities. Allied authorities now offered a bounty on rat carcasses to test for signs of infection. Another agent in France claimed that German scientists were producing botulinum toxin in a converted Norman sugar beet plant as part of a biological warfare plot. An officer recently sent to London by General Marshall informed Eisenhower of both the top-secret Manhattan Project to build an atomic bomb and of new fears that Germany could use radioactive poisons against Overlord. SHAEF consequently stockpiled Geiger counters in London. Earlier in May, military doctors were told to report photographic or X-ray film fogged or blackened without apparent cause, and to watch for an epidemic disease of unknown etiology, with symptoms that included nausea and a sharp drop in white blood cell counts. Perhaps less far-fetched were concerns that Hitler might use poison gas when Allied troops were most vulnerable in embarkation ports or on the Normandy beaches. Although a SHAEF consensus held that Germany is unlikely to begin chemical warfare, never far from mind was the grim experience of World War I, when the warring powers, beginning with a German chlorine attack at Ypres in April 1915, used more than 24 kinds of gas to inflict more than 1 million casualties. 1,500 British civilians had been trained in decontamination procedures. The United States alone stockpiled 160,000 tons of chemical munitions for potential use in Europe and the Mediterranean. A secret SHAEF plan, to be enacted only with Eisenhower's approval, called for retaliatory airstrikes by Allied planes that would drop phosgene and mustard gas bombs. One target list, described as involving risk to civilians, included telephone exchanges from Saint-Lô to Le Mans, as well as fortified French villages used as German garrisons and rail junctions at Versailles, Avranches, and elsewhere. A second list, intended to minimize civilian casualties, targeted 6 German headquarters and many bridges across northwest Europe. Storage bunkers at 2 British airfields now held 1,000 mustard bombs and 500 more filled with phosgene. Everybody gets more and more on edge, Eisenhower had recently written a friend in Washington. A sense of humor and a great faith, or else a complete lack of imagination, are essential to the project. He could only ram his feet deeper into the stirrups. 30 minutes after leaving St. Paul's, the Supreme Commander's Cadillac eased past a sentry box and through a gate in the 10-foot stone wall girdling Bushy Park, an ancient royal preserve tucked into a Thames oxbow. Majestic chestnut trees swept towards nearby Hampton Court Palace in a landscape designed by Christopher Wren, with Rule Britannia charms that included the deer pen, the pheasant tree, and leg of mutton pond. An entire camouflage battalion ministered to this site with garnished nets and green paint, but the shabby tin-roof hutments on brick piers and a warren of slit trench air raid shelters proved difficult to hide. Codenamed Wide Wing, the compound served as Chef's central headquarters. Here, hundreds of staff officers, including countless colonels wearing World War I service ribbons and described by one observer as fat, grey and oldish, puzzled over PINWE issues great and small. Plastic window sheeting, cracked linoleum and potbelly stoves proved no match for the river-bottom damp. Most officers wore long underwear and double socks. A general officers' mess in Block C provided amenities to major generals and above. For others, French language classes at a nearby night school offered hope for a better day in a warmer clime. Eisenhower's office, designated C1 and guarded by more snowdrops, featured a fireplace, a pair of leather easy chairs on a brown carpet, and a walnut desk with framed photos of his mother, his wife, Mamie, and his son, John. His 4-star flag stood against one wall, along with a Union Jack and the Stars and Stripes. Visitors sometimes found him putting an imaginary golf ball across the floor, but now he sat in his swivel chair at the desk. A brimming in-basket and the maroon leather logbook of cables and intelligence digests occupied him into the evening as the furrows deepened on his brow and the mound of butts grew higher in the ashtray. Vernal twilight lingered in the west when at last he let himself be driven down Kingston Road to a slate-roofed 5-room Tudor bungalow. The 10-acre property came with a bomb shelter near the front gate where a one-armed Great War veteran stood vigil. This, Telegraph Cottage, was the only place in the United Kingdom where Ike Eisenhower could relax, slipping on the straw sandals he had worn as a young officer in Manila under Douglas MacArthur. Here he played bridge and badminton or thumbed through his Abilene High School yearbook, class of 1909. In nearby Richmond Park, amid purple rhododendrons and the cuckoo's cry, he occasionally rode horseback with Kay Summersby, his beautiful Irish driver and correspondence clerk. Such outings fueled so much salacious gossip about them that she sardonically referred to herself as a bad woman. In the cottage this evening, a stack of cowboy pulp novels awaited Eisenhower. Stories of gunslinging desperados entranced him, he told Summersby, because I don't have to think, but how hard not to think, particularly in the late hours after a very long day. How many youngsters are gone forever, Eisenhower had written Mamie in April. A man must develop a veneer of callousness. British Empire casualties in the war now exceeded 500,000. The 16 divisions to be committed under Montgomery, including Canadians and Poles, amounted to Churchill's last troop reserves. British casualty forecasts, calculated under a formula known as Yvette's rates, projected 3 levels of combat: quiet, normal, and intense. But the anticipated carnage in Normandy had led planners to add a new level: double intense. According to a British study, enemy fire sweeping a 200 by 400 yard swatch of beach for 2 minutes would inflict casualties above 40% on an assault battalion, a bloodletting comparable to the Somme in 1916. American casualties, projected with an elaborate formula called Love's Tables, would likely reach 12% of the assault force on D-Day, or higher if gas warfare erupted. The 1st Infantry Division, the point of the spear on Omaha Beach, estimated that under maximum conditions, casualties would reach 25%, of whom almost a third would be killed, captured, or missing. The admiral commanding bombardment forces at Utah Beach told his captains that we might expect to lose 1/3 to 1/2 of our ships. Projected United States combat drownings in June, exclusive of paratroopers, had been calculated at a grimly precise 16,726. To track the dead, wounded, and missing, the casualty section under Chef's Adjutant General would grow to 300 strong. So complex were the calculations that an early incarnation of the computer, using punch cards, would be put to the task. Recent exercises and rehearsals hardly gave Eisenhower cause for optimism. Since January, in coves and firths around Britain, troops were decanted into the shallows, hopping about trying to keep our more vulnerable parts out of the water, one captain explained. A British officer named Evelyn Waugh later wrote, "Sometimes they stood on the beach and biffed imaginary defenders into the hills. Sometimes they biffed imaginary invaders from the hills into the sea. Sometimes they merely collided with imaginary rivals for the use of the main road and biffed them out of the way." Too often, in exercises with names like Duck, Otter, and Mallard, the biffing proved clumsy and inept. Exercise Beaver was a disappointment to all who participated, a secret assessment noted. The Navy and the Army and the Airborne all got confused. When 529 paratroopers in 28 planes returned to their airfields without jumping during one rehearsal, courts-martial were threatened for misbehavior in the presence of the enemy, even though the enemy had yet to be met. The imaginary biffing turned all too real in Exercise Tiger on April 28th. Through a series of mistakes and misunderstandings, as investigators later concluded, Troop Convoy T4 was left virtually unprotected as it steamed towards Slapton Sands on the south coast of Devon, chosen for its resemblance to Normandy. At 2 a.m., 9 German E-boats eluded a British escort 12 miles offshore and torpedoed 3 United States Navy LSTs with such violence that sailors on undamaged vessels nearby believed they had been hit. Fire spread instantly from stem to stern, a witness reported. 2 ships sank, one in 7 minutes, disproving latrine scuttlebutt that torpedoes would pass beneath a shallow draft LST. Survivors on rafts sang "Oh, what a beautiful morning" at first light, but sunrise belied that too. Hundreds of corpses in G1 battle gear drifted on the tide until salvage crews with boat hooks could hoist them from the sea. 40 trucks hauled the dead to a cemetery near London, where all 23 licensed British embalmers, their practice was not widespread in the United Kingdom, agreed to help prepare the bodies for burial behind a tarpaulin curtain in a cedar grove. Drowned men continued to wash ashore for weeks. The final death toll approached 700, and divers searched the wrecks until they could confirm the deaths of a dozen missing officers deemed bigoted, which meant they had been privy to Overlord's top-secret destination. For now, the Slapton Sands calamity also remained secret. Eisenhower grieved for the lost men, and no less for the lost LSTs. His reserve of the vital transports now stood at 0. "Not a restful thought," he wrote Marshall. The Supreme Commander often quoted Napoleon's definition of a military genius as the man who can do the average thing when all those around him are going crazy. Less than 18 months earlier, even before the debacle at Kasserine Pass in Tunisia, Eisenhower had expected to be relieved of command, perhaps even reduced to his permanent rank of lieutenant colonel. Equanimity had helped preserve him then and since. Growing in stature and confidence, he had become the indispensable man, so renowned that a Hollywood agent had recently offered $150,000 for the rights to his life, plus $7,500 each to Mamie, his mother, and his in-laws. "He has a generous and lovable character," Montgomery would tell his diary before the invasion, "and I would trust him to the last gasp." Other comrades considered him clubbable, articulate, and profoundly fair. His senior naval subordinate, Admiral Sir Bertram H. Ramsay, asserted simply, "He is a very great man." Franklin D. Roosevelt had chosen him to command Overlord as the best politician among the military men. He is a natural leader who can convince other men to follow him. Yet he had not convinced everyone that he was a great captain, a commander with the ability to see the field both spatially and temporally, intuiting the enemy's intent, and subordinating all resistance to an iron will. Montgomery, whose sense of personal infallibility and ambivalence toward Eisenhower's generalship would only intensify, offered private complaints as well as praise. "When it comes to war, Ike doesn't know the difference between Christmas and Easter." And on the same evening that Eisenhower thumbed absently through his pulp westerns at Telegraph Cottage, Field Marshal Sir Alan Brooke, Chief of the Imperial General Staff, confided to his diary an assessment of the Supreme Commander's role at St. Paul's. "No real director of thought, plans, energy, or direction. Just a coordinator, a good mixer, a champion of inter-allied cooperation, and in those respects few can hold a candle to him. But is that enough? Or can we not find all the qualities of a commander in one man?" Eisenhower sensed such doubts, and perhaps harboured a few himself. In his own diary, he lamented the depiction of him in British newspapers as an administrator, rather than a battlefield commander. "They dislike to believe that I had anything particularly to do with campaigns. They don't use the words initiative and boldness in talking of me," he wrote. "It wearies me to be thought of as timid when I've had to do things that were so risky as to be almost crazy. Oh hum." He needed sleep. Tomorrow would be hectic, beginning with morning meetings at Bushy Park. Later he would decamp for another inspection trip aboard Bayonet, the armoured rail coach he used for extended journeys. 2 adjoining boxcars, known as monsters, carried 5 sedans, 2 jeeps, and a small arsenal of Tommy and Bren guns, while the dining car could seat 32. By the end of the month he intended to visit more than 24 divisions, a like number of airfields, and countless warships, depots, and hospitals. With luck, he would encounter another soldier from Kansas. Such meetings always made him smile. He had indeed taken risks, crazy risks, but more lay dead ahead. Eisenhower was neither philosopher nor military theorist, but he believed that too few commanders grappled with what he called subjects that touch the human soul, aspirations, ideals, inner beliefs, affection, hatreds. On such broken ground during the coming weeks and months, his captaincy and his cause would be essayed. For more than any other human enterprise, war revealed the metal of men's souls. By the tens of thousands, souls in olive drab continued to pour into Britain. Since January, the number of GIs had doubled to 1.5 million, a far cry from the first paltry tranche of 4,000 in early 1942. Of the United States Army's 89 divisions, 20 now could be found in the United Kingdom, with 37 more either en route or earmarked for the European theatre. Through Liverpool they arrived, and through Swansea, Cardiff, Belfast, Avonmouth, Newport. But most came into Glasgow and adjacent Greenock, more than 100,000 in April alone, 15,000 at a time on the two Queens Elizabeth and Mary, each of which could haul an entire division and outrun German U-boats to make the crossing from New York in 5 days. Down the gangplanks they tromped, names checked from a clipboard, each soldier wearing his helmet, his field jacket, and a large celluloid button colour-coded by the section of the ship to which he had been confined during the passage. Troops carried 4 blankets apiece to save cargo space, while deluded officers could be seen lugging folding chairs, pillowcases, and tennis rackets. A brass band and Highland pipers greeted them on the dock. Scottish children raised their arms in a V for victory. Combat pilots who had fulfilled their mission quotas and were waiting to board ship for the return voyage bellowed, "Go back before it's too late," or "What's your wife's telephone number?" Each arriving unit was listed in a master log called the Iron Book, and another manifest, the forecast of destination, showed where every company would bivouac momentarily in Britain. As the men fell 4 abreast into columns and marched from the dock to nearby troop trains, no one needed a forecast to know that they were headed for trouble. "You are something there are millions of," the poet Randall Jarrell had written without exaggeration. Just over 8 million men had been inducted into the United States Army and Navy during the past 2 years, 11,000 every day. The average G1 was 26, born the year that the war to end all wars ended, but manpower demands in this global struggle meant the force was growing younger. Henceforth, nearly half of all American troops arriving to fight in Europe in 1944 would be teenagers. 1 in 3 GYs had only a grade school education, 1 in 4 held a high school diploma, and slightly more than 1 in 10 had attended college for at least a semester. War Department Pamphlet 21-13 would assure them that they were the world's best paid soldiers. A private earned $50 a month, a staff sergeant $96. Any valiant GY awarded the Medal of Honor would receive an extra $2 each month. The typical soldier stood 5 feet 8 inches tall and weighed 144 pounds, but physical standards had been lowered to accept defects that once would have kept many young men out of uniform. A man with 20/400 vision could now be conscripted if his sight was correctable to at least 20/40 in one eye. Toward that end, the armed forces would make 2.3 million pairs of eyeglasses for the troops. The old jest that the army no longer examined eyes but instead just counted them had come true. A man could be drafted if he had only one eye, or was completely deaf in one ear, or had lost both external ears, or was missing a thumb or 3 fingers on either hand, including a trigger finger. Earlier in the war, a draftee had had to possess at least 12 of his original 32 teeth, but now he could be utterly toothless. After all, the government had drafted 1/3 of all the civilian dentists in the United States. Collectively, they would extract 15 million teeth, fill 68 million more, and make 2.5 million sets of dentures, enabling each G1 to meet the minimum requirement of masticating the army ration. A revision of mental and personality standards also was underway. In April 1944, the War Department decreed that inductees need have only a reasonable chance of adjusting to military life, although psychiatric examiners were advised to watch for 24 personality deviations, including silly laughter, sulkiness, resentfulness of discipline, and other traits that would seemingly disqualify every teenager in the United States. In addition, the Army began drafting moderate obsessive compulsives, as well as stutterers. Men with malignant tumors, leprosy, or certifiable psychosis still were deemed non-acceptable. But by early 1944, 12,000 venereal disease patients, most of them syphilitic, were inducted each month and rendered fit for service with a new miracle drug called penicillin. But what of their souls? What of those ideals and inner beliefs that intrigued Eisenhower? Few professed to be warriors or even natural soldiers. Most were amateurs whose approach to soldiering was aggressively temporary, one officer observed. An April survey in Britain polled enlisted men about what they would ask Eisenhower if given the chance. At least half wanted to know what even the Supreme Commander could not tell them: when can we go home? A paratrooper in the 101st Airborne Division wrote, "I never will get used to having some other person do my thinking for me. All of these months, and I am still a civilian at heart." And thus would he die a few months hence in Holland. Skepticism and irony, those twin lenses of modern consciousness, helped to pass military life. A G.Y. who saw As You Like It at Stratford-on-Avon pasted a quotation from Act 2 into his scrapbook. "Sweet are the uses of adversity, which, like the toad, wears yet a precious jewel in his head," along with an annotation, "sums up my attitude to the army." Soldier slang, always revealing, grew richer and more profane by the week. SOL meant shit out of luck. The United States military had become Sam's Circus. Infantrymen were simply feet, and SFA, borrowed from the Australians, stood for sweet fuck all. The amphibious force was the ambiguous farce. As one officer wrote, "If it's not ironic, it's not war." Most tried to keep their cynicism in check. I expected the army to be corrupt, inefficient, cruel, wasteful, and it turned out to be all those things, just like all armies, only much less so than I thought before I got into it, wrote a Signal Corps soldier and novelist named Irwin Shaw. Another novelist soldier, Vernon Scannell, found that among those who had fought in North Africa or Sicily, a kind of wild hilarity would explode in the ranks of the veterans, so irrational as to verge on madness. "War is all foreground when you're in it," the fighter pilot Samuel Hines observed. Even soldiers who sensed that history grew near and large, in the phrase of the glider infantryman and poet Louis Simpson, would undoubtedly share Simpson's feeling that "no more than a hod-carrying Egyptian slave do I see the pyramids of which my bricks will be part." Few voiced enthusiasm for yet another American intervention in northwestern Europe, that quarrelsome continent, as one GI called it in a letter home. A recent army survey in Britain found that more than 1/3 of all troops doubted at times whether the war was worth fighting, a figure that had doubled since July 1943 but would rise no higher. Certainly they believed in one another. Camaraderie offered a bulwark against what Scannell called this drab khaki world, with its boredom, cold, exhaustion, squalor, lack of privacy, monotony, ugliness, and a constant teasing anxiety about the future. Like those at Kasserine and Casino, or for that matter at Gettysburg and the Meuse-Argonne, they would risk all to be considered worthy of their comrades. A Japanese-American soldier who had fought in Italy and would fight again in France told his brother, "I have been greatly affected by the forces of love, hate, prejudice, death, life, destruction, reconstruction, treachery, bravery, comradeship, kindness, and by the unseen powers of God." Here indeed was the stuff of the soul, and so 4x4x4 they boarded those troop trains on the docks, to be hauled to 1,200 camps and 133 airfields across the British Isles. "This country reminds one constantly of Thomas Hardy," an overeducated lieutenant wrote his mother, "but in truth it was a land of white swans and country folk who bicycled to ancient churches, in the old steady manner and unsmilingly touched their caps, as the journalist Eric Severide reported. Prayers tacked to parish doors in 1940 still pleaded, "Save our beloved land from invasion, O God," but no longer did the Home Guard expect to battle the Hun at Dover with decrepit rifles or with the pikes issued to those without firearms. Even some road signs, removed early in the war to confound enemy parachutists, had been put back after complaints that lost American truck drivers were using too much gasoline. Nearly 400,000 prefabricated huts and 279,000 tents had been erected to accommodate the Yank horde, supplementing 112,000 borrowed British buildings and 20 million square feet of storage space. G is called this new world Spamland, but the prevailing odour came from burning feces in United States Army School of Hygiene coal-fired incinerators. Despite improving logistics, confusion and error abounded. The American juggernaut included 23 million tons of materiel, most of it carried across the Atlantic in cargo ships that arrived days, if not months, after the troops on their fast Queen-S. Truck drivers were separated from their trucks, drummers from their drums, chaplains from their chalices. Thousands of items arrived with indecipherable bills of lading or without shipping addresses other than glue, the code for southern England, or bang, Northern Ireland, or ugly, unknown. The Ministry of Transport allocated 120 berths for United States Army ships in May, but an extra 38 had arrived. Despite negotiations that reached the White House and Whitehall, almost half the cargo from these orphan vessels eventually was dumped outside various ports, including 5,000 tons of peanuts and 50,000 portable radios, and was subsequently lost due to exposure to weather. Wags asserted that the army was cutting red tape lengthwise. No alliance in the war proved more vital or enduring than that of the English-speaking peoples, but this vast American encampment strained the fraternal bond. You may think of them as enemy redcoats, each arriving G1 was advised in a War Department brochure, but there is no time today to fight old wars over again or bring up old grievances. Detailed glossaries translated English into English, chemist or druggist, geyser or hot water heater, tire or tire. Disparities in pay caused resentment. A GY private earned triple what his Tommy counterpart drew, and the American staff sergeant's $96 was equivalent to a British captain's monthly salary. The army tried to blur the difference by paying G as twice a month, but British penury was as obvious as the pubs that required patrons to bring their own beer glasses, or the soap shortage that caused GIs to call unwashed Britain Goatland, or the fact that British quartermasters stocked only 18 shoe sizes compared to 105 provided by the United States Army. American authorities urged tolerance and gratitude. It is always impolite to criticize your hosts, a short guide to Great Britain advised. It is militarily stupid to insult your allies. Not least important, British producers stocked the American larder and supply depot with 240 million pounds of potatoes, 1,000 cake pans, 2.4 million tent pegs, 15 million condoms, 260,000 grave markers, 80 million packets of cookies, and 54 million gallons of beer. The British displayed forbearance despite surveys revealing that less than half viewed the Americans favourably. "They irritate me beyond words," one housewife complained. "Loud, bombastic, bragging, self-righteous morals of the barnyard hypocrites." Meet the Americans, a manual published in London, included chapters titled Drink, Sex and Swearing and Are They Our Cousins? An essay written for the British Army by the anthropologist Margaret Mead sought to explain why Americans seem childish. George Orwell groused in a newspaper column that Britain is now occupied territory. Occasional bad behaviour reinforced the stereotype of boorish Yanks. G is near Newcastle, ate the royal swans at the King's Summer Palace. Thomas Hardy be damned. Paratroopers from the 101st Airborne used grenades to fish in a private pond, and bored soldiers sometimes set haystacks ablaze with tracer bullets. Despite War Department assurances that men who refrain from sexual acts are frequently stronger, owing to their conservation of energy, so many G's impregnated British women that the United States government agreed to give local courts jurisdiction in bastardy proceedings. Child support was fixed at £1 per week until the little Anglo-American turned 13, and 5 to 20 shillings weekly for teenagers. Road signs cautioned, "To all GIs, please drive carefully, that child may be yours." Both on the battlefield and in the rear, the transatlantic relationship would remain, in one British general's description, a delicate hothouse growth that must be carefully tended lest it wither away. Nothing less than Western civilization depended on it. As American soldiers by the boatload continued to swarm into their spamland camps, a British major spoke for many of his countrymen. "They were the chaps that mattered. We couldn't possibly win the war without them." The loading of invasion vessels bound for the far shore had begun on May 4th and intensified as the month wore away. 7,000 kinds of combat necessities had to reach the Norman beaches in the first 4 hours, from surgical scissors to bazooka rockets, followed by tens of thousands of tons in the days following. Responsibility for embarkation fell to 3 military bureaucracies with acronyms evocative of the Marx Brothers: Movco, Turco, and Embarco. Merchant marine captains sequestered in a London basement near Selfridge's department store prepared loading plans with the blueprints of deck and cargo spaces spread on huge tables. Wooden blocks scaled to every jeep, howitzer, and shipping container were pushed around like chess pieces to ensure a fit. Soldiers in their camps laid out full-size deck replicas on the ground and practiced wheeling trucks and guns in and out. In 22 British ports, stevedores slung pallets and cargo nets into holds and onto decks, loading radios from Pennsylvania, grease from Texas, rifles from Massachusetts. For Overlord, the United States Army had accumulated 300 1,000 vehicles, 1,800 train locomotives, 20,000 rail cars, 2.6 million small arms, 2,700 artillery pieces, 300,000 telephone poles, and 7 million tons of gasoline, oil, and lubricants. Schiaff had calculated daily combat consumption, from fuel to bullets to chewing gum, at 41.298 pounds per soldier. 60 million K rations, enough to feed the invaders for a month, were packed in 500-ton bales. Huge United States Army rail cars known as war flats hauled tanks and bulldozers to the docks, while mountains of ammunition were stacked on car ferries requisitioned from Boston, New York, and Baltimore. The photographer Robert Capa, who would land with the second wave at Omaha Beach, watched as the giant toys were hoisted aboard. "Everything looked like a new secret weapon," he wrote, "especially from a distance. Armed guards from 10 cartography depots escorted 3,000 tons of maps for D-Day alone, the first of 210 million maps that would be distributed in Europe, most of them printed in 5 colours. Also into the holds went 280,000 hydrographic charts, town plats for the likes of Cherbourg and Saint-Lô, many of the 1 million aerial photos of German defences snapped from reconnaissance planes flying at 25 feet, and watercolours depicting the view that landing craft coxswains would have of their beaches. Copies of a French atlas pinpointed monuments and cultural treasures, with an attached order from Eisenhower calling for restraint and discipline in wreaking havoc. The United States First Army battle plan for Overlord contained more words than "gone with the wind." For the 1st Infantry Division alone, Field Order No. 35 had 15 annexes and 18 appendices, including a reminder to drive on right side of road. Thick sheaves of code words began with the pink list, valid from H hour to 2 a.m. on D+1, when the blue list would succeed it. Should the blue list be compromised, the white list would be used, but only if the word swallow was broadcast on the radio. A soldier could only sigh. Day after night after day, war materiel cascaded onto the wharves and quays, a catalogue Homeric in magnitude and variety. Radio crystals by the thousands, carrier pigeons by the hundreds, 100 silver stars and 300 purple hearts, dubbed the German Marksmanship Medal, for each major general to award as warranted, and 10,000 Hagensen packs, canvas bags sewn by sailmakers in lofts across England and stuffed with plastic explosive. A company contracted to deliver 10,000 metal crosses had missed its deadline. Instead, graves registration units would improvise with wooden markers. Cotton mattress covers used as shrouds had been purchased on the basis of one for every 375 man-days in France, a formula that proved far too optimistic. In July, with supplies dwindling, quartermasters would be forced to ship another 50,000. 4 hospital ships made ready, snowy white, with many bright new red crosses painted on the hull and painted flat on the boat deck, the reporter Martha Gellhorn noted. Each LST also would carry at least 2 physicians and 20 Navy corpsmen to evacuate casualties, with operating rooms built on the open tank decks, a cold, dirty trap in one officer's estimation, and steam tables used to heat 20-gallon sterilization cans. All told, Overlord would muster 8,000 doctors, 600,000 doses of penicillin, 50 tons of sulfur, and 800,000 pints of plasma meticulously segregated by black and white donors. 1,600 pallets weighing half a ton each and designed to be dragged across the beaches were packed with enough medical supplies to last a fortnight. A new manual of therapy incorporated hard-won lessons about combat medicine learned in the Mediterranean. Other lessons had still to be absorbed, such as how to avoid both the morphine poisoning too common in Italy and the fatal confusion by anesthesiologists of British carbon dioxide tanks with American oxygen tanks, both painted green, which had killed at least 8 patients. Especially salutary was the recognition that whole blood complemented plasma in reviving the grievously wounded. Medical planners intended to stockpile 3,000 pints for Overlord's initial phase, 1 pint for every 2.2 wounded soldiers, almost a 4-fold increase over the ratio used in Italy. But whole blood would keep for 2 weeks at most. As the last week of May arrived, there could be little doubt that D-Day was near. The blood, in large, clearly marked canisters, had landed. On Tuesday, May 23rd, a great migration of assault troops swept toward the English seaside and into a dozen marshalling areas. Americans on the southwest coast, British and Canadians in the south, where the final staging began. March rates called for each convoy to travel 25 miles in 2 hours, vehicles 60 yards apart, with a 10-minute halt before every even hour. Military policemen wearing brassards specially treated to detect poison gas waved traffic through intersections and thatched roof villages. Soldiers snickered nervously at the new road signs reading "one way." We sat on a hilltop and saw a dozen roads in the valleys below jammed with thousands of vehicles, men and equipment moving toward the south, wrote Sergeant Forrest C. Pogue, an Army historian. Pogue was reminded of Arthur Conan Doyle's description of soldiers bound for battle. A throng which set the old road smoking in the haze of white dust from Winchester to the narrow sea. Mothers held their children aloft from the curb to watch the armies pass. An old man, bent like a boomerang and pushing a cart outside London, yelled, "Good luck to you all, me lads," a British captain reported. On tanks and trucks, the captain added, men chalked the names of sweethearts left behind, so that nearly every vehicle had a patron girl saint, or perhaps a patron girl sinner. Almost overnight, the bright plumage of military uniforms in London dimmed as the capital thinned out. Restaurants and nightclubs were half empty. Taxis became miraculously easier to find, one account noted. A pub previously used by American officers for assignations was rechristened the Whore's Lament. By late in the week, all marshalling camps were sealed, with sentries ordered to shoot absconders. "Do not loiter," signs on perimeter fences warned. "Civilians must not talk to army personnel." Jeers wearing captured German uniforms and carrying enemy weapons wandered through the bivouacs, so troops grew familiar with the enemy's aspect. The invasion had begun to resemble an over-rehearsed play, complained the correspondent Alan Moorhead. Fantastic rumours swirled that British commandos had taken Cherbourg, that Berlin intended to sue for peace, that a particular unit would be sacrificed in a diversionary attack, that the German Wehrmacht possessed both a death beam capable of incinerating many acres instantly and a vast refrigerating apparatus to create big icebergs in the English Channel. The military newspaper Stars and Stripes tried to calm jumpy soldiers with an article promising that shock kept the wounded from feeling much pain. Another column advised, "Don't be surprised if a Frenchman steps up to you and kisses you. That doesn't mean he's queer, it just means he's emotional. Security remained paramount. Shayev concluded that Overlord had scant chance of success if the enemy received even 48 hours advance notice and any longer warning spells certain defeat. As part of Churchill's demand that security measures be high, wide and handsome, the British government in early April imposed a ban that kept the usual 600,000 monthly visitors from approaching coastal stretches along the North Sea, Bristol Channel and English Channel. 2,000 Army counterintelligence agents sniffed about for leaks. Censors fluent in 22 languages, including Ukrainian and Slovak, and armed with X-Acto knives, scrutinized soldier letters for indiscretions until, on May 25th, all outgoing mail was impounded for 10 days as an extra precaution. Camouflage inspectors roamed through southern England to ensure that the invasion assembly remained invisible to German surveillance planes. Thousands of tons of cinders and sludge oil darkened new road cuts. Garnished nets concealed tents and huts. The British alone used 1 million square yards, while even medical stretchers and surgical hampers were slathered with toned-down paint, either standard camouflage colour 1A, dark brown, or SCC-15, olive drab. Any vehicle stopped for more than 10 minutes was to be draped with a net propped away from the contours of the vehicle. Deception complemented the camouflage. The greatest prevarication of the war, originally known as Appendix Y until given the codename Fortitude, tried to induce the enemy to make faulty strategic dispositions of forces, as the combined chiefs requested. 1,500 Allied deceivers used phony radio traffic to suggest that a fictional army with 8 divisions in Scotland would attack Norway in league with the Soviets, followed by a larger invasion of France in mid-July through the Pas de Calais, 150 miles northeast of the actual Overlord beaches. More than 200 8-ton Big Bobs, decoy landing craft fashioned from canvas and oil drums, had been conspicuously deployed beginning May 20th around the Thames estuary. Dummy transmitters now broadcast the radio hubbub of a spectral 150,000-man United States First Army Group, notionally poised to pounce on the wrong coast in the wrong month. The British genius for cousinage furthered the ruse by passing misinformation through more than a dozen German agents, all discovered, all arrested, and all flipped by British intelligence officers. A network of British double agents with code names like Garbo and Tricycle embellished the deception, and some 500 deceitful radio reports were sent from London to enemy spy masters in Madrid and thence to Berlin. The Fortitude deception had spawned a German hallucination. Enemy analysts now detected 79 Allied divisions staging in Britain, when in fact there were but 52. By late May, Allied intelligence, including Ultra, the British ability to intercept and decipher most coded German radio traffic, had uncovered no evidence suggesting that the enemy has accurately assessed the area in which our main assault is to be made, as Eisenhower learned to his relief. In a final pre-invasion fraud, Lieutenant Clifton James of the Royal Army Pay Corps, after spending time studying the many tics of General Montgomery, whom he strikingly resembled, flew to Gibraltar on May 26th and then to Algiers. Fitted with a black beret, he strutted about in public for days in hopes that Berlin would conclude that no attack across the Channel was imminent if Monty was swanning through the Mediterranean. As May slid toward June, invasion preparations grew febrile. Every vehicle to be shoved onto the French coast required waterproofing to a depth of 54 inches with a gooey compound of grease, lime and asbestos fibres. A vertical funnel from the exhaust pipe stuck up like a wren's tail to keep the engine from flooding. A single Sherman tank took 300 man-hours to waterproof, occupying the 5-man crew for a week. Shayev on May 29th also ordered all 11,000 Allied planes to display 3 broad white stripes on each wing as recognition symbols. A frantic search for 100,000 gallons of whitewash and 20,000 brushes required mobilising the British paint industry, and workers toiled through Whitsun weekend. Some aircrews slathered on the white stripes with push brooms. Soldiers drew seasickness pills, vomit bags and life belts. incidentals that brought the average rifleman's combat load to 68.4 pounds, far beyond the 43 pounds recommended for assault troops. A company commander in Dorset with the 116th Infantry, bound for Omaha Beach, reported that his men were loping and braying about the camp under their packs, saying that as long as they were loaded like jackasses, they may as well sound like them. On June 2nd, the men donned skunk suits, stiff and malodorous uniforms heavily impregnated against poison gas. "We're ready now, as ready as we'll ever be," Brigadier General Theodore Roosevelt, Jr. of the 4th Infantry Division wrote on May 30th to his wife, Eleanor. "The blackbird says to his brother, 'If this be the last song ye shall sing, sing well, for you may not sing another.'" Each soldier placed his personal effects into a quartermaster box 12 inches long, 8 inches wide, and 4 inches deep for storage at a depot in Liverpool. Like shedding an old skin or a past life, troops bound for France would fill 500 rail box cars with such accoutrements of peace every week for the rest of the summer. "I am a free man, so I pull no punches," a British gunner in a Sherman tank crew told his diary. "I've earned my place." The warriors began to sing, and they sang well. One soldier whose song would cease in Normandy wrote his family, "If I don't come out of this thing, I want my people, especially my father, to know I gave every ounce of my strength and energy for what I believe I am fighting for." Another young captain, who would instead survive to reach old age, told his parents back in Waco, "The destiny of life is an elusive thing." Eisenhower left Bushy Park on Friday, June 2nd for his war camp, codenamed Sharpener. Trailers and tents filled Sawyer's Wood, a sylvan tract of partridge brakes, dog roses, and foxglove 5 miles northwest of Portsmouth Harbour. Eisenhower's personal circus wagon featured a bunk and a desk, with the usual stack of pulp westerns and 3 telephones, including a red one to Washington and a green one to Churchill's underground map room in Whitehall. A mile distant down a cinder path stood a 3-story Georgian mansion with a bowed facade and Ionic columns. Originally requisitioned by the Royal Navy for a navigation school, nautical almanacs still stood in the bookcases. Southwick House now served as Admiral Ramsay's headquarters and a convenient redoubt from which the Supreme Commander could watch Overlord unspool. The intensity of the burdens, as Eisenhower conceded in his diary, had only grown in the past week. Harry Butcher on June 3rd noted that his boss had the pre-D-Day jitters. There was much to be jittery about. Each morning, intelligence officers scrutinized new reconnaissance photos and sent to Southwick House revised assessments of the beach obstacles sprouting along the Norman littoral, with every bunker and minefield plotted on a large-scale map. More alarming was intelligence from Ultra that another enemy division had reinforced the western rim of the invasion zone. A May 26th memo from the Shaef operations staff noted that 3 German divisions now occupied this vital Cotentin Peninsula, plus 60 tanks and a parachute regiment, with perhaps a full additional division entrenched at Cherbourg. Such a robust force positioned to ambush the 2 lightly armed American airborne divisions planning to float into the peninsula, in turn spooked the senior air commander for Overlord, Air Chief Marshal Sir Trafford Leigh-Mallory. Described by one British officer as a pompous nincompoop and by another as a man with a peculiar knack for rubbing everybody up the wrong way, Leigh-Mallory petitioned Eisenhower on May 29th to cancel the combat jumps of the 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions, or risk losing at least half the paratroopers and 1/3 of the accompanying gliders. A day later, in an appeal tête-à-tête, the Air Marshal upped the ante by warning the Supreme Commander that this very speculative operation could cost 70% of the glider force in a futile slaughter. Leigh-Mallory added, "If you do this operation, you are throwing away 2 airborne divisions." Here was the sort of crazy risk for which Eisenhower felt unappreciated. Alone, he retired to chain smoke in a tent and ponder what he called a soul-racking problem. Cancelling the airborne drop would require either scrubbing the seaborne landings at Utah Beach as well, or condemning that assault force to possible evisceration, since the paratroopers were intended to disrupt German counterattacks against the beaches of the Eastern Cotentin on D-Day. Airborne calamities in North Africa and Sicily had left some officers skeptical of war by parachute, but Eisenhower still believed in the shock power of vertical envelopment, particularly if the troopers could be better concentrated. In recent days, the 82nd Airborne drop zones had been shifted a dozen miles eastward, cheek by jowl with the sector to be occupied by the 101st. This consolidation would amass 13,000 men in 6 parachute regiments closer to Utah Beach. Emerging from his canvas hideaway, Eisenhower issued orders worthy of a battle captain. After phoning Lee Mallory, he dictated his decision. There was nothing for it but to proceed with a plan 2 years in the making, even as commanders were told to review to the last detail every single thing that may diminish the hazards. A strong airborne attack in the region indicated is essential to the whole operation, Eisenhower added. It must go on. A leafy hilltop near Southwick House offered a stunning panorama of the 1,000-ship fleet now ready for launching from Spithead and the Solent, a sheltered strait separating the Isle of Wight from the English mainland. Thousands more, the Overlord Armada numbered nearly 7,000, including landing craft and barges, filled every berth in every port, from Felixstowe on the North Sea to Milford Haven in Wales, with others moored in the Humber, the Clyde and Belfast Lough. Late spring warmth had returned, and fleecy clouds drifted above the grey sea walls and church steeples. The scent of brine and timber creosote carried on a brisk breeze that straightened naval pennants and tossed quayside poppies, reminding the veterans of Tunisia. Semaphore lights winked from ship to shore and back to ship. Silver barrage balloons floated over the anchorages, 65 in Falmouth alone, and destroyers knifed hither and yon across the placid sea in an ecstatic rush of white water. Soldiers still braying and bleating under their combat loads tramped up gangplanks or through the yawning bow doors of LSTs grounded on concrete pads at the water's edge. "Have a good go at it, mates," the leathery stevedores called. Others crammed into lighters for a short, wet ride out to troopships turning on their chains. "If any of you fellows get any closer," one soldier warned, "you will have to marry me." Tommies heated cocoa and oxtail soup on the decks. A British platoon commander marvelled at being served real white bread, which we hadn't seen in years. In Plymouth, where Drake played bowls before embarking to fight the Spanish Grande y Felicissima Armada and whence the Mayflower beat for the New World, so many vessels stood lashed gunwale to gunwale that a man could have jumped from one deck to another and walked a half-mile up the Tamar River, an American lieutenant reported. Aboard the SS Clara Barton, swabs finished painting several buxom figureheads on the prow. An artillery officer scribbled in his diary, "I didn't ask which was Clara." As always where land met sea, the United States Army and the United States Navy found reason to bicker. Each service had different numbers for the LSTs, so a perplexed GY could board both LST 516 and LST 487, which were one and the same. A 61-page booklet, Preparation for Overseas Movement, Short Sea Voyage, instructed every unit to furnish 40 copies of embarkation rosters, a requirement honoured more in the breach than in the observance. 18 LCTs, landing craft, tank, was so overloaded that at the 11th hour Navy officers demanded cargo be shifted. Sailors laboriously explained to soldiers that an LST had an immersion rate of 1 inch per 33 tons of weight. To load 800 tons rather than the maximum 500 would force the crews to offload vehicles in the surf through 10 extra inches of water, drowning engines if not men. The ships were overloaded anyway. 7th Corps, bound for Utah Beach, tried to board 600 men on LSTs built to carry 400. The deadweight included 40 war correspondents, an annoying and mysterious band of roving gypsies, as the reporter Don Whitehead described his tribe, summoned in great secrecy from various London alehouses. The most celebrated among them was Ernie Pyle, Sparse and grey of hair, kind and tired of face, dressed in coveralls that threatened to engulf him, in Forrest Pogue's description, a short scarecrow with too much feet. His kit bag carried 11 liquor bottles, assorted good luck trinkets, a Remington portable, and notice of the Pulitzer Prize he had won a month earlier for brilliant reporting in the Mediterranean. "All I do is drink and work and wait," he had written a friend. Now the wait was almost over. Omar Bradley, whom Pyle had made famous in Sicily, had offered him a berth on the headquarters ship United States S. Augusta, Pyle, wary of too much brass, chose instead to wade onto LST 353 in Falmouth Harbour, endearing himself to the aft gun crew by autographing an anti-aircraft barrel with a paintbrush. "I'm no longer content unless I am with soldiers in the field," he confessed, but added, "If I hear another fucking G I say fucking once more, I'll cut my fucking throat." Already plagued by hideous nightmares and given to signing his letters the unhappy warrior, Pyle listened to a briefing on the Overlord attack plan and then lay awake, wide-eyed, until 4 a.m. "Now you were committed," he later wrote. "It was too late to back out now, even if your heart failed you." In claustrophobic holds and on weather decks the troops made do, wedged like sprats in a tin. "I love my fellow man," one miserable soldier informed his diary, "but not in the mass." The click of dice and the slap of playing cards could be heard across the fleet, including a long session of a wild, distant derivative of poker called high-low roll'em using 5-franc invasion script for chips, the correspondent A.J. Liebling reported. On Augusta, sailors sang "When Irish Eyes Are Smiling" around a piano, while the junior officers' mess watched, improbably, Alfred Hitchcock's Lifeboat. Without fanfare beyond an extra twinkling stutter of semaphore signals, convoys that had farthest to travel cast off and made for the open sea. For those who had sailed to Africa or Salerno or Anzio, the deep gnaw of ship's screws stirred what one veteran called the old uneasiness. More than 500 weather stations were scattered across the United Kingdom, most reporting hourly. 8 United States Navy ships also took meteorological readings in the Western Atlantic, and reconnaissance planes packed with instruments flew every day from Scotland, Cornwall, and Gibraltar. British beach watchers at 58 wave observation stations thrice daily noted the height of every breaker during a 3-minute interval, then sent their reports to a swell forecast section. 6 esteemed forecasters in England conferred twice each day by phone to discuss, often fractiously, the mysteries of wind, cloud, surf, and swell. Each Allied invasion constituent had particular weather demands. Amphibious forces needed offshore surface winds not greater than force 4, 13 to 18 miles per hour, for 3 consecutive days, as well as apposite tides. Pilots wanted a cloud ceiling of at least 2,500 feet for transport planes, with visibility of no less than 3 miles, and for heavy bombers, no overcast thicker than the partly cloudy condition designated 5/10. Paratroopers required surface winds below 20 miles an hour, without gusts, and illumination of not less than a half moon at a 30-degree altitude. The odds against such conditions aligning on the Norman coast for 72 hours in June were placed at 13 to 1. Eisenhower had never been fortunate with his weather, despite ardently rubbing the 7 lucky coins he had long kept in his pocket. Storms bedeviled the invasions of both Morocco and Sicily, and another now threatened Overlord. Cyclonic disturbances stretched as far back as the Rocky Mountains. 4 low-pressure centres, roughly 1,400 miles apart, and said by forecasters to be full of menace, had begun to drift east across the Atlantic. A great high-pressure collar around the Arctic Circle extruded cold air from the north. "The weather forecast is bad," Kay Summersby wrote in her diary on Saturday, June 3rd. "E is very depressed." At 4:30 a.m. on Sunday, June 4th, in the high-ceilinged Southwick House Library, a sombre E sat with Montgomery, Ramsay, Lee Mallory, and half a dozen other senior officers on 2 couches and a clutch of easy chairs. Beyond a set of French doors blanketed in blackout drapes, an immense map of southern England and Normandy covered one wall, with convoys and divisions depicted by pushpins and Kabbalistic symbols, which two uniformed clerks periodically adjusted from a stepladder. Standing ill at ease before the Supreme Commander was a tall, pigeon-breasted officer with a long face descending from his widow's peak to his cleft chin. Group Captain J.M. Stagg, a specialist in terrestrial magnetism and solar radiation, regretted to say that as Cheyef's chief meteorologist, he was altering his grim forecast for the worse. A series of depressions across the Atlantic is moving rapidly eastward, Stagg reported. These depressions will produce disturbed conditions in the Channel and a salt area. Weather charts resembled conditions typical of midwinter rather than early summer. Depression L5, now skulking toward the Shetland Islands, would produce the lowest atmospheric pressure recorded in the British Isles during June in the 20th century. In a few hours, complete overcast would blanket southern England, with a ceiling as low as 500 feet and westerly winds up to 30 miles an hour at force 6. Conditions for D-Day on June 5th had deteriorated from most unpromising to quite impossible. Eisenhower polled his lieutenants. No part of the air support plan would be practicable, Lee Mallory told him. Even Ramsey, his mariner's face carved by gales, concurred. At force 6, waves could be 6 feet or higher. Eisenhower nodded. "We need every help our air superiority can give us," he said. "If the air cannot operate, we must postpone." Only Montgomery disagreed. Conditions would be severe, but not impossible. He, for one, was willing to gamble. At that moment, the lights failed. Aides hurried in with guttering candles that limned the exasperation in Eisenhower's face. "Jesus!" he snapped at Montgomery, according to a subsequent account by Air Vice Marshal E.J. Kingston McCloughery. "Here you have been telling us for the past 3 or 4 months that you must have adequate air cover and that the airborne operations are essential to the assault, and now you say you will do without them. No, we will postpone Overlord 24 hours." The conference dissolved. Eisenhower stalked back to his caravan to read the Sunday papers between fitful naps. Banks of grey cloud blustered in by mid-morning, with pelting rain and gusts that tossed treetops and barrage balloons alike. At Southampton, the Spindrift was flying scuds across the roadstead, a medical officer on the Princess Astrid reported, and the Portland race was described as a chaos of pyramidical waters leaping up suddenly. The coded radio message for a one-day postponement hornpipe bowsprit reached many British troop convoys before they weighed anchor. Forces out of Falmouth had travelled only half a mile beyond the anti-submarine nets when frantic blinkering from shore brought them back. But bombardment squadrons from Belfast and the Clyde were forced to countermarch up the black, squally Irish Sea. Worse off yet were the ships from Force U, Utah, that had put out from Cornwall and Devon the previous night to sail east down the Channel. Word passed from deck to deck that a three-quarter gale was blowing, a term foreign to landlubbers, but quickly elucidated when the convoys came about into the teeth of a short, steep sea on the port bow. Miserable as men felt on the cold weather decks, they were fortunate compared to those below, who suffered in a green miasma of vomit and clogged toilets. Convoy U-2A, steaming at 6 knots with 247 vessels, failed to hear the recall signal and turned back only when apprehended halfway to France by 2 destroyers dispatched from Plymouth. Not until 9 p.m. would the last stragglers punch through the head sea to find shelter in Weymouth Bay. Force U, the Navy reported, was scattered and somewhat out of hand. As anchors dropped and engines died, taut nerves led to bickering and a few fistfights. Officers tried to keep their men occupied by distributing a pocket guide to France, a War Department tract that explained the worthiness of the nation to be liberated. Soldiers also learned that Normandy looks rather like Ohio, that a hectolitre equaled 22 gallons, and that the French were good talkers and magnificent cooks. Troops studying an army phrasebook murmured the hopeful "Encore un verre du vin rouge, s'il vous plaît, mademoiselle," that last often being pronounced mademoiselle. Many GAs attended Sunday church services below decks, in the main mess aboard United States X. Bayfield soldiers and sailors bellowed out, "Holy God, we praise thy name," while a chaplain in Weymouth took his text from Romans 8, "If God be for us, who can be against us?" An unsettling theological presumption at the moment. Dice and cards reappeared. A combat surgeon described playing blackjack for $20 a card, with officers from headquarters company. "I either go into this fight loaded or broke. What's the difference?" A 1st Division soldier reading Candide complained, "Voltaire used the same gag too often. The characters are always getting killed and then turning out not to have been killed at all." British paratroopers watched stormy weather with Lena Horne and Fats Waller, while an American airborne artillery unit saw the band leader Ted Lewis in Is Everybody Happy? Combat engineers debated whether the D in D-Day stood for death. The strange, tempestuous Sunday grew stranger and stormier. At 4:30 p.m, the Royal Marine sentry at the Southwick House gate snapped to attention upon being confronted by the Prime Minister, who stomped into the mansion flushed with rage at General Charles A. J. Meum de Gaulle, whom he denounced as an obstructionist saboteur. Churchill's colour was also deepened by the large number of whiskies he had tossed down in a bootless effort to calm himself. The sad story was this. De Gaulle, head of the self-proclaimed Provisional French government in exile, had recently arrived in London from Algiers, and this morning had been driven to Droxford, north of Portsmouth, where Churchill had parked his personal train on a siding to be close to the great events unfolding. Although he greeted de Gaulle on the tracks with open arms and then offered him an elegant lunch in his coach, the Prime Minister found the Frenchman resentful at various snubs from the Anglo-Americans, notably his exclusion from the invasion planning and the refusal by Washington to recognise de Gaulle's regime. The conversation took a choleric turn. Churchill, who was said to speak French remarkably well, but understands very little, subsequently proposed sending de Gaulle back to Algiers in chains if necessary. De Gaulle, who at 6 feet 6 inches towered over the Prime Minister even when they were sitting, pronounced his host a gangster. No sooner had Churchill stormed across the Southwick House foyer than he was followed by de Gaulle himself. 2 mètres, as the Americans called him for his metric height, was balancing a chip like an epaulette on each marshal's shoulder. Only vaguely aware of their contretemps, Eisenhower received his visitors in the war room, where he revealed to de Gaulle for the first time the Overlord locale, battle plan, and date, now postponed for at least 24 hours. De Gaulle grew even huffier upon recognising that most Gallic phenomenon, the fait accompli. He objected to your forged notes, the Allied invasion script, now being gambled away on many a troop deck, which he decried as counterfeit money and a violation of national sovereignty, a humiliation to which not even the Germans had subjected France. He also declined to allow several hundred French liaison officers to embark with the Allied invaders until their duties and a chain of command were clarified. Nor did he care to record a radio broadcast urging Frenchmen to obey their liberators, particularly upon learning that Eisenhower had already recorded his liberation message in Dutch, Flemish, Norwegian and Danish, as well as in French and English, without acknowledging de Gaulle's sovereign legitimacy. After declaring, "I cannot follow Eisenhower," he stamped from the mansion to motor back to London, 2 mètres of umbrage folded into the back seat. Churchill, ignoring his own maxim that there is no room in war for pique, spite or rancour, returned to his train outraged by such treason at the height of battle and mentally composing black notes for what he called his frog file. One British wit observed that a staple of de Gaulle's diet had long been the hand that fed him. "Remember that there is not a scrap of generosity about this man," the Prime Minister would write to his Foreign Office. Eisenhower in his diary lamented the rather sorry mess. He had hoped de Gaulle would shed his Joan of Arc complex, but now he told his staff, "To hell with him, and if he doesn't come through, we'll deal with someone else." At 9:30 p.m. the Supreme Commander again repaired with his lieutenants to the library, where a fire crackled in the hearth, and momentous news from Stagg brightened the day's gloom. "There have been some rapid and unexpected developments," the meteorologist reported. HMS Host, a weather frigate cruising 700 miles west of Ireland, reported in secret dispatches that atmospheric surface pressure was rising steadily. The offending Atlantic depressions, including the lugubrious L5, had moved quicker than expected, suggesting that a brief spell of better weather would arrive the following day and last into Tuesday. "I am quite confident that a fair interval will follow tonight's front," Stagg added. Eisenhower polled his subordinates once more. Further postponement would likely delay the invasion for nearly 2 weeks when the tides next aligned properly. Lee Mallory remained skeptical. Bombing would be chancy, and spotting for naval gunfire difficult. Ramsey reported no misgivings at all. The Chef Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Walter Bedell Beetle Smith, said, "It's a hell of a gamble, but it's the best possible gamble." Eisenhower turned to Montgomery, alert and lean in corduroy trousers and thick sweater. "Do you see any reason for not going Tuesday?" Montgomery answered instantly. "I would say go." For a long minute the room fell silent, but for rain lashing the French doors. Eisenhower stared vacantly, rubbing his head. "The question is, how long can you hang this operation on the end of a limb and let it hang there?" The tension seemed to drain from his face. "I'm quite positive we must give the order," he said. "I don't like it, but there it is. I don't see how we can possibly do anything else." They would reconvene before dawn on Monday, June 5th, to hear Stagg's latest forecast, but the order would stand. "Okay," Eisenhower declared. "We'll go." Outside the library, he turned to Stagg and said with a broad smile, "Don't bring any more bad news." Across the Fleet Majestical the war cry sounded, "Up anchor!" In the murky, fretful dawn, from every English harbour and estuary spilled the great effluent of liberation, from Salcombe and Poole, Dartmouth and Weymouth, in tangled wakes from the Thames past the Black Deep and the Whalebone Marshes, all converging on the white-capped channel. Nearly 200,000 seamen and merchant mariners crewing 59 convoys carrying 130,000 soldiers, 2,000 tanks, and 12,000 vehicles. "Ships were heaving in the grey waves," wrote Alan Moorhead. Monday's early light revealed cutters, corvettes, frigates, freighters, ferries, trawlers, tankers, sub-chasers, ships for channel marking, for cable laying, for smoke making, ships for refrigerating, towing, victualling. From the Irish Sea, the bombardment squadrons rounded Land's End in pugnacious columns of cruisers, battleships, destroyers, and even some dreadnoughts given a second life like the United States Cess. Nevada, raised and remade after Pearl Harbor, and the ancient monitor HMS Erebus, built to shell German fortifications in the Great War, with 2 15-inch guns of dubious reliability. From the Erebus mast flew the signal Nelson had hoisted at Trafalgar. "England expects every man to do his duty," the heavy cruiser United States says. Tuscaloosa replied, "We are full of ginger," and swabs on Bayfield huzzard Royal Navy tars on Hawkins and Enterprise, passing close aboard near Eddystone Light. By mid-morning the heavy skies lightened and the wind ebbed, recolouring the sea from pewter to sapphire. A luminous rainbow, said to be tropical in its colours, arced above the wet green English fields, and dappled sun lit the chalk cliffs of Kent, turning them into white curtains. A naval officer on United States S. Quincy wrote, "War, I think, would tend to increase one's eye for beauty, just as it should tend to make peace more endurable." Braced against a bowsprit, a piper skirled the road to the Isles down the River Hamble as soldiers lining ship rails in the Solent cheered him on. Nothing brightened the mood more than reports from the BBC, broadcast throughout the Armada, that Rome had fallen at long last. Leading the fleet was the largest minesweeping operation in naval history. Some 255 vessels began by clearing Area Z, a circular swatch of sea below the Isle of Wight that was 10 miles in diameter and soon dubbed Piccadilly Circus. From here, the minesweepers sailed through 8 corridors that angled to a German minefield in mid-channel, where a week earlier Royal Navy launches had secretly planted underwater sonic beacons in 30 fathoms. Electronically dormant until Sunday, the beacons now summoned the sweepers to the entrances of 10 channels, each of which was 400 to 1,200 yards wide. These channels would be cleared for 35 miles to 5 beaches on the Bay of the Seine in Normandy. 7-foot waves and a cross-tidal current of nearly 3 knots bedevilled helmsmen who fought their wheels, the wind, and the sea to keep station. As the sweepers swept, more boats followed to lay a lighted down buoy every mile on either side of each channel, red to starboard, white to port. The effect, one reporter observed, was like street lamps across to France. As the invasion convoys swung toward Area Z, the churlish open channel tested the seaworthiness of every landing vessel. Flat-bottomed LSTs showed a capacity for rolling all ways at once, and the smaller LC-1, landing craft infantry, revealed why it was widely derided as a lousy civilian idea. Worse yet was the LCT, capable of only 6 knots in a mill pond and half that into a head sea. Even the Navy acknowledged that the LCT is not an ocean-going craft due to poor seakeeping facilities, low speed and structural weakness. The latter quality included being bolted together in 3 sections so that the vessel gave an ominous impression of being liable to buckle in the middle. Miserable passengers traded seasickness nostrums, such as one sailor's advice to swallow a pork chop with a string, then pull it up again. For those who could eat, pork chops were in fact served to the 16th Infantry with ice cream. Aboard the Thomas Jefferson, 116th Infantry troops, also headed for Omaha Beach, ate what one officer described as bacon and eggs on the edge of eternity. Soldiers primed grenades, sharpened blades, and field-stripped their rifles again. A Navy physician recommended a good washing to sponge away skin bacteria, in case you stop one. Some Yanks sang, "Happy D-Day, dear Adolf, happy D-Day to you," but Tommies preferred Jerusalem, based on William Blake's bitter poem set to music, "Bring me my bow of burning gold." Sailors broke out their battle ensigns, stripped each bridge to fighting trim, and converted mess tables into operating theatres. In watertight compartments below decks, crewmen aboard the resurrected Nevada stowed dress blues, china, glassware, library books, tablecloths, office files, brooms, mirrors. A Coast Guard lieutenant noted in his diary, orders screeched over the PA system for Mr. Whosits to report to Mr. Watsits in Mr. Wheresits' stateroom. Rear Admiral Morton L. Deo aboard United States S. Tuscaloosa, as commander of the Utah Bombardment Squadron, hammered a punching bag in his cabin. To inspirit the men, officers read stand tall messages from Eisenhower and Montgomery, then offered their own prognostications and advice. The first 6 hours will be the toughest, Colonel George A. Taylor of the 16th Infantry told reporters on the Samuel Chase. They'll just keep throwing stuff onto the beaches until something breaks. That is the plan. Brigadier General Norman D. Cotter, who would be the senior officer on Omaha Tuesday morning, told officers aboard the United States S. Charles Carroll, "You're going to find confusion. The landing craft aren't going in on schedule and people are going to be landed in the wrong place. Some won't be landed at all. We must improvise, carry on, not lose our heads. Nor must we add to the confusion." A tank battalion commander was more succinct. "The government paid $5 billion for this hour. Get to hell in there and start fighting." Standing on the forecastle of Augusta, Omar Bradley, described by one colonel as alone and conspicuous, flashed a V for victory to each wallowing LST before retiring to an armchair in his cabin to read A Bell for Adano. "We are starting on the great venture of this war," Ted Roosevelt wrote Eleanor from the United States S. Barnett. "The men are crowded below or lounging on deck. Very few have seen action." Roosevelt, who at 56 would be the senior officer on Utah Beach for the first hours in both age and rank, had seen enough, in France during the last war, and in the landings at Oran and Gela during this one, to have premonitions. "We've had a grand life, and I hope there'll be more. Should it chance that there's not, at least we can say that in our years together we've packed enough for 10 ordinary lives. We've known joy and sorrow, triumph and disaster, all that goes to fill the pattern of human existence. Our feet were placed in a large room, and we did not bury our talent in a napkin." Back on deck he told men from the 8th Infantry, "I'll see you tomorrow morning, 6:30 on the beach." Far inland, at more than a dozen airfields scattered across England, some 20,000 parachutists and glider troops also made ready. Soldiers from the British 6th Airborne Division blackened their faces with tea kettle soot then chalked bosomy girls and other graffiti on aircraft fuselages while awaiting the order to emplane. "I gave the earth by the runway a good stamp," one private reported. American paratroopers smeared their skin with cocoa and linseed oil or with charcoal raked from campfires along the taxiways. A few company clowns imitated Al Jolson's minstrel act and joked about the imminent $10,000 jump, the maximum death benefit paid by government insurance policies. When a chaplain in the 101st Airborne began to pray aloud, one GY snapped, "I'm not going to die, cut that crap out." Every man was overburdened, from the burlap strips woven in the helmet net to the knife with a brass knuckle grip tucked into the jump boots. Also, parachute, reserve chute, Mae West, entrenching tool, rations, fragmentation and smoke grenades, blasting caps, TNT blocks, brass pocket compass, dime store cricket, raincoat, blanket, bandoliers, rifle, cigarette carton, and morphine syrettes. One for pain and two for eternity. Carrier pigeons were stuffed into extra G1 socks, their heads poking out of little holes cut in the toe, and fastened to jump smocks with blanket pins. Some officers trimmed the margins from their maps in order to carry a few more rounds of ammunition. "We look all pockets, and baggy pants. The only visible human parts are two hands," wrote Louis Simpson, the poet gliderman. "The letter writers are at it again," he continued. Heads bowed over their pens and sheets of paper. Among the scribblers and the map trimmers was the 37-year-old assistant commander of the 82nd Airborne, Brigadier General James M. Gavin, who confessed in a note to his young daughter, "I have tried to get some sleep this afternoon, but to no avail." "The impending jump likely would be about the toughest thing we have tackled," added Gavin, whose exploits on Sicily were among the most storied in the Mediterranean. In his diary, he was more explicit. "Either this 82nd Division job will be the most glorious and spectacular episode in our history, or it will be another Little Big Horn. There is no way to tell now. It will be a very mean and nasty fight." The prospect of another Little Big Horn, particularly for the two American airborne divisions ordered to France despite Lee Mallory's dire warning, gnawed at Eisenhower in these final hours. After watching British troops board their LCIs from South Parade Pier in Portsmouth, he had returned to Sharpener to pass the time playing fox and hounds on a checkerboard with Butcher, then sat down to compose a contrite note of responsibility, just in case. "Our landings in the Cherbourg-Havre area have failed to gain a satisfactory foothold, and I have withdrawn the troops," he wrote. "If any blame or fault attaches to the attempt, it is mine alone." Misdating the paper July 5th, symptomatic of exhaustion and anxiety, he slipped it into his wallet for use as needed. Just after 6 p.m., Eisenhower climbed into his Cadillac with Kay Summersby behind the wheel and the 4-star bumper insignia hooded. Leading a 3-car convoy, the Supreme Commander rolled north for 90 minutes on narrow roads clogged with military trucks. "It's very hard, really, to look a soldier in the eye when you fear that you are sending him to his death," he told Summersby. At Greenham Common Airfield in the Berkshire Downs, outside the 11th century town of Newbury, he bolted down a quick supper in the headquarters mess of the 101st Airborne, then drove to the flight line. Hands in his pockets, he strolled among the C-47s, newly striped with white paint, troopers with blackened faces and heads shaved or clipped. Mohawk-style wiggled into their parachute harnesses and sipped a final cup of coffee. "The trick is to keep moving. If you stop, if you start thinking, you lose your focus," Eisenhower told a young soldier from Kansas. "The idea, the perfect idea, is to keep moving." At aircraft number 2716, he shook hands with the division commander, Major General Maxwell D. Taylor, who was careful to conceal a bad limp from the tendon he had injured playing squash the previous day. Eisenhower wished him Godspeed, then returned to the headquarters manor house and climbed to the roof for a final glimpse of his men. "The light of battle," he would write George Marshall, "was in their eyes." To Summersby he confessed, "I hope to God I know what I'm doing." Red and green navigation lights twinkled across the downs as the sun set at 10:06 p.m. Singing voices drifted in the gloaming. Give me some men who are stout-hearted men / who will fight for the right they adore. Punctuated by a guttural roar from paratroopers holding their knives aloft in homicidal resolve. Into the airplane bays they heaved themselves with a helpful shove from behind. Many knelt on the floor to rest their cumbersome gear and chutes on a seat, faces bathed by the soft glow of cigarette embers and red cabin lights. "Give me guts," one trooper prayed. "Give me guts." Engines coughed and caught, the feathered propellers popping as crew chiefs slammed the doors. "Flap your wings, you big-ass bird," a soldier yelled. From the west, the last gleam of a dying day glinted off the aluminum fuselages. "Stay light," a young soldier murmured. "Stay on forever and we'll never get to Normandy." The light faded and was gone. Deep into the channel, 59 darkened convoys went to battle stations as they pushed past the parallel rows of dim buoys, red to starboard, white to port. "Our flag bridge is dead quiet," Admiral Deo wrote on Tuscaloosa. An officer on Quincy noted, "This is like trying to slip into a room where everyone is asleep." Small craft struggled in the wind and lop, men sick, waves washed over deck, an LCT log recorded. Stove went out, nothing to eat, explosives wet and could not be dried out. Short seas snapped tow ropes, flooded engine rooms, and sloshed through troop compartments. Some helmsmen held their wheels 30 degrees off, true to keep course. Several heaving vessels blinkered a one-word message. Seasick, seasick, seasick. Down the 10 channels they plunged, 2 designated for each of the 5 forces steaming toward 5 beaches. Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juneau, Sword. Wakes braided and rebraided. The amber orb of a full moon rose through a thinning overcast off the port bow, and the sea sang as swells slipped along every hull bound for a better world. Hallelujah, sang the sea, hallelujah, hallelujah. Part 1. 1. Invasion. The far shore. The singing stopped as the Norman coast drew near. Stars threw down their silver spears on a long column of 800 airplanes ferrying 13,000 American paratroopers to battle. South they flew and low, skimming the inky channel, then turning sharply east to climb between the islands of Guernsey and Alderney. Dead ahead in the moonlight lay the Cotentin Peninsula, famed for cattle and stiff with Germans. Jumpmasters barked above the engine drone, ordering the men to their feet. With a portentous click, the 16 or 17 jumpers in each bay snapped their parachutes to static lines running overhead. Shortly after 1 a.m. on Tuesday, June 6, 1944, a captain standing in the slipstream of an open doorway peered down at the white surf beating against a beach. "Say hello to France," he shouted. Red lights flashed to warn that 4 minutes ahead lay the drop zones, 3 tight ovals for the 101st Airborne Division in the lead, 3 more for the 82nd Airborne close behind. Then France vanished. A grey cloud bank, unsuspected and so thick that pilots could barely see their own wingtips, swallowed planes, then groups of planes. Formations disintegrated as the C-47 Dakotas climbed and dove to avoid colliding. Dark patches of earth swam up through the murk only to disappear, and now German anti-aircraft fire, like so many lighted tennis balls, in one witness's description, began to rip into the clouds. Searchlight beams and magnesium flares drenched the cockpits in molten light, dazzling callow pilots who lurched left and right despite orders forbidding evasive jinking. Enemy tracers, thick enough to walk on, stitched the flak-spangled sky, one paratrooper reported, and shells blew through aluminum skins as if someone threw a keg of nails against the side of the airplane. 3 Gers died when a smoking 2-foot hole opened in a fuselage. A dozen others became so entangled after slipping on the vomit-slick floor that they would return to England without jumping. Even as the cloud bank thinned to the east, bewildered crewmen mistook one French village for another. Some of the pathfinders who had parachuted an hour earlier either missed the drop zones they were supposed to illuminate, using electronic transmitters and 7 signal lamps arranged in a beckoning T, or else found enemy troops infesting the ground. Green jump lights began to flash in the aircraft bays anyway. Some flashed too soon or too late, dumping howling paratroopers into the sea. Cargo bundles got stuck in aircraft doors, delaying the queued troopers for 2 miles or more. Other planes failed to descend to the specified jump height of 500 feet, or to slow to 110 miles an hour. Chutes ripped open with such G-force violence that anything in my jump pants pockets simply burst through the reinforced bottom seams, a trooper recalled. Rations, grenades, underwear and cooing pigeons spilled into the night. Gunfire thickened like a wall of flame. Rather than half a minute, the trip down took 1,000 years, a private later told his family. One chute snagged on a vertical stabilizer, dragging the flailing jumper into the night. Another soldier hurtled earthward beneath burning shreds of silk. Men in parachutes that failed to open hit the ground with a sound likened by one soldier to watermelons falling off the back of a truck. I pulled up my knees to make myself as small a target as possible, a trooper in the 507th Parachute Infantry wrote. I pulled on my risers to try to slip away from the fire. Flames licked through the cabin of a gut-shot C-47 as frantic soldiers dove out the door before the plane heeled onto its left wing, then stalled and crashed. Most of the jumpers survived, the crew did not. A burning building near Saint-Côme-du-Mont gave German defenders enough illumination to fatally shoot a battalion commander, his executive officer, and a company commander before they touched France. 3 other company commanders were captured. Operation Albany, the 101st Airborne Mission, was intended to seize 4 elevated causeways, each roughly a mile apart, leading from Utah Beach to the Cotentin interior. American planners knew that marshlands behind the sea dunes had been flooded with 2 to 4 feet of water by German engineers, who dammed 8 small streams with boulders and tree branches to isolate any invaders arriving on the coastline. Planners did not know that the enemy inundations were in fact far more ambitious. Canals, dams and locks in the southeast Cotentin, some dating to Napoleon's day, drained the watershed of the Douve and Murderet rivers, creating pasture for those famous cows. Beginning in late 1942, German occupiers closed some floodgates and opened others, allowing tidal surges to create an inland sea 10 miles long and up to 10 feet deep. Reeds and marsh grass now grew so dense that not even the 1 million aerial photographs snapped by Allied reconnaissance planes had revealed the extensive flooding. No one was more surprised than the many flailing paratroopers who, upon arriving over the coast of France, had removed their life vests in the airplane bays, only to be pulled to brackish graves by their heavy kit. At 4 a.m., as thousands of lost and scattered parachutists blundered about in the dark, the first 52 gliders arrived like a swarm of ravens, in one German description. Most were 50-foot Wacos, each so flimsy you could shoot an arrow through it, as a captain admitted, and without the hardened nose caps ordered in February but yet to arrive. Cut loose from their tow planes, they drifted to Earth. Pilots who had rarely, if ever, flown at night felt for the unseen ground, while bullets punctured the gliders' fabric skins, with a sound likened by a flight officer to typewriter keys banging on loose paper. Some found the landing zone near Blossville, others found stone walls, tree trunks, dozing livestock, or the pernicious anti-glider stakes known as Rommel's asparagus. All 8 men in a 101st Airborne Surgical Team were injured in a crash. A Waco with a large 1 painted on the nose skipped downhill on wet grass for 800 feet before smashing into a stout sycamore, breaking both legs of the pilot and killing the co-pilot. In the cargo bay, as if napping in his jeep, sat the 101st Assistant Division Commander, Brigadier General Don F. Pratt, dead from a broken neck. Survivors kicked through the glider fabric. Like bees out of a hive they came from that hole, a witness reported, and began to salvage the small bulldozer, anti-tank guns, and medical supplies now on Norman soil. Of more than 6,000 jumpers from the 101st Airborne, barely 1,000 had landed on or near the H-hour objectives on this Tuesday morning. Most of the 1,500-odd who had drifted far beyond the 8-mile square enclosing the division drop zones would be killed or captured. A few made their way to safety with maps torn from local telephone books by French farmers. More than half of all supply bundles lay beyond retrieval at the bottom of various water meadows. with a devastating loss of radios, mortars, and 11 of 12 75mm pack howitzers. A sergeant peering into a barn found men lying in the straw, wrapped in bloody soiled parachutes, their faces darkened and bandages stained. Yet stalwart men, those stout hearts celebrated in song, gathered themselves to press on. An officer pounding on a farmhouse door to ask directions announced in his best French, "L'invasion est arrive." A voice from the second-floor window replied, "Très bien." The 101st's commander, Major General Taylor, wandered in the dark on his gimpy leg with a drawn pistol and a dime store cricket, collecting lost paratroopers and politely declining the ancient rifle offered by a French farmer who said, "Allez me tuer un Boche, go kill me a German." In the first apricot glow of dawn, Taylor recognized the silhouette of Sainte-Marie-du-Mont's 11th century church, with gargoyle drainpipes protruding from the soaring stone tower. While paratroopers and Germans exchanged gunfire in the belfry and around the confessional, Taylor sent a small force east to Poopville to rout the enemy garrison house by house and seize the southernmost causeway exit from Utah Beach. 3 miles north, the 3rd Battalion of the 502nd Parachute Infantry did the same with the 2 northern causeways. 5 hours after leaping into Normandy, paratroopers lined the sandy ridge overlooking the flooded marshes behind the dunes, waiting for Force U to emerge from the sea. In June 1940, led by officers on horseback, the first German troops had arrived in the village of Sainte-Mère-Église, singing "Wir fahren gegen England." If they had never quite journeyed on to England, life as a Norman occupier proved pleasant enough. Clocks were set to Berlin time, and ration cards issued to the locals, guaranteeing ample butter and cream for the master race. A huge swastika flag flew outside the town hall, near a spring once believed by pilgrims to have healing powers. 4 years after the invasion, farmers still arrived on market day to weigh their wool and grain beneath chestnut and lime trees across from the ancient church, with its paired Gothic windows and its handrail of sculpted 4-leaf clovers. A small garrison of Austrian anti-aircraft gunners bivouacked nearby. They drove wood-burning trucks, and it was said that their elderly commander had once been the music critic for a Vienna newspaper. Now his greatest interest seemed to lie in the bottom of a wine glass. Yet growing German anxiety about an impending invasion could be seen in the feverish construction this spring of Rommel's asparagus, and in the severe penalties levied for listening to the BBC. No objective was more important than Sainte-Mère-Église for the 82nd Airborne, as the division's 6,000 men swooped over Normandy an hour behind the 101st. Roads from all compass points converged here, and the trunk cable linking Cherbourg in the north with Carentan in the south passed through Sainte-Mère. Unless it held the town, the 82nd had almost no chance to sustain offensive operations across the Murderette River and to the westward, a regimental study concluded. Thus, when the division drop zones were abruptly shifted in late May, they tended to cluster around this drowsy medieval crossroads of 1,000 souls. Alas, the drops in Operation Boston proved even more deranged than those of Albany. Paratroopers sifted to earth as far as 15 miles north of their intended zones and 25 miles south. Those too far afield east and west plunged into the Atlantic and vanished. Less than half of the following gliders landed within a mile of the landing zone, and many were demolished, with dire losses of anti-tank guns and other heavy gear. Brigadier General Jim Gavin, who had fretted over another little bighorn, floated into an apple orchard and spent the small hours of June 6th with M1 rifle in hand, shoving scratch forces toward the critical Murderette bridges at La Fère and Chef du Pont. Soldiers stripped naked in the moonlight to dive for equipment bundles in the fens. A German train bushwhacked in the Chef du Pont station yielded only Norman cheese and empty bottles. One gunfight along the Murderette grew so frenzied that paratroopers not only shot down enemy soldiers, but also slaughtered livestock in a barn. A lieutenant leading a patrol bayoneted 3 wounded Germans on a dirt road. He felt that he could not take any prisoners, a unit report explained, so he dispatched them. The wolf had risen in the heart already. Of the division's 3 parachute infantry regiments, only the 505th made a credible drop northwest of Saint-Mer. A fire, perhaps ignited by a hissing flare, had awakened both the town and its German garrison. As a sexton hauled on the bell tower ropes, villagers passed canvas buckets hand over hand from the cattle market pump to a blazing villa across the church square. Then, without warning, C-47s roared just overhead, wingtip to wingtip, spitting out paratroopers who frantically tugged on their risers to shear away from both the flames and aroused German gunners. A few GIs were butchered in their harnesses, including one young trooper who dangled from a tree bough with eyes open as though looking down at his own bullet holes, as the Saint-Mer mayor recorded. But hundreds more landed unmolested after pilots circled back through the gunfire to find the correct drop zone. The 3rd Battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Edward C. Krauss, known as Cannonball, managed to round up a quarter of his men. Led through hedgerow shadows by a drunk Frenchman impressed as a guide, they crept into Saint-Mer from the northwest, bounding between doorways with orders to avoid telltale muzzle flashes by using only knives, bayonets, and grenades. 10 Germans died defending the town they had held for 4 years, but most fled, and a few hard sleepers were captured in their bunks. 400 yards from the church square, Krauss personally severed the cable to Cherbourg. Patrols built roadblocks outside town with anti-tank mines and plastic explosive gammon grenades. A burial detail cut down a half-dozen dead paratroopers still dangling from the chestnut trees. In front of the town hall, Krauss from his haversack pulled the same American flag raised over Naples when the battalion first entered that city on October 1st, 1943. He hoisted it. Pulled the same American flag raised over Naples when the battalion first entered that city on October 1st, 1943. He hoisted it on a wobbly pole, then at 5 a.m. sent a runner, few radios had survived the drop, with a message that reached the division commander, Major General Matthew B. Ridgway. "I am in Saint-Mer Église." An hour later, a second runner carried a postscript, "I have secured Saint-Mer Église." The Americans had liberated their first town in France. By dawn, 816 planes and 100 gliders had inserted more than 13,000 G1s onto the continent. Only 21 planes had been shot down, far less than the carnage predicted by Air Marshal Leigh Mallory. Yet only one of 6 regiments had been delivered where intended, and it was the sole regiment able to fight as a cohesive 3-battalion force, albeit at only half strength. Air commanders had not sent an advance weather plane to warn of the low cloud banks so common over Normandy in June. In this failure they were remiss if not derelict. Dispersion thinned the combat power of a force armed with little more than rifles and grenades. But, as in Sicily, the haphazard scattering was not an unmixed evil, as the official army history would put it. Dispersion confused the enemy as well as the dispersed. Across the Cotentin could be heard the metallic thwang of phone and telegraph wires snipped by paratroopers. Captured Germans were ordered to lie on their backs in a radial pattern, feet touching, awaiting evacuation to prisoner cages. Many others, gunned down in ambushes, simply lay dead. Shortly before dawn, an American light bomber flew the first night photo reconnaissance mission over Europe, illuminating the Norman landscape from 8,000 feet with a 200 million candle-power electric lamp carried in the open bomb bay like a tiny sun. After shooting 180 exposures, the plane circled back to England, where analysts would study the film frame by frame, looking for panzers trundling towards the Cotentin in the inevitable German counterattack. 50 miles to the east, the British 6th Airborne Division had crossed the coast of France, keen to settle scores after half a decade of war. Tommies hoping to bop a sleeping German heaved miscellaneous objects out the open doors of their transport planes, bricks inscribed with vulgarisms, a soccer ball painted to resemble Hitler's face, and a stuffed moose head purloined from an Exeter pub. Almost 5,000 paratroopers and glidermen followed. 2 parachute brigades were to secure Overlord's left flank by seizing bridges over the River Orne and its attendant canal northeast of Caen, while blowing up spans across the River Dives, which flowed roughly parallel 5 miles farther east. Many of the vicissitudes plaguing their American comrades in the Cotentin Peninsula bedeviled the British too. More than half the pathfinders landed in the wrong place, their electronic beacons and signal lamps damaged, missing, or invisible from the air after being ill-sighted amid tall wheat. Evasive manoeuvring knocked some paratroopers off balance and delayed their jumps. In one flock of 91 planes, only 17 dropped in the correct spot. An anti-aircraft shell blew a major from the 3rd Brigade through a hole in his plane's fuselage. With a static line wrapped around his legs, he dangled beneath the aircraft for half an hour until he was reeled back into the bay. He returned to England and then, later on June 6th, made France by glider, mussed but unharmed. Less fortunate were the men dumped into the Atlantic or the flooded Dives Valley. One sodden brigadier took 4 hours to wade to the riverbank near Cabourg, steeping in the 60 tea bags he had sewn into his battle dress. We could see where parachute canopies had collapsed in silken circles on the water, an officer reported. Bodies would be discovered in the Dives muck for the next half-century. Amid calamity came a celebrated success. 6 large hawser gliders, a craft named for the wife of a Saxon king but known as the Flying Morgue for its tendency to disintegrate in hard landings, carried 181 men under Major John Howard, a former Oxford policeman. Cheered by urns of tea spiked with rum, they too had sung Cow Cow Boogie and It's a Long Way to Tipperary until the pilots shouted, "Casting off!" and tow ropes parted from the Halifax bombers ahead. For 3 minutes, Howard and his men sat in silence but for wind shrieking over the barn door flaps, their arms linked and fingers locked in a butcher's grip. 3 horses led by Lady Irene corkscrewed to the west until a pilot spotted their target and abruptly yelped, "Christ, there's the bridge!" Then, "Brace for impact!" With a sound likened by one private to a giant sheet being ripped apart, the gliders clipped France at 100 miles an hour, the wheels torn away as the horses bounded into the air, then settled on their skids in an orange spray of sparks so intense the glidermen mistook them for German tracers. Stunned but uninjured, Howard and his men wiggled head first through jagged holes in the glider fabric, lugging their Sten guns and canvas buckets brimming with grenades. There, hardly 50 yards from Lady Irene's battered nose, stood the squat Bénouville Bridge over the Caen Canal. An astonished sentry turned and fled, bellowing in alarm. A very flare floated overhead, silvering the dark water, and 50 enemy soldiers, mostly Ostropon conscripts from Eastern Europe, stumbled towards the western bridge ramp as gunfire pinged from girders and rails. Too late. Howard's men shot and grenaded their way across, shouting Abel, Baker, and Charlie to keep the 3 platoons intact. Anything that moved, a British soldier later acknowledged, we shot. One platoon commander fell dead from enemy fire, but within a quarter hour the span belonged to the British. The German bridge commander was captured when his car, laden with lingerie and perfume, skittered into a ditch. To atone for the loss of his honour, he asked in vain to be shot. 3 rickety French tanks crewed by Germans lumbered toward the bridge, only to be smacked with Piat anti-armor fire. 2 fled, and the 3rd burned for an hour after a crewman crawled from his hatch with both legs missing. Major Howard soon got word that the other half of his command had captured the nearby Orne River Bridge at Ronville. He ordered the heartening news to be broadcast in a coded radio message, then dug in to await both reinforcement and a more resolute enemy counterstroke. Across the Orne and Dives floodplains, additional gliders plummeted after mid-air collisions caused by treacherous crosswinds or crash-landed with the usual mangled undercarriages. One hawser skidded through a cottage and emerged, it was said, bearing a double bed with a French couple still under the duvet. Hunting horns and bugles tooted in the night as officers rallied their scattered companies. After one vicious burst of gunfire, an unhinged young paratrooper cried, "They got my mate! They got my mate!" Mates fell, but so did bridges. Those over the Orne were captured, and 4 across the Dives were blown. Perhaps the most perilous mission fell to the 9th Battalion of the Parachute Regiment, ordered to destroy a coastal battery at Merville believed capable of ranging Sword Beach, easternmost of the Overlord Quintet. Surrounded by a cattle fence, minefields, barbed wire thickets, and machine gun pits, the big guns and 200 gunners were protected by steel doors and concrete 6 feet thick, with 12 feet of dirt overhead. Of 750 paratroopers dropped to do the deed, only 150 landed near the assembly area. Instead of 60 lengths of Bangalore torpedo, metal tubes packed with explosive to breach barbed wire, just 16 could be found by 3 a.m. No matter. The Bangalores blew 2 gaps rather than the planned 4. Creeping paratroopers diffused mines and tripwire booby traps with their fingers. While a diversionary attack forced the main gate, assault teams slaughtered Germans by the score and spiked the guns by removing their breech blocks. A signal officer dispatched the news to England by banded pigeon. Though the guns proved both smaller and fewer than expected, only 75mm and 2 rather than 4, the menacing Merville battery had fallen. The price had been high. I went in with 150, the battalion commander reported, and came out with only 65 on their feet. The butcher's bill had indeed been high for airborne forces on both flanks of the invasion crescent. Fewer than half of the 4,800 British troops now in France were either sufficiently near or sufficiently alive to join the fight in coherent units on June 6th. Still, the fraction exceeded that of American forces to the west. Yet this day would be famous even before it dawned, in no small measure because of the gutful men who had come to war by air. Beset by mischance, confounded by disorder, they had mostly done what they were asked to do. Now the battle would hang on those who came by sea. First tied ship by ship, convoy by convoy, the Overlord fleets slid into the broad black bay of the Seine. A vanguard of minesweepers carved an intricate maze of swept channels, demarcated by danbuoys agleam in the phosphorescent sea. Sailors and soldiers alike were astonished to find the Barfleur lighthouse still burning east of Cherbourg. Among the world's tallest and most conspicuous beacons, the rotating double flash was visible for 30 miles. Ahead lay the dark coastline where it was said that Norman pirates once paraded lanterns on the horns of oxen to imitate ships' lights, pulling rings from the fingers of drowned passengers on vessels lured onto the reefs. Glints of gold and crimson could be seen far to starboard over the Cotentin and far to port above the Orne. Airborne troops had apparently found the fight they were seeking. A pilot in a P-51 Mustang, peering down at the armada spread across the teeming sea, would recognize an ancient, filthy secret. War in these conditions is, for a short span, magnificent. On the pitching decks below, grandeur remained elusive. Riflemen on the bridge wings of 2 old Channel steamers, HMS Prince Baudouin and HMS Prince Leopold, watched for mines beyond the bow waves. Fear, a Coast Guardsman on LC-188 mused, is a passion like any other passion. A ship's doctor on Bayfield confessed to drinking so much coffee that I was having extra systoles every 4th or 5th beat. A veteran sergeant from Virginia aboard the Samuel Chase recorded, "The waiting is always the worst. The mind can wander." Waiting for battle induced the philosopher in every man. Mac, a young soldier in the 16th Infantry, asked a comrade, "When a bullet hits you, does it go all the way through?" A chaplain peering over the shoulder of a Royal Navy officer found him reading Horace's satires. "Si quid forte jocosius hoc mihi juris cum venia dabis dixero." If I perchance have spoken too facetiously, indulge me. At 2 a.m, the ship's loudspeaker on United States. Samuel Chase broke up a poker game and summoned G-Ears to breakfast, where mess boys in white jackets served pancakes and sausage. In lesser messes, troops picked at cold sandwiches or tinned beef from Uruguay. On the bridge of HMS Danae, an officer shared out drams of the most superb 1812 brandy from a bottle laid down by my great-grandfather in 1821. A British Army officer aboard the Empire broadsword told Royal Naval Commandos, "Do not worry if you do not survive the assault, as we have plenty of backup troops who will just go in over you." Precisely what the enemy knew about the approaching flotillas remained uncertain. The German radar network, It stretched from Norway to Spain, with a major site every 10 miles on the North Sea and Channel coasts, had been bombed for the past month. In recent days, 120 installations at 47 sites between Calais and Cherbourg had received particular attention from fighter bombers and the most intense electronic jamming ever unleashed. The German early warning system had now been whittled to an estimated 5% of capacity. Various deceptions also played out, including the deployment of 36 balloons with radar reflectors to simulate invasion ships where none sailed. Near Calais, where a German radar site had deliberately been left functioning, Allied planes dumped metal confetti, known as window, into the airstream to mimic the electronic signature of bomber formations sweeping toward northern France. West of Le Havre and Boulogne, planes flying meticulously calibrated oblong courses also scattered enough window to simulate two large naval fleets, each covering 200 square miles, steaming toward the coast at 8 knots. The actual Overlord fleets deployed an unprecedented level of electronic sophistication that foreshadowed 21st century warfare. 603 jammers had been distributed to disrupt the search and fire control radars in enemy shore batteries, including 240 transmitters carried aboard LCTs and other small craft headed for the beaches, and 120 high-powered jammers to protect large warships. Jamming had begun at 9:30 p.m. when the first ships drew within 15 miles of that brilliant Barfleur light. Of particular concern were glide bombs, dropped from aircraft and guided by German pilots using a joystick and a radio transmitter. First used by the Luftwaffe in August 1943, glide bombs, notably a model called the Fritz X, had sunk the Italian battleship Roma and nearly sank the cruiser United States. Savannah, off Salerno, Hitler had stockpiled Fritz X's and the similar HS-293 to attack any invasion. Ultra revealed that 145 radio control bombers now flew from French airdromes. But Allied ships were no longer as defenseless as they had been in the Mediterranean, where skippers had ordered electric razors switched on in the desperate hope of disrupting Luftwaffe radio signals. Now, the dozen different jammer variants humming in the Bay of the Seine included devices designed against glide bombs specifically. In cramped forecastles on United States S. Bayfield and other ships, oscilloscope operators stared at their screens for the telltale electronic signature of a glide bomb. A fixed pip, one that will stick straight up like a man's erect penis, in one sailor's inimitable description. After pinpointing the precise enemy frequency, a good countermeasures team could begin jamming within 10 seconds. Or so it was hoped. Allied bombing had intensified at midnight. Each time they woke us up in the night, somebody would say, "It's D-Day." But it never was, wrote Bert Stiles, an American B-17 pilot. And then on the 6th of June it was. More than 1,000 British heavy bombers struck coastal batteries and inland targets in the small hours, gouging gaping craters along the Norman seaboard. Anti-aircraft fire rose like a pearl curtain, and flame licked from damaged Allied planes, labouring back toward the Channel. A Canadian pilot radioed that he was losing altitude, then sent a final transmission before ploughing into France. "Order me a late tea." Transfixed men aboard Augusta watched a stricken bomber with all 4 engines streaming fire plunge directly at the ship before swerving to starboard to crash amid the waves a mile astern. Behind the British came virtually the entire American bomber fleet of 1,635 planes. B-26 Marauder crews, aware that paratroopers in the Cotentin were pressing toward the causeways on the peninsula's eastern lip, flew parallel to the shoreline below 6,000 feet to drop 4,414 bombs with commendable accuracy along Utah Beach. Less precise was the main American force, the 1,350 B-17 Flying Fortresses and B-24 Liberators of the 8th Air Force, funneled from England in a roaring corridor 10 miles wide and led by Pathfinder planes flipping out flares at 1-mile intervals like burning breadcrumbs. Their targets included 45 coastal fortifications, mostly within rifle range of the high watermark from Sword Beach in the east to Omaha in the west. Given the imprecision of heavy bombers at 16,000 feet, under perfect conditions, less than half their bombs were likely to fall within a quarter mile of an aim point. The primary intent was not to pulverize enemy defenses, but to demoralize German defenders beneath the weight of metal. Conditions were far from perfect. Overcast shrouded the coast as the formations made landfall, 6 squadrons abreast on a course perpendicular to the beaches. Eisenhower, a week earlier, had agreed to permit clumsy blind bombing, if necessary, using H-2X radar to pick out the shoreline and approximate target locations. On the night of June 5th, he authorized another abrupt change requested by 8th Air Force. To avoid accidentally hitting the approaching invasion flotillas, bombardiers would delay dumping their payloads for an additional 5 to 30 seconds beyond the normal release point. For an hour and a half, 3,000 tons of bombs gouged the Norman landscape in a paroxysm of hellfire and turned earth. Minefields, phone wires, and rocket pits inland were obliterated, but less than 2% of all bombs fell in the assault areas, and virtually none hit the shoreline or beach fortifications. Repeated warnings against fratricide had the effect of producing an overcautious attitude in the minds of most of the bombardiers. An 8th Air Force analysis later concluded. Some added many seconds to the half-minute bombs-away delay already imposed. Nearly all payloads tumbled a mile or two from the coast, and some fell farther. Many thousands of bombs were wasted. No defenders had been ejected from their concrete lairs. Whether they felt demoralized by the flame and apocalyptic noise behind them would only be discerned when the first invasion troops touched shore. Heavy chains rattled through hawse pipes across the bay, followed by splash after mighty splash as anchors slapped the sea and sank from sight. An anguished voice cried from a darkened deck, "For Christ's sake, why in the hell don't we send the Krauts a telegram and let them know we're here?" Another voice called out, "Anchor holding, sir, in 17 fathoms." Aboard Princess Astrid, 6 miles from Sword Beach, a loudspeaker summons, "Troops to parade, troops to parade," brought assault platoons to the mess deck. On ships 11 miles off Omaha, G is in the 116th Infantry, pushed single file through double blackout curtains to climb to the weather decks. Landing craft, described as oversized metal shoeboxes, swung from davits, waiting to be loaded with soldiers. Others would be lowered empty, smacking against the steel hulls, to be boarded by GIs creeping down the cargo nets that sailors now spread over the sides. A Coast Guard lieutenant on Bayfield watched troops adjusting their packs, fitting bayonets to their rifles, and puffing on cigarettes as if that would be their last. There was complete silence. Scribbling in his diary, he added, "One has the feeling of approaching a great abyss." Nautical twilight arrived in Normandy on June 6th at 5:16 a.m., when the ascending sun was 12 degrees below the eastern horizon. For the next 42 minutes until sunrise at 5:58, the dawning day revealed what enemy radar had not. To a German soldier near Vierville, the fleet materialized like a gigantic town afloat, while a French boy peering from his window in Grand Camp saw more ships than sea. Minesweepers nosed close to shore, clearing bombardment lanes for 140 warships preparing to drench the coast with gunfire. Blinkered messages from sweeps just 2 miles off the British beaches reported no hint of enemy stirrings, and Omaha too appeared placid. But at 5:30 AMR on the approaches to Utah, black splashes abruptly leaped mast-high fore and aft of the cruisers HMS Black Prince and United States Eds Quincy, followed by the distant bark of shore guns. 2 destroyers also took fire 3 miles from the shingle, and a minesweeper fled seaward, chased by large shells thrown from Sam Vast. At 5:36 a.m., after allowing Mustang and Spitfire spotter planes time to pinpoint German muzzle flashes, Admiral Deo ordered, "Commence counter-battery bombardment." Soon enough, 800 naval guns thundered along a 50-mile firing line. Sailors packed cotton in their ears. Concussion ghosts rippled their dungarees. "The air vibrated," wrote the reporter Don Whitehead. Ammunition cars sped upward from magazines with an ascending hum, followed by the heavy thump of shells dropped into loading trays before being rammed into the breach. Turrets slewed landward with theatrical menace. 2 sharp buzzes signalled, "Stand by," then a single buzz for fire. "Clouds of yellow cordite smoke billowed up," wrote A.J. Liebling as he watched the battleship Arkansas from LC-1 88. There was something leonine in their tint as well as in the roar that followed. The 12 and 14-inch shells from the murderous Queen's Arkansas and Texas sounded like railway trains thrown skyward, wrote Ernest Hemingway, watching through Zeiss binoculars as a war correspondent aboard HMS Empire Anvil. Paint peeled from Nevada's scorched gun barrels, bearing blue steel, and sailors swept cork shell casings and the burned silk from powder bags into the sea. David K. E. Bruce, an Office of Strategic Services operative who would later serve as United States ambassador in 3 European capitals, wrote in his diary aboard United States, Tuscaloosa, "There is cannonading on all sides as well as from the shore. The air is acrid with powder, and a fine spray of disintegrated wadding comes down on us like lava ash. The deck trembles under our feet, and the joints of the ship seem to creak and stretch. Repeated concussions have driven the screws out of their sockets and shattered light bulbs. German shells soared over the bay in crimson parabolas. The arc at its zenith looks as if it would end up on the Quincy," wrote an officer eyeing an approaching round. "I am wrong, happily wrong." Ships zigged, zagged and zigged some more, their battle ensigns snapping and their wakes boiling white. Seasoned tars could gauge the size of an enemy shell from the height of the splash, including the 210mm ship killers thrown from the 3-gun battery at Saint-Marcoux. "It is a terrible and monstrous thing to have to fire on our homeland," an admiral on the French cruiser, Montcalm, advised his crew, "but I want you to do it this day." A Frenchwoman ashore wrote in her diary, "It is raining iron. The windows are exploding, the floor is shaking, we are choking in the smell of gunpowder." She piled her children and mattresses onto a horse cart and fled inland. Allied planes swaddled the bombardment lanes with white smoke to blind German gunners. The destroyer United States SS Corrie, which had fired 400 rounds in an hour, slowed momentarily as sailors hosed down her sizzling 5-inch barrels. At that moment, the breeze tugged away the smoke screen long enough for Saint-Marcoux to lay 4 shells in a neat line 150 yards to port. Corrie's skipper had just ordered 25 knots at hard right rudder when a stupefying explosion knocked the ship's company to the deck, if not overboard. "We seemed to jump clear of the water," a sailor later recalled. "A large fissure crossed the main deck and around through the hull. The blast cracked the destroyer like an eggshell, opening a foot-wide gap across the keel and between her stacks, flooding the engine and fire rooms, and scalding sailors to death, with steam from a ruptured boiler. Crushed bulkheads and debris trapped other men below decks. With power and light gone, the rudder jammed. Both the fantail and bow levitated above Corrie's broken back. Crewmen hoisted a signal. This ship needs help." Most sailors on the destroyer believed that a salvo from German shore guns had struck the mortal blow, but subsequent reports blamed a sea mine. 80 sweepers would trawl the Utah approaches, eventually finding 200 mines. None, however, had yet discovered the enemy field across the boat lanes on Cardonet Bank. An ultra-warning of the minefield had been sent to senior United States Navy commanders, who appeared to have overlooked it, a British intelligence study later concluded. 8 minutes after the first explosion, with the main deck awash knee-deep, Corrie's captain ordered her abandoned. Radio codes were slung overboard in weighted bags. For 2 hours, until rescue vessels pulled close, survivors thrashed about in 54-degree water. An ensign dying of exposure tried to lash himself to a raft with his uniform necktie. German shells pummeled the wreckage, rupturing Corrie's smoke generator, detonating 40mm shells and killing more men. She sank in 6 fathoms with her prow and mainmast, an American flag still flying, visible at low water 3 miles from shore. The mishap killed 22 and injured 33. 5 more vessels were sunk and 24 damaged near Cardonet Bank in the next 10 days. Experience from the Pacific suggested that naval bombardment against stout coastal defences should last days, even weeks, but profound differences existed between battering an isolated island and shelling from the shallow, cramped English Channel, a long coastline with interior lines that permitted quick enemy reinforcement. The job was the tougher because German gun casemates had concrete walls and ceilings up to 12 feet thick. Consequently, the preparatory bombardment for the American beaches in Overlord lasted barely half an hour in order to get on with the landings. Allied ships on June 6th fired 140,000 shells, but few enemy casemates were destroyed. Of 218 huge shells and almost 1,000 6-inch rounds flung at the Hallgate Battery, for example, only one direct hit was recorded. Of 28 batteries capable of ranging Utah Beach with 111 guns, none were completely knocked out in the Dawn barrage. And despite being hammered by 3 battleships, a heavy cruiser, and sundry lesser vessels, that pesky San Marcou battery would hold out until June 12th. As with the air bombardment, the extent to which German defenders were unmanned by the naval pummeling would be revealed only by making land. Brigadier General Roosevelt intended to see with his own congenitally weak, vaguely crossed eyes just how stout the enemy defences remained. The Channel's idiosyncratic tidal flow required staggering the 5 beach landings over the space of an hour. Utah, the westernmost, would be first, and Roosevelt would be first among the first, landing with the initial 20 assault boats of the 4th Infantry Division. After a peevish colloquy aboard United States X, Barnett over his missing lifebelt. "I've already given you 3, an exasperated aide complained. He stumped to the ship's wet rail, patting his shoulder holster. "I've got my pistol, 1 clip of ammunition and my walking cane," he announced in his foghorn bass. "That's all I expect to need." When a soldier leaned across from the dangling landing craft to offer a hand, Roosevelt swatted it aside. "Get the hell out of my way. I can jump in there by myself. You know I can take it as well as any of you." Springing 5 feet into the boat, he steadied himself with his cane as whirring windlasses lowered the craft into the heaving chop. Sailors cast off the shackles as Roosevelt bantered with the pale, wide-eyed men around him because, as he had written Eleanor, there are shadows when they stop to think. "Away all boats!" a voice called from above. Icy water sloshed around the ankles of 30 soldiers, already shivering and vomiting, packed like herring in the 36-foot hull. A coxswain gunned the diesel engine, swinging the blunt bow into the swell, and Ted Roosevelt headed back to the war. He was an unlikely vanguard, even if he had stormed ashore with the assault waves at Oran and Gila, even if he had won Distinguished Service Crosses in the Great War and for heroics against German panzers at El Ghetto, and even if, as A.J. Liebling warranted, he was as nearly fearless as it is given to man to be. Short, gnarled and bandy-legged, he reminded 1G1 of some frazzle-assed old sergeant. Gassed in the eyes and lungs at Cantigny in 1918, then left with a permanent limp after being shot at Soissons, Roosevelt more recently had been hospitalized in England for 3 weeks after returning from the Mediterranean with pneumonia. He liked to quote from the Pilgrim's Progress, always tucked into his kit bag, "My marks and scars I carry with me." To no one had he disclosed the chest pains gnawing beneath his service ribbons. His greatest ambition, according to his mother, was to achieve the same heights as his father, the 26th president, whose famous crowded hour in combat he had charged off to San Juan Hill in a Brooks Brothers cavalry uniform with a dozen spare pairs of steel-rimmed spectacles, seemed to haunt his son's own crowded hours. If Ted was unlikely to join Theodore on Mount Rushmore, his achievements were impressive enough given that he had nearly flunked out of Harvard before working as a mill hand in a Connecticut carpet factory. A wealthy investment banker by age 30, he had served as Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Chairman of American Express, Governor General of the Philippines, and Governor of Puerto Rico, where he learned Spanish, attacked the island's health problems, and helped forestall a run on the banks by ponying up $100,000 of his own money. His many books included 3 Kingdoms of Indochina, and Hemingway included one of his World War I yarns in Men at War, Best War Stories of All Time. His correspondence ranged from Irving Berlin and Robert Frost to Orville Wright, Rudyard Kipling, and Babe Ruth. Roosevelt's political career stalled when he lost the 1924 New York gubernatorial election to Al Smith. The other Eleanor in the family, the wife of his distant cousin Franklin, had campaigned against him by touring the state in a truck shaped like a huge steaming teapot, implicating him in the Teapot Dome scandal. He was in fact guiltless. "What man of spirit does not envy you?" Theodore had written to his son in France in 1917. "Military life, then as now, proved Ted's first best destiny all along," one admirer wrote. Returning to uniform in 1941, he became assistant commander of the 1st Infantry Division. But his tolerance of rowdy indiscipline in a unit given to rampages ran afoul of Omar Bradley. Roosevelt and the division commander, Terry Delameza Allen, were sacked toward the end of the Sicilian campaign. Roosevelt wept at this great grief, then promptly campaigned for another combat billet. "As long as I can fight in the front lines," he wrote, "I've still got manhood." After pestering Eisenhower's chief of staff, Beetle Smith, he asked his wife to petition George Marshall, reasoning that it was all right to pull strings, if what you wanted was a more dangerous job than the one you had. Failing to move Marshall in a personal visit, Eleanor persisted with a note. "Is the matter considered so serious that he is not to be given another chance to command troops?" The Army's chief capitulated. Roosevelt joined the 4th Division in early spring and immediately agitated to lead the Utah assault. Twice refused by the division commander, Major General Raymond O. Tubby Barton Roosevelt on May 26 tried again with a 6-point memorandum, arguing that the behavior pattern of all is apt to be set by those first engaged. He added, "They'll figure that if a general is with them, it can't be that rough." Barton relented as well, and now, at 6:30 a.m., the boat ramp dropped 100 yards from shore. Drenched, cold, and exhilarated, Roosevelt waded waist-deep through the surf and onto France. He was on the wrong beach. Billowing dust from the air and naval bombardment hid what few landmarks existed on the flat coastline, and the 2 guideboats leading the Cockleshell flotilla had fallen back, one with a fouled propeller, the other sunk with a hole in the port bow from a Cardonet Bank mine. Rather than landing opposite Beach Exit 3 and its adjacent causeway over the flooded marshlands, Roosevelt and his spearhead of 600 men had come ashore almost 2,000 yards south, near Exit 2. Worse still, 8 LCTs carrying 32 Sherman tanks, outfitted with propellers and inflatable canvas bloomers, allowing them to putter to shore, had been delayed when one vessel tripped another mine. "Higher than her length she rises," wrote Admiral Deo on Tuscaloosa, "turns slowly, stern downward, and crashes back into the bay." 4 tanks went to the bottom and some 20 men to their graves. Rather than beaching just behind the assault infantry as intended, the remaining Shermans would arrive 20 minutes late. Weak eyes or no, Roosevelt recognized his plight. Hobbling into the dunes, he spied a windmill and other structures far to the north. "We're not where we're supposed to be," he told the 8th Infantry Commander, Colonel James A. Van Fleet, who arrived at 7 a.m. "You see that brick building over there to our right front? It always showed up in those aerial photographs, and it was always on the left. I'm sure we're about a mile or 2 miles farther south." The accidental beach proved pleasingly benign, with few fortifications, fewer beach obstacles, and little enemy artillery. German defenders did indeed seem dazed by the air and naval pummeling. Wave followed wave of landing craft jammed with standing troops who reminded Hemingway of medieval pikemen. Roosevelt worked the waterline with a cane in one hand, a map in the other, walking around as if he was looking over some real estate, as one sergeant recalled. Occasional enemy shells detonated in the dunes with a concussion likened by Hemingway to a punch with a heavy, dry glove. Few of the shells fell with precision. "How do you boys like the beach?" Roosevelt roared at arriving 12th Infantry troops. "It's a great day for hunting. Glad you made it." Engineers swarmed ashore, blowing beach obstacles and gaps in the masonry seawall with hellbox charges and cries of "fire in the hole." Demolition teams had hoped to clear the beaches in 12 hours. Instead, 90 minutes after Roosevelt first sloshed ashore, the fleet was advised that all boats could land with no fear of impaling themselves on the obstacles. Through the dunes and across the beach road, several thousand GYs, the first of 32,000 in Force U, cleared resistance nests with grenades, Tommy guns, and tank fire. A German corpse crushed beneath a Sherman's tracks lay ironed flat like a figure in a comic book, according to a staff officer's description, with the arms of its grey uniform at right angles to its pressed and flattened coat, and black boots and the legs that were in them just as flat and thin as if they had been cut from a sheet of dirty cardboard. 4 causeways leading to the Cotentin interior would be seized and exploited on June 6th, including one under a foot of water. To avoid clogging the narrow roads, swimmers and non-swimmers from the 12th Infantry paired off to cross the flooded fields. "I gave an arm signal," the regimental commander reported, and 3,000 heavily burdened infantrymen walked into the man-made lake. The mutter of gunfire sounded along a 3-mile front, scarlet tracers skipping like hot stones across the water. Soldiers waggled swatches of orange cloth, peering westward through the haze for answering waggles from the 101st Airborne. Near Exit 1 in the far south, a tank lieutenant hopped down from his Sherman to help a wounded paratrooper, only to trip a mine, blowing off both feet. His crew dragged both damaged men to safety with ropes. A dead German soldier was found stripped to the waist, shaving cream still on his chin. Others were mowed down or captured, including 50 gunners with 3 horse-drawn 88mm guns. An enemy soldier burned by a flamethrower was evacuated to the beach, charred, blistered, but still breathing. "It sure takes a lot to kill a German," a Coast Guard lieutenant told his diary. G snipped the unit flashes from enemy sleeves and gave the patches to intelligence analysts. East of Poopville, a 101st Airborne Squad cautiously summoned scouts from the 4th Division across the causeway. "Where's the war?" an 8th Infantry soldier asked, rifle slung on his shoulder. A paratrooper gestured vaguely inland. "Anywhere from here on back." Soon enough, Roosevelt raced up in his newly landed Jeep, Rough Rider. Hearing the slap of artillery ahead, he shouted to an officer, "Hey boy, there's shooting up there!" then cackled with laughter as he drove off to the sound of the guns. 11 miles offshore, aboard United States SS. Bayfield, the naval commander of Force U, Rear Admiral Don P. Moon, sent a heartening battle report at 9:45 a.m. 15 of 26 waves landed, obstacles cleared, vehicles moving inland. Moon's buoyant dispatch belied a fretful anxiety. The loss of Corrie and other vessels on the Cardonet Bank had already led him to delay 7 assault waves, and now he had all but decided to halt the landings completely until minesweepers could carefully comb the shallows. At age 50, Admiral Moon was given to perturbations. The son of an Indiana lawyer, he had graduated from Annapolis in 1916 at the top of his class in ordnance, gunnery, and engineering. His graduate studies of ballistics at the University of Chicago led to successful field tests aboard the battleships Maryland and Nevada. He wrote short stories, secured a patent for a razor blade holder, and commanded a destroyer squadron during the invasion of Morocco with exemplary conduct and leadership under fire. After a year as a staff officer in Washington and promotion to flag rank, he took command of Force U when Overlord expanded from 3 beaches to 5. Subordinates considered him hard-working, hard-driving and humorless, sometimes demanding of junior officers, "What are you famous for? What do you do?" The deaths of 700 men on his watch during Exercise Tiger in late April nearly unhinged him. Moon really broke down, a staff officer reported, and he was determined that no such calamity would occur in the Bay of the Seine. In his spare office aboard Bayfield, Moon abruptly revealed his plan to halt the landings to the Army's 7th Corps commander. This was Major General J. Lawton Collins, a boyish towhead and Guadalcanal veteran known as Lightning Joe. He would oversee all operations in the Cotentin once Force U reached shore. Collins was appalled if unsurprised, having detected in Moon a tendency to be overly cautious. To his wife, the general wrote in mid-May, "He is the first admiral I've ever met who wears rubbers on a mere rainy day." Both forceful and charming, Collins ticked off the reasons to continue to press ahead. Light resistance on Utah, with fewer than 200 casualties in the 4th Division. Troops boring inland. Naval losses painful but moderate. More to the point, the 101st Airborne needed urgent reinforcement, and nothing had been heard from the 82nd Airborne. I had to put my foot down hard to persuade the Admiral, Collins later said. Persuade him he did. Moon relented, with misgivings, then assumed a brave face in a brief, stilted statement to reporters on his flagship. It is our good fortune, which always goes with parties who plan well, that Force U has made a successful landing, he told them, then added, the initial action has been won. Hell's Beach, 15 miles southeast of Utah, the flat Norman littoral lifted briefly to form a sea-chewed plateau named La Côte du Calvados after a reef on which legend held the Spanish galleon Salvador came to grief in 1588 as part of the Armada's larger mischance. In various Allied plans, the crescent plage below the bluffs had been labelled Beach 46, Beach 313 and X Beach. Now it was known, and would forever be known, as Omaha. 5 miles long, composed of packed sand yielding to shingle sorted in size by 1,000 storms, the beach offered but 5 exits up the 100-foot escarpment, each following a narrow watercourse to 4 villages of thick-walled farmhouses a mile or so inland. June airs usually wafted out of the south, but on this fraught morning the wind whistled from the northwest at almost 20 knots, raising the offshore lop to 6 feet and accelerating the current from 2 knots to 3, running easterly or westerly depending on the tide. That Norman tide was a primordial force unseen in any previous amphibious landing. Rising 23 feet, twice daily, it inundated the beach and everything on it at a rate of a vertical foot every 8 minutes, then ebbed at almost an inch per second. Low tide typically revealed 400 yards of open strand, but 6 hours later that low tide mark would lie more than 20 feet deep. To finesse this phenomenon in landing the 30,000 assault troops of Task Force O, followed by 26,000 more in Force B, planners chose to attack on a rising tide the morning of June 6th. This would permit landing craft to ferry the assault force as far up the exposed beach as possible, but without stranding the boats on falling water as the tide retreated. 10,000 combat engineers would land with the infantry on June 6th, as the historian Joseph Balkowski has written, yet the first sappers would have only half an hour to blow open lanes among the beach obstacles for landing craft before the rising sea swallowed them. Overlord's plan called for 9 infantry companies to attack simultaneously on a beach divided into segments: Dog, Easy, Charlie, and Fox. But 3 mistakes had already given Omaha an ineluctable tragic cast. 1 error attributable mostly to the Navy, 2 to the Army. To minimize the risk of German shore fire, naval captains had anchored their transport ships 11 miles distant, guaranteeing derangement of the landing echelons by wind, current, and confusion. In a bid for tactical surprise, Army commanders had insisted on truncating the naval bombardment to barely 35 minutes, enough to scare the defenders, but not enough, given the clean miss by Allied air forces, to subdue them. The Army also had chosen to storm the narrow beach exits, where fortifications were sturdiest, rather than stressing infiltration up the bluffs to outflank enemy strongpoints. The German defences were fearsome. 85 machine gun nests, soon known to G's as murder holes, covered Omaha, more than all 3 British beaches combined. Unlike the obstacles at Utah, many of the 3,700 wood pilings and iron barriers embedded in the tidal flat at Omaha were festooned with mines, like huckleberries, as a Navy officer described them. Unique among the 5 beaches, the escarpment allowed plunging as well as grazing fire. 35 pillboxes and 8 massive bunkers, some as big as a New England town hall, in one reporter's description, defended the beach's 5 exits, while 18 anti-tank sites, 6 Nebelwerfer rocket launcher pits, and 4 artillery positions covered the balance of the beach. Guns enfiladed nearly every grain of sand on Omaha, concealed from the sea by concrete and earthen blast shields that aerial photos had failed to find. Thanks to smokeless, flashless powder and a German ban on tracer bullets here, gun pits remained, as a Navy analysis conceded, exceedingly difficult to detect. Also undetected and unexpected by the assault troops were German reinforcements. Rommel in mid-March had shifted the 352nd Infantry Division to the coast from Saint-Lô, 20 miles inland, placing 2 regiments behind Omaha and Gold Beaches, alongside 2 regiments from the feebler 716th Infantry Division, while a 3rd 352nd Regiment bivouacked in reserve at Bayeux. Neither ultra nor conventional intelligence sniffed out the move. Belated suspicions of reinforcement reached Omar Bradley's 1st Army headquarters on June 4th, too late to alert the scattered fleets under a radio blackout. The 13,000 troops from the 352nd, mobile, dangerous and so young that Wehrmacht officers requisitioned milk from French farmers to build their bones, had spent much of their time in recent weeks hauling timber in dray carts from the Forêt de Cericy to buttress the Atlantic Wall. Nearly half the division's infantry strength, including 2 battalions on bicycles, had been dispatched before dawn to the southern Cotentin with orders to confront reported paratroopers. Some of those invaders proved to be exploding puppets, hundreds of airborne dummies with noisemakers, accompanied by a few British tricksters popping flares and playing gramophone recordings of gunfire. If the Omaha defences had been thinned to 3 weak battalions by such dupery, they remained far more lethal than the single immobile regiment scattered over a 50-mile front that most GEs had expected to biff aside. Rather than the 3-to-1 ratio favoured by attackers in storming an entrenched foe, some units now sweeping toward land would meet odds of 3 to 5. The foreshore that had first warranted only a succession of code numbers and then a homely codename, now would earn other enduring epithets, including Bloody Omaha and Hell's Beach. For those who outlived the day, who survived this high thing, this bright honour, this destiny, the memories would remain as shot-torn as the beach itself. They remembered waves slapping the steel hulls, and bilge pumps choked with vomit from seasick men making utterly inhuman noises into their gas capes. Green water curled over the gunwales as coxswains waited for a tidal surge to lift them past the bars before dropping the ramps with a heavy clank and a shouted benediction. "It's yours, take it away." They remembered the red splash of shell bursts plumping the shallows and machine gun bullets puckering the sea like wind-driven hail before tearing through the grounded boats so that, as one sergeant recalled, men were tumbling out just like corn cobs off a conveyor belt. Mortar fragments said to be the size of shovel blades skimmed the shore, trimming away arms, legs, heads. The murder holes murdered. Steel-jacketed rounds kicked up sand like wicked living things, as a reporter wrote, or swarmed overhead in what the novelist soldier Vernon Scannell called an insectile whine. Soldiers who had sung Happy D-Day, Dear Adolf, now cowered like frightened animals. They desperately gouged out shallow holes in the shingle with mess kit spoons and barked knuckles, mouths agape in a rictus of astonishment intended to prevent artillery concussions from rupturing their eardrums. They remembered brave men advancing as if walking in the face of a real strong wind, in Forrest Pogue's image, all affecting the same tight grimace until whip-crack bullets cut them down. Above the battle din, they remembered the cries of comrades ripped open, merging at moments into a single ululation, described by the BBC reporter David Howarth as a long, terrible dying scream, which seemed to express not only fear and pain, but amazement, consternation and disbelief. And they remembered the shapeless dead, sprawled on the strand like smears of divine clay, or as flotsam on the making tide, weltering, with their lifebelts still cinched. All this they would remember from the beaten zone called Omaha. Army and Navy engineers lugging 28 tons of explosives were supposed to land 3 minutes behind the infantry spearhead to blow 16 gaps, each 50 yards wide, through tidal zone obstacles emplaced in 3 belts. Little went right. Some engineers landed early and alone, some landed late. Nearly all drifted left, east of their assigned beaches by up to a mile because of the current and navigation error. An 88mm shell hit Team 14's landing craft, blowing the coxswain overboard and slaughtering the vessel's entire Navy demolition squad. One man's lower trunk and severed legs were described by a seaman as sticking up in the water like a pitiful V for victory. 7 died in Team 11 when shellfire hit their rubber boat. Of 40 men in Team 15, only 4 eluded death or injury. A mortar round caught Team 12, tripping the TNT primacord and explosive charges, and killing or wounding 19 engineers in an explosion so violent that 3-legged steel hedgehogs rained down like fence posts falling, a survivor reported. Demolitionists shinnied up pilings or stood on one another's shoulders to pluck off mines and place their charges, popping violet smoke grenades to signal an imminent detonation. Gunfire shot away fuses as fast as engineers could rig them, including one burst that also carried off the fuse man's fingers. Terrified infantrymen sheltered behind the German obstacles like a cluster of bees, even as engineers screamed, kicked, and threatened to blow their charges anyway. By 7 a.m., as the flood tide began to swallow the obstacles, only 6 of 16 gaps had been cleared through all 3 belts, and at a fell cost. More than half of the engineers would be dead, wounded, or missing by mid-morning. The fiascos multiplied. Sherman amphibious tanks, ostensibly seagoing with their inflatable canvas skirts and twin propellers, began plopping into the waves from LCT ramps, like toads from the lip of an ornamental pond, as the historian John Keegan later wrote. Yet the tanks had only 9 inches of freeboard in a pond with 6-foot seas. Of 32 Shermans in one battalion, 27 sank trying to cross 6,000 yards of open water, with a loss of 9 officers and 137 men. There was a certain gallantry, the BBC's Howarth noted. Commanders of the 2nd, 3rd and 4th tanks in each LCT could see the leader's founder, but the order had been given to launch, and they launched. Farther west, a Navy lieutenant sensibly recognized the rough sea as unfit for a 33-ton swimming tank, and LCTs carrying most of another armour battalion made for shore instead. 8 Shermans went under when their vessels took direct hits, but 24 others clanked ashore. Artillerymen also struggled to land their guns. A dozen 105mm howitzers from the 111th Field Artillery Battalion had been loaded onto DUKW amphibious trucks, each of which also carried 14 men, 50 shells, and a protective rampart of 18 sandbags, enough to make the DUKW altogether unseaworthy, as the Army belatedly recognised. 8 quickly shipped water and capsized, and 3 others were lost to waves or shellfire before reaching shore. "I can still hear those men calling for help over the noise," a master sergeant later recalled. 2 infantry regiments washed onto Hell's Beach early that morning from the 2 assault divisions that formed 5th Corps. To the west, the 116th Infantry, rural Virginians marinated in Confederate glory and descended from the Stonewall Brigade of 1861, had trained in Britain for 20 months as part of the 29th Infantry Division, long enough to earn a derisive nickname, England's Own. Officers ordered men in landing craft approaching the shore to keep their heads down, as one lieutenant explained, so they wouldn't see it and lose heart. They saw soon enough. On the right flank of the invasion zone, German gunners abruptly turned Beach Dog Green into an abattoir. Without firing a shot, Company A was reportedly inert and leaderless in 10 minutes. After half an hour, 2/3 of the company had been destroyed, including Sergeant Frank Draper Jr., killed when an anti-tank round tore away his left shoulder to expose a heart that beat until he bled to death. Among 22 men from tiny Bedford of Virginia who would die in Normandy, Draper didn't get to kill anybody, his sister later lamented. A surviving officer reported that his men fell like hay dropping before the scythe. German machine guns, with a Sound 1 GUI compared to a Venetian blind being lifted up rapidly, perforated the beach, killing the wounded and re-killing the dead. All 32 soldiers in one boat, LCA 1015, were slaughtered, including their captain. A lieutenant shot in the brain continued to direct his troops until, a survivor recounted, he sat down and held his head in the palm of his hand before falling over dead. Wounded men jabbed themselves with morphine or shrieked for medics, one of whom used safety pins to close a gaping leg wound. "A guy in front of me got it through the throat," Another guy in front of me got it through the heart. I run on, a survivor later recalled. An unhinged soldier sat in the sand, weeping softly and tossing stones into the water. This, an officer declared, is a debacle. More than a mile to the east, the 16th Infantry Regiment, veterans of landings in Africa and Sicily with the 1st Infantry Division, had its own debacle. The entire first wave carried east of its intended beaches. Simply reaching the waterline reduced Company L from 187 men to 123. Medics found that the greater portion of the dead had died of bullet wounds through the head. Officers and sergeants alike began slapping wet sand over the rank insignia on their helmets to confound snipers. Fire was coming from everywhere, big and little stuff, a soldier in Company E recalled. Moved to computation by the demented shooting, one sergeant calculated that the beach was swept with at least 20,000 bullets and shells per minute. Robert Capa, who had removed his Contax camera from its waterproof oilskin to snap the most memorable photographs of the Second World War, crouched behind a burned-out Sherman on Easy Red and murmured a phrase he recalled from the Spanish Civil War. Es una cosa muy seria. This is a very serious business. The 400-ton LC-185, grounding ashore on the seam between Easy Red and Fox Green, had begun dispensing men down the left ramp when enemy 47mm and 88mm shells blew through the front hold, killing 15 and wounding 47. The Coast Guard crew backed off and steamed west several hundred yards only to face scorching fire upon putting in again. More than 24 shells ripped into the ship, igniting troop compartments and leaving the decks slick with blood. White bandages from a shot-up medical company fluttered down through the smoke. On the bridge, the skipper reported, "We could hear the screams of the men through the voice tube." Listing, burning, bleeding, LC-185 steamed for the horizon, where the wounded and the dead were extracted before she capsized and sank. By 8:30 a.m., the Omaha assault had stalled. The rising tide quickly reclaimed the thin strip of liberated beach, drowning those immobilized by wounds or fear. With no room to land more vehicles, a Navy beachmaster halted further unloading on much of the shoreline. Face downwards and as far as eyes could see in either direction, a 16th Infantry surgeon later wrote, were the huddled bodies of men living, wounded and dead, as tightly packed together as layers of cigars in a box. 2 large boats burned furiously in the shallows of Dog White. LC-191, carrying 200 soldiers, had caught a shell in her fuel tanks, engulfing the well deck in flames. At least 24 men were incinerated as others leaped into the sea, including one bright torch who dove in with even the soles of his boots blazing. Moments later, LC-192, seeking cover in her sister's smoke, struck a mine on the port bow. The explosion blew 2 soldiers from a hatch like champagne corks and trapped more than 40 others below decks. A sheet of flame shot up 30 feet in the air through the No. 1 hold directly forward of the conning tower, a yeoman reported. Terror seized me. German gunners then found the range to finish off the boat. A survivor dog paddled to the beach not as an infantry officer ready for combat, as he later acknowledged, but as the helpless, unarmed survivor of a shipwreck. Only where escarpment turned to cliff, 4 miles west of Omaha, did the early morning assault show promise. 3 companies from the 2nd Ranger Battalion scaled the headland at Point du Hoc, first climbing freehand despite a rain of grenades, then using grapnels and braided ropes fired from mortar tubes. Comrades gave covering fire from ladders loaned by the London Fire Department and carried in DUKWs. As windswept as Troy, the promontory had been reduced to what one officer called ripped open dirt by 250 shells from Texas's 14-inch barrels. Rangers hauled themselves over the lip of the cliff, then used thermite grenades to wreck 5 shore guns that had been removed from their casemates and secreted in an apple orchard. The triumph was short-lived. They soon found themselves trapped by rallying Germans who spent the next 36 hours trying to sweep them from the scarp to the rocks below. Back on Hell's Beach, several thousand shivering soldiers also found defilade where they could. and waited for a counterattack from the bluffs to bowl them back into the sea. "They'll come swarming down on us," murmured Don Whitehead. A lieutenant who watched sodden bodies advance on the creeping tide later wrote, "After a couple of looks back, we decided we couldn't look back anymore." Among those huddled on the beach was Captain Joseph T. Dawson, a lanky, dark-eyed veteran of Company G in the 16th Infantry. An hour earlier, Dawson had leaped from his landing craft onto Easy Red, just as an artillery shell struck the boat, exterminating the 33 men behind him. "The limitations of life come into sharp relief," he would write his family in Texas. "No one is indispensable in this world." From the grey deck of the command ship United States X. Augusta, none of this was clear. A brown miasma of dust and smoke draped the French coast to the south, mysterious and impenetrable except by the cherry-red battleship shells soaring toward inland targets. A cramped First Army war room had been built on the cruiser's afterdeck, 10 feet by 20, with a tarpaulin door, a Michelin map of France fastened to a sheet metal wall, and a clock whose glass face had been taped against concussion. Other maps displayed the suspected location of enemy units, marked in red, and the range of German shore guns, delineated with concentric circles. Signalmen wearing headphones listened for radio messages, which they pounded out on a bank of typewriters. From Omaha, only incoherent fragments had been heard, of sinkings, swampings, heavy fire. One dispatch picked up by another ship nearby advised, "We are being butchered like a bunch of hogs." At a plotting table in the centre of the war room sat a tall, bespectacled man in a helmet, Mae West, and 3-star field jacket. Again he asked, "What's going on?" and again got little more than an apologetic shrug. On several occasions as a young officer, Omar Bradley had studied Gallipoli, the disastrous British effort to capture Constantinople in 1915, and more recently he had scrutinised reports from Anzio. The preeminent lesson from both amphibious attacks, he concluded, was to get ground quickly. Was that happening at Omaha? Another shrug. He had expected the 2 assault regiments to be a mile inland by 8:30 a.m. But now he was unsure whether they had even reached France. Bradley had begun contemplating his course if the troops failed to get off the Strand. He felt not only alarmed, but also a bit ridiculous. This morning, the army commander sported an immense bandage on his nose to cover a boil that had been lanced in the ship's dispensary. Photographers were forbidden to take his picture. After successfully commanding a corps in Africa and Sicily, Bradley had benefited from hagiographic press coverage, including a recent Time cover story that called him Lincoln-esque, a plain, homely, steady man with brains and character. Ernie Pyle wrote that he spoke so gently a person couldn't hear him very far, while Liebling described the high cranium, bare on top except for a lattice of grey hairs, the heavy, almost undershot jaw, and the deeply emplaced presbytic eyes, peering out from under the dark brows with an expression of omnivorous but benevolent curiosity. That he still wore a cap with Lieutenant Colonel O.N. Bradley inked in the lining was considered emblematic of his humility. In fact, Lieutenant Colonel was his permanent rank. Few could resist the biography. Son of a school-teaching Missouri farmer who made $40 a month, married one of his pupils, and died when Omar was 13, Bradley had played football on an undefeated army team that earned unlikely headlines, such as West Point finds Notre Dame easy. He also befriended a classmate who was now his boss and greatest admirer, Eisenhower, as Bradley pronounced the name in his sodbuster twang. As a lieutenant, he had been sent to Montana to keep the copper mines open with fixed bayonets against labor agitators. Later, he taught mathematics at West Point while moonlighting as a construction worker, stringing cable for the Bear Mountain Bridge over the Hudson. He skipped the rank of colonel and was the first of 59 men in the military academy class of 1915 to win a general's stars. A teetotaler until the age of 33, Bradley rarely drank. He had added the pint of whiskey and 2 flasks of brandy issued when he boarded Augusta to his unopened allotment from Sicily. Vain about his marksmanship, "If there's a bird anywhere in shooting distance, I won't miss it," he once told a reporter. He had also nursed a sense of divine anointment ever since. In Tunisia, he drove his jeep over a mine that failed to explode. "I think I had some guidance from God," he later said. "I felt that I must be destined to play an important part in the war. I was saved by a miracle." Perhaps, but a few wondered if he was out of his depth, if he had been promoted beyond his natural level of competence, if some part of him remained Lieutenant Colonel O.N. Bradley. Patton, who had been his commander in the Mediterranean and would be his subordinate in France, had rated Bradley superior in all categories of generalship in September 1943, while privately calling him a man of great mediocrity. In his diary, Patton added, with typical ambivalence, "Has a strong jaw, talks profoundly and says little. I consider him among our better generals." The Omaha plan had been largely Bradley's design, including the limited fire support from the Navy, and he had dismissed predictions of stiff losses as tommyrot. Now he was not so sure. Messages from the beachhead remained fragmentary, including obstacles mined, progress slow. An aide dispatched by PT boat returned drenched and discouraged an hour later to report that troops were pinned down. A naval officer came back with a more vivid assessment. "My God, this is carnage." Told that Admiral Moon was jittery over ship losses, Bradley advised Collins, his 7th Corps commander, "We've got to get the build-up ashore, even if it means paving the whole damned channel bottom with ships." Another 25,000 troops and 4,000 vehicles were scheduled to land at Omaha on the second tide. Should those waves be diverted to Utah or to the British beaches? Would that consign those now ashore to annihilation? The man described in his high school yearbook as calculative pushed through the canvas war room door and climbed to Augusta's bridge, squinting at the opaque shore and mulling his odds. Not for some hours would Bradley learn that by late morning, his prospects on Omaha had brightened considerably, beginning at Beach Dog White. There, Brigadier General Norman Cotter, known as Dutch and the son of a French-Canadian railroad telegrapher who emigrated to New England, had reached the 5-foot timber seawall half a mile east of the beach exit leading to Vierville. Soldiers who could outcrawl the tide lay clustered like barnacles on the banked littoral, hugging wooden groins that jutted from the seawall. "We must improvise, carry on, not lose our heads," Cotter had told officers from the 116th Infantry as they sailed for Normandy. Now he improvised. Chewing an unlit cigar, jut-jawed with pale eyes and a hooked nose, Cotter scrabbled west along the groins. Pistol in hand, he sang tuneless, ad-libbed lyrics under his breath. Encountering a cluster of troops, he demanded, "What outfit is this? God damn it, if you're Rangers, get up and lead the way. I know you won't let me down. We've got to get these men off this goddamned beach." A Bangalore torpedo, threaded through a double apron of barbed wire, blew a gap across the beach road beyond the seawall. Machine gun fire cut down the first G1 into the breach. "Medico, I'm hit," he cried, then sobbed for his mother until he died. But others, including Cotter, scampered across the blacktop and through the burning marsh grass beyond. Up the bluff they climbed, single file, marking mines with white engineer tape, cigarettes, and scraps from a ration box. Smoke hid them from German marksmen, but made them weep until they strapped on gas masks. Mortar rounds killed a trio of soldiers next to Cotter and wounded his radioman. Knocked flat but unscratched, the general regained his feet and followed the snaking column toward the hill crest, past captured Germans spread-eagled on the ground. Then over the lip of the ridge they ran, past stunted pines and through uncut wheat, as Cotter yelled, "Now let's see what you're made of." G is hauling a captured MG-42 machine gun with ammunition belts draped around their necks, poured fire into enemy trenches and at the broken ranks pelting inland. By 10 a.m., tiny Vierville had fallen but for snipers. Outside a cobbler's shop, dead horses lay in their traces, still harnessed to a Wehrmacht supply wagon. Terrified civilians peeked from their window casements onto a road clogged with rubble. Another rifle company scuffing into the village found Cotter twirling his pistol on his finger. "Where the hell have you been, boys?" he asked. Elsewhere along Omaha, in what one witness called a final stubborn reserve of human courage, more desperate men found additional seams up the escarpment. I walked slowly, a 29th Division soldier recalled, dragging my unwilling soul with me. Halfway up the slope, a soldier missing a lower leg sat smoking a cigarette and fiddling with the tourniquet tied at his knee. "Watch it," he warned. "There are some personnel mines here." Captain Joe Dawson's G Company used G1 corpses as stepping stones through a minefield. "Fire everywhere it seems," a major scribbled on an envelope used as a diary. "Prayed several times." When a German feigned surrender and threw a grenade from his raised hand, disemboweling a ranger lieutenant, the dead officer's enraged men not only killed the killer, but each man reportedly shot the corpse 6 or 8 times as they filed past. A dozen destroyers, some so close to the beach that their keels scraped bottom, plied the inshore stations to fire onto targets marked by army tracer and tank rounds. One soldier watching shells arc across the bluff reported that a man standing there felt as if he could reach up and pick them out of the air. When a German artillery observer was spotted in the 11th century Colville Church Tower, United States S. Emmons took a dozen rounds to find the range, then with the 13th knocked the tower into the nave and adjacent graveyard below. A similar call for fire against the Church of Saint Laurent shattered the steeple with the first shell. After one shuddering broadside from Texas, an RAF pilot spotting for the battleship cried from his Spitfire cockpit, "Oh, simply champion!" By noon, the enemy line had been broken by half a dozen penetrations, coagulating haphazardly, as the official army history later noted. 2 fresh regiments, the 115th Infantry and the 18th Infantry, swarmed over Easy Red before the ebb tide despite the loss of many landing craft to mines and misadventure. Later, the 26th Infantry also was ordered to shore, putting the entire infantry complement of the 1st Division back in France for the first time since 1918. By mid-afternoon, some 5,000 infantrymen had scaled the bluff, finally free of plunging fire, although still tormented by fires flanking and grazing, direct and indirect. Scraps of news reached the fleet, including a message dispatched from a colonel in a DUKW. "Men believed ours on skyline. Things look better." But only after 1 p.m. did Omar Bradley, pacing on Augusta S. Flag Bridge, learn in a message from 5th Corps that the day was saved, if not won. Troops formally pinned down on beaches, Easy Red, Easy Green, Fox Red advancing up heights behind beaches. Cota continued his charmed day by hiking from Veerville down the narrow ravine toward Dog Green, forcing 5 prisoners yanked from foxholes to guide him through a minefield. "Come on down here, you sons of bitches," he yelled at snipers plinking away from the hillside. In a great geyser of masonry, engineers on the beach flats used 1,000 pounds of dynamite to demolish a long anti-tank wall 9 feet high and 6 feet thick. Armoured bulldozers scraped debris from the Veerville draw, thus opening another portal for tanks, trucks, and the mechanised juggernaut that would be needed to liberate first Normandy, then France, then the continent beyond. That left the British and Canadians beating for 3 beaches to the east. Several tactical modifications aided the trio of assault divisions in 2nd Army. Landing craft were launched 7 miles from shore rather than the 11 typical in the American sector. The Royal Navy's bombardment lasted 4 times longer than that of the United States Navy, and half a dozen gadgets eschewed by the Yanks as either too newfangled or unsuited to the American beaches, such as an armoured flamethrower and a mine flail bolted to the nose of a tank, proved useful at several points during the battle. In other respects, the bitches, as Tommies called Gold, Juno and Sword, were of a piece with Utah and Omaha, if less benign than the former and less harrowing than the latter. Some amphibious Shermans, another British brainstorm, foundered in the chop, and many LCT engine rooms flooded from leaks and the low freeboard. Landing craft ferrying Centaur tanks proved no more seaworthy than the DUKWs overloaded with American howitzers, scores capsized. Overlord's eastern flank was considered especially vulnerable, so 2 battleships and a monitor pounded the landscape with 15-inch guns from 20,000 yards, buttressed by 5 cruisers and 15 destroyers. Thousands of rockets launched from modified landing craft soared inland, like large packs of grouse going for the next parish with a strong wind under their tails, as one brigadier reported. This 28-mile stretch of coast was defended by 90 shore guns and 8 German battalions whose ranks included many conscripted Poles, Czechs, and Ukrainians of doubtful fealty to the Reich. British naval and air bombardments later were found to have demolished 1 in 10 enemy mortars, 1 in 5 machine guns, and 1 in 3 larger guns, in addition to those abandoned by their affrighted crews. Still, British assault infantrymen were said to be disappointed, having expected to find the Germans dead and not just disorganized. During the run to shore, inevitable recitations from Henry V were bellowed above the roar of diesel engines and booming guns. More than a few men felt themselves accursed for swilling proffered tots of rum, thick as syrup and as dark, in a Royal Engineer's description. Thousands of expended spew bags bobbed on the boat wakes. Heartfelt snatches of Jerusalem could be heard in wallowing landing craft, and the beer barrel polka blared from a motor launch loudspeaker. On, you noble English. Closest to Omaha lay Gold, barricaded with 2,500 obstacles along its 3.5-mile length. Engineers managed to clear only 2 boat lanes on the rising tide, and stout fortifications at La Hamel would hold out until reduced by petard bombs and grenades later in the day. "Perhaps we're intruding," one soldier mused. "This seems to be a private beach." Royal Marines, storming the fishing village of Port-en-Bessin on the Omaha boundary, suffered over 200 casualties during the 48 hours needed to finally rout enemy diehards there. But by early afternoon on June 6th, all 4 brigades of the 50th Division made shore, scuttling inland and threatening to turn the German flank. On the eastern lip of the Allied beachhead, the British 3rd Division hit sword on a narrow front in hopes of quickly knifing through to Caen, 9 miles inland. "Ramp down! All out!" the boat crews cried, echoed by sergeants barking, "Bash on! Bash on!" Enemy mortar and machine gun fire bashed back, and Royal Engineers cleared no beach obstacles on the first tide. Tommies, with shoulders hunched like boxers ready for infighting, found themselves in the surf, as a Daily Mail reporter wrote, treading on an invisible carpet of squirming men. A commando sergeant reported that the crimson-tinted seawater made it look as though men were drowning in their own blood, and a lieutenant in the King's Liverpool Regiment told his diary, "Beach a shambles, bodies everywhere, Phil killed." The northwest wind shoved the high tide line to within 30 feet of the dunes, leaving the narrow beach utterly clogged and so disrupting landing schedules that a reserve brigade remained at sea until mid-afternoon. Even so, a kilted piper with a dirk strapped to his leg, Sergeant Bill Millin, waded through the shallows playing Highland Laddie, despite cries of, "Get down, you mad bastard, you're attracting attention to us." Skirling blue bonnets over the border, Millin then marched off with commandos, in parade ground style, to search for British glidermen holding the Orne bridges. The wind-whipped tide and a bullying current also played hob with the Canadian 3rd Division on Juno, wedged between the 2 British beaches. Almost 1/3 of 300 landing craft were lost or damaged, and only 6 of 40 tanks made shore. Street fighting raged along the Courceullers harbour, and fortified houses behind the 12-foot seawall at Bernier kept Canadian artillery and vehicles jammed on the beaches. Pigeons carrying Reuters dispatches from Juno flew south rather than across the channel, provoking outraged cries of "Traitors! Damned traitors!" Despite such setbacks and 1,000 Canadian casualties, about half the number expected, the Royal Winnipeg Rifles and Regina Rifles by mid-morning had pushed 2 miles inland. Across the Anglo-Canadian bridgehead, once troops punched through the coastal defences, few German units remained to block village crossroads. At 2 p.m, Piper Millin and the commandos led by their brigadier, Lord Lovat, wearing a green beret and white sweater and swinging his shillelagh, tramped across the Bénouville Bridge, held by Major John Howard and his glider force. Now the seaborne and airborne forces were linked on both invasion flanks. 15 miles to the west, Allied fighter bombers at noon pounced on a counter-attacking regiment of 2,500 Germans with 22 assault guns near Villiers-le-Sec. British troops hieing from Gold finished the rout at 3 p.m, killing the German commander and shattering the enemy column. Reporters were told to expect a briefing by British officers at 4 p.m. in Caen. No such briefing transpired. The 3rd Division spearhead, harassed by mines and heavy gunfire, stalled 3 miles north of the city. Troops from the Royal Warwickshire Regiment, who were issued bicycles and told to cycle like mad behind the Sherman tanks into Caen, found bikes not at all the ideal accessory for crawling under mortar fire. The city and the road linking it to Bayeux remained in German hands, an inconvenience both vexing and consequential. Yet the day seemed undimmed. Canadian troops had pressed 6 miles or more into France, and British soldiers reported reaching Bayeux's outskirts. Despite sniper fire nagging from a copse nearby, engineers by day's end began building a refueling airstrip at Crépon with a 1,200-foot packed earth runway. Prisoners trudged to cages on the beach, holding up trousers from which the buttons had been snipped to discourage flight. French women who emerged from cellars to kiss their liberators found themselves happily smudged with camouflage kettle soot and linseed oil. Inquiries by officers in their public school French, "Où sont les Boches?" often provoked wild pointing and an incomprehensible torrent of Norman dialect. But there was no misunderstanding the scratchy strains of La Marseillaise played over and over by a young girl outside her cottage on an antique gramophone with a tin horn. Allons enfants de la patrie / le jour de gloire est arrivé. A conqueror's paradise. A.S. If in pursuit of the sinking sun, a black Horse convertible raced west across France from the German frontier, threading the Marne Valley from Reims, then swinging to the right bank of the Seine north of Paris. Since early May, Allied fighter bombers had demolished all 26 bridges spanning the river from the French capital to the sea, converting the bucolic drive to Normandy into a circuitous annoyance. The sleek Horse, with its winged chrome ornament on the radiator grille and twin spare tyres mounted behind the front fenders, provoked stares as the car sped through drowsy villages and farm communes. But it was the German officer in a leather coat in the front seat with a map spread across his knees who drew the eye. The familiar flat face with a narrow sloping forehead and incipient jowls belonged to Hitler's youngest but most celebrated field marshal. Even French peasants recognized him, and as the convertible raced past, they called aloud to one another, "C'est Rommel!" Yes, Rommel. He had driven home to Herlingen in southwest Germany the previous day with a pair of grey suede shoes from Paris as a surprise 50th birthday present for his wife, Lucy Maria. He had meant to confer afterward with the Führer in his alpine retreat at Berchtesgaden, and to complain about shortages of men and materiel for the Atlantic Wall, but had instead been summoned back to France by grave reports of Allied landings in Normandy on Tuesday morning. "Tempo!" he urged the driver. "Tempo!" Turning to an aide in the rear seat, he added, "If I was commander of the Allied forces right now, I could finish off the war in 14 days. At 9:30 p.m. with little left of the long summer day, sentries in camouflage capes waved the Horch into the red-roofed river village of La Roche-Guyon, 40 miles west of Paris. Past the church of Saint-Sampson and 16 square-cut linden trees, the car turned right through a spiked wrought-iron gate to stop with a screech in a stone courtyard. The Château de la Roche-Guyon had presided above this great loop of the Seine since the 12th century, and had served since early March as Rommel's Army Group B headquarters. Clutching his silver-capped baton, the field marshal climbed a flight of steps to the main door, determined to salvage what he could from the day's catastrophe. "How peaceful the world seems," he had told his diary in late April, "yet what hatred there is against us." If France proved a conqueror's paradise, as one German general claimed, La Roche-Guyon was Rommel's secluded corner of that heaven. Brilliant fields of poppies and irises hugged the Seine near the 19th century suspension bridge, now sitting cockeyed on the river bottom. Cézanne and Renoir had painted here together in the summer of 1885, following Camille Pissarro and preceding Georges Braque, who in 1909 made angular studies of the castle in buff and blue. 250 steep steps led to a battlement atop the circular medieval keep, where Rommel, after a hare shoot or a stroll with his Dachshunds, sometimes watched barges loaded with fuel and ammunition glide past in the evening. On the chalk cliffs overhanging the river's north bank and the castle's peppermill roofs stood a bristling array of anti-aircraft batteries. Deep tunnels had been blasted to house German troops without damaging the ducal orangery or the crypt crowded with dead seigneurs. The current duke, a spindly Nazi sympathizer, remained in residence without evident discomfort, and the Duchess had donated 4 bottles of a luscious 1900 claret to commemorate the Führer's birthday on April 20th. The chateau's timber-ceilinged Hall of the Ancestors, hung with family oils, had been consigned to Rommel's staff as a table tennis room. From the Field Marshal's bedroom, with its canopied 4-poster 15-foot windows, gave onto a fragrant rose terrace and another river vista. Clacking typewriters and snatches of Wagner from a phonograph could be heard as Rommel ascended the grand staircase and hurried through the billiards room to the salon that now served as his office. Pegged parquet floors creaked beneath his boots. 4 magnificent tapestries depicting the Jewish Queen Esther had recently been shunted into storage, but fleecy painted clouds still drifted across the 25-foot ceiling, and the inlaid desk on which the revocation of the Edict of Nantes had been signed in 1685 remained for Rommel's personal use. He stood instead, hands clasped behind his back, listening as staff officers sought to make sense of the 6th of June. "He's very calm and collected," an artillery officer wrote, "grim-faced, as is to be expected." There was much to be grim about. Thanks to Allied jamming and downed phone lines, little was known with certainty. Somehow thousands of ships had crossed the Channel undetected. No Luftwaffe reconnaissance planes had flown for the first 5 days of June, and naval patrols on June 5th were scrubbed because of the nasty weather. A decoded radio message, intercepted about the time the 101st Airborne launched from England, suggested a possible invasion within 48 hours. But an advisory on Monday evening from OB West, the German headquarters for Western Europe, declared, "There are no signs yet of an imminent invasion." Besides Rommel, 2 of the top 4 German commanders in the West had been away from their posts on Tuesday morning, and several senior field officers in Normandy had driven to Rennes in Brittany for a map exercise. The 15th Army, near the Pas-de-Calais, was placed on full alert before midnight, but the other major component of Rommel's Army Group B, the 7th Army occupying Normandy, sounded no general alarm until 1:30 a.m., despite reports of paratroopers near Caen and in the Cotentin. Even then, OB West insisted at 2:40 a.m., "It is not a major action." Not until that fantastic armada materialized from the mist had the truth struck home. In subsequent hours, the German Navy remained supine, so too the Air Force. Luftwaffe pilots were supposed to fly up to 5 daily sorties each to disrupt any invasion, but German aircraft losses in the past 5 months exceeded 13,000 planes, more than half from accidents and other non-combat causes. Air Fleet 3, responsible for Western France, had just 319 serviceable planes facing nearly 13,000 Allied aircraft. On D-Day, they would fly 1 sortie for every 37 flown by their adversaries. Of the mere dozen fighter bombers that reached the invasion zone, 10 dropped their bombs prematurely. German soldiers now bitterly joked that American planes were grey, British planes black, and Luftwaffe planes invisible. Still, 7th Army asserted through much of the day that at least part of the Allied landing had been halted at the water's edge. The enemy, penetrating our positions, was thrown back into the sea, the 352nd Infantry Division reported at 1:35 p.m. That soap bubble delusion soon popped. At 6 p.m, the division acknowledged unfavourable developments, including Allied troops infiltrating inland and armoured spearheads nosing towards Bayeux. Rommel's grim face grew grimmer. Here in Normandy he had first made his name as the fighting animal, in one biographer's phrase, driving his 7th Panzer Division more than 200 miles in 4 days to trap the French garrison at Cherbourg in June 1940. Soon after, in Africa, the fighting animal took vulpine form as the audacious desert fox, although even he could not forestall the Allied triumph in Tunisia. Now, he told a comrade, he hoped to re-win great fame in the West. Hitler's decision in November 1943 to reinforce the Atlantic Wall against an Anglo-Saxon landing offered him that chance. As commander of 500,000 men in Army Group B, with responsibility for the coast from Holland to the Loire, the Field Marshal had flung himself into building the Rommel Belt. All told, 20,000 coastal fortifications had been constructed, 500,000 foreshore obstacles emplaced, and 6.5 million mines planted in what he called the Zone of Death. To Lucy he wrote on May 19th, "The enemy will have a rough time of it when he attacks, and ultimately achieve no success." Hitler agreed, declaring, "Once defeated, the enemy will never try to invade again." If confident enough to travel home for his wife's birthday, Rommel harboured few illusions. He had never forgotten the endless acres of high-quality American war materiel he had inspected at Kasserine Pass. The battered United States Army was reeling then, but he knew it would be back in killing strength. 2 years of campaigning in Africa gave him great faith in landmines, but he wanted 200 million of them, not 6 million. Some divisions were composed of overage troops, as well as many non-Germans. Paybooks had been issued in 8 different languages just for former Soviet citizens now serving the Wehrmacht. Army Group B relied on 67,000 horses for locomotion. Across the entire front, fewer than 15,000 trucks could be found. A corps commander in Normandy complained, "Emplacements without guns, ammunition depots without ammunition, minefields without mines, and a large number of men in uniform with hardly a soldier among them." Worse yet was the Anglo-American advantage in air power and sea power, a frightful imbalance that Rommel knew first-hand from the Mediterranean. German officers with battle experience only against the Soviets misjudged the enemy edge in the West. "Our friends from the East cannot imagine what they're in for here," Rommel had warned in mid-May. Battling a foe with air superiority was like being nailed to the ground. Moreover, 71,000 tons of Allied bombs had already eviscerated the German transportation system in the West. Train traffic in France had declined 60% since March, a testimony to those spavined Seine bridges, almost half of which were rail spans, and even more in northern France. Allied fighter sweeps proved so murderous that German daytime rail movement in France was banned after May 26th. Beyond the 45,000 armed railwaymen already transferred from Germany to forestall saboteurs, almost 30,000 workers were seconded from the Atlantic Wall to rail repair duties. Some field commanders, Rommel grumbled, do not seem to have recognized the graveness of the hour. 6 weeks earlier he had warned subordinates, "The enemy will most likely try to land at night and by fog, after a tremendous shelling by artillery and bombers. They will employ hundreds of boats and ships, unloading amphibious vehicles and waterproof submersible tanks. We must stop him in the water, not only delay him. The enemy must be annihilated before he reaches our main battlefield." In this injunction lay what one German general called a cockfight controversy. For months the High Command had bickered over how best to thwart an Allied invasion. Rommel argued that the main battle line must be the beach, with armoured reserves poised near the coast. "If we can't throw the enemy into the sea within 24 hours, he told officers in Normandy, then that will be the beginning of the end. In March he had proposed that all armoured, mechanised and artillery units in the West be bundled under his command, and that he assume some control over the 1st and 19th Armies in southern France. This impertinence found little favour in Berlin or Paris. The OB West commander, Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, who called his brash subordinate an unlicked cub, and the Marshal Laddie, argued that to disperse counterattack forces along 1,700 miles of exposed Atlantic and Mediterranean coastline would be foolhardy. Better to concentrate a central mobile reserve near Paris, able to strike as a clenched fist whenever the invaders committed themselves. Better to follow Napoleon's dictum, as one panzer commander urged, "S'engager, puis voir, engage the enemy, and then we shall see." Hitler dithered, then ordered a compromise that pleased no one. Frontline forces on the coast were to fight to the last man, that phrase so easily uttered by those far from the trenches, and Army Group B would command 3 armoured divisions among the 10 on the Western Front. 3 others went to southern France. The remaining 4, controlled by Berlin, were clustered near Paris in a strategic ensemble called Panzer Group West. Neither Rundstedt nor Rommel could issue orders to air or naval forces, who were vaguely advised to cooperate with ground commanders. "In the east there is one enemy," an officer in Paris complained. "Here everything is so complicated." Just a few days earlier, Hitler had shifted troops from OB West to Italy and the Eastern Front. Perhaps predictably, when frantic pleas to release the armoured reserves had arrived in Berlin and Berchtesgaden this morning, more than 8 hours passed before the panzers were ordered to begin the long, tortuous journey toward Normandy. Rommel denounced the delay as madness, adding, "Of course now they will arrive too late. S'engager, puis voir." Dusk sifted over the Seine Valley. Swallows trawled the river bottoms, and the day's last light faded from the chalk cliffs above the chateau, where anti-aircraft gunners strained for the drone of approaching bombers. Telephones jangled in the salon war room, and orderlies bustled across the parquet with the latest scraps of news. In Berlin, it had been whispered that Rommel suffered from African sickness, pessimism, to which he answered, "Der Führer vertraut mir und das genügt mir auch." "The Führer trusts me, and that's enough for me." He remained the Führer's marshal, in one colleague's phrase, loyal in his own fashion and as beguiled by Hitler as steel filings by a magnet. War and the Nazis had been good to him. He was a stamp collector not above adding looted issues to his album, and the handsome villa in leafy Herrlingen, where he delivered Lucy's shoes, had been confiscated from Jews after the occupants were sent to Theresienstadt. Hitler was a bulwark against Bolshevism, he had told staff officers. If the invasion was repelled, perhaps the West would come round to the idea of fighting side by side with a new Germany in the East. The onslaught against the Atlantic Wall would be the most decisive battle of the war, he had predicted a few weeks earlier. The fate of the German people itself is at stake. His fate, too. The struggle in Normandy would depend in large measure on the only armoured unit within quick striking distance of the invasion beaches, the 21st Panzer Division. A stalwart from Africa, the division had been obliterated in Tunisia, then rebuilt with 16,000 men, some still wearing oddments of tropical uniforms, and 127 tanks. Even while racing back to France this afternoon, Rommel had stopped midway to confirm by phone that the unit was hurrying into action. Now the harsh truth came clear. Orders, counter-orders, and disorder had plagued the division almost as much as marauding Allied planes and scorching field gun fire. Not least among the 21st's troubles was the temporary absence of the commanding general, who reportedly had spent the small hours of June 6th in a Parisian fleshpot. The division's anti-aircraft battalion had been pulverised by naval gunfire north of Caen, and the tank regiment gutted from the air and by British gunners. This evening, a Panzer Grenadier regiment knifing towards Sword Beach in the 2-mile gap between Canadian and British troops had nearly reached the Strand. Then, just before 9 p.m, almost 250 more British gliders escorted by fighters swept into the Orne Valley, doubling British airborne combat power in France and threatening to pin the Grenadiers against the sea. At 10:40 p.m, General Friedrich Dollmann, who had commanded 7th Army since 1939, phoned La Roche-Guyon with baleful news. The strong attack by the 21st Panzer Division has been smothered by new airborne landings, Dollmann reported. The counterattack had failed. Nearly 2/3 of the 21st Panzer's tanks were lost. Swarming enemy aircraft impeded movement even at night. Grenadiers skulked back from the coast to blocking positions with 24 88mm guns in the hills around Caen. Rommel returned the receiver to its cradle. Hands again clasped behind his back, he studied the wall map. The critical crossroads city of Caen remained in German hands, and nowhere did the Anglo-American penetration appear deeper than a few kilometres. The 12th SS Panzer and the Panzer Lehr divisions were finally moving toward Normandy, despite fighter bombers flocking to the telltale dust clouds like raptors to prey. "We cannot hold everything," he would tell his chief of staff. The first critical 24 hours was nearly spent, yet perhaps the coastal battle could still be saved. He turned to an aide and said, as if reminding himself, "I've nearly always succeeded up to now." He was, as ever, the Führer's marshal. A monstrous full moon rose over the beachhead, where 156,000 Allied soldiers burrowed in as best they could to snatch an hour of sleep. Rommel was right. The invaders' grip on France was tenuous, ranging from 6 miles beyond Golden Juno to barely 2,000 yards beyond Omaha. A crude sod airstrip had opened alongside Utah at 9:15 p.m. The first of 241 airdromes the Americans would build across Western Europe in the next 11 months. Yet only 100 tons of supplies made shore by midnight, rather than the 2,400 tons planned for Omaha dumps. Paratroopers, particularly among the 19 airborne battalions on the American western flank, fought as scattered gangs in a score or more of muddled, desperate gunfights. Every man who survived the day now knew in his bones, as one paratrooper wrote, that "we were there for one purpose, to kill each other." If the 21st Panzer had failed to fulfill Rommel's imperative by cudgeling the enemy into the sea within 24 hours, the division had blocked the capture of Caen, gateway to the rolling terrain leading toward Paris. "I must have Caen," the British Second Army commander Lieutenant General Miles Dempsey had declared at St. Paul's School 3 weeks earlier. But he would not have it today or any day soon, in part because his landing force was unprepared to fight enemy armour so quickly. Even so, a British captain wrote, "We were not unpleased with ourselves." The failure of this truncated drive fell hardest on civilians in Caen. Gestapo killers hurried to the city jail and murdered 87 Frenchmen in batches of 6, including one victim who cried, "My wife, my children," as he was gunned down in a courtyard. Caen was among 17 Norman towns warned in leaflets dropped from Allied planes on June 6 that bomber fleets would follow, often in little more than an hour. Beginning at 1:30 p.m, high explosives and incendiaries, aimed at rail yards and other targets intended to impede German reinforcements, also shattered Caen's medieval heart, igniting fires that would burn for 11 days. Thousands sought refuge in the quarries south of town, whose stone had been used by Norman kings to build Westminster Abbey and the Tower of London. Amid the ruination, 500 coffins stockpiled in a funeral home were reduced to ashes. "We won't have a single coffin to bury the dead," the deputy mayor told his diary. All told, 3,000 Normans would be killed on June 6th and 7th by bombs, naval shells, and other insults to mortality. They joined 15,000 French civilians already dead from months of bombardment before the invasion. Some injured citizens were reduced to disinfecting their wounds with Calvados, the local brandy fermented from apples. Liberation, wrote the journalist Alan Moorhead, usually meant excessive hardship for the first few months. As for the liberators, the 8 assault divisions now ashore had suffered 12,000 killed, wounded and missing, with thousands more unaccounted for, most of whom had simply gotten lost in the chaos. Allied aircraft losses in the invasion totaled 127. The 8,230 United States casualties on D-Day included the first of almost 400,000 men who would be wounded in the European theatre, the first of 7,000 amputations, the first of 89,000 fractures. Many were felled by 9.6-gram bullets moving at 2,000 to 4,000 feet per second, or by shell fragments travelling even faster. Such specks of steel could destroy a world, cell by cell. Aboard United States, Samuel Chase, mess boys who that morning had served breakfast in white jackets, were now as blood-smeared as slaughterhouse toughs from sewing corpses into burial sacks. A British doctor who spent Tuesday evening on Sword Beach reported that for most of the wounded, nothing was being done for them as there was no plasma or blood, and they lay there being bombed and machine-gunned all night long. On Utah, handkerchiefs draped the faces of the dead because, as a Navy lieutenant said, they do not seem to matter as much with faces covered. Omaha was the worst, of course. Stretcher-bearers with blistered hands carried broken boys down the bluff to Easy Red, now dubbed Dark Red. only to find that a medical battalion had come ashore with typewriters and office files, but no surgical equipment or morphine. Blankets were stripped from the dead or salvaged in the tidal rack between petulant outbursts of German artillery. Fearful of mines and rough surf, most landing craft refused to pick up casualties from the beach after dark. A single ambulance with cat's eye headlights crept along the dunes, delivering the wounded to collection point trenches where medics plucked scraps of G1 boot leather from mine wounds. Listening for the telltale crackle of gas gangrene, they hushed sufferers who asked only for a bullet in the brain. A soldier returning to Omaha for ammunition found many comrades out of their heads. There were men crying, men moaning, and there were men screaming. Others were beyond screams. Dead men lay in windrows like swollen greyish sacks in one reporter's image. "I walked along slowly, counting bodies," wrote the correspondent Gordon Gaskell, who prowled the beach on Tuesday evening. "Within 400 paces, I counted 221 of them." More than double that number, 487, would be gathered on Omaha, toes sticking up in a line as if at parade drill. "One came up on them rather too suddenly and wanted to stare hard," a Navy lieutenant wrote, but there was that feeling that staring was rude. Graves registration teams tied emergency medical tag number 52B to each corpse for identification, then shrouded them in mattress covers fastened with safety pins. 2 inland sites had been chosen for cemeteries, but both remained under fire, so temporary graves were scooped out below the escarpment. Shovel details fortified with brandy buried their comrades in haste. So ended the day, epical and soon legendary, and perhaps indeed, as in the judgment of a Royal Air Force history, the most momentous in the history of war since Alexander set out from Macedon. In southern England, the first of the master race arrived as prisoners on an LST, Martha Gellhorn reported. She studied the small, shabby men in field grey, trying to see in those faces what had happened in the world. A badly wounded American lieutenant, evacuated on a surgical litter next to a German shot in the chest and legs, murmured, "I'd kill him if I could move." Such sanguinary purpose would be needed in the weeks and months ahead. For the moment, the Allies savoured their triumph. "We will never again have to land under fire," a Navy officer wrote his wife on June 7th. This is the end of Germany and Japan. If too optimistic, assault landings were still to come in southern France and on various god-awful Pacific islands, the core sentiment obtained. For 4 years, Hitler had fortified this coast, most recently entrusting the task to his most charismatic general, yet Allied assault troops had needed less than 3 hours to crack the Atlantic Wall and burst into Fortress Europe. Though far from over, the battle was won. "We have come to the hour for which we were born," a New York Times editorial declared on Wednesday morning. "We go forth to meet the supreme test of our arms and of our souls." Company clerks already had begun sorting stacks of mail, scribbling "deceased," "wounded" and "missing" on letters and packages. Those killed in action would appear on personnel lists as dead stock. Yet even as they still lay on the Norman sand, silvered by the rising moon, toes pointing toward the stars, the living would carry them along. "I shall never forget that beach," Corporal William Preston, who had come ashore at dawn in an amphibious tank, wrote to his family in New York. Nor would he forget one dead soldier in particular who caught his eye. "I wonder about him," Preston added. What were his plans never to be fulfilled? What fate brought him to that spot at that moment? Who was waiting for him at home? Destiny had also sorted them, and would sort them again and again, until that hour for which they were born had passed. 2. Lodgement. This long, thin line of personal anguish. Light rain fell in Portsmouth on Wednesday morning, June 7th, as Eisenhower strode through a stone sallyport to the dockyard below Broad Street. In the anchorage across from King's Stairs, where over the centuries many an English sea dog had sorted to battle, the fast mine-layer HMS Apollo awaited him, steam up in her triple stacks, and a red pennant with 4 white stars already hoisted. No sooner had he boarded at 8 a.m. than the crew weighed anchor. The Supreme Commander knew little more about D-Day than did Corporal Preston in his tank, and he was keen to see for himself what D+1 would bring to the Norman coast. Swinging east of the Isle of Wight, Apollo skipped across the Channel in 3 hours. The ship passed convoys returning and convoys going out, and an alarming number of barges, boats, and landing craft, either foundering or abandoned, going nowhere. A scene of great confusion met the eye, Admiral Ramsay, who accompanied Eisenhower, told his diary. An anxious situation. Mines continued to bedevil the roadstead. The lethal field on Cardenet Bank claimed the sweeper United States S-tide at mid-morning, tossing her 5 feet into the air, killing the captain and sending the vessel to the bottom in pieces. Not far away, the transport United States S. Susan B. Anthony had just arrived on station with 2,300 troops when a blast detonated beneath the No. 4 hold. The ship lifted and hogged and then settled and sagged, a passenger reported. Troops were ordered to the port rails to counterballast an 8-degree starboard list, but nothing could check a snarling fire and 10 feet of water in the engine room. By 9 a.m., seas washed the main deck as rescue ships played hoses on the flames and took frightened men off the prow. An hour later, Susan B. S. Skipper plunged into the water and swam from his dying ship. At 10:10 a.m., she put her nose in the air and slipped backward calmly, wrote A.J. Liebling, like a lady lowering herself into an armchair. In 20 minutes, she was gone. Remarkably, all aboard were saved. Dreadnoughts barked and bellowed, grey smoke rings drifting from their gun muzzles. Shortly before noon, Apollo pulled abreast of the Augusta off Omaha Beach, as Eisenhower stood at the rail watching a Higgins boat wallow through the chop to a ladder lowered down the minelayer's hull. Omar Bradley, nose still bandaged, climbed to the deck and extended his hand, only to find the Supreme Commander in a red fury at the meagre reporting from the beachhead. "Why in the devil didn't you let us know what was going on?" he snapped. "Nothing came through until late afternoon, not a damned word. I didn't know what had happened to you." Bradley sputtered in protest. "We radioed you every scrap of information we had," then followed Eisenhower to Ramsay's flag cabin, seething at the rebuke. Only later did he learn that his hourly dispatches had piled up in Montgomery's radio room, where overwhelmed code clerks had fallen 12 hours behind in deciphering messages. Swallowing his anger, Bradley tried to make amends by telling Eisenhower in detail what he knew. Overlord was firmly rooted in France. He had waded onto Dark Red earlier this morning to see for himself, even riding up the escarpment on a truck's running board. Fire on the beaches had dwindled. Captured enemy prisoners, particularly Poles and Russians, were helping to build their own cages. More than 1/3 of all shore obstacles would be cleared by low tide this evening, and nearly all would be gone in another day. Reinforcements continued to arrive. With the help of smoke screens and electronic jamming, 9 troop transports sailing from the Thames late Tuesday were the first large Allied ships through the Straits of Dover in 4 years. A map found on a captured German artillery observer pinpointed not only enemy gun batteries near the invasion beaches, but also every battalion, regimental and division command post, all of which were now being pummeled by Allied fighter bombers, naval guns and artillery. Yet First Army still had not reached most of its D-Day objectives. Only a quarter of the planned supplies and barely half of the 14,000 vehicles waiting offshore had been unloaded. 5th Corps' narrow purchase beyond Omaha expanded by the hour, but the 29th Division remained well short of the Ore River, 6 miles inland, which Bradley had hoped to reach on Tuesday. The 1st Division had not gotten much farther. On Point du Hoc, fewer than 100 Rangers still fought in a perimeter, hardly 200 yards from the cliff's edge. Only destroyer fire and Ranger pluck had kept the enemy at bay. Beyond Utah Beach, confusion remained the order of the day. The 101st Airborne was churning south toward the Douve River and the vital crossroads town of Carentan. After going missing for 24 hours, the 82nd Airborne early on Wednesday morning sent an officer pumped full of benzodrine to make contact with 4th Division commanders pushing inland. Light tanks and tank destroyers had then been dispatched to stiffen the paratroopers. General Roosevelt subsequently rolled into the apple orchard that served as the 82nd's command post, helmet pushed back and waving his cane from Rough Rider as if the bullet that could kill him had not been made, one witness reported. "Fellows," Roosevelt bellowed, "where's the picnic?" The 82nd now occupied a triangular swatch of the Cotentin Peninsula, each embattled leg roughly 6 miles long. 2 battalions held Sainte-Mère-Église, fighting off piecemeal German counterattacks from north and south, but several thousand other paratroopers remained badly scattered, and no real bridgehead existed west of the Murderette River. General Collins, the 7th Corps commander, had gone ashore in the morning to take charge of a beachhead 7 miles deep. A 10-mile gap remained between his 7th Corps and the 5th Corps troops at Omaha. Another gap of 5 miles also persisted between American and British forces. Closing those seams before Rommel could rip through them would be paramount in the coming days. Eisenhower said little in response to Bradley's report, apparently lost in thought as he studied a map. "Bradley came over and discussed situation and did nothing to relieve my anxiety," Ramsey noted in his diary. "Bridgehead still very shallow, no guns to speak of ashore." After a flurry of salutes on deck, Bradley scrambled down the sea ladder and puttered back to Augusta, smouldering over what he deemed a pointless interruption and annoyance. Skies fared in the afternoon, and Apollo steamed to the east for a distant look at the British beaches, but not distant enough. A lurch, and Eisenhower and others were flung to the deck. The vessel had struck a sandbar. With the mast swaying violently, the entire ship jerking, grinding, and even bouncing. "We eventually swung off the bar and floated free," wrote Harry Butcher. But the damage was done. The propellers and drive shafts bent badly enough to put the mine layer into dry dock for 4 months. Ramsey, who had first gone to sea in 1898 at the age of 15 and was said to exude an aura of vinegar, was mortified at this display of Royal Navy seamanship, although Eisenhower took responsibility for urging haste over caution. Apollo limped across the bay at 6 knots until a British destroyer picked up the Supreme Commander and whisked him back to Portsmouth. "We've started," he scribbled in a quick, fretful note to Mamie. "Only time will tell how great our success will be." Even war could not dim the radiance of a June morning in Normandy. 2 battalions from the British 50th Division pushed into Bayeux on Wednesday, led by French boys cadging cigarettes. White blossoms rioted in the orchards and geraniums spilled from window boxes. Roses climbed fence posts beneath painted wall advertisements for Dubo, Dubon, Dubonnet. Unmilked cows lowed in their stalls. Peasants in blue smocks and wooden clogs welcomed the Tommies, some with fascist salutes. Wine carts rolled down the Rue Saint-Jean, where shops offered goods long unseen in London. Porcelain and plastic tableware, new furniture, 40,000 camembert cheeses. The priceless Bayeux tapestry, an embroidered 11th century record of that earlier invasion across the English Channel, had long been removed for safekeeping near Le Mans. The last German in this town of 7,000 was said to have killed himself, and a widow living nearby recorded in her diary how others had fled through the rapeseed fields without overcoats, without underwear, without razors. Sherman tanks, still wearing amphibious skirts, clanked into town, huge, dusty, belted with gigantic floats, a witness reported. Crews dismounted to brew the thick tea known as gunfire. A civil affairs detachment arrived to impose a curfew and arrest collaborators. At first sight, an exasperated officer lamented, impossible to differentiate between pro-Nazis, Vichy and patriot Frenchmen. Another report acknowledged, looting by troops pretty general. Journalists set up a press camp in the Lion d'Or, a ramshackle hotel with coloured canvas awnings. The Lion served stewed lamb, gritty brown bread, and, Alan Moorhead reported, a dry sauterne, 15 shillings a bottle. The woman who ran the brothel above the hotel brought her girls down to eat. 36,000 French communes remained to be liberated, and few would enjoy as benign an emancipation as lovely Bayeux. Devastation was but a mortar round away, of course. After seeing nearby villas and farmhouses reduced to only shells with their insides blown out, Moorhead wrote, one had the impression that the battle had been going on a long time, for weeks, even for months. Closer to Caen, the gunplay was unremitting. A British major in the 50th Division recorded his daily prayer for June 7th. "Oh God, please stop the shells. If you stop them, I'll be good for always." A soldier cowering under German machine gun fire complained, "What I can never understand is how those fuckers never run out of fucking ammunition." When artillery rounds began to fall, he added, "You curl up into the fetal position, except that your hands go down to protect your genitalia." This instinct to defend the place of generation against the forces of annihilation is universal. For good measure, he added, "Montgomery doesn't protect his privates, but by Christ, I protect mine." In Perrier-sur-le-Don, between Sword Beach and Caen, a French woman wrote, "Overhead the hisses and whines make you bend even lower. Where is safety? Probably nowhere, or in the imponderables that save you." 25 miles to the west, the self-described unhappy warrior from Indiana also pondered the imponderables. Ernie Pyle had come ashore on Omaha early Wednesday, as Bradley's aide wrote, looking helpless and insignificant, shading his emotions as he always does. For several hours he combed the high water line, compiling an inventory. Socks and shoe polish, sewing kits, diaries, Bibles, hand grenades. Here are the latest letters from home, with the address on each one neatly razored out, one of the security precautions enforced before the boys embarked. Here are toothbrushes and razors, and snapshots of families staring up at you from the sand. Here are pocketbooks, metal mirrors, extra trousers, and bloody, abandoned shoes. I picked up a pocket Bible with a soldier's name in it and put it in my jacket. I carried it half a mile or so and then put it back down on the beach. I don't know why. Pistol belts, canvas water buckets, stationery on which love letters would never be written, oranges, a tennis racket still clamped in its press with not a string broken, all formed what Pyle called this long, thin line of personal anguish. He returned to LST 353 for the night and more nightmares, looking very tired and very sad, an officer noted. To another reporter, Pyle confessed, "I become less used to it as the years go by." A gunman's world enemy soldiers, by the tens of thousands, converged on Normandy, sweating through their field grey blouses and black tunics, singing sentimental ballads of the kind beloved by German armies on the march since the 7 Years' War. By train and by truck, they surged west and north, on foot and on bicycle, and in ancient French buses upholstered with tree boughs. Dray carts, wagons, and horse-drawn caissons followed in snaking processions, moving at a slow clop. There was not a moment to lose, as Rommel repeatedly urged, yet moments, minutes, hours and days were lost to disorder, indecision, and marauding Allied airplanes. Travelling by 5 dusty routes from Chartres, 100 miles east of the invasion zone, the 15,000-man Panzer-Lehr division had been harassed from above since Tuesday evening. The burning town of Argentan was described by a German officer as a fiery cage, with streets blocked by flaming debris and bombers hovering above the roads. Ordered to travel by daylight on June 7th and averaging only 6 miles per hour, a third of the usual march speed, the division commander reported losses of 40 fuel trucks, 90 other lorries, 5 tanks, and 84 half-tracks and self-propelled guns. Not until June 9th would Panzer-Lehr join the battle in earnest, piecemeal and already wounded. Half a dozen flak battalions moving toward the beachhead were mauled, suffering 200 casualties before firing a shot. No anabasis would be more infamous than that of the 2nd SS Panzer Division, known as Das Reich, ordered north from Toulouse on June 7th. To move a German tank division typically required at least 60 trains, but the only surviving rail bridge over the Loire proved so fragile that boxcars were nudged across one at a time. Das Reich materiel and troops travelling by rail would take 17 days to cover 450 miles, normally a 3-day journey. Troops aboard the division's trucks moved somewhat faster, even as they were diverted for killing sprees against the maquis of the French resistance. In Tulle, west of Lyon, 99 men randomly chosen in reprisal for several SS deaths were told by the local abbé, "My friends, you are going to appear before God." They were hanged from lampposts and balconies, their bodies tossed into the town dump. On June 10th, SS troops drove into Oradour-sur-Glane, a village bustling with farm workers and children receiving vaccinations. The town crier beat his drum to summon one and all to a central square. Women and children were herded into a church which was set ablaze with grenades and gunfire. Howling soldiers then shot dead the men in barns and garages before burning the town with straw, brush, and saddlery as kindling. More than 640 innocents died in Oradour. Das Reich, as an official British historian wrote, had carved out for itself a private niche in the Book of Iniquity. Evil also shadowed the 12th SS Panzer Division, crawling the 70 miles from Évreux to the coast at 4 miles per hour. Nicknamed Hitlerjugend, Hitler Youth, and composed of teenage fanatics led by Eastern Front veterans, the division's Panther Tank Battalion arrived near Caen on June 7th, too low on fuel to give battle. That fell to the accompanying Panzer Grenadier Regiment, led by Colonel Kurt Meyer, a broad-shouldered former miner and policeman who had joined the Nazi Party in 1930 at age 19. Highly decorated in Poland, Greece and Russia, a motorcycle daredevil who had broken 19 bones in various spills, Panzermeyer had been known to encourage timid troops to advance by tossing live hand grenades behind them. Climbing a spiral staircase in a corner turret of the 12th century Abbaye d'Ardennes, 2 miles northwest of Caen, Meyer on Wednesday afternoon spied Canadian troops from Juno Beach tramping south through the wheat fields and apple trees to nearby Auty. Like hornets, the grenadiers swarmed across almost a mile of open ground before naval guns and field artillery could range them. Canadian forward observers were trapped in traffic near the beach. Orange sheets of gunfire ripped through the North Nova Scotia Highlanders, and at 5:30 p.m, a white flare signalled German possession of Auty. Survivors scuttled away under a drifting loom of battle smoke, while panzer crews routed through 21 demolished Canadian tanks for chocolate, peanuts, and corned beef. Belated salvos from the warships offshore and an armoured counterattack took a toll on Meyer's men, who would lose more than 30 panzers on Wednesday. But the Canadians had been smacked back more than 2 miles, losing ground not to be recouped for a month. Mortar and artillery fire almost continuous day and night, noise so great we can only communicate with hand signals, a Cameron Highlander recorded. No one dares to stand up, we crawl. Artillery spotters in trees or on roofs last a couple days, couple hours, couple minutes. Platoons nipped from jugs of Jamaican rum while officers fortified themselves with gin or teacher's Highland cream. Caen burned, still in German hands. Yet Panzermeyer lacked the strength to exploit his winnings. By nightfall, his troops remained 6 miles from the sea, and more than 100 SS casualties in Auty made his regiment splenetic. The first murder may have been that of a wounded Canadian private, bayoneted by an SS trooper who shouted curses at his victim as he impaled him. 8 more prisoners were told to remove their helmets in Auty, then shot. Their bodies were dragged into the road and crushed beneath tank tracks. A French villager collected the remains with a shovel. 6 others were frog-marched through a kitchen and shot in the head. The Sherbrooke Fusiliers chaplain was stabbed through the heart. Other Canadian prisoners were herded to the Abbaye d'Ardennes. "Why do you bring prisoners to the rear? They only eat up our rations," Meyer was quoted as saying. "In the future, no more prisoners are to be taken." Prisoners surrendered their paybooks, then were bludgeoned to death or dispatched by a bullet to the brain. On Thursday, June 8th, the killings continued. Summoned one by one from a stable used as a jail, each condemned man shook hands with his mates before trudging up a flight of stairs and turning left into the pretty garden where he was shot. 40 prisoners assembled in a field near the Caen-Bayeux road were ordered to sit facing east. SS troops brandishing Schmeisser machine pistols advanced in a skirmish line and opened fire, killing nearly 3 dozen. Several who bolted were soon recaptured and sent to prison camps. Now known as the Murder Division, the 12th SS Panzer would be accused of killing 156 defenseless men, nearly all Canadian, in little more than a week, igniting a cycle of atrocity and reprisal that persisted all summer. "Any German who tries to surrender nowadays is a brave man," said a Scottish soldier. "We just shoot them there and then with their hands up." A British platoon commander jotted down his daily orders with a closing notation, NPT below rank major. No prisoners to be taken below the rank of major. Canadian battle casualties approached 3,000 during the first week of Overlord, with more than 1,000 dead. A witticism inspired by hard experience in Italy held that if fuck and frontal were removed from the military vocabulary, the Canadian army would have been both speechless and unable to attack. In less than 5 years, that expeditionary army had expanded to more than 50-fold its pre-war strength, but still evidenced little professional depth. Yet the Canadian 3rd Division, carrying more than double its usual artillery complement, now displayed mettle in a battle described by one corporal as just a straight shootout, both sides blasting at each other day and night. They went at it like hockey players. Beaten back by firepower, the Hitlerjugend found the success at Authie impossible to replicate, even when reinforced by the 21st Panzer and Panzerlehr divisions. Clumsy improvised attacks by the Murder Division were repelled with great gusts of howitzer, tank and anti-tank fire. At noon on June 9th, a single Sherman Firefly destroyed 5 Panthers with 5 17-pounder anti-tank rounds. "I could have screamed from rage and grief," an SS officer wrote. Demonstrating the enduring utility of the fricative, a Canadian artillery commander later commented, "The Germans thought we were fucking Russians. They did stupid things, and we killed those bastards in large numbers." Among the bastards watching from Panzermeyer's perch in the Abbaye turret on June 9th was General Leo Freiherr Geier von Schweppenberg, commander of the Führer's Armoured Reserve, Panzer Group West, a tall, cosmopolitan cavalryman who had previously served as Germany's military attaché in London, Brussels, and The Hague. Geier more than most had embraced the Napoleonic s'engager, puis voir. Having dutifully engaged and then seen as Allied planes and artillery chewed up SS formations, he muttered, "My dear Meyer, the war can only now be won through political means." The next evening, after conferring with Rommel, Geier postponed an attack against British troops north of Caen and ordered his tanks to regroup. A few minutes later, at 8:30 p.m, Geier stepped outside his Chateau command post in Lacaine, 12 miles southwest of Caen. Trailers, tents, and 4 large radio trucks filled an adjacent orchard. The destruction of phone lines across Normandy had forced German commanders to rely increasingly on the radio, despite the vulnerability of transmissions to decryption or direction finding. British eavesdroppers alone now intercepted 17,000 messages a day, including detailed information on supply levels and troop movements. Twice that morning, in fact, ultra-decrypts had identified Lacaine as the Panzer Group West headquarters. The second intercept pinpointed the location precisely. Geier now cocked an ear to the drone of approaching aircraft. Other officers joined their commander, raking the heavens with field glasses as the sound grew louder. Suddenly, 40 Typhoons from the RAF 2nd Tactical Air Force roared over the treetops in 3 waves, spitting rockets. Moments later, 71 Mitchell bombers pummeled the orchard with 436 500-pound bombs, turning Lacaine into an inferno. Geier escaped with minor wounds, but the headquarters had been disemboweled. His chief of staff and more than 30 others were dead. The entire operations staff wiped out, the signal equipment wrecked. Those killed were interred in a bomb crater beneath a huge cross of polished oak, adorned with a swastika and an eagle. Geier and other survivors fled to Paris for a fortnight's recuperation, crippling the armoured strike force in Normandy. Similar decapitations further impaired German battle leadership. Several days later, a British battleship shell exploded in the branches of a shade tree in the Odon River Valley, instantly killing the 12th SS Panzer Division commanding general with a steel splinter through the face. Kurt Meyer would succeed him as leader of the Murder Division. 3 other division commanders and a corps commander, General Erich Marx, also were killed by mid-June. Slender and ascetic, he had banned whipped cream from his mess. As long as our country is starving. Marx had been disfigured in World War I, losing an eye, a leg, and the use of his right hand. In this war, he had lost 2 sons. Now he lost all. Cautioned against driving in daylight, Marx told a staff officer, "You people are always worried about your little piece of life." His wooden leg kept him from scrambling into a ditch when the staff car was strafed near Carentan on June 12th. Marx and the others were among 675 World War II German generals to die, including 223 killed in action, 64 suicides, and 53 who were executed, either by the Reich or by the Allies post-war. The 7th Army is everywhere forced on the defensive, the Obi West War Diary recorded on June 10th. Field Marshal von Rundstedt the same day ordered the thorough destruction of Cherbourg harbour to begin forthwith, a scorched earth decree intercepted by Ultra. Before leaving for Paris, Geyer recommended converting 1/3 of all panzers to anti-aircraft gun carriers. Rail traffic had grown so sclerotic that of the 2,300 tons of food, fuel and ammunition needed daily for 7th Army, only 400 reached the front. A quartermaster had to borrow 15 machine guns from the military governor of France for Cherbourg's defence. Rommel too was unnerved. In an assessment for Rundstedt written June 10th, even before the calamity at Panzer Group West's headquarters, he described the paralysing and destructive effect of Allied air dominance from an estimated 27,000 sorties each day. This was nearly triple the actual number. He also feared another, bigger Allied landing in the Pas de Calais and warned that the material equipment of the Americans is far and away superior. During a 2-hour stroll through the La Roche-Guyon gardens, he told a subordinate that the best solution would be to stop the war while Germany still held some territory for bargaining. Hitler disagreed, demanding of 7th Army that every man shall fight or fall where he stands. "The battle is not going at all well for us," Rommel wrote Lucy on June 13th, "mainly because of the enemy's air superiority and heavy naval guns." Almost as an afterthought, he added, "I often think of you at home." Rommel's lament would have delighted General Montgomery had he been privy to it. The 21st Army Group commander often tried to infiltrate the minds of his adversaries, to see the fight as they saw it. On the walls of his personal caravan, confiscated from a captured Italian field marshal in Tunisia, Montgomery had tacked up not only an invocation from Henry V, "O God of battles, steel my soldiers' hearts," but photos of prominent battle captains. A visitor to Montgomery's encampment later counted 3 of Rommel, 1 of Rundstedt, and about 30 of Monty. On D+2 he had come home to Normandy, ancestral seat of the Montgomerys, including one forebear who accidentally killed King Henri II with a lance through the eye during a joust in 1559. His command post was tucked into the grounds of an imposing manor house with a hip roof and 6 chimneys at Crulet, 4 miles inland of Gold Beach. A sign on the 20-foot iron gate advised, "All traffic keep left," a bit of England imported to France. Montgomery had also brought his beloved betting book, a leather-bound volume in which innumerable small-stakes wagers, when Rome would fall or the war end, had been entered in his tidy hand over the years. Those resolved were marked "settled." And his pets, "I now have 6 canaries, 1 lovebird, 2 dogs," he subsequently wrote, the latter a fox terrier named Hitler and a cocker spaniel named Rommel, both of whom get beaten when necessary. The menagerie soon included a cow, 10 chickens and 4 geese. The fowl gave omelette eggs for his mess. Church services from the Crulet garden were broadcast to Britain with Montgomery, slender, hard, hawk-like, energetic, in an RAF officer's description, reading scripture to officers sitting in the flower beds. "The way to fame is a hard one," he would write soon after the war. "You must suffer and be the butt of jealousy and ill-informed criticism. It is a lonely matter." Lonely he was, but fame's fruits pleased him. The newborns named Bernard, the marriage proposals from strange women, the beret craze in New York, and the fact that his 8th Army flag from the Mediterranean had brought 275 guineas at auction, proceeds to the Red Cross. He was master to his aides, this Cromwellian figure to Churchill, God Almonte to the Canadians, the little monkey to Patton, and to a fellow British general, an efficient little shit. Churchill's wife considered him a thrilling and interesting personage, with the same sort of conceit which we read Nelson had, while the Prime Minister's physician concluded that Monty wants to be a king. Eisenhower came to believe that Monty is a good man to serve under, a difficult man to serve with, and an impossible man to serve over. That maxim would tidily sum up the Allied High Command in Europe. He had arrived for the second time in this war to direct a battle that simply had to be won. Alamein was the first, and as leader of what one historian called the last great field army Imperial Britain would send into battle, a force officially anointed as the British Liberation Army. His command included an equal measure of Americans, but parity would soon yield to a threefold Yankee preponderance on the continent. The imbalance was fraught with tension and grievance. Few could gainsay his virtues. The power of commanding affection while communicating energy, a quality also attributed to Marlborough, a conviction that gratuitous casualties were unpardonable, a sense that he knew the way home. Omar Bradley, who would later grow to detest him, believed Montgomery in Normandy to be tolerant and judicious, a model of wisdom, forbearance and restraint. If tense as a mousetrap, in Moorhead's image, he could be charming, generous and buoyant. George Bernard Shaw admired how he concentrates all space into a small spot like a burning glass. "I keep clear of all details, indeed I must," Montgomery told his staff. "I see no papers, no files. I send for senior staff officers. They must tell me their problems in 10 minutes. When pressing for a decision, he leaned in with jaws snapping. "Do you agree? Do you agree? Do you agree?" His shrewd intelligence officer, Brigadier Edgar T. Williams, later wrote, "One was impressed by his sheer competence, his economy, his clarity, above all his decisiveness." A man of habit and discipline, Montgomery had been awakened after his usual bedtime of 9:30 p.m., only twice during the war, both occasions in Africa, and he did not intend to be roused again. He had not come to France to lose the battle, to lose the war, or even to lose sleep. Certainly he had not come to lose a reputation earned at the cannon's mouth, a reputation to which he was now chained. Alas, too many of his best qualities were matched by folly or misjudgment, as his biographer Ronald Lewin would write. He was a man made to be misunderstood, one of those whose qualities intensify rather than expand during the course of their lives. Like Bottom, he could play the ass while unaware of his metamorphosis. His bumptious cocksure solipsism already had infuriated sundry generals in the Mediterranean, both American and British. If, as Churchill posited, a gentleman was someone who is only rude intentionally, then Montgomery was disqualified. Knowing and unknowing, he could offend, rankle, enrage. Hardly a fatal flaw for a subaltern brawling in the trenches, this defect proved near mortal in coalition warfare, when political nuance and national sensitivities could be as combustible as gunpowder. He remained very small boyish, in the phrase of the military historian B. H. Liddell Hart, scarred by the cold, shrewish mother who was forever saying, "Find out what Bernard is doing and tell him to stop." He would refuse to attend her funeral. A bully boy at St. Paul's and Sandhurst, he never quite outgrew the athlete who could be disruptive and fractious unless he was made team captain. "As long as 51% of your decisions are right," he had recently told Shaw, "you'll succeed." In truth, his generalship reaped a far higher winning percentage, but by his account, all too often the brilliant plan was his, the brilliant victory was his, the golden laurels were his. Brigadier Williams proposed a motto for Montgomery: "Alone I done it." "Enjoying life greatly," he wrote to his rear headquarters in Portsmouth on June 13th, "and it is great fun fighting battles again after 5 months in England. Several thousand men were dead, and thousands more had been maimed. Here was a man made to be misunderstood." The Overlord plan was largely his, and now he sought to make it work. Since early May, Montgomery had intended to lure as much of the enemy's weight as possible to the British and Canadian divisions on his left wing, allowing the American right to capture Cherbourg and then thrust south of the Cotentin Peninsula. He reiterated the scheme to Field Marshal Brooke in London on June 11th. "My general policy is to pull the enemy onto Second Army so as to make it easier for First Army to expand and extend the quicker." To gain manoeuvre room in the beachhead, he had called for powerful armoured force thrusts on both left and right, beginning on D-Day afternoon, and he had been ready to sacrifice 4 tank brigades in an exchange of metal and men for space. Yet after a week, the beachhead remained pinched and crowded. 34 Allied armoured battalions and more than 300,000 troops had landed, with 2,000 tanks, but they had nowhere to go. On the left, Second Army had blunted the German counterattack without building momentum or gaining elbow room. The feeble direct assault on Caen had failed, and a proposal to drop British airborne troops behind the city found no favour with Eisenhower's air chief Lee Mallory, who feared heavy aircraft losses. "He is a gutless bugger who refuses to take a chance," Montgomery fumed to his chief of staff on June 12th. "I have no use for him." A flanking attack from west of Caen began with promise on June 13th when the British 7th Armoured Division, the famed Desert Rats from Africa, captured Villers-Bocage, guided through the village streets by gendarmes and baying civilians. Then calamity. On the far side of town, Tiger tank fire raked the lead column. Within 15 minutes, more than a dozen British tanks and as many trucks had been gutted, most by a single audacious panzer commander, SS Captain Michael Whitman. Winkled out of Villers-Bocage, with losses exceeding 50 armoured vehicles, the clumsy British attack collapsed. The chastened Desert Rats drew back behind the massed fires of 160 Anglo-American guns and 1,700 tons of RAF bombs that turned the village into a smoking hole. "The whole show on land is bogged up," Lee Mallory told his diary on June 14th. "The Hun has kicked us out of Villers-Bocage, and there is no sign of any forward movement, or a chance of it. With the front lines static, Tommies would not tramp the rubbled streets of Villers-Bocage again until August. The battle soon turned into an attritional struggle of snipers and artillery barrages in what Moorhead called a gunman's world. Bloody murder, people dropping dead, a company commander wrote. One of my platoons ran away and was brought back at pistol point. The same platoon ran away again." A British corporal's diary entries for 3 consecutive days in mid-June. June 18th, Day of Hell, counterattack. June 19th, Day of Hell, counterattack. June 20th, Day of Hell, advanced, counterattacked. For the Americans in the West, progress was a bit more heartening. The V and 7th Corps, heaving inland from Omaha and Utah respectively, merged into a single front after the capture of Carentan and the repulse of a ragged counterattack by the 17th SS Panzer Grenadier Division on June 13th. "Lousy and undersized and scurvy and dirty," a combat engineer wrote in describing a gaggle of prisoners, with greasy hair and flat mouths and short necks. A 4-day struggle by the 82nd Airborne to secure a bridgehead over the Murderette finally won through, although more than 1,000 paratroopers remained missing, and the 101st Airborne could not account for nearly 3,000 more. Here too the landscape was wrecked. "When I first saw Isigny, with walls toppling and everything afire," an officer reported, "I thought of Carthage, but most civilians seemed agreeable even amid the ruins. The people are friendly and called us liberators," a sergeant from the 18th Infantry wrote in his diary. Bradley late on June 13th halted 5th Corps' drive towards Saint-Lô. With the British stalled around Caen, he feared vulnerable flanks if the American salient grew too frisky. He also amended his original plan to simply bash on towards Cherbourg. Instead, he chose to first cut the Cotentin Peninsula by shoving 3 divisions west to the sea, blocking German reinforcements and sealing escape routes. The 4th Division, with Ted Roosevelt, would continue hammering northward toward the port. "I'm sitting in a little grey stone Normandy chateau," Roosevelt wrote Eleanor from a grim encampment 15 miles southeast of Cherbourg. Rough Rider stood outside beneath a camouflage net, a sunburst hole in the windshield from a shell fragment. I don't suppose there's a man here who's 30, but they look old. Behind me lies a hard-fought field. The dead lie sprawled in every attitude. Their uniforms are dirty and torn. Their faces are like yellow clay and unshaven. Brown, dried blood stains them. Today's been one of those days in battle when the heebie-jeebies are in order. No one took a greater proprietary interest in the Norman battlefield than the dour Frenchman known as Deux Maîtres. At 5:40 a.m. on Wednesday, June 14th, Charles de Gaulle and 15 companions left London's Connaught Hotel in 6 automobiles, including a luggage car carrying 25 million francs. Escorted by 2 motorcycle policemen, the convoy drove to King's Stairs in Portsmouth. Just before 9 a.m., the French destroyer La Combattante, flying a tricolour embroidered with de Gaulle's initials, not altogether in accordance with regulations, as a petty officer conceded, singled up her lines and made for France. In his own fashion, de Gaulle had mended fences with Churchill after their railcar tiff 10 days earlier. He rescinded his ban on placing French liaison officers in Allied units, and, he reported, I wrote to Mr. Churchill to salve the wounds he had inflicted on himself. Now, in his belted uniform, leather tunic, and 2-star kepi, he scanned the horizon with field glasses for a first glimpse of the country he had fled in 1940 under a Vichy death sentence. Has it occurred to you, General, an aide asked aboard Combattant, that 4 years ago to the day the Germans marched into Paris? With a lift of his great beak, de Gaulle replied, they made a mistake. Montgomery had authorized a visit by de Gaulle and 2 minions. Instead, a platoon of 19 came ashore by DUKW at Courseulles on Juno Beach just before 2 p.m. Declining an invitation to dine, we have not come to France to have luncheon with Montgomery, de Gaulle told an emissary from 21st Army Group. He instead drove by jeep to Croulet for a brief, awkward conference. The French general clearly believed small talk to be a vice, a British diplomat observed, and conversation often flowed like glue. A British officer in Croulet reported that de Gaulle, forgetting no doubt General Montgomery's dislike of smoking, smoked cigarettes all over his famous caravan. Montgomery was reduced to discussing his wall photos of Rommel. I missed him in Africa, he told de Gaulle, but I hope to get him this time. Then it was off to Bayeux, where a loudspeaker truck announced, General de Gaulle will speak at 4 o'clock at the Place de Château. Down the Rue Saint-Jean he walked, a stiff, lugubrious figure, in Moorhead's description, preceded by saluting gendarmes on wobbly bicycles and greeted with tossed peonies and cries of Vive de Gaulle, à bas les Boches, à bas les collaborateurs. Several thousand people awaited him beneath the regimented lime trees in the grassy square. At the sight of General de Gaulle, he later wrote in his memoirs, as usual referring to himself in the third person, the inhabitants stood in a kind of daze, then burst into bravos, or else into tears. The women smiled and sobbed. Beneath the blue cross of Lorraine, he proclaimed the resurrection of the French Republic, here in what he would call our glorious and mutilated Normandy. His delegates, and the steamer trunk containing 25 million in banknotes, would remain to rebuild a government, with Bayeux as capital until Paris was unshackled. The path of war is also the road to liberty and to honour, he told the cheering throng. This is the voice of the mother country. After belting out La Marseillaise, he pressed on to Isigny and Grand Camp. But when Montgomery learned that the Frenchman had reserved 14 hotel rooms in Bayeux, he furiously ordered him back to England, threatening to arrest and deport him personally. At 8:30, Pimor de Gaulle reluctantly reboarded La Combattante, convinced that France would live, for she was equal to her suffering, while privately wondering, how can one be expected to govern a country that has 246 different kinds of cheese? Montgomery wrote Churchill that de Gaulle's reception was definitely lukewarm, and there was no real enthusiasm. That was false. In fact, de Gaulle had stolen a march on the Anglo-Americans, demonstrating both his popular legitimacy and his principle that liberated France could be governed by Frenchmen rather than by another military occupation. Blessed be he, the author André Gide would write, through whom our dignity was restored. Terror is broken by terror. In happier days, when the Reich was ascendant and the conquest of Britain seemed inevitable, Hitler had ordered construction of an elaborate command post for the German invasion of England in 1940. Tucked into a sheltered valley outside Margiville, 75 miles northeast of Paris, Wolfschlucht II, or W2, was among more than a dozen elaborate Führer headquarters built in occupied Europe by a force of 28,000 workers pouring 1 million cubic meters of concrete. W2 rambled across 10 square kilometers, with hundreds of offices, garrison rooms, and guest quarters appointed with thick rugs and new maple furniture. Engravings looted from Parisian art shops hung on the walls, and a bootjack could be found in every wardrobe. Larders held tons of canned meat and cherries, sugar, and tinned asparagus. Camouflage netting by the acre concealed the complex. Rails leading into a train tunnel were painted rust red to simulate disuse. Potemkin farmhouses, barns, and pig pens, and a grove of fake trees hid gun batteries on an adjacent ridge. An inconspicuous tea house atop the Führer's personal bunker offered a fine view of Soissons Cathedral, 5 miles south. Although W2 had never been used, locals deemed it the most forbidden place in France, and it was here that Hitler ordered Rundstedt and Rommel to meet him for a secret conference on Normandy. The Führer and his entourage flew from Berchtesgaden in 4 Fokker-Wulf Condors to Metz, then drove 175 miles in armoured cars to Margiville. Venturing farther west by air seemed foolhardy when even SS soldiers had begun referring to predatory Allied fighter bombers as meat flies. At 9 a.m. on Saturday, June 17th, Hitler received the 2 field marshals in an entry hall with cyclopean walls and a green tile fireplace. This was Hitler's first return to France since 1940, and he looked like a man who was losing a world war, eyes bloodshot and puffy from insomnia, skin sallow, the toothbrush moustache a bit bedraggled. Aides reported that even his passion for music had waned. It is tragic that the Führer has so cut himself off from life and is leading an excessively unhealthy life, wrote his propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels. Often he checked his own pulse, as if fingering mortality. A quack dubbed the Reich injection master frequently administered sedatives or shots of a glandular concoction. He shunned bright lights and wore a cap with an enlarged visor to shield his eyes. "I always have the feeling of tipping to the right," he complained. He spoke of retirement, of a life devoted to reading or meditating or running a museum. His battle captains disappointed him, and of 18 German field marshals and 40 full generals, he would quarrel with more than half before the calamity ended. In Berlin, it was rumoured that he intended to take personal command in the West. Hitler sat hunched on a wooden stool, fiddling with his spectacles and a fistful of coloured pencils as Rommel opened the session with a glum progress report. The Allies had landed at least 20 divisions in Normandy, 500,000 men with 77,000 vehicles. The German 7th Army opposed them with the equivalent of 14 divisions, and those depleted units averaged under 11,000 men, compared with almost 17,000 a few years earlier. German casualties had reached 26,000, including more than 50 senior commanders. Allied naval guns could hit panzers more than 25 kilometers inland, while the enemy's superiority in materiel was at least as profound as it had been in Africa. Anglo-American warplanes harried the battlefield to a depth of 150 kilometers or more. Day marches in fair weather were suicidal. Rail traffic could get no closer to the beachhead than 200 kilometers. Air attacks now immobilized nearly 300 trains a day. German aircraft reinforcements were shot down at a rate of 3 dozen each day, while others lost their way, ran out of fuel, or were destroyed by their own anti-aircraft guns. Of 57 fighters that left Wiesbaden for Évreux, only 3 arrived. At dusk on Wednesday, British planes had dropped 1,200 tons of explosives on Le Havre port, including 6-ton tall-boy bombs, and more attacks followed on Thursday. 700 French houses had been destroyed in Le Havre, but so too 63 German vessels, including attack boats and minesweepers. Rommel pointed to a large map. Just this morning, American tanks had crossed the Cherbourg-Coutances road. Soon the Cotentin Peninsula would be severed. trapping 40,000 troops and dooming Cherbourg. If the Anglo-Americans broke free of the beachhead, either south of Caen or below the Cotentin, the road to Paris lay open and Brittany could be cut off. Hitler stirred on his stool. "Don't call it a beachhead, but the last piece of French soil held by the enemy," he said calmly, adding, "Cherbourg is to be held at all costs." Rundstedt said little, taciturn as usual in his trim grey uniform with the carmine trouser stripe that marked a general staff officer. If Rommel was an unlicked cub, then Rundstedt, at 68, the oldest German field marshal, he had been a Prussian soldier for half a century, was known as both der alte Herr, the old Gent, and der schwarze Ritter, the Black Knight. The scion of Junker gentry and 8 centuries of soldiering ancestors, he had served as an army group commander and then military governor in Poland. After receiving his marshal's baton in 1940, Rundstedt arrived in France to help plan SEA Lion, the aborted invasion of England. During the subsequent attack on the Soviet Union, he commanded 6 field armies, captured the Ukraine, and then retired in late 1941 after a spat with Hitler, only to return in uniform as commander-in-chief for the West. Beset by rheumatism, an ailing heart, and what one general called psychic resignation, Rundstedt lived in the Parisian suburb of Saint-Germain-en-Laye, where he slept late, read Karl May westerns, and addressed visitors in credible French or English. He disdained both the telephone and the brown dirt of Nazi thuggery. Although loyal to Hitler, he was not above deriding him as the Bohemian corporal, or denouncing the Führer's orders with his favourite epithet, Quatsch. Nonsense. He would have been most happy if Prussia had remained alone, his chief of staff later observed, just as before 1866. Rarely did he visit the front, considering the Atlantic Wall a bit of cheap bluff. He preferred to command from a 1-to-1 million scale map on which the beachhead, or rather that last bit of France held by the enemy, was hardly bigger than a playing card. His pessimism ran deep, and the past 10 days had only deepened his gloom. Now Rundstedt stepped forward to support the Marshal laddie. A rigid defence of the Cotentin was doomed, he warned. Better to pull exposed German forces back inside Cherbourg's bristling fortifications. Hitler nodded in agreement, but believed southern approaches to the port should also be defended. "The fortress is to hold out as long as possible," he said, "if possible until about mid-July." He had earlier drawn a line with a red pencil across the peninsula below Cherbourg, declaring, "They must hold here." "What about further Allied landings?" the Führer asked. Rundstedt thought another invasion was likely. Intelligence from Britain suggested that 50 more divisions had coiled for a second, larger blow. For this reason, the German 15th Army had diverted but a single division to Normandy. 21 others remained in the Pas-de-Calais, peering seaward. Yet even if the Allied force in Normandy had been bottled up for the time being, Rundstedt agreed with Marshal Rommel that it was impossible to hold everything. Both men advocated evacuating southern France to the Loire River, shortening German lines and forming a mobile reserve of some 16 divisions to safeguard the line of the Seine. Hitler waved away the proposal, "You must stay where you are," then changed the subject. Great things were afoot, he said, magical things. New jet-propelled aircraft would soon dominate the skies. New sea mines, triggered by pressure waves from passing ships and almost impossible to sweep, had already holed a number of Allied ships. But the greatest secret weapon had just come into play. Until now, the Reich had no answer for the Anglo-American bombers devastating the fatherland. A single German city might absorb more bombs in 24 hours than had fallen on Britain in all of 1943. That was about to change. Hitler had once dismissed rocketry as imagination run wild, but in September 1943, his scientists had begun production of a self-propelled bomb in a Volkswagen factory. Technical glitches and 36,000 tons of Allied explosives dropped on suspected launch sites had delayed the program. But German engineers found that simple mobile equipment using little more than a flimsy metal ramp would suffice to get the bomb off the ground. The weapon was a flying torpedo, 25 feet long with stubby wings, a crude jet engine and a 1-ton warhead. It could cross the English coast 20 minutes after launch, When the fuel ran dry, the engine quit and the bomb fell. Hitler called them cherry stones. The first salvo, launched from western France early Tuesday morning, had flopped. In Operation Rumpelkammer, Junk Room, just 4 of the initial 10 bombs even reached England, and only 1 caused any casualties, but subsequent volleys showed greater promise. By noon on June 16th, of 244 launches, 73 cherry stones had reached Target 42, also known as London. This very morning, the nameless weapon had been anointed the Vergeltungswaffe, reprisal weapon, or V1. Terror is broken by terror, the Führer liked to say. Everything else is nonsense. Rundstedt suggested that the V1 be used against those 500,000 enemy soldiers now massed in the beachhead. Rommel agreed. Hitler summoned a military expert who explained that the flying bomb's inaccuracy made any target smaller than London difficult to hit. The V1s were aimed at Tower Bridge on the Thames, but the margin of error might be 15 kilometers or more. Relentless pummeling of Target 42, Hitler told the field marshals, would make it easier for peace. Panic would paralyze Britain with psychological and political chaos. They broke for lunch, a joyless repast taken in silence. 2 SS guards stood behind the Führer's chair as he wolfed down a plate of rice and vegetables, first sampled by a taster, garnished with pills, and 3 liqueur glasses of coloured medicines. A sudden warning of 60 Allied planes approaching sent Hitler and the field marshals scuttling into a cramped bomb shelter for another leaden hour until the all-clear sounded. Hitler walked Rommel to his car at 4 p.m. Bay, promising to visit him at La Roche-Guyon the next morning. "What do you really think of our chances of continuing the war?" Rommel asked with his habitual effrontery. "Was it not time to consider coming to terms with the West, perhaps in common cause against the Bolsheviks?" "That is a question which is not your responsibility. You will have to leave that to me," Hitler snapped. "Attend to your invasion front." A laconic Rundstedt later summarized the conference with concision. The discussion had no success. Rather than press on to Rommel's headquarters, Hitler would abruptly bolt for Bavaria after an errant 5-1 flew east rather than west and detonated near the Margiville bunker. It did little damage but brought court-martial investigators sniffing for possible assassins. Back in Berchtesgaden, the Führer bemoaned Rommel's gloom. Had the Desert Fox lost his strut? "Only optimists can pull anything off today," Hitler told his courtiers. In fact, Rommel felt buoyant, having been beguiled once again by the master he served. "He cannot escape the Führer's influence," an aide wrote home. After supper on Saturday, he walked the chateau grounds with his chief naval advisor, Vice Admiral Friedrich Rüger, to discuss the day while admiring the mother-of-pearl vistas along the Seine. Movies often were projected on a cave wall behind the castle, and the sound of laughter from staff officers watching a light comedy carried on the evening air. Rüg was reading Gone with the Wind, and Rommel enjoyed hearing the latest plot twists. In Scarlet Rhett and the Doomed Confederacy, the Admiral detected endless parallels with our time, and an affirmation that rebuilding after a total defeat was possible. Rommel retired to his chambers, beyond the ancient portcullis slot and the curiosity room with its glass cases of mounted insects and its stuffed hawk. In the morning he would dash off a Dearest Lou note about Margiville and the new V1 campaign. "The long-range action has brought us a lot of relief," he told her. The Führer was very cordial and in a good humour. He realises the gravity of the situation. Even on the Sabbath morn, anti-aircraft crews across Target 42 manned their guns and scanned the southeastern sky for the apparition soon called Doodlebug, Hellhound, Buzzbomb, Rocket Gun, Headless Horseman, or simply it. Earlier in the week, some gunners had crowed in jubilation at shooting down what they believed were German bombers, but were now known to be pilotless bombs designed to fall from the sky. This Sunday, June 18th, was Waterloo Day, and worshippers packed London churches to commemorate the British Army's victory over Napoleon in 1815, and to petition for divine help again. In the Guards' Chapel at Wellington Barracks on Birdcage Walk, across from the former pig meadow and leper colony currently known as St James's Park, A full-throated congregation belted out the Te Deum and prepared to take communion from the Bishop of Maidstone. "To thee all angels cry aloud," they sang, "the heavens and all the powers therein." At 11:10 a.m. an annoying growl from those same heavens grew louder. Ernest Hemingway heard it in his Dorchester hotel suite, where he was making pancakes with buckwheat flour and bourbon. From the window he looked for the telltale white-hot bunghole of a jet engine. Pedestrians in Parliament Square heard it and fell flat, covering their heads. Clementine Churchill, the Prime Minister's wife, heard it in Hyde Park, where she was visiting the gun battery in which her daughter Mary volunteered. The Guards' Chapel congregation heard it and kept singing. Then they heard nothing, that most terrifying of all sounds. As the engine quit, the bunghole winked out and the black cruciform fell. Through the chapel's reinforced concrete roof it plummeted before detonating in a white blast that blew out walls, blew down support pillars, and stripped the leaves from St. James's plane trees. A funnel of smoke curled 1,500 feet above the wrecked nave. Rubble 10 feet deep buried the pews, even as 6 candles still guttered on the altar, and the bishop stood unharmed. 121 others were dead, and as many more injured. 2,000 memorial plaques accumulated by Guards regiments during eons of war lay pulverized, although a mosaic donated by Queen Victoria remained intact. "Be thou faithful unto death, and I will give thee a crown of life." Clementine Churchill hastened home to alert the Prime Minister, who was still reviewing papers in his bed at 10 Downing Street. "The Guards' Chapel," she told him, "is destroyed." He hurried to Birdcage Walk and watched salvage teams lift out the dead. Among others, several musicians from the Coldstream Guards Band were found in a side gallery, still holding their instruments as if in a wax tableau, surely faithful unto death. Churchill wept. That afternoon he motored to Bushy Park and asked Eisenhower to redouble efforts against the flying bomb. In a memo on Sunday evening, the Supreme Commander ordered that the targets codenamed Crossbow, comprising V-1 launch areas, supply dumps and related sites, are to take first priority over everything except the urgent requirements of the battle. Yet more than 30,000 attack sorties already had flown in the past 6 months, dropping the tonnage equivalent of 4 Eiffel Towers on Crossbow in an effort to eviscerate a program Allied intelligence knew was in development. Some launch sites were hit 40 or more times before analysts realized that the V-1 could be fired from elusive mobile launchers. Ideas for defeating the flying bombs poured in from the public. Harpoons fired from tethered zeppelins, huge butterfly nets, projectiles filled with carbolic acid. One patriot offered to put a curse on German launch crews. Crossbow countermeasures in the coming weeks were more conventional but fitfully efficacious. 2,000 barrage balloons were deployed on approaches to London in hopes that their tethering cables would bring down the bombs in flight. German engineers responded by fitting V-1 wings with Kuto-Nassen, sharp blades to cut the cables. Fighter pilots grew adept at shooting down the bombs with 20mm cannons. At 380 miles per hour, the RAF Tempest could overtake the V-1, and some even learned to use their wings to create enough turbulence to send a bomb spiraling out of control. Although a V-1 was considered 8 times more difficult to bring down with ground fire than a German bomber, more than 1,000 anti-aircraft guns were shifted from Greater London to the southeast coast for better fields of fire, along with 23,000 gunners and 60,000 tons of ammunition and radar equipment. Sussex and Kent in the southeast became known as Bomb Alley. Eisenhower's first priority edict dismayed his Air Force chieftains, who favoured the uninterrupted smashing of German cities, oil facilities and other strategic targets. The order stood: 1/4 of all combat sorties in the next 2 months would be flown against crossbow targets, and crews would drop 73,000 tons of bombs, another 8 Eiffel Towers. This enormous diversion of bombers had little impact on German launches. Typically, 100 V-1s were still fired at target 42 each day. Few could doubt that the best solution was for Allied armies to overrun what was now dubbed the rocket gun coast of northwestern France. "We must give the enemy full credit for developing one of the finer weapons of the war," the War Diary for the United States Strategic Air Forces acknowledged. People are beginning to get a bit jittery and jump when a door slams. A British study calculated that the average Londoner could expect to be within a half-mile of a V1 detonation once a month, odds that did not appear unduly alarming. Few Londoners saw it that way. V1 explosions sucked workers from office windows, incinerated mothers in grocery stores, and butchered pensioners on park benches. A lieutenant who was recuperating in a hospital hit by a flying bomb wrote his wife that the blast pushed through the walls and surrounded us, gripped us, entered us, and tossed us aside. He confessed to being more afraid than I have ever been of anything in my life. Soon, not a pane of glass remained in city buses. Tens of thousands of houses were smashed. The most horrible thing was the sound of burning timber, a witness reported, the crackling, malicious sound, like little devilish laughs. Eisenhower complained in a note to Mamie that he had been forced into a Bushy Park air raid shelter 19 times one morning. When a V1 was heard during a performance at the St. James Theatre, one patron muttered, "How squalid to be killed at this disgusting little farce." Fewer and fewer were willing to accept the risks. By August, 1.5 million Londoners would evacuate the city, more than during the Blitz. Of 10,492 V1s ultimately fired at Britain, about 4,000 were destroyed by fighters, balloons, and anti-aircraft guns, while others veered off course or crashed prematurely. But about 2,400 hit Greater London, killing 6,000 and badly injuring 18,000. Not one struck Tower Bridge. It was, an official British history concluded, an ordeal perhaps as trying to Londoners as any they had endured throughout the war. How easy it is to make a ghost. West of Bayeux, the Norman uplands displayed the gnarled visage that had been familiar to Celtic farmers even before the Romans marched across Gaul. Over the centuries, 10,000 tiny pastures had emerged from the limestone and Precambrian schist, girdled by sunken lanes, the width of an ox cart, and enclosed with man-high hedgerows of thatched hawthorn roots, raspberry bushes, lupine, violets, and greasy mud. The sylvan noun for this terrain, bocage, defined as a grove or an agreeably shady wood, belied the claustrophobic reality of what one infantryman would call the Gethsemane of the hedgerows. To Pacific veterans like General Collins, this jungly corner of France resembled Guadalcanal. "I couldn't imagine the bocage until I saw it," Omar Bradley would say after the war. That failure of imagination was in fact a failure of command. Allied generals had been amply forewarned, and even Caesar had written of hedgerows that present a fortification like a wall through which it was not only impossible to enter, but even to penetrate with the eye. More recently, an August 1943 military study on French topography included 24 photographs of Norman bocage. In mid-April, a First Army report described embanked fields interspersed with thickets, and advised that tactics for fighting through bocage country should be given considerable study. Aerial photos of an 8-square-mile swatch revealed some 4,000 hedged enclosures. Yet, as in the amphibious assaults on North Africa and Sicily, planners preoccupied with gaining the hostile shore devoted little thought to combat beyond the dunes. "We were rehearsed endlessly for attacking beach defences," a battalion commander later wrote, "but not one day was given to the terrain behind the beaches, which was no less difficult and deadly." Now that difficult, deadly terrain played hob with First Army's timetable. As Rommel had predicted, American troops cut the Cotentin Peninsula early on June 18th, after 2 regiments from the 9th Infantry Division lunged west to the sea near Barneville. 3 divisions abreast in Collins's 7th Corps then began clawing north towards Cherbourg, 13 miles distant. In the south, the 29th Division commander on June 17th reported, "I feel we'll be getting to Saint-Lô before long." Alas, no. Although barely 5 miles from the American line, that linchpin town would remain out of reach for another month. Tank companies now reported that to advance 2,500 yards typically required 17 tons of explosives to blow holes through nearly 3 dozen hedgerows, each defended like a citadel parapet. Each one of them was a wall of fire, A soldier in the 30th Infantry Division wrote, "And the open fields between were plains of fire." An officer noted that the enemy can be 10 feet away and be undetected. He can fight up to spitting range. That intimacy neutralized Allied air and artillery advantages. There were snipers everywhere, Ernie Pyle reported, in trees, in buildings, in piles of wreckage, in the grass, but mainly they were in the high, bushy hedgerows. A sliding scale of rewards awaited the proficient German sniper, according to a SHAEF document. 10 corpses, 100 cigarettes, 20 corpses, 20 days leave, 50 corpses, Iron Cross First Class, and wristwatch from Himmler. Enemy panzers, artillery, and savage small arms fire made western Normandy ever more lethal. The poet infantryman Lewis Simpson described the short velvet bursts of German machine pistols and added, "The purr of the bullets is wicked." A soldier hesitant to cross an open pasture to a farmhouse wrote, "I lie in the grass pondering whether to take the chance. Yes, no, yes, no." In this land of great danger, as Pyle called it, no weapon was more feared than the mortar, described by one soldier as a soft siffle high in the air like a distant lark, or a small penny whistle, faint and elf-like, falling. Mortar fragments caused 70% of the battle casualties among 4 United States infantry divisions in Normandy. Radar that could backtrack the parabolic flight of rounds to the firing tubes would not be battle-ready for months. Close combat heightened the animal senses. Like many riflemen, Simpson sniffed for a smell. We have come to recognize as Germany, a compound of sausage and cheese, mildewed cloth and ideas. Some ideas stink. Every German whole exudes the smell of their philosophy. French civilians waving white strips of don't-shoot cloth scurried to their chicken coops during lulls, gathering eggs that they sold to GIs for the equivalent of 8 cents apiece. Soon even the henhouses were blown to smithereens, birds plastered to the walls like pats of mud. Almost 400,000 buildings in Normandy would be demolished or badly damaged. Livestock casualties included 100,000 cows. Bulldozers buried them by the herd, as stiff-legged as wooden toys. Many towns were beaten to death, as if somebody had pulled them down with a gigantic rake, in one description. Pilots reported smoke tinted red from pulverized brick. In Saint-Sauveur, there was not a building standing whole, Don Whitehead reported. A medic told his family in Indiana of a smashed village, deserted and silent. Not the silence that you know, but a more profound and depressing silence. Each contested town, like each hedgerow, added more dead, wounded, and missing to a tally that in Overlord's first fortnight exceeded 1,800 each day for the United States First Army alone, or 1 casualty every 47 seconds. A French nurse told her diary of wounded men, white as sheets, their nostrils tight, their eyes rolled back. Wide bleeding lacerations, shattered limbs, internal injuries, faces in shreds. Sharp spikes in combat exhaustion, a term coined in Tunisia to supplant the misnomer shell shock, reflected the stress of Bokkaj combat. By mid-July, such neuropsychiatric cases would account for 1 of every 4 infantry casualties in 21st Army Group, with the worst of them crouched down like hunted animals in battalion aid stations. First Army by early August would also investigate more than 500 cases of suspected SIW, self-inflicted wounds, typically a gunshot to the heel, toe or finger. A fine division was burned up, taking the village of La Haye-du-Puy, one lieutenant colonel wrote. "There are 100 such villages between here and Paris. Have we 100 divisions to expend on them?" There was nothing for it but to pound away. "Things are always confusing and mysterious in war," Pyle wrote. "I squatted there, just a bewildered guy in brown, part of a thin line of other bewildered guys." Captain Keith Douglas, a British veteran of North Africa, and perhaps the most poignant poetic voice of the Second World War, had written of killing the enemy, "How easy it is to make a ghost, and how easy to become one." Douglas died south of Bayeux, slain by a mortar splinter so fine that his body appeared unblemished. "I buried him close beside the hedge near where he was killed," a chaplain wrote. "Being quite alone and reading the brief order of service over the grave affected me deeply." Only the sharpest weather eye could have noticed a faint tremor in the barometer glass on Sunday night, June 18th. Despite a cold front descending from Iceland and a restless Mediterranean depression, Shayev forecasters predicted fair skies and calm seas along the invasion coast for several days, in keeping with the benign season. Channel Pilot, a Bible for mariners sailing the Norman coast, put the chance of a June gale near zero. Another analysis of storm records since the 1870s rated the odds at 300 to 1. More than 200 ships now plied the invasion anchorage each day. Though men and machines blackened the beaches, the 218,000 tons of supplies landed since D-Day amounted to 30% less than planned. Confusion reigned, both in jammed British ports and on the far shore, where ship captains often anchored off the wrong strand. Manifests went missing, and petulant officers in small boats puttered from ship to ship, demanding to know the contents of each bottom. Surfeits piled up. One quartermaster depot would report receiving 11,000 brooms, 13,000 mops, 5,000 garbage cans, and 33,000 reams of mimeograph paper. An officer was heard pleading, "Please, oh please, stop sending me stuff I don't need." But shortages were more common, ranging from compasses and helmet nets to shovels. Bradley's units desperately needed another 6,000 M7 grenade launchers. Thousands of tons of jumbled cargo was unloaded from 19 ships in an urgent search for a few hundred bundles of maps. No need was more pressing in the bocage than 81mm mortar ammunition. The failure to find enough rounds in the anchorage led to a desperate requisition for nearly all of the ammo of every sort in the United Kingdom. Soon, 145,000 tons lay offshore. Troops rummaged through every hold for the right type, but strict firing limits would be imposed on 8 divisions anyway. First Army on June 15th had also placed severe restrictions on artillery fire missions after some batteries, expected to shoot 125 rounds per gun daily, fired 4 times as much in only 12 hours. Salvation appeared to be rising from the sea off beaches Omaha and Gold, where a pair of gigantic synthetic harbours took shape after 2 years of planning under excruciating secrecy. In one of the most ambitious construction projects ever essayed in Britain, 20,000 workers at a cost of $100 million had laboured on the components. Another 10,000 now bullied the pieces across the channel and into position with huge tow bridles, hawsers, and 160 tugs. Each artificial harbour, Mulberry A and Mulberry B, American and British respectively, would have the port capacity of Gibraltar or Dover. Among other novelties, 75 derelict ships ballasted with sand had sorted from Scottish ports for Normandy in what was described as a final journey of self-immolation. They included superannuated merchantmen, antique sidewheelers, and ancient battleships like the British Centurion and the French Courbet, flying an enormous tricolour. Scuttled in 3 fathoms parallel to the shore, the vessels formed long breakwaters called gooseberries. To this suicide fleet were added 146 immense concrete caissons, each weighing up to 6,000 tons, towed like floating apartment buildings across the channel. The caissons were then sunk near the gooseberries to form additional breakwaters. Also shipped to the Norman coast were 10 miles of floating piers and pierheads, with telescoping legs to rise and subside with the tide. In all, 2 million tons of construction materials went into the Mulberries, including 17 times more concrete than had been poured for Yankee Stadium in the 1920s. Skeptics yawped. "One storm will wash them all away," warned Rear Admiral John L. Hall, the senior salt at Omaha, but unloading had begun at Mulberry A on the night of June 16th. Liberty ships and the like could now unburden more than half a mile from shore, and LSTs could be emptied in under an hour. At last, the Overlord beaches seemed rational and right. And then, as if to rebuke those intent on taming the sea, the old gods objected. That trembling barometer abruptly plummeted, grey squalls and a rising wind piled seas against the lee shore, and one of the worst June gales in 80 years began to blow. By mid-morning on Monday, June 19th, unloading had halted. By noon, HMS Dispatch logged winds at force 8, almost 40 miles per hour, and seas exceeding 5 feet, Anchors dragged and fouled, tethers snapped, anti-aircraft crews were evacuated from the Mulberry gun platforms after waves carried off handrails and catwalks. Tuesday was fiercer, with seas over 9 feet racing down the channel. Oil spread along the gooseberries calmed neither sea nor nerves. Storm continues, if anything worse than before, a British lieutenant wrote, in considerable danger of being swept away. Swept away they were, pier by pier, and pierhead after pierhead, with the sound of steel grinding steel above the howling wind. Runaway vessels smashed into the pontoon piers despite shouted curses and even gunshots from sailors manning Mulberry A. Of 36 steel floats, each 200 feet long and 12 feet wide, 25 broke loose to rampage through the anchorage off Omaha. Pounding waves broke the backs of 7 ships in the Omaha Gooseberry, including the venerable Centurion, and many concrete caissons fractured. Distress calls jammed all radio channels, and the plaintive hooting of 100 boat whistles added to the din. "This is a damnable spell we are going through," Admiral Ramsay told his diary on Wednesday, June 21st. After 80 hours, the spell broke. The shriek dropped to a long-drawn sigh, a witness wrote. In the west, a rent in the sky revealed blue. Force 7 gusts continued through mid-afternoon Wednesday, but the great storm was spent, the havoc wreaked. Not even a 1,000-bomber raid could have done as much damage, a Navy salvage officer concluded. 800 craft of all sizes had been tossed ashore, including a small tanker deep in the dunes, and dozens more were sunk. From Fox Red to Dog Green, every exit off Omaha was blocked by sea wrack. More than 2 miles of articulated steel pier under tow from England when the blow began were lost at sea. Mulberry A was a total loss, washed ashore or bobbing as flotsam around the Bay of the Seine. Some scraps would be salvaged for Mulberry B, which had been less grievously injured because it was shielded by shoals and, the British believed, because the gooseberries were positioned with greater care than the Yanks had exercised. Regardless, Ramsay decried the Mulberries as an even more formidable abortion than I had anticipated, while Admiral Hall called them the greatest waste of manpower and steel and equipment for any operation in World War II. Mulberry B ultimately did prove useful. By summer's end, nearly half of Britain's supply tonnage was arriving in France through the artificial harbour, which was completed in mid-July and came to be known as Port Winston. But for the moment, the calamity had prevented 140,000 tons of stores and 20,000 vehicles from reaching France. Montgomery estimated on the evening of June 22nd that the Allied build-up was at least 6 days behind, a deficit that would not be overcome until late July. Second Army had 3 divisions fewer ashore than planned, delaying a renewed attack on Caen, and Rommel had exploited the bad weather to reinforce the beachhead. So sharp was the cry for ammunition that hand grenades were flown across the channel, and Bradley ordered 8 coasters deliberately beached so that holes could be slashed in their hulls for quick unloading. With the beaches again in disarray, the capture of Cherbourg loomed ever more urgent. A First Army study had warned that if the port was not seized quickly, no more than 18 Allied divisions could be supported, a shortfall that would allow the enemy to overwhelm us. Cherbourg alone was believed capable of supplying up to 30 divisions in combat. Small wonder that Eisenhower's headquarters now described it as the most important port in the world. Great misfortune had befallen Cherbourg over the centuries. Proximity to England brought pillage by the hereditary enemy in 1295, 1346, and 1418. In 1758, an English fleet burned every French ship in the harbour and demolished the fortifications. The town's stature and prosperity slowly rebounded. Bonaparte's mortal remains had arrived in Cherbourg en route to Paris from St. Helena in 1840, inspiring a movement to rename the town Napoleonville. Nothing came of it but an equestrian statue. Winter gales frustrated even the great military engineer Vauban in his efforts to enlarge the port with a breakwater. Only on the 3rd try did he succeed, using gigantic granite blocks fitted together with hydraulic cement. In April 1912, RMS Titanic sailed from Cherbourg on her star-crossed maiden voyage. A further port expansion, financed with German reparations after World War I, had built the berths used by other great transatlantic liners between the wars. With vengeful pleasure, Rommel and his division seized these docks and the rest of the seaport in 1940. Now Cherbourg was again besieged. By the night of June 21st, 3 divisions of Collins' 7th Corps were chewing at the concrete and field fortifications embedded in a collar of steep hills around the city. French farmers tossed roses at G as wearing a 2-week growth of beard and uniforms stiff with dirt. "The troops seemed terribly pathetic to me," wrote Ernie Pyle, "with guns in their hands, sneaking up a death-laden street in a strange and shattered city in a faraway country in a driving rain." United States Army sound trucks played Strauss waltzes to encourage nostalgia in enemy ranks while broadcasting surrender appeals, a tactic known as hog-calling. Give-up leaflets called BUMF for bum fodder, toilet paper, promised ample food and included pronunciation aids such as "I surrender," "When can I take a bath," "Some more coffee, please," and "Thanks for ces cigarettes." An American ultimatum expired without reply at 9 a.m. on Thursday, June 22nd, just as the Great Storm ebbed. Shortly after noon, 500 Allied fighter bombers strafed and skip-bombed the town from 300 feet, followed by an hour's pummeling by 400 medium bombers. Sherman tanks crushed recalcitrant enemy riflemen, and by Friday all 3 United States divisions had penetrated the city from east, west, and south behind white phosphorus, satchel charges, and flamethrowers. A horse was shooed into the city carrying a German corpse lashed across the saddle with a note: "All you sons of bitches are going to end up this way." In radio messages decrypted by Ultra, the garrison commanding general, a heel clicker named Karl Wilhelm von Schlieben advised Rommel that his 21,000 defenders were burdened with 2,000 wounded, suffering from bunker paralysis and greatly worn out. Although Cherbourg still had a 2-month supply of food, including 5,000 cows that had been rustled into the city, a scheme to ferry 80 tons of ammunition aboard 4 U-boats fell apart. Rommel's reply, at 1 p.m. on Sunday, June 25th, offered no solace. "You will continue to fight until the last cartridge in accordance with the order from the Führer." Schlieben's miseries multiplied. Just as Rommel's command arrived, 3 Allied battleships, 4 cruisers, and 11 destroyers, led by a minesweeper flotilla, appeared on the horizon. On a glassy sea under light airs, the bombardment force split into 2 squadrons. Then, for the first time since the Battle of Casablanca in November 1942, the Allied fleet commenced what Swabs called a fire-away Flanagan against enemy guns of comparable weight and range. Approaching west to east with destroyers laying smoke, the cruiser Quincy steamed to within 7 miles of shore in the misbegotten belief that most enemy batteries had already been silenced. The bright wink of a muzzle flash suggested otherwise, and 30 seconds later a 150mm shell plumped the sea close aboard to prove the point. Great salvos soon arced back and forth. "More concentrated firing toward and from the beach than I had ever expected to see," one officer reported. 15 rounds or more straddled Quincy, splashing green water across the forecastle as she and her sisters violently zigged and zagged in a boil of white wakes and bow waves. Some 20 German shells also straddled Nevada, that angry spectre from Pearl Harbor. 2 clipped her superstructure, yet hardly scratched the paint. A Spitfire spotting for HMS Glasgow had trouble finding an offending battery through clouds of dust and smoke. But German gunners saw the cruiser clearly enough to lob shells into her port hangar and upper works, causing her to retire for a brief licking of wounds. More sound and fury than destruction resulted from 3 hours of hard shooting, although both the skipper and the executive officer of HMS Enterprise were wounded by shell fragments. Some 300 6-inch shells finally quieted the most pugnacious German battery west of the port, but without killing it. 6 miles east of Cherbourg, a quartet of 11-inch guns in Battery Hamburg comprised the most powerful enemy strongpoint on the Cotentin, with a range of 25 miles. The second bombardment squadron had steamed to within 11 miles of the coast when shells abruptly smacked the American destroyers Barton and Laffey in the engine room and port bow, respectively. Both projectiles were duds. Less fortunate was United States's. O'Brien, hit just before 1 p.m. by a Hamburg shell that detonated in her command center, killing or wounding 32 men. Firing became general, with the battleship Texas straddled across the bow, then straddled across the stern, then hit in the conning tower by an 11-inch killer that mortally wounded the helmsman and hurt 11 others. Texas spat back more than 200 14-inch shells, among the 800 rounds dumped on Battery Hamburg by 3 p.m. Yet by the time the Allied fleet swaggered back across the channel, only one of the 4 enemy guns had been disabled. Despite a naval bombardment of a hitherto unequalled fierceness, as a German war diary described the shelling, Fortress Cherbourg could not be reduced from the sea. The port would have to be taken by a land assault. In this, General Collins was ready to oblige. With Ted Roosevelt at his elbow, he watched the naval action on Sunday afternoon from a captured redoubt east of town, 400 feet above the church steeples and grey stone houses with red roofs. "The view of Cherbourg from this point is magnificent," Collins wrote his wife a day later. "We could see smoke from fires being directed into Fort du Roule, which is the central bastion of the German defences, on a high bluff overlooking the city. Over to the right were the inner and outer breakwaters with their old French forts guarding the entrance from the sea. Cherbourg lay in a bowl from which billows of smoke poured up in spots where the Germans were demolishing stores of oil and ammunition. Joe Collins was where he always wanted to be, on the high ground. From the heights, he often told subordinates, 'You can make the other fellow conform.' With a slicked-down cowlick, a gift for persuasion, and a nonchalance about casualties, he was at 48 the youngest of the 34 men who would command a United States Army Corps in World War II. Gavin considered him runty, cocky, confident, almost to the point of being a bore. To First Army staff officers, he was hot mustard. The 10th of 11 children born to an Irish émigré who peddled nails, buckshot, and animal feed from a New Orleans emporium, Collins had graduated as an infantryman from West Point in 1917, commanded a battalion in France after the Great War at age 22, and made his name in the South Pacific, whence he still suffered malarial shakes. "All the tactics you will ever need," he insisted, "could be learned by studying General Winfield Scott's campaign from Veracruz to Mexico City." Self-improvement remained a lifelong impulse, and in the coming months he would place orders with a Washington bookstore for Moby Dick, Moll Flanders, William Faulkner's Sanctuary, Emile Zola's Nana, and a stack of other novels. He also collected a kit bag of aphorisms, notably, "An order is but an aspiration, a hope that what has been directed will come true." The virtues attributed to him by the West Point yearbook a quarter-century earlier aptly described his command style. First, concentration and decision. Second, rapid and hearty action. Now Cherbourg was nearly his, the high ground, the low ground, and the ground in between. Fort du Roule fell as he watched, although engineers would spend another day coaxing bitter enders from the basements with white phosphorus down ventilation shafts and TNT lowered by wire to blast gun embrasures. G is fought to the docks with grenades, bayonets, and 155mm rounds fired point-blank down the Boulevard Maritime. General von Schlieben had by now retreated into a subterranean warren cut from a rock quarry just west of Fort du Roule. More than 800 comrades jammed the fetid chambers, leaving hardly room enough to swing a cat. At 3 p.m. on June 26th, Schlieben radioed Rommel a final message. Documents burned, codes destroyed. Less than 2 hours later, an Army tank destroyer platoon fired 22 rounds at the tunnel entrance from 300 yards. "It was good," a gunner murmured after the last shot. Within minutes, a German soldier bearing a white flag the size of a bedsheet emerged, followed by a staggering column of troops with hands raised and a tall, grey-faced Schlieben, his greatcoat flecked with mud and powdered masonry. In his pocket was found a printed menu from a dinner honouring him in Cherbourg a few weeks earlier. Lobster and hollandaise, pâté de foie gras, roast lamb, peaches, champagne. Now, at the 9th Division command post, he was offered K-ration cheese and brandy as Robert Capa and other photographers circled round. When Schlieffen complained, "Auf Deutsch, I am tired of this picture-taking," Capa lowered his camera with a histrionic sigh and replied, also auf Deutsch, "I too am tired. I have to take pictures of so many captured German generals." Cherbourg, a Chef officer reported, proved a looter's heaven. Vast stores of everything from shaving cream to torpedoes were found in Fort du Roule, along with silks, cigars, radios and soap in unmailed packages to families in Germany. The Hotel Atlantique held great stocks of carbon paper, envelopes and shoes, both wooden and leather, while Schlieffen's cupboard in the Villa Maurice proffered beef tongue, bacon, artichokes and canned octopus. Soldiers also found 10,000 barrels of cement used for V1 sites, 1 million board feet of lumber, and most important, intact storage tanks for over 600,000 barrels of oil. MPS quickly secured warehouses stacked with thousands of cases of champagne, cognac, wine, and American whiskey. Bradley decreed that every soldier in Normandy would eventually receive 2 bottles of wine and 3 of liquor, but many chose not to wait for their allotment. 7th Corps toasted the capture of Cherbourg with countless bottles of Hennessy and Benedictine. "The United States Army went on one big drunk," a Navy captain recorded. "There were drunken voices singing, rifle shooting all night, with frequent detonation of hand grenades." Those who had inspected the port felt less celebratory. Chef planners initially hoped to capture Cherbourg on D+7 and to reopen the harbour 3 days later. In the event, the city fell on D+20. The first port operations took 3 weeks to begin, and Allied engineers would spend months repairing a facility proudly described by Berlin as completely wrecked. The German genius for destruction, honed with practice at Bizerte and Naples, produced what an American colonel called a masterful job, beyond a doubt the most complete, intensive, and best-planned demolition in history. Trainloads of explosives had wreaked damage far beyond even the darkest Allied expectations. Electrical and heating plants were demolished, along with the port rail station and every bridge, every building, every submarine pen. Each ship basin and dry dock was blocked with toppled cranes and more than 100 scuttled vessels, ranging from fishing smacks to a 550-foot whaler. 20,000 cubic yards of masonry rubble choked the Das Transatlantique, where once the Queen Mary and the Normandy had docked. One jetty was punctured with 9 holes 50 feet in diameter, while craters measuring 100 feet by 70 feet had been blown in the Great Keys. Countless booby traps seeded the ruins, and more than 400 mines of half a dozen varieties would be lifted or triggered in the roadstead. Some mines remained dormant for nearly 3 months before arming, so 8 magnetic and 8 acoustical sweeps of the port had to be completed each morning for the rest of the summer. A tedious, dangerous reconstruction began within hours of Schlieffen's surrender, despite delays in getting divers, tugs and engineering gear from Britain. Eventually Cherbourg would shoulder over 15,000 tons of material a day, double an early Chef projection and more, but not until mid-July would the first barge enter the port. Not until mid-August would the first Liberty ship dock, and not until mid-October would the deep-water basins be in good enough repair to berth big cargo carriers. One cannot avoid noticing, an army study acknowledged, that things did not go according to plan. Cherbourg kept the Allied armies in France from wasting away, but the paramount task of enlarging and provisioning that host would bedevil Eisenhower for the rest of 1944. For the moment, the conquerors savoured what Churchill called this most pregnant victory, the capture of Overlord as first big objective at the price of 22,000 7th Corps casualties. Before the Hôtel de Ville, near the statue of Bonaparte on his prancing charger, Collins on June 27th made a brief speech in ill-pronounced French and presented the mayor with a tricolour sewn from American parachutes. Civilians were instructed to surrender both firearms and pigeons to prevent messages to the enemy and to stay indoors after sunset. A band played various national anthems in dirge time before the army brass strolled through the Place Napoleon to congratulate their filthy, hollow-eyed soldiers, one of whom muttered, Make way for the fucking generals. Prisoners by the acre dumped their effects, knives, lighters, dispatch cases, and shuffled past jeering, spitting Frenchmen, thinking up new lines of invective to bellow, as Alan Moorhead reported. From nearby cages they would be herded onto LSTs and any other floatable conveyance for transport to British camps, still singing ballads from the 7 Years' War. Hitler was so enraged at the fall of Cherbourg that he threatened to court-martial the 7th Army commander, who abruptly died on June 29th, ostensibly from a heart attack, although many suspected poison, self-administered. G is also sorted through effects, including a low mountain of bedrolls stenciled with the names of soldiers killed in action and stacked along a stone wall near the Louis Pasteur Hospital. Quartermasters separated government gear from personal items, filling cardboard boxes with photos of smiling girls, harmonicas, and half-read paperbacks. A pocket Bible carried a fly-leaf inscription, "To Alton C. Bright from Mother, read it and be good." Staff Sergeant Bright from Tennessee could no longer be good because he was dead. In a nearby 19th century French naval hospital, bereft of both water and electricity for the past week, doctors found a morgue jammed with decomposing German, French, and American corpses. Amputated limbs filled buckets and trash cans in the corridors and underground surgeries. There were dirty instruments everywhere, dirty linens, wrote a nurse from the 12th Field Hospital. Patients lay stinking in their blood-soaked dressings and excreta. A Life magazine reporter wrote, "Perhaps more men should know the expense of war, for it is neither a fit way to live nor to die." He added, "The war in the West had barely begun. 2 bordellos promptly opened in Cherbourg, both operating from 2 p.m. to 9 p.m, and one designated whites only. MPs kept order among long queues of soldiers. Les tendus, women shorn for collaborations sentimentale during the German occupation, were paraded on a truck labelled the Collaborators' Wagon. They were the first of some 20,000 who would be barbered in France this summer, their tresses burned in piles that could be smelled for miles. Such stenches lingered in the nostril, to be carried beyond Cherbourg and beyond the war. The stink of diesel exhaust, of cordite, of broken plaster exposed to rain, of manure piles and the carcasses of the animals that shat them before being slaughtered by shell fire. An infantryman named John B. Babcock later catalogued the scents wafting around him. Cosmoline gunmetal preservative, oil used to clean weapons, chlorine in the drinking water, flea powder, pine pitch from freshly severed branches, fresh dug earth. Also, GI yellow soap and the flour grease fumes from field kitchens, as well as those pungent German smells of cabbage and sour rye, of stale sweat wool and harsh tobacco. Even if the war in the West had barely begun, here was the precise odour of liberation. 3. Liberation. A monstrous blood mill, 1 million Allied soldiers had come ashore at Normandy by early July, yet the invasion increasingly resembled the deadlock at Anzio, or worse, the static trench warfare of World War I. Tentage vanished, replaced by labyrinthine burrows roofed with double layers of pine logs and sandbags. "They keep lobbing mortars at us," Lieutenant Orville E. Faubus informed his diary. "It is a world no civilian can ever know." Though Cherbourg had been taken, the beachhead on July 1st was only 6 miles deep in places. Caen and Saint-Lô remained in German custody, and daily casualties in Normandy exceeded those of the 1917 British force in Flanders during the Third Battle of Ypres, which included the hellish struggle at Passchendaele. A German general who had fought in both world wars now described the Normandy struggle as a monstrous blood mill, the likes of which I have not seen in 11 years of war. Omar Bradley lamented, "I can't afford to stay here. I lose all my best boys. They're the ones who stick their heads through hedges and then have them blown off." Eisenhower's planners had given little thought to the Allied recourse if Overlord led to stalemate. A few options were considered, including another airborne and amphibious assault outside the Normandy lodgement. But the only credible solution, a Shea F study concluded, was to bash on, to concentrate all available air and land forces for a breakout from within the captured area. The Supreme Commander's jitters grew with each new casualty list. He switched cigarette brands to Chesterfields, but still smoked several score a day, contributing to an ominous blood pressure reading of 176/110. An army doctor prescribed slow-up medicine. His ears rang anyway. He ate poorly and slept badly, not least because V1 attacks often forced him into a renovated shelter at Bushy Park, where paint fumes gave him headaches. A flying bomb on July 1st detonated 200 yards from Eisenhower's office, sucking panes out of the windows and peeling off a swatch of Wide Wing's roof. In a red leather journal, the Supreme Commander jotted brief, unhappy notes. Bradley's attack to South now postponed to July 3rd. How I suffer. Tried to play bridge. Awful. During a visit to the beachhead in early July, he stayed at Bradley's command post, padding about at night in red pajamas and slippers. One afternoon he squeezed into the back of a P-51 Mustang from which the radio had been removed, and for 45 minutes flew west, then south, then east toward Paris for an aerial view of the battlefield. Marshall would raise hell if he knew about this, he admitted. Upon being told that a German officer captured at Cherbourg refused to disclose where mines had been laid, Eisenhower said, "Shoot the bastard," an order neither intended nor enforced. Montgomery had long envisioned an attritional battle, which he called the dogfight, between the invasion assault and a breakout from the beachhead. Eisenhower chafed anyway. In a Dear Monty note on July 7th he wrote, "I am familiar with your plan for generally holding firmly with your left, attracting thereto all of the enemy armour, while your right pushes down the peninsula and threatens the rear and flank of the forces facing the 2nd British Army. We must use all possible energy in a determined effort to prevent a stalemate. I will back you up to the limit in any effort you may decide upon to prevent a deadlock." Montgomery's reply a day later affected a bluff insouciance, despite 1,200 casualties that day in the Canadian 3rd Division alone, including 330 killed. "I am myself quite happy about the situation. I now begin to see daylight," he wrote, adding, "I think the battle is going very well. The enemy is being heavily attacked all along the line, and we are killing a lot of Germans. Of one thing you can be quite sure, there will be no stalemate." So it had begun. This direct professional exchange concealed an enmity that already infected the Allied High Command and would grow more toxic. In his diary, Montgomery complained that Eisenhower cannot stop butting in and talking, always at the top of his voice. "I like him very much, but I could never live in the same house with him. He cannot talk calmly and quietly." Montgomery professed to spend 1/3 of his day making sure I'm not sacked, and another third inspiriting the troops, which leaves 1/3 of my time to defeat the enemy. At Chaiaf, the insistence by Chief Big Wind, as Montgomery was privately nicknamed, that the battle was unfolding as planned, fed a seething disgruntlement, particularly among British air commanders. Montgomery had become something of a dictator, something of a mystic, wrote one. It was difficult to track him down and to get an audience with him. Eisenhower's deputy, Air Chief Marshal Sir Arthur W. Tedder, told Churchill in late June that fewer than half of the planned 81 squadrons were flying from Normandy because only 13 airstrips had been built. "The problem is Monty, who can be neither removed nor moved to action," Tedder advised his diary. Persistent rain added to the gloom. A scowling Lee Mallory compulsively tapped his portable barometer, which always seemed to be falling. "Things are now egg-bound," he complained, "and they may become glacial." Churchill, too, grew waspish. Fearful that Britain's contribution was undervalued even as the American preponderance grew, the Prime Minister demanded that Canadian dead and wounded be included in the British publication of casualties, otherwise they will be very readily assumed to be part of the American casualties. The point is of imperial consequence. The V1s pummeling London made him bloody-minded, and he seemed to consider countering either with biological weapons, anthrax looked promising, or with a more conventional campaign that publicly listed 100 small, lightly defended German towns, which would be obliterated one by bombing attack. Neither idea found favour with the British High Command, mostly for pragmatic reasons, but Churchill on July 6th insisted that a cold-blooded calculation be made about whether Allied poison gas would shorten the war while also retaliating against crossbow targets. It would be absurd to consider morality on this topic when everybody used it in the last war without a word of complaint from the moralists or the church, Churchill argued. He also noted that bombing cities had been prescribed in the Great War, but now everybody does it. It is simply a question of fashion changing, as she does between long and short skirts for women. Strategic planners in London replied that gas would not be likely to have more than a harassing effect on the Third Reich, while it would provoke widespread chemical warfare, including attacks on London. When Eisenhower learned of the discussion, he ended it, for the moment, with a tart note to Beetle Smith, his chief of staff. "I will not be party to so-called retaliation or use of gas. Let's for God's sake keep our eye on the ball and use some sense." Montgomery's battle plan required a great lunge by the United States First Army to deepen the bridgehead, and in this he was disappointed. With high hopes but little imagination, Bradley ordered 3 corps abreast to attack south down 3 macadam roads beginning July 3rd. On the western edge of the Allied line, 8th Corps, with 3 divisions on a 15-mile front, took 10,000 casualties in 12 days, while advancing only 7 miles through swamp and bocage. Bitten witless by mosquitoes, everyone was more or less confused, one unit reported. Beyond Omaha Beach, on the left flank of the American sector, 19th Corps managed to cross the steep-banked Via River and an adjacent canal in rubber boats, but a push for the high ground west of Saint-Lô was thwarted by congestion, fratricide, and panzers counter-attacking with sirens screaming. In the American center, 7th Corps fared no better. "That is exactly what I don't want," Joe Collins said after one ill-fated action. Casualties included 1,400 men from the 83rd Division during its first day in combat. One regiment ripped through 5 colonels in a week, and more Norman fields were upholstered with what Hemingway called the deads. An officer describing war in Normandy wrote simply, "The sadness of it is always with me." Combat skills proved suspect across First Army, from map reading to armor infantry collaboration. Senior leadership seemed especially thin. In the space of 2 months, Bradley would relieve 9 generals, including 2 division commanders from the 90th Division alone. The hapless 90th was about to be assigned a new commander, although he did not know it yet. During the Sicilian campaign, Bradley had deemed Ted Roosevelt too soft-hearted to take a division, but now he reconsidered and so recommended to Eisenhower. Roosevelt had been frantically busy as the military governor of Cherbourg. He had also been helping the 4th Division manage the 5,000 casualties it had suffered since D-Day. The rifle company with which he had landed on Utah Beach had lost more than 80% of its men, he wrote Eleanor, and 5 of the original 6 officers. "Our best young men are being killed," he told her. "Let us hope the sacrifice will be to some purpose." With his 57th birthday approaching, he confessed to a desperate weariness, and in a July 10th letter home complained that it had been raining for God knows how long. It still is, for that matter. "But," he added, "now I've got a little home in a truck. It was captured from the Germans, and I've got a desk and a bed in it. The inside is painted white." As always, he drew solace from the Pilgrim's Progress. "Maybe my feet hurt and the way is hard, but I must go on. My soul's peace depends on it." After a conference with Collins on Wednesday afternoon, July 12th, Roosevelt was delighted by the arrival at 7:30 p.m. of his son, Quentin, an officer in the 1st Division. "For more than 2 hours in the spiffed-up German lorry, we talked about everything," Quentin wrote. "Home, the family, my plans, the war." Hardly an hour after his son left, Roosevelt suffered a severe coronary thrombosis. The 4th Division commander, Tubby Barton, was summoned at 11:30 p.m. "He was breathing but unconscious when I entered his truck," he wrote Eleanor a few hours later. "I sat helpless and saw the most gallant soldier and finest gentleman I have ever known expire. The show goes on. He would have it so, and we shall make it so." An army half-track bore Roosevelt to his grave on Friday, Bastille Day, past homemade American flags hanging from cottage sills and a sign declaring, "Merci à nos libérateurs." The division band played "The Son of God Goes Forth to War," before two buglers, one echoing the other, followed with taps. Rough Rider was returned to the motor pool for reissue, with the name painted over. The show went on. Roosevelt never knew of the division command assignment sitting on Eisenhower's desk, nor did he know of the Medal of Honor that would be awarded for his valor on Utah Beach. Eisenhower and Bradley favored reducing Barton's recommendation to a Distinguished Service Cross, but George Marshall made certain that his old World War I comrade received the higher honor. "He had the Elizabethan quality," a family friend wrote Eleanor. "A range of mountains, a fine line of poetry, a nobility of act, all caught an answering fire in his spirit. I don't believe there are many people in the world like that. And now, one less." The German travel writer Karl Baedeker had once described Saint-Lô as a very ancient place, fortified by Charlemagne and picturesquely situated on a slope on the right bank of the Vire. Although sacked by Vikings, by Plantagenet kings, and in 1574 by Catholic reactionaries who put Calvinist apostates to the sword, Saint-Lô had always recovered its charm, until June 6, 1944, when Allied planes turned the town to powder. By dawn of D+1, 800 citizens were dead, and the bombers returned every day for a week, further pulverizing choke points to discomfit enemy convoys bound for the beachhead. Entire families lay buried beneath the rubble. Others fled, and now no more than 10 living inhabitants remained where there had been 11,000. 8 roads and a rail line still radiated from Saint-Lô, making it the most vital terrain in First Army's zone and the most ardently defended segment on a 50-mile front. Artillery and big stuff bombs, in one reporter's phrase, turned the encircling hills into a moth-eaten white blanket. Smoke draping the stone-ribbed fields reminded an army observer of woodcut illustrations of Civil War battlefields. For more than a week, GIs struggled to advance 500 yards a day through splintered apple orchards and across charred ridgelines defended by German paratroopers in baggy grey smocks. Bradley, on July 11th, had posited that enemy defenders were on their last legs, and a final killing blow was ordered across a 10-mile sector. The 29th Infantry Division, Martyrs of Omaha Beach, would aim for Saint-Lô itself under the command of a pugnacious, bullet-headed Major General named Charles Hunter Gerhardt, Jr. Everything about him was explosive: speech, movements, temper, one major wrote. He was a detector and eradicator of lethargy. A classmate of Collins and Ridgway's at West Point, Gerhardt was known both as Loose Reins for his riding style as a polo player and as General Chicken Shit for his fuss-budget ways. Even senior officers were required in training to answer 5 questions, including, describe the resuscitation of a man from drowning. While commanding a division in the United States, Gerhardt had required a suntan for all soldiers through shirtless daily exposure, 7.5 minutes each for chest and back, and he still offered a 10-shilling bounty to any deadeye who could outshoot him with pistol or carbine. One subordinate described him as hard, exacting, aggressive, percolating in his own vitality, while another considered him completely off the beam. He would make a dashing Indian fighter. He had coined the division motto, 29, let's go. But even admirers would later joke that Charlie Gerhardt really commanded a corps of 3 divisions, one in the field, one in the hospital, and one in the cemetery. By late afternoon on July 15th, attacking from north and east, the 29th Spearheads closed to within 2 miles of Saint-Lô. Fire teams snaked through the bocage, one infantry squad in each field with a single Sherman tank creeping in first gear as a gesture towards stealth. Engineers then blew gaps in the hedgerows with slabs of TNT and ammonium nitrate as riflemen rushed forward. Sudden bursts of German fire knocked men backward as though jerked with a rope, an officer wrote, to be answered with artillery that chopped enemy paratroopers into pieces, difficult to reconcile with a whole man. Tracers stabbed the woodlot thickets like hot needles, and the roar of gunfire built until it seemed like the end of everything, a private first class wrote. There was no memory of any time before being here, under fire. A trooper with 3 days in the line was now deemed a veteran. Before dawn on Monday, July 17th, Gerhardt ordered all 9 rifle battalions to attack. The 3rd Battalion of the 116th Infantry, at less than half strength, with barely 400 men, but still the strongest of the 9, slipped through the fog in a column of companies to the hamlet of La Madeleine, a mile east of Saint-Lô. Just after 8 a.m., the Germans lashed back with mortar fire, killing the new commander, Major Thomas D. Howe, and his 2 radio men. Only artillery and dive-bombing P-47 Thunderbolts prevented panzers from overrunning the battalion. GIs marked the front line with undershirts and yellow smoke, then rummaged through hedges for plasma bags dropped from Piper Cubs. Replacement troops in new olive-drab uniforms hurried forward carrying rifles with quartermaster tags still fluttering from the trigger guards. An unbearably sorry scene, a young officer later recalled, but German defences were melting away. General Dutch Cotter, that stalwart of Omaha Beach, led a task force into Saint-Lô from the northeast at 6 p.m. on July 18th, storming through a cemetery where the Famille Blanchet crypt became a command post with 18-inch marble walls and a stone sarcophagus suitable for a map table. "Here among the dead," wrote Don Whitehead, "was the safest place in all Saint-Lô." After weeks in the bocage, troops capered into town up the Rue de Bayeux, with all the joy of a band of claustrophobes released from a maze, A.J. Liebling added. German artillery still dropped from the southern heights. Cotter's fingertips dripped blood after a shell fragment slashed his arm. But G as soon secured 17 strongpoints. On Gerhardt's order, Howie's body arrived by jeep at dusk. Draped with a flag, the corpse was laid on a rubble bier that once had been the Abbey Church of Sainte-Croix. Hardly a trace of sidewalk or street pavement remained in Saint-Lô. You couldn't identify anything anymore, the poet Jean Follin wrote. The persistence of durable objects had been solidly defeated. Fragments of stone houses with painted shutters now damned the Vier, the correspondent Iris Carpenter reported. On this lake floated planks from floors, timber from roofs, furniture, mattresses, and an assortment of dead horses, cows, cats, and dogs. Everything was grey. AGI added, "We sure liberated the hell out of this place." The Irish writer Samuel Beckett, who would arrive as a Red Cross volunteer, estimated that 2,000 of 2,600 buildings had been completely wiped out in what he described as the capital of ruins. An army list of booby-trapped items included fence posts, teacups, doorbells, jackknives, purses, drawers, light switches, automobile starters, window curtains, inkwells. Added to that were the first booby-trapped German bodies, often with a grenade pin tied to a souvenir Luger or a fountain pen. GIs were warned that bodies being picked up on the battlefield should be jerked by a rope at least 200 feet long. The capture of Saint-Lô ended Bradley's mid-July offensive. All in all, it was a disappointment. At a cost of 40,000 casualties, a dozen divisions had advanced between 3 and 7 miles. "If there was a world beyond this tangle of hedgerows," a survivor wrote, "you never expected to live to see it." Most discovered, as a battalion commander put it, a sinking feeling that the German army would take much more destroying. But Saint-Lô was no Pyrrhic victory. The offensive, in Montgomery's phrase, had eaten the guts out of the German defence and deprived Rommel of a road network critical to manoeuvring east and west. An unfinished letter found on a dead German from the 9th Parachute Regiment described comrades chewing cigarettes and gnawing the ground in terror. "We thought the world was coming to an end." In a green Norman meadow at La Cambre, Gerhardt would lead the living in singing "Nearer, My God, to Thee," as nearly 2,000 division dead were honoured beneath whitewashed wooden crosses and stars of David. An adjutant called the roster of those killed, each name answered in turn by a surviving comrade. "Here!" Then, as the division band played Beer Barrel Polka, the men gave a great raw 29, "Let's go," and turned back to the battle. Rommel rose with the sun, as usual, on Monday, July 17th. As a precaution against Allied bombers, he now often slept with the rest of his staff in panelled rooms tunnelled into the chalk cliffs behind La Roche-Guyon. A dachshund, Elbow, dozed under the luggage stand. A good dog, Rommel told Lucy, "can take your mind off your troubles." After a quick breakfast in the chateau, he clattered down the 15 stone steps to the courtyard and climbed into the front seat of the Horch. His aide, a sergeant, and another officer sat in back, peering up for enemy fighters as the big convertible pulled through the gate and swung west past Giverny, where, in a calmer age, Claude Monet had painted his water lilies. The field marshal planned to inspect 2 divisions at Falaise, then visit 2 of his corps command posts near Caen. Troubles he had, and neither a dog nor the Brahms radio concert he had listened to the previous evening could take them away. For a field marshal who often drove 200 miles or more each day to visit his battle commanders, simply venturing beyond La Roche-Guyon had become perilous. All German road convoys and most single vehicles now moved only during the brief midsummer nights. From Normandy to Holland, roadsides were excavated with funk holes, slit trenches every 60 yards, into which drivers and their passengers could dive whenever strafing planes appeared. "Militarily, things aren't at all good," he had written Lucy. "We must be prepared for grave events." Calm finally had fallen on July 9th, after British planes gutted the city with 6,000 half-ton bombs in 40 minutes. There was nothing more to see, a witness reported, only more dust. 8,000 French refugees now jammed a lycée and the reeking Abbaye aux Hommes, founded by William the Conqueror as penance for marrying his cousin Matilda. German troops still held Caen's southern outskirts, but the infantry strength of the 12th SS Panzer Division equalled a single battalion. The murder division had been murdered, at least a bit. On any given day now, Army Group B might suffer as many losses as Rommel's Africa Corps had in the entire summer of 1942. Only 10,000 replacements had arrived to compensate for 100,000 German casualties in Normandy over the past 6 weeks. A British cannonade of 80,000 artillery rounds at Caen on July 10th had been answered with 4,500 German shells, all that were available. Rommel had seen a battalion commander riding horseback for want of a car or of fuel. "The divisions are bleeding white," his war diary recorded. Berlin anticipated 1.6 million German casualties on all fronts from June through October, far more than the fatherland could sustain. That bloodletting had intensified with the Soviet summer offensive, launched on June 22nd with close to 2 million Red Army troops, 2,700 tanks, and 24,000 field guns. In less than 2 weeks, an enormous pincer attack had obliterated 25 German divisions, ripping a hole 250 miles wide in the front. On this very Monday, tens of thousands of German prisoners would shuffle through Moscow in a winding column led by captured Wehrmacht generals. Rommel's disaffection grew day by day. "Hitler will fight without the least regard for the German people until there isn't a house left standing in Germany," he told his confidant Admiral Ruger. The Field Marshal was aware of talk, dangerous talk, of a separate peace on the Western Front and perhaps a coup. He opposed making Hitler a martyr, but would consider taking command of the armed forces if necessary. In early July, Rundstedt had been removed as commander in the West, ostensibly after pleading age and infirmity, but in fact because he had advised Berlin to make an end to the whole war. Hitler gave him a medal and a 250,000 mark gratuity to go take the cure at Bad Tolz. "I will be next," Rommel predicted. Rundstedt's successor, Field Marshal Gunther von Kluge, known as Cunning Hans, had commanded an army group in the east for 2 years and brought to France a reputation as a fearless and tenacious innovator. In their first meeting at La Roche-Guyon, he accused Rommel of obstinate self-will, but within a week concurred that the situation couldn't be grimmer. On July 15th, Rommel composed a 3-page report for the High Command, in which he wrote, "The situation on the Normandy front is growing worse every day and is now approaching a grave crisis. The unequal struggle is approaching its end." Kluge endorsed the assessment in a cover note to Berlin. Fried eggs and brandy awaited Rommel at mid-afternoon on Monday when the Hawk pulled beneath a camouflage net at the IS Panzer Corps command post in Saint-Pierre-sur-Dive, 20 miles southeast of Caen. Nothing he had seen during the day's travels had lifted his gloom, including strafed Wehrmacht trucks smouldering on the road shoulders. When Kurt Meyer, commander of the 12th SS Panzer, pleaded for Luftwaffe support, Rommel snapped in frustration, "Who do you think you're talking to? Do you think I drive with my eyes closed through the country?" During a conference at Saint-Pierre with General Sepp Dietrich, the one-time butcher's apprentice and beer hall brawler who commanded the Panzer Corps, Rommel warned that a large-scale attack might come as early as that night. British armour and bridging equipment had been seen and heard massing in the Orne Valley, despite efforts to conceal the noise with artillery barrages. Rommel suggested that layered anti-tank defences 10 miles deep could blunt the attack and prevent the Allied bridgehead from merging with a second invasion force, still expected in the Pas-de-Calais. Dietrich agreed that an attack seemed imminent. Limestone under the Caen plain acted as a sounding board, amplifying enemy tank sounds for any ear pressed to the ground. "You're the boss, Herr Feldmarschall," he said in his Bavarian twang. "I obey only you, whatever it is you're planning." Just after 4 p.m, Rommel climbed back into the Horsch, spreading a map over his knees. Bad news from Saint-Lô required him back at La Roche-Guyon. "I've won Dietrich over," he murmured to his aide. The car raced east on Route D4, past cap-doffing peasants and ox carts flying white flags. Outside Livarot, the driver detoured onto a farm track, then rejoined the main road 3 miles north of Vimoutiers. On the northern horizon, half a dozen enemy planes could be seen darting like dragonflies. Abruptly, the sergeant in the rear seat cried out. 2 Spitfires had spotted the Horsch and were closing from behind, streaking just above the treetops. Flooring the accelerator, the driver had nearly reached a narrow lane behind a screen of poplar trees when the first gun burst flashed from the lead fighter's wings at 500 yards. Slugs stitched the left side of the Hawk, mortally wounding the driver in the shoulder and arm. The car careered downhill, slamming against a tree stump before flipping into a ditch. Flung against the windshield and then from the car, Rommel lay in the roadbed 20 yards behind the wrecked Horsch. He was grievously hurt, bleeding from the ears with a fracture at the base of his skull, 2 more fractures at his left temple, a shattered cheekbone, a damaged left eye, and lacerations of face and scalp. Carried to a nearby gatekeeper's lodge, he was driven to Livarot after a 45-minute search for another car. The local pharmacist, found sipping his evening Calvados in a cafe on the town square, dressed the field marshal's wounds, injected him with etherated camphor for shock, and pronounced him hopeless. Still unconscious, Rommel was loaded into another staff car and driven to the Luftwaffe hospital in Bernay, 25 miles distant. There he would in fact survive, slowly recuperating in room 9 until stable enough to go home to Lucy in Herrlingen. Not for weeks would Reich propagandists announce that he had been injured in a car wreck, omitting the role of enemy fighters. For Erwin Rommel, the Führer's marshal, the war was over. Rommel was right about the Allied attack. At 5 a.m. on Tuesday, July 18th, a morning fine and bright, 1,000 Lancaster bombers swept across the glistening channel at 3,000 feet, the first of 4,500 planes that were to smash a narrow corridor southeast of Caen that Tuesday. Aircraft were spread out in a great fan in the red dawn coming in over the sea, Lee Mallory told his diary after watching from the cockpit of a small plane. Soon there was nothing but a pall of dust and smoke. A German panzer crewman saw little dots detach themselves from the planes, so many of them that the crazy thought occurred to us, "Are those leaflets?" Then began the most terrifying hours of our lives. The first bombing wave alone dropped 6,000 tons, with some targets calibrated to receive 25 pounds of high explosives per square yard, in what one captain described as a canopy of noise that left German survivors stone deaf. The little dots fell, and a few flaming aircraft fell too, but at length the formations made for home with what a Tommy called a dreadful, unalterable dignity. At 7:45 a.m, the shrill cry went out among the armoured ranks massed along the Orne, "Move now!" and the biggest tank battle fought by Britain in World War II had begun. Operation Goodwood massed 3 British and Canadian corps, some 76,000 troops and 1,370 tanks, for a southward dagger thrust into 5 German divisions with 230 tanks plus 600 guns and heavy mortars. The iron-plated British 8th Corps would lead the attack with 700 tanks in 3 armoured divisions. Montgomery, who had ample tanks but ever-dwindling British infantry reserves, told subordinates that he intended to draw the main enemy forces into the battle on our eastern flank, so that our affairs on the western flank may proceed the easier. That modest, credible battle plan, entangle Rommel with the British Second Army so the United States First Army could burst from the beachhead, was beset with tactical and conceptual complications. Flinging tanks insufficiently protected by infantrymen against entrenched anti-tank defences had long proved perilous, if not ruinous. Montgomery also told General Miles Dempsey, the Second Army commander, to engage the German armour in battle and write it down, to such an extent that it is of no further value to the Germans as a basis of the battle. That is, to attrit the enemy unto annihilation. British armoured spearheads should push far to the south towards Falaise, some 20 miles from Caen, while spreading alarm and despondency. To Field Marshal Brooke in London, Montgomery predicted a real showdown on the eastern flank. With 700 tanks loosed to the SE of Caen and armoured cars operating far ahead, anything may happen. War correspondents believed that a Russian-style breakthrough could carry Second Army 100 miles or more, nigh unto Paris. Montgomery had over-egged the pudding. Many subordinates and at least some of his superiors anticipated a titanic battle of exploitation and pursuit. Eisenhower, told by Montgomery that the whole eastern flank will burst into flames, promised in return that the Yanks would continue fighting like the very devil, 24 hours a day, to provide the opportunity your armoured corps will need. The Supreme Commander added in a cable, "I am viewing the prospects with the most tremendous optimism and enthusiasm. I would not be at all surprised to see you gaining a victory that will make some of the old classics look like a skirmish between patrols. Forgive me if I grow a bit exuberant." To wheedle those 4,000 warplanes out of sceptical air commanders, Montgomery felt compelled to paint his canvas in rather glowing colours and to magnify or even overemphasise the result to be gained, Dempsey said after the war. In doing this, he did not take Eisenhower into his confidence. Brigadier Williams, the British intelligence chief, added that Montgomery had to be overconfident all the time in order to get people willing to be killed. Move now. Willing or not, the tanks trundled forward like a fleet raising anchor, prow to stern, debouching from minefield gaps marked with white tape. The 11th Armoured Division led, followed by the Guards and 7th Armoured Divisions, crossing 3 Orne bridges at a rate of 1 vehicle every 20 seconds, a grinding choreography that soon frayed. Through burning, breast-high wheat they rolled, in a hole-and-corner terrain of fruit trees and stone villages, on ground that inclined south and allowed the hidden enemy perfect observation with long fields of fire. Some 760 Royal Artillery guns howled and stamped, and shells roared through the air like angry women swishing out of a room, as one captain wrote. The rolling barrage swept forward 300 yards every 2 minutes, in what a tank crewman described as a solid grey wall of shell bursts. It was hard to believe that anything could live in it. But soon the barrage outran the tank squadrons, slowed by a rail embankment 2 miles from the start line, and the Germans, rattled but not unhinged by an air bombardment less apocalyptic than Montgomery had hoped, recovered their wits. Torrid orange sheaves of flanking fire came from Cagny, a battered hamlet on the left edge of the attack corridor. Here, at 10 a.m., Lieutenant Colonel Hans von Luck, a Rommel acolyte still wearing his dress uniform after 3 days' leave in Paris, found an intact Luftwaffe battery of 4 88mm anti-aircraft guns. With drawn pistol, Luck forced the reluctant battery commander to shift his tubes into an apple orchard. "You are going to fight the tanks," and rounds began zipping through the wheat stalks like torpedoes. The 11th Armoured Division reported great difficulty in locating where the fire came from, and before long, 16 Shermans stood burning in the grain. Canny would hold out until early evening, a wicked nuisance. Many more tanks soon burned farther south, past a second rail embankment that gave onto the main enemy gun line along the Bourguebus Ridge, inevitably pronounced Buggersbus. Carpet bombing had left both the ridge and SS reinforcements mostly unscathed, and fighter bomber pilots found that camouflaged gun pits using flashless, smokeless powder were almost invisible. German defenders lay low when British scouts nosed forward, and, as a result, the reports of no opposition in the Bourguebus area sent by scout cars were erroneous. The 11th Armoured Division commander later explained. Violent, impassable fire subsequently swept the tank fleet, and soon the horizon was blazing with Shermans, a Coldstream Guards lieutenant recalled. Some tank crews are on fire and rolling about on the ground trying to put their clothes out, the gunner John M. Thorpe informed his diary. Now all the tanks in front of us are burning fiercely. Huge smoke rings leave their turrets rising high into the windless sky. Another Tommy wrote that burnt and injured men kept coming back through the corn. We gave them a drink of water and told them to keep going. A corporal described the scorched Bourguebus slope as a horrible graveyard of burning tanks. Montgomery took a different view. Operations this morning a complete success, he cabled Field Marshal Brooke just after 4 p.m. Situation very promising, and it is difficult to see what the enemy can do at present. To Eisenhower he added, "I'm very well satisfied with today's fighting on eastern flank. We definitely caught the enemy off balance. Second Army has 3 armoured divisions now operating in the open country." He gave locations for those divisions that were pure fantasy. 8th Corps had scratched out 6 miles on a front hardly wider than a knife's edge, at a cost of 200 tanks. Perhaps misled by blithe early dispatches from the field, he also issued a public statement in time for the BBC News at 9 p.m. Second Army attacked and broke through. General Montgomery is well satisfied. The London Times banner headline on Wednesday morning, July 19th, Second Army breaks through, was outdone only by the Daily Mail as "Armour now swarming into open country." Montgomery's cheery assurance sparked jubilation at Bushy Park, but that turned to ashes in the mouth when the true battle map came clear. On Wednesday, Kay Summersby wrote in her desk diary, "E worried because Monty has stopped going. E does not feel well, high blood pressure." The day's events would only make E feel worse. Bourguebus Ridge was reported groaning with enemy, including anti-tank reinforcements that ignited more Sherman pyres on the calm plain. Dempsey's 2 flanking corps, the British one to the east and the Canadian 2 to the west, found hardly more success. Repeated attacks by the former on Trouarne failed, and the latter seized the southern skirts of Caen before fighting off a ferocious counterattack. In one trapped brigade, according to a Canadian account, men who were still alive lay hiding in the wheat until they could creep to safety. At first light on Thursday, Tommies finally occupied the village of Bourguebus, but advanced no farther. At 4 p.m, a thunderstorm broke with tropical violence, the advent of a 2-day downpour that put paid to Operation Goodwood. Sergeants passed around the rum rations as soldiers crept across the battlefield to collect the dead. The offensive had liberated another 34 square miles of France, plus the rest of Caen. This enlarged the beachhead sufficiently to bring the Canadian First Army vanguard to Normandy, but hardly constituted the breakthrough hoped for by Shay F. More than 2,000 Germans had been captured, and, as Montgomery envisioned, additional panzer forces were lured to the Allies' eastern wing. Yet Sepp Dietrich lost only 75 tanks and assault guns, by no means the evisceration of German armour that Montgomery also desired. The so-called death ride of the armoured divisions cost more than 4,000 Second Army casualties and more than 400 tanks, about a third of the British armoured force on the continent. Airmen grumbled about 7,000 tons of bombs for 7 miles. After nearly 7 weeks, Overlord had inserted 33 Allied divisions along an 80-mile front but penetrated no deeper into Normandy than 30 miles, at a cost of 122,000 casualties. We are up against a tougher proposition than the worst pessimist had in mind during the planning stages. Major General Everett S. Hughes, a close confidant of Eisenhower's, wrote his wife on July 22nd. Wits invented mock headlines, Montgomery sitting on his car, but the New York Herald Tribune captured the prevailing gloom. Allies in France bogged down on entire front. The Times of London corrected its Goodwood zeal. The word breakthrough used in early reports can only be said to have a limited meaning. Lee Mallory told his diary, "The fault with us is basically generalship." Grumbling and backbiting intensified within the Allied High Command. Would Montgomery be sacked? Rumours flew, agitators agitated. Informed that V-1 launch sites would not soon be overrun, Air Marshal Tedder informed Beetle Smith, "Then we must change our leaders for men who will get us there." He, Eisenhower, and others had been had for suckers, Tedder complained. "I do not believe there was the slightest intention to make a clean breakthrough." Worse yet, he told Eisenhower, was the failure to exploit an attempt by the German military to kill Hitler with a bomb on July 20th. With the Norman battlefield still deadlocked, Hitler could attend to reprisals and to shoring up his regime. The failed assassin, Colonel Klaus von Stauffenberg, and at least 200 others would be executed, shot, hanged, beheaded, poisoned or garroted, sometimes on film, and thousands more were jailed. Before the month ended, Wehrmacht officers would be required to demonstrate fealty by giving the stiff-armed Nazi Heil rather than the traditional military salute. E is not pleased at progress being made, Summersby noted. If displeased, he was also determined not to panic or to act rashly. Instead, he would pressure his field commanders, directly and indirectly. Awakened one night by a phone call from Churchill, Eisenhower asked, "What do your people think about the slowness of the situation over there?" Perhaps the Prime Minister could persuade Monty to get on his bicycle and start moving. To Montgomery, the Supreme Commander sent a sober, 14-paragraph note. "Time is vital," Eisenhower wrote. "We must hit with everything." "I thought that at last we had him and were going to roll him up. That did not come about. Eventually the American ground strength will necessarily be much greater than the British. But while we have equality in size, we must go forward shoulder to shoulder, with honours and sacrifices equally shared." He would keep faith with the battle plan, with his commanders, and with their common cause. Perhaps only to his mother could he reveal how weary he was. "If I could get home," he wrote Ida Eisenhower in Kansas on July 23rd, "I could lie down on the front lawn and stay there for a week without moving." The bright day grew dark. Wearing the West Point bathrobe he had carried through Tunisia and Sicily, Omar Bradley often stood before dawn at the 8-foot map board that now filled an olive-drab tent in Vuilly, 4 miles southeast of Isigny-sur-Mer. He too slept badly, despite sedatives at bedtime. Nearly every night he could be found in the small hours pacing the wooden floor of the map tent next to his trailer, contemplating what he had called the frightful country ahead. A wet moon drifted over the 1st Army Headquarters encampment, and the nauseating stink of dead cows carried on the night air. Eventually the cock would crow as pearl-grey light leaked from the east, and still Bradley attended his map, sketching boundary lines or penciling in roads. Then, wielding a long beech twig as a pointer, he again rehearsed in his mind's eye the coming attack that must end the stalemate and win the Battle of Normandy. "I want it to be the biggest thing in the world," he told his staff. Operation Cobra, that biggest thing, was Bradley's plan, although not his plan alone. Montgomery, for one, had encouraged a sledgehammer blow on a narrower front than the Americans commonly preferred. This was sound advice, deftly delivered. "Take all the time you need, Brad," the British commander had urged, pressing 2 slender fingers together against a map. "If I were you, I think I should concentrate my forces a little more." Joe Collins, whose 7th Corps would serve as the point of the spear, had chosen the precise spot to attack, a bocage copse just west of Saint-Lô on the old Roman road to Perrier. 15 United States divisions, 6 in Collins's corps alone, would blow through the battlefront to eventually reach Avranches, 30 miles south, opening the route to Brittany and the vital Breton ports. Pursue every advantage, Eisenhower had urged, with an ardour verging on recklessness. That advantage lay mainly in air power, particularly since artillery ammunition continued in short supply. A single heavy bomber carried the explosive punch of more than 100 howitzers firing simultaneously, and Bradley wanted 1,500 heavies dropping 60,000 100-pound bombs within an hour on a rectangular swatch 5 miles wide and a mile deep, one bomb every 16 feet. For a week he had made his case to his air brethren, even travelling to Lee Mallory's headquarters at Stanmore in Middlesex on July 19th, as Goodwood was coming unstitched. The use of small bombs with instant fuses would prevent the deep cratering that had bedeviled tanks crossing the carpet-bombed terrain at Cassino and at Caen, Bradley argued. To forestall fratricide, the bomber fleets should fly parallel to the front, using the perfectly straight Saint-Lô to Perrier's Road for guidance. Army assault battalions would pull back 800 yards as a precaution against errant bombs, yet this would leave them near enough to rush forward before the enemy recovered his wits, as apparently had happened in Goodwood. Very little in Bradley's vision appealed to airmen. The Army Air Force's Handbook for Bombardiers included 125 pages on, among other arcane topics, ballistic coefficients, dropping angles, and Williamson's probability, all of which suggested that the general's proposed attack route was impossible. 1,500 planes could not funnel into a 1-mile corridor in the single hour that First Army allotted before the ground attack began. Such a bombardment would take closer to 3 hours. Other technical problems also obtained, including the difficulties of dropping in the prevailing crosswind and of flying over intense anti-aircraft defences. Only if the planes attacked perpendicular to the front line, approaching from the north over the heads of American troops, could they drop several thousand tons of bombs in an hour. Moreover, even in daylight and good weather, the margin of safety for dug-in troops was 3,000 yards from the bomb line, almost 2 miles. Anything closer amounted to what one air commander called bombing between the army's legs. Bradley agreed to pull his assault battalions back 1,200 yards rather than 800, but he balked at further concessions. Warned that 3% of the munitions would likely fall awry, some 1,800 bombs in the proposed Cobra payload, he accepted the risk. If Gias died, they were nothing more than tools to be used in the accomplishment of the mission, he later wrote. War has neither the time nor heart to concern itself with the individual and the dignity of man. As he had once told Ernie Pyle, I've spent 30 years preparing a frame of mind for accepting such a thing. Pyle spent Monday night, July 24th, in an apple orchard near Pont-Hébert, wrapped in a blanket among tree trunks gashed white with bullet scars. After the Cherbourg campaign, he had felt hollow and lethargic, like someone using up your own small quota of chances for survival. He drifted to the back of the beachhead, writing about ordnance troops who refurbished rusty M1 rifles with sandpaper and gasoline solvent. To combat veterans, those in the rear were known as they, and their world was the they area. Pyle felt guilty at lingering in the they area. Now he had returned to the front, his inevitable province, and on Tuesday morning he stood behind a stone house in a farmyard lacerated with slit trenches. Officers from the 4th Infantry Division studied mimeographed sketches of the Cobra bombing sequence that showed where the heavy B-17S and B-24S would dump their loads, complemented by medium bombers and by fighter bombers. Hardly half a mile to the south, red pillars of smoke from artillery canisters fired every 30 seconds rose at 1-mile intervals along the Saint-Lô to Perrier Road to delineate the bomb line. Cerise recognition panels covered the ground like flaming throw rugs, and every vehicle had been repainted with the Allied White Star insignia, first adopted 2 years earlier after tests to determine the geometric design most clearly visible from air and ground. At 9:38 AME, The first of 350 fighter bombers began raking German positions along a 300-yard corridor parallel to the road. From G is tucked beneath the trees a throaty roar built to the echo. "Like kids at a football game," a lieutenant noted. Pyle squinted at the sky, hands cupped around his eyes to block the glare, listening to the heavy rip of the plane's machine guns and the splitting screams of diving wings. Not much had gone right with Cobra thus far. Originally scheduled to follow hard on the heels of Goodwood, the operation had been delayed by rain and cloud for days, while Bradley glumly studied the 3 barometers he kept in his command post. Lee Mallory then ordered the attack for noon on Monday, July 24th, rejecting a United States 8th Air Force request to wait another day, or at least until mid-afternoon when skies were expected to clear. Flying from Stanmore to Bradley's headquarters at Vuilly, Lee Mallory arrived on Monday at 11:20 a.m. to find clouds still smothering Normandy, bombers already on the wing, and no way to contact the pilots except by a frantic cancellation order radioed to England. Too late. Although many pilots chose to abort their drops because of poor visibility and explicit orders not to bomb short as the penetration route is directly over friendly troops, some bombed by mistake. One startled bombardier accidentally tripped the toggle switch when a chaff bundle smacked the nose of his plane, and others took a chance on dropping through the thinning overcast. Of 350 heavies disgorging nearly 1,000 tons, only 15% hit the target. Several medium bombers also missed by as much as 7 miles, and P-47s attacked misidentified targets 4 miles short of the bomb line. 25 GIs were killed and 131 wounded, nearly all in the 30th Infantry Division, whose assistant commander told First Army, "As a fiasco, this operation was a brilliant achievement. Bradley's fury knew no bounds. Lee Mallory flew back to England with accusations of duplicity and bad faith ringing in his ears. At 10:30 p.m., he phoned Bradley to confirm that the attackers had flown perpendicular to the target box rather than parallel, and that many bombs heavier than 100-pounders had been dropped. Bradley had evidently misconstrued what had been agreed to at the Stanmore Conference on July 19th, and Lee Mallory had left that meeting early for another appointment before all details of the mission were clarified. A full Cobra bombardment could be launched again on Tuesday morning, Lee Mallory now added, but only by flying the same perpendicular route from the north. With more marginal weather predicted, Bradley agreed, grumbling bitterly, and Collins worked all night to get his bewildered corps repositioned to try again. From his farmyard redoubt, Pyle watched for half an hour as fighter bombers dipped and darted. The black blossoms of German anti-aircraft shells spattered the sky. Then a new noise intruded, a sound deep and all-encompassing with no notes in it, just a gigantic faraway surge of doom-like sound. From the north, the B-17S and B-24S drew near, roofing the heavens with a stately procession of tiny silver cruciforms 3 miles up, ploughing their way forward as if there was no turmoil in the world. Gawking soldiers leaned back until their helmets fell off. Roofing the heavens with a stately procession of tiny silver cruciforms 3 miles up, ploughing their way forward as if there was no turmoil in the world. Gawking soldiers leaned back until their helmets fell off. The first detonations to the south reminded Pyle of the crackle of popcorn. Smoke and dust rolled back through the orchards, and the bright day grew slowly dark. Then, inexplicably, the bomb loads drew ever closer, with a terrifying rattle of wind over tail fins and the ponderous footfall of explosions stomped through the trees. Pyle dove beneath a heavy wagon behind the stone house, waiting for darkness, as concussion waves hammered his chest and eyes in what he would describe as the most sustained, horrible thing I've ever gone through. At length, the howling passed, and a colonel staggered through the swirling dust, snapping his fingers and muttering, "God damn it, God damn it, God damn it." For others, it was worse. The star-crossed 30th Division took more casualties from the Army Air Forces, AAF, on this Tuesday forenoon than from the enemy on any day in the war. Then came that awful rush of wind, a regimental history recorded. That awful sound like the rattling of seeds in a dry gourd. Bombs entombed men in their trenches or split them open like deer carcasses. Bombs obliterated command posts, tossed cows into trees, and raised the dead from local cemeteries. The concussion felt as if someone was beating you with a club, one officer reported, while another was whacked in the buttocks by what proved to be a body part. Men screamed for medics and raged against the American Luftwaffe. Just over 1,500 heavies dropped 2,000 tons of high explosives and an even larger payload of fragmentation bombs. Of those aircraft, 36 bombed American troops, joined in the fratricide by 42 medium bombers. High clouds had forced some planes to descend several thousand feet, loosening the formations and requiring crews to hurriedly recalculate data for their bomb sites. Red marking smoke was easily confused with artillery muzzle flashes, and the Saint-Lô-to-Perrier road was soon hidden by dense bomb smoke carried on a 5-knot southerly breeze. 2% of all bombs had fallen short by a mile or more, killing 111 soldiers and wounding 490, this in addition to the casualties from the previous day. Among the dead was Lieutenant General Leslie J. McNair, the commander of Army Ground Forces, who was visiting from Washington and had rashly inserted himself into an assault battalion of the 30th Division. A search detail with picks and shovels combed the crater where he was last seen without finding a trace. Eventually his corpse was spotted 65 feet away, beyond recognition but for his dog tags, shoulder flash and rank insignia. "I warned him time and again about unnecessary risk," Eisenhower cabled Marshall. A manifest listed all the personal effects left for his widow. 6 Lieutenant General stars, tarnished, and clasp missing from 2 stars. By the time the last medium bomber flew off at 12:23 p.m., nearly 2,500 planes had dropped 5,000 tons of bombs, plus heaps of white phosphorus and a new jellied gasoline agent called napalm. In the pinched target box, where the Army's armoured breakout was to burst forth, each square mile absorbed more than 11,000 bombs, among the greatest concentrations of killing power in the history of warfare. As for the dead and dying G's on the wrong side of the line, Pyle wrote with the laconic fatalism that now bleached his bones, anybody makes mistakes. Eisenhower flew to see Bradley at Vuilly for a few hours on Tuesday afternoon, then returned to England, dejected and vowing never again to use heavy bombers in a tactical attack. "That's a job for artillery," he snapped. "I gave them a green light this time, but I promise you it's the last." Bradley continued to fume at Lee Mallory and others, obfuscating his own role in putting troops danger close. By early that afternoon, the Cobra ground attack was well underway. Assault columns initially made meagre progress. A 30th Division column butted into enemy resistance after only 400 yards, including Panther tanks. "Good God," a GY in a light tank cried over the radio. "I fired 3 rounds and they all bounced off." Panzer return fire dismasted a platoon sergeant. "Just his legs and hips were there," a comrade wrote. One arm with the wristwatch on it lay near the house. By nightfall, 7th Corps had gained no more than a mile beyond the Saint-Lô-to-Perrier road, and fewer than 300 prisoners had been bagged. German shells rained down, leading an intelligence officer to conclude that enemy artillery was not touched by our bombing. Africa veterans like Eisenhower and Bradley should have recalled 2 lines of Kipling popular in Tunisia. "Man cannot tell, but Allah knows/how much the other side was hurt." In truth, German defences had been blown to smithereens. The enemy was profoundly hurt, mortally hurt. The main opponent confronting 7th Corps, the Panzer Lehr Division, had earlier been described as worn out by the German High Command after 6 weeks of fighting. Tuesday's conveyor belt bombing had devastated the weakened division, flipping tanks, smashing radios, and obliterating headquarters. The division commander, General Fritz Bayerlein, former chief of staff for Rommel's Africa Corps, described half-crazed soldiers jumping out of the craters of a lunar landscape, running in circles. Everything was burned and blasted. He calculated that 70% of his men were dead, wounded or inert, with a feeling of helplessness, weakness and inferiority. Orders could be transmitted only by motorcycle couriers nosing a path through drifted debris. When Field Marshal Kluge passed word that the Saint-Lô-Perrier corridor must hold, Bayerlein replied, "Tell the Field Marshal that the Panzer Lehr is destroyed. Only the dead can still hold." Unaware of the size of the American host and lulled into complacency by Monday's aborted attack, German commanders had been caught out. As Montgomery intended, 2/3 or more of 7th Army's panzers still faced the British in the east, and reserves in the German 15th Army remained pinned to the Pas de Calais, awaiting the 30 Allied divisions still believed to be assembling in England for a second invasion. 7th Army failed to keep a sufficient armoured reserve to plug any breach in the Cotentin, and battlefield leadership proved wanting. Kluge's headquarters informed Berlin late Tuesday night, "The front has, so to speak, burst. There is a penetration of 2 to 5 kilometres deep on a front 7 to 8 kilometres wide. It has not yet been possible to seal this off." Nor would it be possible. Collins had massed 120,000 troops on a 5-mile front along the Saint-Lô to Perrier Road, plus 15,000 engineers to lift mines and bury dead livestock. His 600 artillery tubes, with 140,000 rounds stockpiled, exceeded the firepower of the other 3 First Army Corps combined. Most Sherman tanks were now fitted with hedge cutters for slashing through the bocage, rugged tusks designed by GIs and fabricated with angle iron salvaged from German beach obstacles. Welders and virtually all of the oxygen-acetylene cylinders in England had been flown to Normandy, where an assembly line in Saint-Jean-de-Dié turned out 300 cutters in 2 days, all kept secret before Cobra. No less innovative was a decision by Major General Elwood Pete Quesada, the tactical air commander, to position liaison officers with VHF radios in each tank column for direct communication with fighter bombers overhead, a collaboration that proved priceless in what airmen called hazing the Hun. Collins had not planned to launch his exploitation force, the 1st Infantry Division and 2 armoured divisions, the 2nd and 3rd, until a clear hole had been drilled through enemy defences by shock battalions from the 4th, 9th and 30th Infantry Divisions. But the absence of the usual German counterattack on Tuesday afternoon suggested disarray and debility in the opposing ranks, even if the lead United States echelons had yet to break into the enemy's rear. At 5:45 p.m. on Tuesday, Collins ordered the follow-on forces to attack the next morning, July 26th. Riflemen crept forward through the night, feeling for booby traps, removing mines, and listening for the growl of Panzer engines. With the new day, the American onslaught built momentum, as if both opposing armies had begun to slide across a landscape tilting south. Is rode into battle Russian style on tank hulls, leaping off to spray every swale and thicket with blistering fire. On average, 1st Division troops required under 3 minutes to clear each hedgerow, a task that had taken hours just a few weeks earlier. On the eastern lip of the breach, forcing a narrow sunken road to Saint-Gilles cost 730th Division casualties, but by mid-afternoon tanks were churning through the village against little opposition. Marigny fell to the 1st Division. The 9th Division lunged nearly 3 miles beyond the Perrier Road, and at 4 p.m. the German 7th Army reported Americans leaking through 7 punctures in the narrow front. Enemy efforts to fling 2 divisions west across the Vire River to cork the bottle came to naught after the United States 19th Corps blocked the move. Fuel shortages forced abandonment of 2 Panther companies from the 2nd SS Panzer Division, and an American patrol killed the Das Reich commander, a small but satisfying measure of vengeance for the massacres at Toula and Oradour. Kluge told subordinates to expect no further reinforcements for at least a week. By nightfall on Thursday, 100,000 Americans were pouring through the 5-mile breach, armoured columns had closed on Coutances, and Bradley's mapboard showed ever more enemy positions with unit icons marked REM, remnants. "This thing has busted wide open," the 30th Division commander told Collins. French farmers flitted across the battlefield, stripping shoes and tunics from German corpses. Is found white tablecloths and wilting flowers on a mess table in a captured bivouac, along with well-thumbed pornography, copies of Life magazine, and checkers on a board abandoned in mid-game. A tank lieutenant saw a German drop his rifle and scamper away. Then I caught sight of holes in his head, and he crashed full tilt into an apple tree, he wrote. He was running dead, like a chicken. On Friday, enemy forces scuffed to the rear across a 20-mile front, pressed by both Collins's 7th Corps and Major General Troy Middleton's 8th Corps, clattering down a corridor along the Cotentin coast. German ambuscades, local counterattacks, and confusion permitted substantial enemy forces to escape entrapment in the Cotentin. Even so, sheets of marching fire took a heavy toll. Pilots over Roncy reported a fighter-bomber's paradise, with German traffic triple-banked and crawling bumper to bumper. For 6 hours, Allied planes lashed the column, eventually joined by artillery, tanks and tank destroyers, until more than 100 panzers and 250 other vehicles stood wrecked, if not burning. Survivors pelted away on foot, silhouetted against the flames. The Hun had been hazed. Coutances fell on Saturday morning, July 29th. German naval crews at Granville spiked their shore guns before fleeing. "Things on our front really look good," an elated Bradley wrote Eisenhower. Ahead lay Avranches, among the oldest towns in Normandy, where the English monarch Henry II had arrived, barefoot and hatless, to make public penance on his knees for the murder of Thomas Becket in 1170. Built on a high bluff overlooking Holy Mont Saint-Michel, 8 miles to the west, Avranches gave on to Brittany and the Breton ports coveted by Allied logisticians. On Sunday evening, a spearhead from the 4th Armoured Division lunged into the town, only to find it undefended. Jubilant Frenchmen greeted them with waving tricolours. Belatedly alive to their peril, German troops hurried toward Avranches in trucks and horse-drawn wagons. Counter-attacking at dawn, they were thrown back with white phosphorus, strafing P-47s and gouts of Sherman fire. American tankers and riflemen soon seized the vital bridge over the Seluni River at Pontobo, 4 miles south of town and unaccountably still intact. Within hours, 3 more crossing sites over the Selune had been secured. Here the roads radiated to all points of the compass, including the Brittany ports. 7,000 German prisoners shambled into 8th Corps cages on July 31st alone. Many had been simply disarmed and waved to the rear unescorted. "We faced a defeated enemy," General Barton told subordinates in the 4th Infantry Division, "an enemy terribly low in morale, terribly confused." In a phone call from Le Mans to his chief of staff in Paris at 10:30 that Monday morning, Kluge scoffed when told of Berlin's demand that another defensive line be thrown up in Normandy. "It's a madhouse here. You can't imagine what it's like. All you can do is laugh out loud. Don't they read our dispatches? Haven't they been oriented? They must be living on the moon. Someone has to tell the Führer that if the Americans get through at Avranches, they will be out of the woods and they'll be able to do what they want." The Führer would learn the truth of Kluge's assessment soon enough. With agility and celerity, and bolstered by 10,000 tactical air sorties, First Army had driven 30 miles in less than a week to outflank the German left and pivot into Brittany. This thing had indeed busted wide open. The war of movement had begun, at last. Ministers of thy chastisement, down metalled roads and farm lanes they pounded, columns of jeeps and tanks and deuce-and-a-half trucks snaking through the shot-threshed fields and the orchards heavy with fruit. MP motorcyclists weaved among the ranks, scolding dawdlers. Grenades hung from uniform lapels like Cartier clips. Chalky dust powdered their faces and greyed their hair. "War was their business," wrote the photojournalist Lee Miller, and they went on in a sloping march. On they marched, south, east and west, past stone barns and mules hauling milk in copper urns, past shops that still peddled perfume and silk scarves, past collaborators with crude swastikas swabbed onto their shaved heads. When the trucks halted for a moment, and GIs tumbled out to urinate in squirming echelons on the road shoulders, civilians rushed up to plead for cigarettes with 2 fingers pressed to the lips, a gesture described by Forrest Pogue as the French national salute. Others offered tricolour nosegays made from blue hydrangeas, red roses, and white asters. "Heap, heap, hooray!" the Frenchman yelled, repeating phrases learned from doughboys a generation earlier. "I speak English! Jeez Christ, cot damn!" soldiers replied in schoolboy French, or with handy phrases published in Stars and Stripes, among which was the French for "my wife doesn't understand me." A GI shout of "Vive la France" often elicited jugs of Calvados and toasts to the spirit of Lafayette, or hissing denunciations of the Boche, also known to the Yanks as Krauts, Jerrys, Greybacks, Lice, Huns and Squareheads. German tourist posters still hung from schoolhouse walls, and German language lessons, all umlauts and uppercase nouns, could be seen chalked on blackboards. But for mile after mile, the only enemy encountered were prisoners, encouraged to surrender with the G1 dialect, known as Milwaukee German or dead men, often buried beneath a makeshift marker with an epitaph reduced to a naked noun, also uppercase, a German. The Wehrmacht retreat had a Napoleonic aspect, an officer in Army Group B conceded. Kluger, in early August, told his superiors, "No matter how many orders are issued, the troops cannot, are not able to, are not strong enough to defeat the enemy." In hasty bivouacs, the surging columns halted for the night, choking down cold K rations or heating soup in their helmets over a sterno flame. The charred crown, with steel burned to a blue sheen, marked veteran troops as surely as a Purple Heart. Evening also was the time for brief memorial services. "One's life is held in balance by a little piece of metal smaller than a man's finger," one soldier wrote. A chaplain who offered a prayer for the dead invoked the Irish poet Charles Wolfe. "We buried him darkly at dead of night. We left him alone with his glory." Shea F. planners in late July estimated that Germany could be defeated quickly if 9 more divisions were added to the 75 already allocated to Overlord. Unfortunately, with fewer than 3 dozen divisions now in France, almost no additional British units remaining, and United States reinforcements reaching France at a rate of less than 1 division per week, that war-winning tally of 84 would not be available on the continent until August 1945. Instead, the Allies would have to settle for the arrival on stage of a man described by a reporter as a warring, roaring comet, and by a West Point classmate as a purebred gamecock with brains. The first glimpse of Lieutenant General George S. Patton, Jr. for many soldiers came in Avranches, where he leapt from his jeep into an umbrella-covered police box and directed convoy traffic through a congested roundabout for 90 minutes. Assigned by Bradley to oversee 8th Corps' drive south, Patton had helped shove 7 divisions past Avranches in 72 hours, cigar smouldering as he snarled at occasional Luftwaffe marauders. "Those goddamn bastards, those rotten sons of bitches, we'll get them." When a subordinate called to report his position, Patton bellowed, "Hang up and keep going!" In a Norman landscape of smashed vehicles, grass fires, and charred German bodies, he added, "Could anything be more magnificent? Compared to war, all other forms of human endeavour shrink to insignificance. God, how I love it." At noon on Tuesday, August 1st, his United States Third Army officially came into being, with 9 divisions under 3 corps. At the same instant, Bradley ascended to command the new 12th Army Group, complementing 21st Army Group while still subordinate to Montgomery. Bradley's former deputy, Lieutenant General Courtney H. Hodges, succeeded him as 1st Army Commander. "We are advancing constantly," Patton told his staff. "From here on out, until we win or die in the attempt, we will always be audacious." To his diary he confided, "I am very happy." There are apparently 2 types of successful soldiers, Patton had recently written his son. Those who get on by being unobtrusive, and those who get on by being obtrusive. I am of the latter type. True enough, but for nearly a year he had been consigned to near anonymity. Slapping 2 hospitalized soldiers in Sicily, ostensibly for malingering, nearly cost Patton his stars. He was denied an early role in Overlord and a chance to command the army group now led by Bradley, his junior and former subordinate. A minor but foolish indiscretion in April when he told a British social club that, "Undoubtedly it is our destiny to rule the world," the Americans, the British, and of course the Russians, almost lost him Third Army. Patton has broken out again, Eisenhower wrote Marshall after that incident. Apparently, he is unable to use reasonably good sense. Narrowly pardoned, Patton spent the spring and early summer as a conspicuous decoy to confuse German intelligence about a second Allied landing. He shopped in Britain for hunting guns and saddles, wrote atrocious poetry, played badminton and golf, bought a white bull terrier named Willie, and offered Eisenhower $1,000 for every week in advance he was permitted to leave England for France. A reporter found him neurotic and bloodthirsty. To his wife, Bey, who was not only his confidant but a kindred spirit, she once bribed an Egyptian boatman to smuggle her into a tattoo parlour in a failed effort to have a full-rigged clipper ship needled across her chest. Patton had written in early July, "Can't stand the times between wars." He also reflected deeply on generalship and the exploitation juggernaut he would now command. His kit included Edward Augustus Freeman's 6-volume History of the Norman Conquest of England, which Patton studied to understand William the Conqueror's use of road networks in France. He arrived in France determined not only to redeem his reputation, but to find glory. "I'm in the doghouse," he told Joe Collins. "I've got to do something spectacular." Bradley had bluntly warned him, "You know, George, I didn't ask for you." But Bradley soon found himself impressed by a man who seemed more judicious, reasonable, and likable than in the Mediterranean. To his soldiers, Patton promised that the enemy would raise up on their hind legs and howl, "Jesus Christ, it's the goddamn Third Army and that son of a bitch Patton again." Now here they were, sluicing into Brittany with open flanks and a vulnerable rear. "I had to keep repeating to myself, 'Do not take counsel of your fears,'" Patton told his diary on August 1st. To B, he wrote that combat always scares and lures me, like steeplechasing. He ordered laminated battle maps of the sort he had carried in Tunisia and Sicily, 10 by 20 inches each, with a scale of 8 miles to the inch. When the set was delivered, he scowled. "It only goes as far east as Paris," he complained. "I'm going to Berlin." First he was going to Brest, and no special map was needed to see that Brest lay west, while Paris and Berlin lay east. Only the seizure of a Normandy beachhead ranked higher in importance for Overlord planners than the capture of Brittany and its ports, Saint-Malo, Saint-Nazaire, Lorient, Brest, and Quiberon Bay, for which another grandiose artificial harbour was envisioned. Delays in shaking free of Normandy, as well as the cautionary tales of Mulberry A and scorched earth demolitions at Cherbourg, failed to dampen the ardour of Eisenhower and his logisticians. Patton's army was to take Brittany, but the collapse of the German left wing gave Montgomery pause, and as early as July 27th he had suggested that the campaign in Brittany might require only a single corps. Neither Bradley nor Patton took the hint. Patton, whose doghouse status made him leery of challenging Eisenhower's master plan, wagered Montgomery £5 that GIs would be in Brest by Saturday night, August 5th. Claiming a sixth sense by which I can always know to a moral certainty what the enemy is going to do, Patton insisted that there aren't more than 10,000 Krauts in the entire Brittany Peninsula. That was wrong by a factor of at least 6, but to his 6th Armoured Division, then 150 miles from the objective, he issued a 2-word order on August 1st. Take Brest. On the same day, Third Army's other spearhead, the 4th Armoured Division, raced 40 miles south from Avranches to the outskirts of Rennes, the Breton capital, and a nexus for 10 trunk roads. Here an epiphany struck Major General John S. Wood, the beetle-browed division commander. Known as P for Professor because he had tutored his classmates at West Point, Wood had attended the academy to play football after graduating from the University of Arkansas, where he studied chemistry. A devoted rose gardener and a linguist who had read both de Gaulle and the German Panzer mastermind Heinz Guderian in the original, Wood often buzzed above the battlefield in a Piper Cub with red streamers flapping from the wingtips so that his men below could recognize him. "We're winning this war the wrong way," Wood declared. "We ought to be going toward Paris." The French capital was only 60 miles farther from Rennes than Brest. Brittany was a cul-de-sac, while Paris led to the Reich. Wood ordered 2 4th Armoured columns to outflank Rennes and cut 7 of those 10 roads. The city fell on August 4th. Proposing to reach Chartres, 150 miles east, In 2 days, Wood radioed Patton, "Dear George, trust we can turn around and get headed in right direction soon." Instead, he was dispatched west into Brittany for a bloody siege at Lorient. Bradley belatedly had come around to Montgomery's view that the main business lies to the east. On August 3rd, he told Patton to clear Brittany with a minimum of forces. Patton chose to pivot east with his 15th and 20th Corps while leaving 8th Corps behind. A splintering of the army that took time and consigned 2 cutthroat armoured divisions, the 4th and 6th, to static siege warfare rather than freeing them to lead the charge across France. The Brittany campaign soon proved bootless. None of the ports would be especially useful, in part because of their distance from the main battlefield, 500 miles separated Brest from the German frontier, and in part because Hitler ordered various coastal fortresses held to the last man, to the last cartridge. That recalcitrance soon neutered 280,000 German defenders along the European littoral, but it also denied several important ports to Allied logisticians for weeks, if not for the duration. The siege of Saint-Malo ensnared 20,000 G1s for a fortnight and wrecked the harbour. Brest, with 75 strongpoints and walls up to 25 feet thick, proved a particularly hard nut, costing 10,000 casualties among the 70,000 Americans who would invest the citadel for more than a month in a medieval affair of scaling ladders and grappling hooks. Though Bradley later insisted that the Brest garrison was too dangerous to leave unchallenged in his rear, the diversion of 5 divisions to Brittany reflected an inflexible adherence to the Overlord plan. "We must take Brest in order to maintain the illusion of the fact that the United States Army cannot be beaten," Bradley told Patton, who agreed. The war ended with not a single cargo ship or troop ship having berthed at Brest, which bombs and 500,000 American shells knocked to rubble. The synthetic harbour at Quiberon Bay was never built. P. Wood, whose 4th Armoured Division finally was released from siege duty at Lorient in mid-August to high toward Nantes and far beyond, considered the Brittany sidestep one of the colossally stupid decisions of the war. But with most of Patton's legions finally baying eastward by mid-August, both the initial swivel to the west and the failure to fulfill the strategic ambitions of the Brittany campaign seemed like small beer. "We have unloosed the shackles that were holding us down," Montgomery told his lieutenants. "Whatever the enemy may want to do will make no difference to us. We will proceed relentlessly and rapidly with our plans for his destruction. Our general situation is very good. The enemy's situation is far from good. Now is the time to press on boldly and to take great risks." Montgomery's plan was a simple, handsome thing. 3 armies would clobber the Germans straight on, while a 4th, Patton's 3rd, swung far to the right, toward Paris, to trap the reeling enemy against the Seine before the river bridges could be repaired. As Patton sent his 15th Corps toward Le Mans, headquarters of the German 7th Army, Montgomery heaved the bulk of Allied forces forward on a 60-mile front from Avranches to Caen. The Canadian 1st Army on the left and the British 2nd Army in the centre made modest progress against the preponderance of German armour, including 2 SS Panzer Corps. Tommies at last overran ruined Villers-Bocage on August 4th and bulled toward Vire, cheek by jowl with the United States 5th Corps of 1st Army. But here there were no 30 miles before lunch sprints. The 28th Infantry Division, formerly part of the Pennsylvania National Guard, took 750 casualties on its first day in combat, while Loose-Reins Gerhardt's 29th Division suffered another 1,000 in struggling 10 miles toward Vire. War, as the historian Bruce Catton once wrote, sometimes went by a queer script of its own, putting a jackboot down on some anonymous, unlikely place like Shiloh Church or Kasserine, or Anzio or Sainte-Mère-Église. Such a place was Mortain, a village of 1,300, 20 miles east of Avranches, amid broken terrain dubbed the Norman Switzerland, in a triumph of tourist bureau ebullience over geography. The town's name was said to derive from Maurus, a reference to Moors in the Roman army. Renowned for cutlery, first of pewter and then of stainless steel, Mortain in recent times also had become a mining and market hub, linking inland communes with the coast. Since June 6th, thousands of refugees from the invasion zone had shuffled through, among them children wearing tags with the addresses of relatives to contact should their mothers fall dead. The last German occupier in Mortain had been gunned down on August 3rd by a French policeman armed with a 19th-century rifle and one bullet. Hours later, the 1st Infantry Division arrived, only to move along on August 6th, supplanted on that warm, luminous Sunday by the 30th Division. Cheering civilians tossed flowers at the newcomers in their grinding trucks as they rumbled past busy cafes and hotels. Known as Old Hickory for its National Guard routes in Tennessee and the Carolinas, the 30th Division still was licking wounds from Cobra, including the fratricidal bombing. 2 of the division's 9 infantry battalions had been dispatched elsewhere, the rest now burrowed in across a 7-mile front. Of keen interest was stony, steep Montjoie, looming over Mortain to the east, and so named because from here joyful pilgrims first caught sight of Mont Saint-Michel, 27 miles distant. To G is the mile-long escarpment was simply Hill 314, after its height in meters. 700 men from the 2nd Battalion of the 120th Infantry chuffed to the crest before scratching at the skimpy fieldworks left by the 1st Division. With them was Lieutenant Robert L. Weiss, a short, lean, 21-year-old artillery forward observer who wore the same wool serge shirt his father, a Hungarian immigrant, had worn in World War I. In addition to binoculars on a tripod, Weiss lugged a 35-pound SCR 610 radio in a saddle-soaped leather case. The FM set had a 5-mile range, just far enough to reach the howitzer batteries dug into the west. Recently he had written his mother in Indiana, "I hope I get a chance to do a little shooting on my own the next few days." His weary comrades hoped only for a little rest. This they would not get. Montgomery's assessment that the enemy situation is far from good was unarguable, and that very vulnerability made the Germans desperate. From his East Prussian headquarters 1,000 miles to the east, Hitler detected a unique opportunity which will never return to drive into an extremely exposed enemy area. At his direction, a counterattack spearheaded by 4 panzer divisions was to blast through Mortain to Avranches, cleaving Patton's Third Army from Hodges' First Army and, if not cudgelling the invaders back to their ships, at least reimposing the static war of early summer. "Tell Kluge," Hitler added in a message sent through High Command, that he should keep his eyes riveted to the front and on the enemy without ever looking backward. Field Marshal Kluge replied that such an attack, if not immediately successful, would risk envelopment and annihilation. Even if the spearhead reached Avranches, the force would be too weak to hold its gains against Allied air, artillery and armour. 8 German divisions had already been obliterated during July fighting in and below the Cotentin, plus others written off in Brittany and the isolated Channel Islands. 6 replacement divisions had recently arrived on the Norman front from southern France and the Pas-de-Calais, permitting a reorganisation of sorts. Panzer Group West was rechristened 5th Panzer Army, with a dozen divisions in 4 corps, and 7th Army counted 16 divisions. Yet this host was fragile and dispirited. Hitler waved away all cavilling. The attack would go forward, as ordered, recklessly to the sea, regardless of the risk. Swirling fog lifted and descended with stage curtain melodrama in the balmy small hours of August 7th. Shortly after 1 a.m., American pickets reported a spatter of rifle fire, followed by the distinctive growl of panzers on the hunt. Then the attack slammed against the 30th Division front in scalding scarlet gusts. 26,000 Germans in the first echelon, with 120 tanks crewed by men in black uniforms evocative of the old Imperial cavalry. Machine guns cackled, and the percussive boom of tank main guns rippled up and down the line. American howitzers barked back, firing by earshot at bent shadows barely 1,000 yards ahead. G is scrambled among firing positions to simulate greater numbers. Pockets here and there were cut off in what one soldier described as an all-gone feeling. Wounded men mewed in the night. Almost nothing went right in the German attack. A stricken Allied fighter bomber smashed into the lead tank of the 1st SS Panzer Division, blocking the column for hours. Only 3 of 6 enemy spearheads surged forward on time. The right wing, anchored by the 116th Panzer Division, hardly budged. The commander would be sacked for uninspired and negative leadership. Of 300 Luftwaffe fighters promised for the battle, not one reached the front. The German weight fell heaviest on Saint Barthélemy, a crossroads 2 miles north of Mortain. Aiming at muzzle flashes, United States tank destroyer crews here demolished a Panther with a 3-inch slug at 50 yards, then another at 30 yards, both slewed across the road, burning with white fury. G, as at one roadblock, let the panzers roll through, then butchered the grenadiers trailing behind. The 1st Battalion of the 117th Infantry suffered 350 casualties and retired to a hillside 1,000 yards west of Saint-Barthélemy. But the German offensive had been delayed 6 hours, with 40 panzers soon crippled. Meanwhile, at the Abbaye Blanche, a 12th-century stone heap just north of Mortain, a platoon of 66 men with bazookas and artillery repelled an SS regiment. GIs stood fast against tanks, flamethrowers, and grenades. More than 60 enemy vehicles would be knocked out hub to hub to hub. Dawn, that pitiless revealer of exigencies, unmasked the German predicament. 4 armoured divisions, from north to south, the 116th Panzer, the 2nd Panzer, and the 1st and 2nd SS Panzer, stood exposed and blinking in the brilliant sunshine once the fog burned off. First really large concentration of enemy tanks seen since D-Day, an RAF patrol reported. Typhoon fighter bombers soon scalded the German ranks with 2,060-pound rockets and 20mm cannon rounds the size of tent pegs. Joined by cab ranks of Thunderbolts and Hurricanes, the planes attacked until dusk in a shark feed frenzy. Hundreds of German troops began spilling out into the road to spring for the open fields and hedgerows, a Typhoon pilot reported. Only a few dozen tanks and trucks were actually demolished from the air, and more than a few sorties mistakenly hit American revetments. But scores of other vehicles were abandoned under the onslaught, or were wrecked by field artillery. A dozen battalions, 144 tubes, raked the 2 roads leading west from Saint Barthélemy. A Panzer Corps headquarters described the attacks as well-nigh unendurable, and 7th Army on August 7th conceded that the actual attack has been at a standstill since 1300 hours. The only exception to the exceptionally poor start, as 7th Army described the offensive, was a narrow advance of 4 miles by the 2nd Panzer Division in the north, and the successful seizure of Mortain by the 2nd SS Panzer Division. Das Reich had struck at 3 a.m. on Monday in 3 columns, overrunning a roadblock to the south, capturing anti-tank guns to the north and infiltrating through the 120th Infantry with help from 2 traitorous French guides. Wraiths in coal scuttle helmets darted down the village streets, kicking in doors and poking through cellars. 30 officers and men from the 2nd Battalion command post tiptoed out a back exit of the Hôtel de la Poste to hide in a house 400 yards away. Most, including the battalion commander and a soldier armed only with an axe, would later be captured by the Germans while trying to creep off, though half a dozen escaped detection for a week, living on garden vegetables and food pilfered from the local hospital larder. A radioed query from the 30th Division headquarters 6 miles to the west. "What does your situation look like down there?" drew a spare reply. "Looks like hell." It also looked like hell from Hill 314, but at least the view was majestic. Lieutenant Weiss, with his field glasses and Signal Corps radio, had called in his first fire mission at 6 a.m. shooting only by sound and by map coordinates after sentries reported 400 enemy troops scrabbling up the east slope. From a stone outcropping on the hill's southern lip, among scrub pines and the animal fragrance of summer pastures, Weiss soon saw columns of German soldiers threading the plain below, including bicycle troops with rifles slung across their shoulders. Again he murmured incantations into the radio handset. Moments later, rushing shells fell in splashes of fire and the singing fragments that gunners called Big Iron. German mortar and 88mm shells answered, pummeling Montjoy's rocky shoulders. Late in the afternoon, Weiss radioed enemy NSEW. During a rare lull, 1GY later wrote, "No birds were singing, no leaves were moving, no wind was blowing, nor were the Germans advancing. Artillery curtains directed from Hill 314 paralysed Das Reich, kept the 17th SS Panzer Grenadier Division from scaling the hill, and prevented a collapse of the 30th Division's southern flank. White phosphorus forced enemy troops into the open, where they frantically brushed the burning flakes from skin and uniform. High explosive shells then cut them to scraps. By nightfall, the German offensive had stalled completely. 5 divisions had been unable to punch through a single American division with fewer than 6,000 infantrymen. "If only the Germans will go on attacking at Mortain for a few more days," Montgomery cabled Brooke that evening. "It seems that they might not be able to get away." In this, the enemy complied. Positions changed little on Tuesday, August 8th, another pellucid day for killing. Both on the wing and by observed artillery fire, guns crashed and heaved around the clock. "Bruised them badly," Weiss radioed, after one fire mission left spiralling smoke columns visible for miles. Although convinced that the offensive had failed, Kluge told his lieutenants, "We have to risk everything." For 4 more days, Hill 314 remained what a German officer called a thorn in the flesh. Hitler, on August 9th, again demanded that the Allied invasion front be rolled up, with a renewed lunge toward Avranches by an improvised strike force under the 5th Panzer Army commander, General Heinrich Eberbach. Arriving on the battlefield with little more than a radio truck, Eberbach told Kluge that the task was both impossible and very unpleasant. At 6:20 p.m. that Wednesday, an SS officer scrambled up Montjoy under a white flag to demand the Americans capitulate within 90 minutes or be blown to bits. Wounded G is in slit trenches yelled, "No, no, don't surrender," and the senior officer on the hill, First Lieutenant Ralph A. Curley, a lanky Texan, sent the envoy packing with a string of profanities. 5 artillery battalions shattered a subsequent attack by bellowing Germans who fired machine guns and flicked grenades. Curley called down one fire mission on his own command post. The field grey tide receded. Each night, more slain soldiers on Hill 314 were tucked into makeshift morgues among the rocks after their bodies were searched for food and ammunition. Officers hoped that in removing the dead from sight they would bolster morale, but Montjoy reeked of men transformed into carrion. Each day, Lieutenant Weiss set his precious radio batteries on a rocky shelf and let the sun recharge them a bit. Foragers filled canteens from a scummy cistern and found turnips, cabbages, and a few rabbits in a hutch. An effort to shoot medical supplies to the hilltop garrison in empty artillery smoke shells failed. G-forces shattered morphine syrettes and plasma bottles, and even crushed surgical tape into flat discs. A dozen C-47s using blue and orange parachutes sprinkled rations and other supplies over the hillcrest at 4:30 p.m. on August 10th, but half the bundles drifted beyond the American perimeter into no man's land. On the night of August 11th, the frustrated 30th Division Chief of Staff declared, "I want Mortain demolished. Burn it up so nothing can live there." Artillery scourged the village like brimstone, and then the battle ended. Even Hitler acknowledged futility. "The attack failed," he said ominously, "because Field Marshal von Kluge wanted it to fail." Sitting at a table in La Roche-Guyon with a map spread before him, Kluge tapped Avranches with his finger and said, "This is where I lose my reputation as a soldier." Before dawn on August 12th, German columns skulked off to the north and east. A relief regiment from the 35th Division hiked up Hill 314 to carry off 300 dead and wounded. Another 370 men walked down, including Lieutenants Weiss and Curley. The 30th Division alone had suffered 1,800 casualties in the 6-day brawl for Mortain, and other units together tallied almost as many. Survivors would be fed, decorated, and returned to the fight. American artillery had once again displayed the killing prowess that had made it the king of battle since the Boston bookseller Henry Knox turned to gunnery in the Revolution. Here too, the United States Army had asserted a dominance on the battlefield, with firepower, tenacity, and a credible display of combined arms competence that would only intensify over the next 8 months as the European campaign grew ever more feverish. French civilians returning to wrecked Mortain stood crying and rocking back and forth as though in prayer, a witness reported. G is made puns about whether yet another town had been liberated or obliterated. Lieutenant Weiss, a dutiful son, sat down and scribbled his mother a letter on August 13th. "Not much to write home about from here," he told her. "You know more about what goes on than we do." Ultra's big ears had given the Allied High Command a clear sense of German intentions since before the onset of the Mortain offensive on August 7th. Decrypted enemy radio transmissions were neither timely nor detailed enough to forewarn the 30th Division, but intercepted messages soon disclosed both Kluge's battle plan and the obstacles to executing it. A decrypt on August 10th revealed that a renewed attack toward Avranches likely would begin the next day. Kluge's order had carried a plaintive ring. The decisive thrust must lead to success. Encouraged by Eisenhower, Bradley kept most of Third Army galloping east toward Le Mans, convinced that air power and Collins's 7th Corps could blunt the German offensive, even if the decisive thrust squeezed past Mortain. During a press briefing near Colombieres, Ernest Hemingway asked Bradley about a rumor that he had wagered Patton $100 on who would reach Paris first. A startled Bradley replied, "I am General Patton's commanding officer, and I don't think it would be very sporting for me to make such a bet. Besides, you can surely understand that we are not talking in terms of Paris yet." Certainly they were thinking of it. Allied forces now occupied 1/10 of France's landmass and straddled the main roads to the French capital from the west. The longer the Germans obstinated at Mortain, in Churchill's expression, the greater the chance to encircle 2 German field armies comprising more than 100,000 troops. From his left wing on August 7th, Montgomery had launched the Canadian First Army in a drive southeast toward Falaise with a strike force that included 1,500 bombers and half as many tanks. Bofor's gun tracers marked the axis of attack through dust and smoke, and searchlights bouncing off the low clouds created artificial moonlight. The attack purchased 9 miles before stalling in confusion halfway to Falaise, the blind leading the blind, in one colonel's assessment. 50 88mm anti-tank guns punished the attacking tanks. More air fratricide inflicted 300 Allied casualties, many in the new Polish 1st Armoured Division. SS troops encouraged German defenders at pistol point with cries of "Push on, you dogs!" As this unspooled, Bradley was once again poring over the maps in his trailer, now with mounting excitement. On August 8th, during a roadside K-ration lunch near Coutances with Eisenhower, who was touring the battlefield in a Packard Clipper driven by K. Summersby, Bradley proposed curtailing Patton's wide envelopment. Instead, both 1st and 3rd Armies would wheel to the north. Patton would make a sharp left turn at Le Mans, driving 60 miles through Alençon to seize. The Canadians would press on for 22 miles through Falaise and Argentan to meet their American cousins, cinch the sack, and trap more than 20 German divisions. An exuberant Eisenhower followed Bradley back to his command post, where a quick telephone call enlisted Montgomery's support. Patton was dubious, half-heartedly arguing on the phone for continuing east in a more audacious envelopment that would bag the enemy between the rivers Seine at Paris and Loire at Orléans. When Bradley persisted, Patton capitulated, ordering his 15th Corps to pivot north from Le Mans. "If I were on my own," he wrote B, "I would take bigger chances than I am now permitted to take." Montgomery issued a formal directive ordering the Canadians to secure Falaise. "This is a first priority, and it should be done quickly." In a message to inspirit the united armies in France, he asked that the Almighty make us ministers of thy chastisement. Bradley continued to chortle at German obduracy in Mortain, "the greatest tactical blunder I've heard of." To a visitor he said, "This is an opportunity that comes to a commander not more than once in a century. We're about to destroy an entire hostile army." Rarely does a battle follow the tidy arrows that have been sketched on a map or limned in a commander's imagination. The mighty struggle for the Falaise pocket was no exception. Several factors prevented the enemy annihilation envisioned by the Allied High Command, including miscalculation, confusion, and dull generalship. Not least among the variables was a German reluctance to be annihilated. In the south, Third Army's drive began well enough under Major General Wade Haislip's 15th Corps. 2 armoured divisions abreast led 2 infantry divisions against fitful resistance. The French 2nd Armoured Division, kitted out with United States Army tanks, captured intact the bridges at Alençon on August 12th. With Argentan as the day's objective, although it lay a dozen miles inside the British 21st Army Group sector, Haislip ordered the French commander Major General Jacques-Philippe Leclerc to bend west. That would free the highway north from seas for the United States 5th Armoured Division, giving greater heft to the Allied attack. Evincing an attitude of je m'en foutisme, I don't give a fuck, Leclerc instead fanned out on all available roads, blocking passage of 5th Armoured fuel trucks and giving the Germans 6 hours to rally 60 panzers from Mortain into a sector previously held by a rearguard bakery company. Patton was peeved but undeterred. With 15th Corps sporting 300 tanks, 22 artillery battalions, and complete air domination, he ordered Haislip to bowl through the German blockade, then push on slowly until you contact our allies near Falaise. Patton phoned Bradley early Sunday afternoon, August 13th, to report his progress. "Shall we continue," he said with coarse humour, "and drive the British into the sea for another Dunkirk?" But Bradley had heard things go bump in the night. He now issued the most controversial order of his long career. "Nothing doing," he told Patton. "Don't go beyond Argentan. Stop where you are and build up on that shoulder." The Canadian pincer from the north had made no headway, and Bradley wrongly believed, on the basis of sketchy ultra reports and faulty intuition, that at least 19 German divisions had begun stampeding eastward to escape the Allied trap. If that was true, then Haislip's corps risked destruction by pushing north with an exposed left flank. Montgomery also felt perturbations at the American vulnerability, but as Bradley later wrote, "I did not consult with Montgomery. The decision to stop Patton was mine alone." Patton argued to no avail, then told his diary that Haislip could easily advance to Falaise and completely close the gap. "This halt is a great mistake." A Third Army staff officer noted, "The general is beside himself." Canadian difficulties further unstitched the Allied master plan. Not until August 14th did the Canadian First Army finally gather its 4 divisions for an attack toward Falaise. Montgomery's contempt for the Canadian Army commander, General Harry D.G. Crerar, a chain smoker with a hacking cough and recurrent dysentery, had only intensified in recent weeks. "I fear he thinks he is a great soldier," Montgomery had recently written Brooke. "He took over command at 1200 hours on July 23rd. He made his first mistake at 12:05 hours and his second after lunch. Worse yet, the Germans on August 13th had found detailed battle plans on the body of a Canadian officer, killed after blundering into their lines. Forewarned, the enemy shifted dozens of anti-tank guns to the avenue of attack." By Tuesday afternoon, August 15th, the assault on Falaise had become a molten firebath of battle, as the Canadian Scottish Regiment War Diary recorded. Fratricide once again shredded the ranks. Only belatedly did anyone realise that the yellow smoke used by Canadian soldiers to signify friendly positions was the same colour used by British Bomber Command to mark targets. The more the troops burnt yellow flares to show their positions, the British official history recorded, the more the errant aircraft bombed them. The consequent 400 casualties plus washboard terrain and dust like I've never seen before, as one commander lamented, meant the Canadians would not reach Falaise until Wednesday. Even then, 13 miles separated them from the Americans. Bradley now made another momentous decision. Perhaps to mollify the restless, sulking Patton, and without consulting Montgomery, he agreed to dispatch more than half of Haislip's combat power, 2 divisions and 15 artillery battalions, toward Dreux, 65 miles to the east. In his August 15th order, Bradley wrote, Due to the delay in closing the gap between Argentan and Falaise, it is believed that many of the German divisions which were in the pocket have now escaped. In order to take advantage of the confusion existing, the Third Army will now initiate a movement towards the east. In fact, no German divisions had yet tried to escape. Hitler still would not permit it. To reinforce a wide envelopment toward Paris, Patton's original proposal, Bradley weakened the shorter envelopment that he personally had designed. Nor was he confident in his course. For the first and only time during the war, he later confessed, "I went to bed that evening worrying over a decision I had already made." The two most senior Allied field commanders, Montgomery and Bradley, had made a hash of things. Neither recognized that German forces facing the Callow Canadians and Poles were more formidable than those facing the Americans, because the latter had been weakened by Cobra and at Mortain. Montgomery failed to reinforce Crerar with the veteran British legions at his disposal. He also made little effort to confirm that he and Bradley fully understood each other. From his command post menagerie near Vire, Atwitter with squeaking and scuffling canaries in their cages, Montgomery evinced his usual sang-froid without imparting either urgency or command omniscience. "These are great days," he wrote a friend on August 14th. "Some Germans will of course escape, but I do not see how they can stand and fight seriously again this side of the Seine." Bradley was quick to fault Montgomery for various sins, including failure to move the army group boundary north of Argentan, as well as neglect in requesting American help to seal the pocket. Yet he had been niggardly in offering that help and slippery in not disclosing his diversion of 15th Corps to the east. Having recently read Douglas Southall Freeman's masterful Lee's Lieutenants, Bradley professed that the one quality all the great generals had in common was their understanding. But such battlefield clairvoyance, which he had occasionally displayed as a corps commander in Tunisia and Sicily, often eluded him as an army group commander. The historian Russell F. Wagley later would lament the absence of sustained operational forethought and planning on the part of both the principal allies. Nor was Eisenhower much help. The Supreme Commander had proved an indifferent field marshal in Tunisia, on Sicily, and during the planning for Anzio. Now at Falaise, he continued in that deficiency, watching passively for more than a week without recognizing or rectifying the command shortcomings of his two chief lieutenants. 4 armies, British 2nd, Canadian 1st and United States 1st and 3rd, seemed only loosely hinged together. Ike was fashionably garbed in suntans with Egyptian suede shoes, and Kay was similarly dressed, making the rest of us look dull and dirty in comparison, an officer in Bradley's headquarters wrote after one mid-August visit. A British general later concluded, with more regret than censure, he never really got the feel of the battle. Whatever shortcomings vexed the Allied High Command, they paled when stacked against the German fiasco. Dozens of tanks, assault guns and artillery pieces stood immobile for lack of fuel. General Eberbach told Kluge on August 14th that 3 of his panzer divisions totaled only 70 tanks and that the 9th Panzer Division has the strength of a company. Even SS troops were straggling. Such tiredness, a German commander said later. It caused hallucinations. For every 5 German casualties in the West since June 6th, only 1 replacement had arrived. Kluge's headquarters warned the High Command, "It is 5 minutes before midnight." Then Kluge vanished. After a conference with Sepp Dietrich near Bernay, the Field Marshal left in his Horsch at 10 a.m. on August 15th to meet Eberbach and other field commanders at Netzi, 6 miles south of Falaise. He never arrived. "Ascertain whereabouts Kluge," Hitler's headquarters demanded. "Report results hourly." Berlin indelicately asked whether the Field Marshal might have defected. Shortly before midnight he appeared at Eberbach's command post west of Argentan, dishevelled and filthy. Fighter bombers had strafed the Horsch and 2 radio cars that morning, leaving him to cower in a ditch until sunset, then wend his way through snarled traffic. Eberbach told him that Hitler wanted another counterattack, a preposterous pipe dream. "The people there live in another world without any idea of the actual situation," Kluge said, gesturing vaguely toward Berlin. He returned to La Roche-Guyon in a borrowed car and at 2:40 p.m. on Wednesday, August 16th, directed Army Group B to begin the retreat from Normandy. Hitler affirmed the decision 2 hours later. The order would be Kluge's last. On Thursday, without warning, a short, jowly officer with a keen tactical eye framed by a monocle arrived at La Roche-Guyon with a letter from Hitler authorizing him to replace Kluge. Field Marshal Walter Model, son of a Royal Prussian music director, fancied himself Hitler's fireman. During 3 years of service on the Eastern Front, he had built a reputation as a soldier who could stabilize the field after defeats and retreats. A caustic devout Lutheran with an adhesive memory, a taste for French red wine, and a belief in the prodigal use of firing squads for shirkers, Model was bold enough to have once asked a meddler from Berlin, "Who commands the 9th Army, my Führer, you or I?" His bullying of subordinates led Rundstedt to observe that he had the makings of a good sergeant. Even Hitler had muttered, "Did you see those eyes? I wouldn't like to serve under him." Now Model was in command, and no Wehrmacht officer doubted it. His favourite maxims were, "Can't that be done faster?" and a line from Goethe's Faust, "Den lieb ich, der Unmögliches begehrt." I love the one who craves the impossible. In a conference at 5th Panzer Army headquarters in Fontaine-l'Abbé, Model told his commanders, "My intention is to withdraw behind the Seine." As the retreat accelerated across the Norman front, 2 SS Panzer divisions would swing southwest from the river to shore up an escape corridor near Trun for forces threatened with encirclement at Falaise. Already under blistering artillery and air attack, much of the German host in the west was at risk. For those who craved the impossible, the hour was ripe. Legend had it that upon returning from the hunt on a fateful morning in 1027, the 17-year-old heir to the Norman duchy, Robert the Magnificent, also known as Robert the Devil, spied a tanner's beautiful daughter with her skirts hiked as she washed linen in a creek below the castle wall at Falaise. The subsequent assignation produced a son, William the Bastard, who survived various assassination plots to rule Normandy for more than half a century, to extend his reign into England in 1066, and to earn a new sobriquet. By August 17, 1944, nearly a millennium later, the conqueror's hometown had been so roughly handled that Canadian troops could no longer discern where the streets were laid. Bulldozers simply carved a strip 4 meters wide through the drifted rubble. Bullet holes dinged the hoary castle keep, although the equestrian bronze of William stood intact. The last tigers had rumbled from the cathedral ruins out the southwest corner of town the previous evening, but not until Friday morning, August 18th, would 6012th SS diehards be exterminated in the École Supérieure. The only survivors were 2 teenagers, chosen by lot, who crept away to report that the town had fallen. The eponymous Falaise pocket by this time extended 20 miles from west to east and was roughly 10 miles wide. Ultra had decrypted Kluge's withdrawal order, correcting Bradley's delusion that the enemy had already fled, and prompting Montgomery at last to ask the Americans to lunge 8 miles northeast from Argenton towards Chambois and Trun, where the Poles and Canadians were bound from the northwest in hopes of severing the 2 roads remaining to the Germans. Bradley now confessed that he had sent most of 15th Corps gambling far to the east. He ordered Major General Leonard T. Giraud, commander of 5th Corps within 1st Army, to cobble together an attack using divisions left behind by Hyslop, who was now racing towards Dreux. With 3 jeeps, 9 officers and a broken radio, Giraud drove 60 miles through teeming rain to arrive after daybreak on August 17th at his new command post in the Hôtel de France in Alençon. Here he found Major General Hugh J. Gaffey, the 3rd Army Chief of Staff, poised to attack in an hour under orders from Patton to form a provisional corps with the precise forces Giraud expected to command. After much confused palaver, Major General Giraud rejected Major General Gaffey's battle plan and postponed the attack until Friday morning to await more artillery. Napoleonic it was not. Montgomery told Brooke at 11 p.m. on August 17th that the gap has now been closed. That was untrue. He told Churchill, "The enemy cannot escape us." That too was untrue. To a friend he wrote, I have some 100,000 Germans almost surrounded in the pocket. That was truer, but almost would not win the battle, much less the war. Fortunately, even as Allied commanders stumbled about, the reduction of the pocket by soldiers and airmen had begun in earnest. Spitfires, Typhoons, Mustangs, Lightnings and Thunderbolts flew 1,500 to 3,000 sorties each day in sanguinary relays from first light to last light. Since the transports were sometimes jammed together 4 abreast, an RAF group captain explained, it made the subsequent rocket and cannon attacks a comparatively easy business. A captured Canadian officer who later escaped described what he had seen on August 18th. Everywhere there were vehicle trains, tanks and vehicles towing what they could. The damage was immense, and flaming transport and dead horses were left in the road while the occupants pressed on afoot. Canadian troops on Friday won through to Trun, subsequently described as an inferno of incandescent ruins. Shoot everything, Montgomery urged them. The next day, G is from the 359th Infantry crept into flaming Chambois, soon dubbed Shambles. An officer reported blood running in sizable streams in the gutters. Fleeing Germans had been transformed into nothing but charcoal in the forms of men, or vertebrae attended by flies. A dead driver perched on an artillery caisson still held reins attached to 4 horses, also dead. Then the Yanks spied Poles from the 10th Dragoons. An American captain ran towards me, a Polish soldier later recalled, and still running caught hold of me and lifted me in the air as if I had been a child. Cigarettes and chocolate were shared out, toasts drunk. With eastbound roads now cut, remnants from 19 German divisions were largely reduced to cart paths or to slinking cross-country by compass course. 3,000 Allied guns ranged the kill zone, and an artillery battalion commander from the 90th Division told his diary, "The pocket surrounding the Germans is in the shape of a bowl, and from the hills our observers have a perfect view of the valley below. Every living thing or moving vehicle is under constant observation. I can understand why our forward observers have been hysterical. There is so much to shoot at." With guidance from aerial spotters, gunners walked white phosphorus and high explosives up and down the enemy ranks. "We always hit something," said one pilot. A German general reported that many of his men were without headgear, belts or footwear. Many go barefoot. A staff officer added, "Heavy firing into the sunken road. A tank immediately reversed and ran over some of our men. Someone at the rear started to wave a white flag on a stick. We shot him." That which the gun batteries overlooked, the fighter bombers found as pilots squinted for raised dust or the telltale glint of glass beneath the beaches and hornbeams. "I saw a truck crew sitting on the steps of a farmhouse, dejectedly looking at the burning wreckage of their vehicles in the road," a Spitfire pilot said. "So I shot them up as well." A French farmer escaped the carnage to report, "It seemed as though I was on the stage of the last act of the Valkyrie. We were surrounded by fire." 2 death struggles within the larger apocalypse bore on the battle. At Saint-Lambert, a village straddling the river dives between Trun and Shambles, savage counterattacks by shouting grey-clad men against gutful troops from the Canadian 4th Armoured Division raged through Saturday and Sunday, August 19th and 20th. Pillars of fire from burning gasoline trucks smudged the heavens. Corpses, carcasses and charred equipment dammed the dives in an awful heap beneath one bitterly contested bridge. "We fired till the machine gun boiled away," a Canadian gunner reported. Improvised German battle groups shot their way through the cordon southeast of Saint-Lambert, extracting not only panzers, with grenadiers clinging to the hulls like burrs, but also the 5th Panzer Army Command Group and assorted generals, including Eberbach, who soon would be given command of 7th Army. 3 miles northeast, 1,800 men from the Polish 1st Armoured Division on Friday afternoon had scaled a looming scarp known as Hill 262, but which they named Madzuga, Mace, for its contours on a map. On Sunday morning, after a productive evening disemboweling a surprised German column plodding toward Vimoutier on the road below, the Poles caught the brunt of an assault by the 2nd and 9th SS Panzer Divisions, summoned by Model from the Seine as his break-in force to extricate survivors from the pocket. With low clouds grounding Allied planes for part of the day, Germans swarmed up the wooded slopes from all the sides in the world, one Pole recalled. Panthers and Shermans traded fire point blank as the hereditary enemies slaughtered each other with bayonets and grenades into the night and through the next morning. All the while, escaping Germans streamed past the hill mass. A French-Canadian artillery observer perched on Madzuga with 2 radios and 200 guns in range built a ring of massed fires around the redoubt, just as Lieutenant Weiss had done at Mortain. By the time the Canadian 4th Armoured Division broke through on Monday afternoon, 325 Poles lay dead on Madzuga and more than 1,000 others had been wounded. Panzers burned like haystacks across the hill, and SS bodies roasted in the grass fires ignited by tracer rounds. For another day, German stragglers died trying to ford the dives or sneak through the shadows. Others surrendered shouting, "Merde pour la guerre," shit on the war. It was more of an execution than a battle, a Canadian gunner said. Several hundred Germans with armoured cars and blazing 20mm guns charged through the wheat toward Trun on Monday. A Canadian line of 8 Vickers machine guns shot them down in droves, one soldier recorded. It lasts a half hour or so. The dead were picked clean of Lugers, daggers, watches and bloody franks, spread in the sun to dry. An old Frenchman pushing a cart poked a dead German with his foot. The reporter Iris Carpenter wrote, then chortled as he urinated on the body, with the greatest care and deliberation, subjecting each feature in the grey face to equally timed proportions of debasement. Yes, merde pour la guerre. At last the guns fell silent, leaving the battlefield to resemble one of those paintings of Waterloo or Borodino, wrote Alan Moorhead, who cabled the Daily Express. I think I see the end of Germany from here. Distances may deceive in war, and the German demise was farther off than he and others realized. The pursuit and annihilation of a beaten foe is among the most difficult military skills to master, as demonstrated from Gettysburg to Alamein. And defeats in Russia, North Africa and Italy had taught the Wehrmacht how to retreat. Precisely a year earlier, 110,000 Germans and Italians had escaped seemingly sure destruction at Messina. All German formations that cross the Seine will be incapable of combat during the months to come, Montgomery promised London. That too was optimistic, and more enemy troops crossed than should have. Alas, no corps de chasse nipped at German heels for the 40 miles from Vimoutiers to the river. After liberating Orléans and Chartres on August 16th and 18th, respectively, Third Army was ordered to swing below Paris and cross the Seine east of the capital, en route to the German frontier. Fuel shortages already required daily emergency airlifts from England, but Eisenhower had ordered his lieutenants to outrun the enemy as he made for home. Of Patton's legions, only 15th Corps had swivelled north, crossing the Seine on August 20th by boat, raft, treadway bridge, and a narrow footpath atop a dam near Mantes, 30 miles west of Paris. German blocking forces thwarted efforts to sweep downstream along the riverbank, but GIs managed to overrun La Roche-Guyon after firing mortars and rifle grenades into the courtyard. Model and his staff scurried off to Margaville, where Rommel, Rundstedt and Hitler had met 2 months earlier. The Allied victory, though extraordinary, was incomplete. Despite inextricable confusion, in one German general's phrase, as well as shootings, threats and violent measures by SS toughs who controlled many of the 60 Seine crossing sites, those who escaped the Falaise pocket mostly escaped Normandy. 24 improvised ferries, hidden by day along the Oxbow Glades, shuttled 25,000 vehicles to the East Bank from August 20th to 24th. Soldiers unable to book passage nailed together rafts from cider barrels or pried doors from their hinges and floated them with empty fuel cans. Others lashed saplings with phone wire or clung to the bloated carcass of a dead cow drifting downstream. British intelligence estimated that 95% of German troops who reached the river also made the far bank. Estimates of the number escaping the Falaise trap ranged from 30,000 to more than 100,000. Those who got away included 4 of 5 corps commanders, 12 of 15 division commanders, and many capable staff officers. Tens of thousands more who were never within the pocket now joined the retreat across France. Yet by any measure the defeat at Falaise was profound. Perhaps 10,000 Germans lay dead and 50,000 more had been captured. Thunderbolts buzzed the roads, herding men waving white flags into prisoner columns. Life in the cages is pretty crude, an American officer told his diary on August 24th. I heard one soldier tell another that water is being sold at 300 francs per canteen. Among the dead was Marshal Kluge, en route to Berlin after his displacement by Model. He stopped outside Verdun, spread a blanket in the underbrush, and swallowed a cyanide capsule. "When you receive these lines, I shall be no more," he told Hitler in a valedictory note. "The German people have suffered so unspeakably that it is time to bring the horror to a close." The Führer composed his epitaph. Perhaps he couldn't see any way out. It's like a Western thriller. Allied investigators counted nearly 700 tanks and self-propelled guns wrecked or abandoned from Falaise to the river. No Seine ferry could carry a Tiger, and panzers stood scuttled and charred on the docks at Rouen and elsewhere. The tally also included 1,000 artillery pieces and 2,500 trucks and cars. Model told Hitler that his Panzer and Panzer Grenadier divisions averaged 5 to 10 tanks each. Divisions in the 5th Panzer Army averaged only 3,000 men, with barely one-third of their equipment. Army Group B had been demolished, complementing the destruction of Army Group Center in White Russia in June, although many divisions would display a knack for resurrection. As the historian Raymond Callahan later wrote, "The remarkable resurgence of the German army in the autumn obviously owes something forever unquantifiable to the imperfect Allied victory of Falaise." Eisenhower took a quick tour of the pocket, swinging from Falaise to Tronne and as far northeast as Vimoutiers. 2 miles from Chambois, he climbed from the staff car and walked through the carnage wrought by his armies. "Indescribable horror and destruction," wrote a lieutenant colonel in his entourage. "German guns and trucks and wagons, bloated dead by the score, scattered everywhere. Some were buried on the road verges, their paybooks tacked to crude crosses. A Canadian chaplain reported 5,000 others tossed into a bulldozed mass grave at Saint-Lambert. Charred corpses in burned-out panzers were dubbed coal monuments by Polish troops. British soldiers fired Sten rounds to evacuate gases from still more corpses before they were burned in a pyre. A German officer sat in the rear of a limousine next to his stylish mistress, both dead from cannon shells through the chest. It was as if, one officer wrote, an avenging angel had swept the area, bent on destroying all things German. Troops cleansing the pocket wore gas masks to cope with what became known as the Falaise smell. Corruption even seeped into Spitfire cockpits at 1,500 feet. "Everything is dead," wrote Ernie Pyle, who had arrived on August 21st. "The men, the machines, the animals, and you alone are left alive." A Canadian executioner with a pistol hiked along a stream bank where dozens of wounded horses stood patiently waiting to die in the water. The labour of clearing 8,000 slaughtered horses and countless cows would keep the bulldozers busy until November. Allied administrators declared the dives an unhealthy zone, and drinking water was trucked in for months. Not until 1961 would scrap metal collectors remove the last battle detritus from the orchards and grain fields. Norman schoolchildren sang in English to Canadian soldiers, "Thank you for liberating us." The United States stock market tumbled in anticipation of peace and falling corporate profits. Reports from southern France suggested that a Franco-American invasion on the Mediterranean coast had pushed the enemy back on his heels. Many recalled November 1918, when the German army had abruptly disintegrated. "It is," Montgomery declared, "the beginning of the end of the war." That much was true. The loveliest story of our time. Warm summer rain drenched the motley legions of liberation at dawn on Thursday, August 24th, as 3 columns from the French 2nd Armoured Division made ready for battle 20 miles southwest of Paris. Village women scurried through the bivouacs carrying urns of coffee and platters heaped with fried eggs and breakfast rolls. Soldiers finished shaving with ritualistic precision, then shouldered their weapons and swaggered into formation. booming like bitterns throughout the wood, as an American colonel later wrote, pounding their chests and screaming, "En avant!" Tricolour pennants flew from 3,000 vehicles named for Napoleonic triumphs, or for French towns now unshackled, like Caen and Cherbourg. Each tank and scout car bore a white silhouette of France, with the Cross of Lorraine superimposed. The 12,000 troops comprised not only French regulars, but sailors far from the sea, Lebanese Christian engineers, and Senegalese riflemen, who until 3 weeks earlier had never set foot on European France. Also in the ranks could be found Spanish Republicans, Gaullists, monarchists, Jews, Muslims, Catholic reactionaries, animists, anarchists, anti-papists, communists, socialists, freethinkers, and militant Quakers. Scores of frisky warcos, war correspondents, buzzed about swapping rumours, including a ludicrous report that any procession into Paris must await the arrival of Franklin Roosevelt. Among the scribes was Pyle, wearing a beret that made him resemble Montgomery, also Hemingway, credentialed to Collier's magazine but commanding various French cutthroats whom he had ostensibly supplied with Tommy guns and pistols and who called him Colonel or Le Grand Capitaine. These irregulars, wrote Robert Capa, could be seen copying his sailor bear walk, spitting short sentences from the corners of their mouths, while Papa nipped from a canteen of Calvados and patted the grenade tucked inside his field jacket, just in case. Hundreds of other resistance fighters fell in, including a circus truck of sharpshooters who hissed the day's challenge and parole to one another, Paris and Orléans, and daydreamed of unfurling a tricolour on the Arc de Triomphe after 4 years of the stinking swastika. Astride the road outside Limours, with tank goggles perched on his kepi and clutching the Malacca cane he had carried through the war, stood the commander of this unorthodox cavalcade, Philippe François-Marie, Vicomte de Haute-Cloque, who had concocted the nom de guerre of Jacques-Philippe Leclerc to prevent reprisals against his wife and 6 children. Scion of minor gentry from Picardy, lithe and avian with azure eyes and a deep voice, Leclerc cultivated an air of mystery. Like the Scarlet Pimpernel, he is said to have been seen here, there, and everywhere, wrote the OSS operative David Bruce, who was among Leclerc's oddball lieutenants that Thursday morning. Leclerc had been a cavalry captain in June 1940 when he was wounded. He narrowly eluded German capture, escaping by bicycle to southwestern France, then slipping through Spain and Portugal on a forged passport amended with a child's toy printing set. Sent by de Gaulle from London to rally anti-Vichy resistance in Central Africa, he reclaimed the Cameroons and Chad for Free France, routed the Italian garrison at Kufra in southern Libya, then marched across the continent with 4,000 men and a camel corps in a Kiplingesque anabasis to tender his services to Montgomery at Tripoli in January 1943. He subsequently organised the 2nd Armoured Division in Morocco before landing over Utah Beach on August 1st, the vanguard of a reborn French army in France. A devout Catholic who received the Eucharist every day, gunplay permitting, Leclerc also evinced a mulish streak that discomfited his ostensible superiors, as when he had snarled the roads at Argentan. Now informed that United States intelligence detected 5,000 SS troops ready to die for Paris, Leclerc pointed an index finger at heaven and said, "Have no fear, we shall smash them." En avant then, en avant. Bumper to bumper the columns surged forward at 7 a.m., escorted by a weird assortment of private cars, trucks, motorcycles and bicycles, Don Whitehead reported. Veterans of the Franco-Prussian War stood at attention on the sidewalks, snapping stiff salutes. Cheering civilians tossed flowers, apples and tomatoes and offered tankards of beer, cider, white and red Bordeaux, white and red Burgundy, champagne, rum, whiskey, cognac, Armagnac and Calvados, David Bruce recorded, enough to wreck one's constitution, or perhaps enough to dull one's martial edge. Ignoring General Géraud's order to enter Paris from the west through Versailles, Leclerc shifted his weight to attack from the south past Arpajon, outrunning his artillery support and inadvertently stumbling into the thickest German perimeter defences. The lesser, leftmost column punched through Saint-Cyr to the intact Pont de Sèvres on the Seine, a few miles from the Eiffel Tower, The Arpajon force, after briefly sprinting at 50 miles an hour, soon battled roadblocks and street ambushes in suburban Massy and Fresnes. By Thursday evening, the spearhead remained 5 miles from the Porte d'Orléans and 8 miles from the city's heart. Leclerc had suffered more than 300 casualties, with 35 tanks and 117 other vehicles destroyed. An irate Géraud complained to Bradley by radio about Leclerc dancing to Paris and advancing on a one-tank front. Equally irked, Bradley ordered the United States 4th Infantry Division to outflank the French and slam on in to the city from the southeast. Leclerc had a note dropped by spotter plane over central Paris. "Tenez bon, nous arrivons. Hold on, we're coming." Eisenhower had long planned to bypass Paris to avoid street brawling, and because Chef logisticians warned that victualling the city would be equivalent to the maintenance of 8 divisions in combat. But events had forced his hand. Labour strikes began on August 11th, first by rail and subway workers, then by the police, 3,000 of whom seized the prefecture on August 18th. Wehrmacht patrols were bushwhacked across the city. Ration convoys were hijacked while travelling from train depots. Shootouts left 125 Parisians dead on August 19th. The last train carrying Jewish deportees had left Paris for the east on August 15th. De Gaulle, who arrived in Cherbourg on August 20th, feared another Warsaw. After a Polish uprising there began on August 1st, in errant anticipation of the Red Army's arrival, the Germans had methodically razed the city. Some 35,000 resistance fighters infested Greater Paris as part of a loose organisation known as the French Forces of the Interior, or FF1. But their arsenal included only 570 rifles and 820 revolvers. De Gaulle, moreover, believed an insurrection would strengthen French communists, one of whom, a sheet metal worker known as Colonel Roll, thundered that Paris is worth 200,000 dead. Eisenhower had consistently promised de Gaulle that French troops would free the city when the moment ripened. De Maistre now not only invoked that pledge but also displayed his genius for tantrums, sulks, insults, postures, silence, Olympian detachment, political self-righteousness, and moral holier-than-thoury, as the historian John Keegan later wrote. The moment grew riper. As the insurrection intensified, messengers had slipped from the capital, foretelling catastrophe if the Allies did not step in quickly. Hundreds of skirmishes broke out before a fitful truce took hold, widely ignored by both the SS and the Communists. Isolated in enclaves, German defenders built strongpoints and deployed 88mm anti-tank guns on approaches to the city. Parisians resurrected the 19th century art of barricade building, using street cobblestones, manhole covers, upended German trucks, and even a 5-hole pissotière. Soon more than 400 such redoubts stippled the city, including barricades with portraits of Hitler propped up like targets. The pictures of Delacroix and Daumier had been studied not in vain, a post-war account noted, and some Parisians affected the loose neckerchief and shirt unbuttoned to bare the chest. Insurgents stitched FF1 armbands and mass-produced Molotov cocktails with champagne bottles. The lightly wounded wore arm slings fashioned from Hermes scarves. For every Parisian, a Boche, communist placards urged. A clandestine radio station played La Marseillaise, banned for 4 years. Parisians turned up the volume and opened their windows. "I have the feeling," a German sergeant wrote his wife, "things are going to get bad here fast." Another envoy, a plump Swedish ball-bearing factory manager named Raoul Nordling, told Bradley that at least some German authorities hoped for an Allied intervention before scorched earth reprisals became inevitable. By Tuesday, August 22nd, Eisenhower had relented. "If the enemy tries to hold Paris with any real strength," the Supreme Commander told the combined chiefs, "he would be a constant menace to our flank." Ambiguous intelligence suggested a German withdrawal. "It looks now as if we'd be compelled to go into Paris," Eisenhower wrote Beetle Smith. "Bradley and his G2 think we can and must walk in." Some Germans were indeed decamping. Hitler authorized the departure of clerks and police apparatchiks. One journalist described how Gestapo small fry in gabardine raincoats crowded the train stations along with grey mice, uniformed German females. Ash from burning documents drifted around the Hôtel de Talleyrand and the Bois de Boulogne. Vindictive soldiers smashed hospital elevators and clogged the plumbing with concrete, then stripped foliage from boulevard trees to camouflage trucks piled high with bidets, carpets, and other loot. "We'll be back for Christmas," they shouted, Parisians who for 4 years had so painstakingly avoided eye contact that Germans joked about La Ville sans regard, the city that never looks at you, now jeered and flourished toilet brushes at their departing occupiers. With his main thrust delayed by skirmishers, General Leclerc dispatched a force with 3 Shermans and 16 half-tracks through the back streets of southern Paris at dusk on August 24th. Up the Avenue d'Italie, the detachment darted, through spattering picket fire near the Gare d'Austerlitz. Seeing the 5-pointed white star on the Sherman hulls, Parisians shrieked, "Les Américains!" Soon the truth would out. These troops were France's own. Citizens opened barricades along the Seine, and a radio broadcast from the Hôtel de Ville announced, "Rejoice, the Leclerc division has entered Paris. Tell all the priests to ring their church bells." From a balcony of the Hôtel Meurice, on the Rue de la Rivoli, overlooking the Tuileries Gardens, a chubby elf in a German general's uniform stood listening to the consequent pealing, punctuated by a deep, fatidic toll from Notre Dame. Thick of body and short of leg, with a dimpled cowcatcher chin and hocks for cheeks, General Dietrich von Choltitz was considered a ganz harter, a tough guy, for his role in obliterating Rotterdam in 1940 and Sevastopol 2 years later. For those actions, he was nicknamed the Smasher of Cities. As a corps commander in Normandy, Choltitz had seen his force routed in Cobra before he was assigned to Paris under Hitler's edict that the city must not fall into the hands of the enemy except as a field of ruins. A Saxon whose forebears had soldiered for 8 centuries, he had told the Swede Nordling, "It has been my fate to cover the retreat of our armies and to destroy the cities behind them." On Sunday, he sent a note to his wife in Germany, along with coffee requisitioned from the Maurice kitchen. "Our task is hard, and our days grow difficult." With only 20,000 men to hold a city of 3 million, Choltitz had no illusions about the outcome of the imminent battle. "The enemy has now recognized our weakness," he told Model. But reducing the City of Light to Hitler's field of ruins held little appeal even for the ganz harter, and he had temporized with skill, guile, and perhaps conscience. "Ever since our enemies have refused to listen to and obey our Führer," he told his staff with a sardonic glint, "the whole war has gone badly." While encouraging Nordling and others to put spurs to the Allies, Choltitz played for time by concocting elaborate, largely imaginary plans to destroy bridges, utilities, and 200 factories. He told superiors of placing explosives by the ton in L'Invalide, the opera, and other public buildings. Demolitionists would level the Arc de Triomphe for enhanced fields of fire and dynamite the Eiffel Tower as a wire entanglement to block the Seine. All the while he urged a prudent and intelligent attitude from his troops while trying to play resistance factions off against one another and hoping for reinforcements. Now, in a phone call to Army Group B headquarters, he held the receiver overhead. "Will you listen, please?" Choltitz said. "Do you hear that? It is bells. What they are telling this city is that the Allies are here." Just so. By 10 on Friday morning, August 25th, Leclerc managed to slide his entire division into town, tank tracks shedding sparks as they clipped across the cobbles. 2 hours later, the 4th Division's 12th Infantry reached Notre Dame, then clattered through the eastern precincts. Despite vicious firefights at the Quai d'Orsay and elsewhere, crowds lined the sidewalk 20 deep, baying "Vive la France" in a hallucinatory admixture of celebration and gunfire. Anticipating something wondrous, women curled their hair and pressed their finest dresses. At 12:30, the national colours flew from the Eiffel Tower for the first time since June 1940. 90 minutes later, firemen unfurled the tricolour from the Arc de Triomphe. Animals set loose from a local circus scampered down the Champs-Élysées. So many Parisians pulled uniforms from storage in a rush to join the FF1 that they were dubbed naphthalines for their strong scent of mothballs. The rip tide of courage, in one GY's phrase, proved stirring and strong. Volunteer nurses in white smocks darted through bullet-swept streets to carry bloody litters to safety. At a traffic circle where artillery fire splintered a chestnut tree and snipers took pot shots, French half-tracks and tanks raced round and round, pumping not less than 5,000 bullets into adjacent buildings. Resistance fighters in automobiles combed Parisian parks, firing at enemy bivouacs from the rumble seats. Police watched subway exits for fleeing Germans. Those who come out, a United States Army report noted, are massacred or made prisoners. 500 Germans at the Chamber of Deputies surrendered to a Signal Corps photographer, and negotiations at some strongholds were conducted in Yiddish, the closest common language. Wehrmacht troops emerging with hands raised from the Hotel Continental had the iron crosses ripped from their necks, while GEs ordered those captured in the Crillon to check their weapons in the cloakroom. On this feast day of Saint Louis, who died in Tunis while crusading in 1270. Most Parisians ate lunch at the usual hour. Scholtitz dined too on Sèvres china with silver candlesticks in the elegant Maurice dining room. "Germany's lost the war," he told his staff, "and we have lost it with her." Upstairs, his orderly packed a valise with 3 shirts, underwear, socks. At table, a lieutenant recalled, the general and his staff were silent from the effort of showing no emotions. When asked to move away from the window to avoid stray bullets fired from the Louvre across the street, Scholtitz replied, "No, particularly not today." But as the gunfire intensified, he at last pushed away his plate. "Gentlemen, our last combat has begun." He stood to go wash and don a fresh uniform. Just down the street, fighting swept through the Place de la Concorde, where the guillotine had removed more than 1,000 heads during the Revolution, including those of Louis XVI, Marie Antoinette, and Robespierre. 5 Sherman tanks sent to assault the Maurice were soon knocked out, but 200 French infantrymen trotted under the arcade fronting the Rue de la Rivoli. Lieutenant Henri Carcher bolted into the Maurice lobby, flinging a smoke grenade from behind the reception desk, while a soldier scorched the elevator cage with a flamethrower. Upstairs, an FFI fighter burst into an office and demanded of the portly figure sitting behind a table, "Sprechen Deutsch?" "Yes," Scholtitz replied, "probably better than you do." Karcher arrived to declare, "You are my prisoner." A furious mob punched and spat at the Germans, snatching spectacles, watches, and shoulder boards as the erstwhile occupiers were herded through the street. At 3 p.m, Scholtitz arrived at the prefecture, where Leclerc also had been dining on china and a white tablecloth. They retired to the billiard room. Scholtitz adjusted his monocle, then signed the formal surrender of Paris. Bundled into an armoured car, he sat bowed and silent in the rear, while a triumphant Leclerc stood in front like a centurion in his chariot. At the second armoured command post, abutting platform number 3 in the Gare Montparnasse, Scholtitz signed another document ordering his remaining strongpoints to cease fire. He then requested a glass of water. Asked whether he intended to swallow poison, he replied, "Oh no, we don't do things like that." Teams of French and German officers carried white flags and copies of the ceasefire through the city. In a final redoubt at the Palais du Luxembourg, 700 Wehrmacht soldiers each received a pint of cognac and a pack of cigarettes. Then, at 7:35 p.m. the gates swung open and their commander marched out beneath a huge white flag, followed by his troops and 10 panzers. All told, 15,000 German soldiers were bagged in Paris. Many would be confined for days in the Louvre courtyard, with another 4,200 killed or wounded. German spoken signs vanished from shop fronts, sometimes replaced by resistance placards that warned, "Supplier of the Boche." Collaborators were pelted with eggs, tomatoes, and sacks of excrement. Shorn women stripped to the waist had swastikas painted on their breasts and placards hung around their necks. "I hoard with the Boche." An American sergeant barked at a mob, shearing yet another wretch. Leave her alone, goddamn you. You're all collaborationists. Le Figaro resumed publication of a daily feature called Arrests and Purges. Rough justice flourished, the equivalent of that guillotine in the Place de la Concorde. The historian Robert Aron later calculated that as many as 40,000 summary executions of collaborators and other miscreants took place across France, a figure sufficiently high to create a psychosis that will remain forever in the memories of the survivors. Some 900,000 French men and women would be arrested in the epuration, the purge, of whom 125,000 were forced to answer in court for their behavior during the occupation. Those guilty of indignité nationale served prison terms, while those convicted of dégradation nationale were banned from government jobs. At 10 p.m. the first of an eventual 1,800 Allied counterintelligence agents set up a command post in the Petit Palais. T-Force, mimicking a similar unit in Rome, had amassed the names of 80,000 suspected spies, saboteurs and villains in France, as well as thick dossiers on Gestapo and SS facilities. 84 of those listed were collared that very day. Among the more wrenching discoveries would be 3 windowless torture cells in a German barracks, where condemned prisoners had scratched messages in charcoal or pencil. Gaston Meaux, "My time is up, leaves 5 children, may God have pity on them," read one. Another simply, "Revenge me." Alan Moorhead quoted a Parisian as saying, "I'll tell you what liberation is. It's hearing a knock on my door at 6 o'clock in the morning and knowing it's the milkman." Such sobriety could not suppress a great city where everybody is happy, in A.J. Liebling's judgment. "I never in my life been kissed so much," a sergeant wrote his parents in Minnesota. Another G, I climbed 3 flights of stairs to visit a bedridden Frenchwoman who had pleaded to see an American before she died. The cobblestones, the flapping signs in red and gold over the pavement cafes, 3 golden horse heads over the horse butcher, the flicks with their flat blue kepis, Moorhead wrote. Had we ever been away? Leclerc's men seized a train before it departed for Germany with treasures from the Jeu de Paume in 148 packing cases. 64 Picassos, 29 Braque, 24 Dufys, 11 Vlaminck's, 10 Utrios, and works by Degas, Cézanne, Gauguin and Renoir. The Bank of France cellars were found to hold 400,000 bottles of cognac, 3 million cigars, and 235 tons of sugar. An American patrol arrived at the Claridge to be told by the manager, "This hotel is under lease to the officer corps of the German army." A colonel drew his .45 and said, "You've got just 30 seconds to get it unleased. We're moving in." Hemingway, pulling up to the Ritz with 2 truckloads of his French irregulars, told the bartender, "How about 73 dry martinis?" Later, after he and several companions had dined on soup, creamed spinach, raspberries in liqueur, and Perrier-Jouet champagne, the waiter added the Vichy tax to the bill, explaining, "It's the law." No matter. "We drank, we ate, we glowed," one of Hemingway's comrades reported. Private Irwin Shaw of the 12th Infantry, who later won fame as a writer, believed that August 25th was the day the war should have ended. To Ernie Pyle, ensconced in a hotel room with a soft bed, though no hot water or electricity, Paris seems to have all the beautiful girls we have always heard it had. They dress in riotous colours. The liberation, he concluded, was the loveliest, brightest story of our time. De Gaulle entered the city late Friday afternoon by car down the Avenue d'Orléans, gripped by emotion and filled with serenity, in his words. At 5 p.m. he made his way to the War Ministry in the Rue Saint-Dominique, whence he had fled on June 10, 1940. All was unchanged. The heavy furniture, the ushers, the names on the phone extension buttons, even the blotting paper. Nothing was missing except the state, de Gaulle later wrote. From a balcony at the Hôtel de Ville he proclaimed, "Paris outraged, Paris broken, Paris martyred, but Paris liberated. Liberated by herself, liberated by her people, with the help of the whole of France." He uttered hardly a word about the Americans, British, Canadians, or Poles, who together since June 6th had sacrificed more than 50,000 lives for this moment. A United States Army captain assigned as de Gaulle's aide, spent the evening scrounging rations, Coleman lanterns and players' cigarettes for him. City is scarcely damaged. Great enthusiasm, 12th Army Group reported to Shaef. Sufficient coal remained to fire the waterworks and to provide electricity for 2 hours a day until mid-September. A few buses with charcoal burners still ran, but they were far outnumbered by horse carts, antique carriages and bicycles. The Dome, the Rotonde and other cafes in Montparnasse did a lively business beneath striped awnings. About 2,000 resistance fighters and 2,500 civilians had been killed or wounded in the Battle of Paris, and Hitler continued to kill more. Upon learning in answer to his infamous question, Brent Paris, that no, the city was not burning, he ordered V-1 and Luftwaffe onslaughts. Bombers would inflict 1,200 casualties in the eastern suburbs within a day after Choltitz's surrender. Parisians fired at the sky with every firearm at hand, including ancient pistols. After a noisy hour, a witness reported, the wheezy all clear sounded. Eisenhower cabled Marshall, "We should not blame the French for growing a bit hysterical." At 3 p.m. on Saturday, August 26th, de Gaulle appeared at the Arc de Triomphe in an unadorned khaki uniform, as Moorhead reported. Stiff, ungainly, a heavy, lugubrious face under his kepi, an imposing and unattractive figure. A police band played as he laid a cross of Lorraine fashioned from pink gladioli and relit the memorial flame that had gone cold 4 years earlier. Much palaver had been devoted to whether Le Général should ride a white horse or a black one down the Champs-Élysées. He chose instead to walk, preceded by 4 Leclerc tanks. A loudspeaker truck blared. General de Gaulle confides his safety to the people of Paris. Behind him trailed an arm-in-arm, curb-to-curb phalanx of police, soldiers, and FFY fighters. They were followed by a procession of jeeps and armoured vehicles teeming, it was said, with girls whose destiny does not seem likely to be a nunnery. 1 million people or more lined the boulevard, a prancing, dancing human herd, cheering to the echo the unsmiling man who strode a head taller than the rest. Across the Place de la Concorde, near the smoke-stained Hotel Meurice, de Gaulle had just climbed into an open car when shots rang out. Thousands fell flat on the pavement. It was like a field of wheat suddenly struck by a strong gust of wind, Moorhead wrote. Everyone who had a gun began blazing away at the housetops. Armoured cars rushed up and down the streets at 50 miles an hour, firing wildly with machine guns at roofs and high windows, David Bruce told his diary. 30G is standing on supply trucks fired to beat hell, an officer reported. Nary a marksman seemed sure of his target. Undeterred, de Gaulle and his entourage crossed the Pont d'Arcole. FFY men with bandoliers strapped across their chests astride the running boards. At 4:15 p.m., as the convoy arrived at Notre Dame, the clap of a revolver and then automatic weapons fire seemed to come from overhead, perhaps from behind a gargoyle, sparking another wild spray of return fire that brought stone chips sprinkling down. As Leclerc barked for a ceasefire and whacked at soldiers' rifles with his malacca, de Gaulle strolled through the portal of the Last Judgment, head high and shoulders back. He marched down the aisle to the north transept, kepi in hand, when more shots reverberated through the nave. The huge congregation, who had all been standing, suddenly fell flat on their faces, a British intelligence officer reported. Worshippers crouched behind columns and beneath wooden stools as policemen and FFI fighters fired at the organ pipes and clerestory. Ricochets pinged off the ceiling. Through it all, de Gaulle stood unflinching. "The most extraordinary example of courage that I've ever seen," a BBC reporter declared. Hymnal in hand, he honked through the Magnificat, a canticle to the Virgin, while an aide shouted at the cowering congregation, "Have you no pride? Stand up." Praise to God himself would have to wait for a more pacific moment. The Te Deum was omitted, the service curtailed, and the great cathedral evacuated post-haste. Precisely who had started the gunfight would never be known. No sniper was shot, captured, or even spotted. "The first shot started a wild fusillade," de Gaulle would write a day later. "We shall fix this too." He returned to his car and drove off to begin the hard work of rebuilding France. So ended the great struggle for Normandy. For Germany, the defeat was monumental, comparable to Stalingrad, Tunis, and the recent debacle in White Russia. Fritz Bayerlein, commander of the Panzer-Lehr division and Rommel's erstwhile chief of staff, later concluded that among history's memorable battlefield drubbings, including Cannae and Tannenberg, none can approach the Battle of Annihilation in France in 1944 in the magnitude of planning, the logic of execution, the collaboration of sea, air, and ground forces, the bulk of the booty, or the hordes of prisoners. The greatest strategic effect, Bayerlein added, was to lay the foundation for the subsequent final and complete annihilation of the greatest military state on earth. That was true, though it badly undersold Moscow's role in destroying the Reich. German casualties in the West since June 6th exceeded 400,000, half of them now prisoners. More than 4,000 panzers and assault guns were lost on all fronts during the summer, nearly half in Normandy. SHAEF would tell the Charlie Charlies in Washington and London that the equivalent of 11 Panzer or Panzer Grenadier divisions had been obliterated or severely mauled, although some still mustered 10,000 men, even if bereft of tanks. 36 infantry divisions had been eliminated, very badly cut up, or isolated in coastal enclaves. Several thousand Luftwaffe planes were destroyed. As well, Berlin lost its early warning network along the Atlantic and its access to French coal, bauxite, farm bounty, and horses. An OSS analysis concluded that Germany now averaged monthly casualties of 250,000, while only 45,000 young men turned 18 each month. A study of obituaries in 70 German newspapers over 3 years would find a noticeable increase in the proportion of war dead, both 18 or younger and 38 or older. The Reich was bleeding to death. The number of Americans killed, wounded, missing, or captured since June 6th topped 134,000. Casualties among the British, Canadians, and Poles totaled 91,000. In 500,000 sorties flown during the summer, more than 4,000 planes were lost, evenly divided between the RAF and the AAF. Some units had been eviscerated. The 82nd Airborne had given battle in Normandy with 4 regimental and 16 battalion commanders, as well as several spare senior officers. Of these, 15 were killed, wounded, or captured. Normandy paid a fell price for her freedom. By one tally of 3,400 Norman villages and towns, 586 required complete reconstruction. Throughout France, 24,000 FF-1 fighters would ultimately be slain or executed by the Germans. The 600,000 tons of Allied bombs dropped on occupied France, the weight of 64 Eiffel Towers, would be blamed for between 50,000 and 67,000 French deaths. Most prominent among the German dead was Erwin Rommel, albeit his was a death delayed. For 2 months he recuperated from the strafing attack at home in Herrlingen, reminiscing about Africa and fingering his marshal's baton. Insomnia, headaches, and his injured left eye troubled him. Merely lifting the eyelid proved difficult. Despite an unctuous letter to Hitler, just one thought possessed me constantly: to fight and win for your new Germany. He was implicated in the July 20th assassination plot as a man who had known too much for his own good. The killers would come to Herrlingen in a green car with Berlin plates on October 14th. After a brief private meeting with them in his study, Rommel told his son, "I shall be dead in a quarter of an hour. Hitler is charging me with high treason." Dressed in an open-collar Africa tunic, he emptied his wallet, petted the family dachshund, and climbed into the rear seat of the car, with his marshal's baton under his left arm. To spare his family, he swallowed cyanide, permitting the regime to claim he had died of his injuries. Hitler, who sent a 6-foot floral wreath even before Rommel's death was confirmed, said of the news, "Yet another of the old ones." In a funeral oration at the Ulm town hall, Rundstedt would declare, "A pitiless destiny has snatched him from us. His heart belonged to the Führer." That was another lie. Not his heart, but certainly his soul. Among the Allied casualties was Ernie Pyle. "If I ever was brave, I ain't anymore," he wrote a friend. "I'm so indifferent to everything I don't even give a damn that I'm in Paris." The war had become a flat, black depression without highlights, a revulsion of the mind and an exhaustion of the spirit. In a final column from Europe, he told his readers, "I have had all I can take for a while. I've been 29 months overseas since this war started, have written around 700,000 words about it. The hurt has finally become too great." Arriving at Bradley's headquarters on September the 2nd, worn out, thin, and badly in need of a shave, one officer reported. He said goodbye, then sailed home on the Queen Elizabeth, her decks crowded with other wounded. "I feel like I'm running out," he confessed to another writer. 8 months later, while covering the Pacific War, he would be killed by a Japanese bullet in the head. For many rank-and-file troops, a wild optimism took hold, spreading like a disease, as one SHIAF officer wrote home. PX officials announced that holiday gifts already in the mail from the home front to soldiers in Europe would be returned because the war was likely to end before Christmas. But others recognized, as an officer told his family, that Hitler can trade space for a long time. Eisenhower advised reporters, "Anyone who measures this war in terms of weeks is just a damn fool." Yet surely things looked brighter than ever for the Allies. Berlin had again demonstrated a fundamental inability to make sound strategic judgments, as the historian Jeffrey P. Megargy later wrote, with profound weaknesses in intelligence, personnel, and logistical systems. The tactical edge long possessed by Wehrmacht troops now seemed much diminished as GYs gained competence and confidence. The Luftwaffe had fled to the fatherland, whereas the United States Army Air Forces had built 31 airfields in France by August 25th, and in the next 3 weeks would begin 61 more. The United States Army had displayed not only devastating firepower, a method as effective as any in killing an adversary, but also an impressive ability to adapt under the gun. And Montgomery's strategy had won through, even if he resisted acknowledging necessary deviations from the plan. He had fought perhaps his most skilled battle, in the estimation of the historians Alan R. Millett and Williamson Murray, and the swift liberation of Paris lifted spirits throughout the Allied ranks. A British major wrote his mother, "The war is much more amusing now we are on the move." The European war also could be seen ever more clearly to possess a vivid moral structure, in the phrase of the writer Paul Fussell, who fought as an infantry lieutenant. Just when Allied soldiers reached Paris, Soviet troops in Poland overran the concentration camp at Majdanek, where tens of thousands had been murdered. "I have just seen the most terrible place on the face of the earth," a New York Times reporter wrote. Other journalists accompanying the Red Army described machines for grinding bones into fertilizer. "This is German food production," a Soviet officer explained. "Kill people, fertilize cabbages." Photos of Zyklon B, the poison used in gas chambers, appeared in Life, and Time published a vivid account of a warehouse containing 820,000 pairs of shoes taken from inmates. Boots, rubbers, leggings, slippers, children's shoes, soldiers' shoes, old shoes, new shoes. In a corner there was a stock of artificial limbs. Other storerooms contained piled spectacles, razors, suitcases, toys. The evidence gave weight to Roosevelt's recent accusations of deportations and the wholesale systematic murder of the Jews of Europe, although not until the camps in Germany were uncovered in 1945 would the full horror come clear to the civilized world. In truth, a soldier need not look far to know what he was fighting for. Markers on Allied graves all over Normandy contained that most stirring of epitaphs, "Mort pour la liberté." After viewing a military cemetery near Sainte-Mère-Église, a soldier on August 28th scribbled lines from A. E. Hausmann in his diary. "The saviors come not home tonight. Themselves they could not save." At the Lacombe cemetery, Don Whitehead listened as a French girl read a letter to a dead soldier from his mother. "My dearest and unfortunate son, on June 16th, 1944, like a lamb you died and left me alone without hope. Your last words to me were, 'Mother, like the wind I came, and like the wind I shall go.'" The death of Conrad J. Nutting III, whose P-51 clipped a tree as he attacked an enemy truck convoy on June 10th, also prompted his pregnant wife, Catherine, to write to him beyond the grave. "It will be my cross, my curse, and my joy forever, that in my mind you shall always be vibrantly alive. I hope God will let me be happy, not wildly, consumingly happy as I was with you. I will miss you so much, your hands, your kiss, your body." Another pilot, Bert Stiles, who at age 23 had but 3 months of his own life left, wrote, "It is summer and there is war all over the world. There is hope as bright as the sun that it will end soon. I hope it does. I hope the hell it does." A final gesture of American arms played out in Paris 3 days after the Notre Dame shootout. De Gaulle had pleaded for 2 United States divisions as a show of force against communists and other troublemakers. A bemused Eisenhower agreed to a half measure, diverting the 28th Infantry Division through the capital en route to the front. The 28th's ancestry reached back to units first organized by Benjamin Franklin before the Revolution. Its forebears had fought in every American war since. Once commanded by Omar Bradley, now the division was led by the Paladin of Omaha Beach and Saint-Lô, Dutch Coter, recently promoted to Major General. Hurriedly trucked to Versailles on Monday, August 28th, then assembled in the Bois de Boulogne, the men toiled through a rainy night to clean uniforms and polish brass. On Tuesday morning, as skies cleared and the Seine bridges gleamed in the summer sun, Coter and the division band led the ranks in battle dress as they marched 28 abreast to the strains of Khaki Bill beneath the Arc de Triomphe and down the Champs-Élysées, a sight so grand that its image soon appeared on a 3-cent postage stamp. With weapons loaded and anti-aircraft guns poised, the troops tramped past cheering Parisians and an improvised reviewing stand packed with generals in the Place de la Concorde. Beyond Paris to Saint-Denis they marched through the rolling meadows of Ile-de-France, past stone churches and beetroot fields, marching as the blue shadows grew long, marching in pursuit of the foemen fleeing east, marching, marching, marching toward the sound of the guns. Part 2. 4. Pursuit. The huntsman is hungry. Naples in August 1944 still carried scars from the city's liberation 10 months earlier, and the hard winter that followed. A typhus epidemic had been suppressed by dusting 1 million citizens with DDT, but hungry Neapolitans rummaged for scraps in garbage bins along the piers, and black market sea ration hash sold for $1 a can. Italian matrons struggling to make ends meet hawked their jewellery and old books in a shamefaced and surreptitious way, wrote the British intelligence officer Norman Lewis. He described priests peddling umbrella handles and candlesticks supposedly carved from the bones of saints filched from the catacombs. The damage caused by German demolitions had been largely repaired, and the port was once again among the world's busiest. But a British study estimated that thieves pilfered 1/3 of all arriving cargo. American uniforms and G1 blankets often reappeared on the street, tailored as civilian suits after being unstitched, dyed and recut. A sign above stolen footwear, displayed on the Via Forcella, promised, "You can march to Kingdom Come on these beautiful imported boots." The city was colourful, noisily poor, filthy, musical, wrote Lieutenant Douglas Fairbanks Jr., a matinee idol now serving in the Navy. He might also have added baroque, sybaritic, and deeply odd. Superstitious men warded off the evil eye by reaching into a pocket to touch their testicles whenever strangers approached. Street corner troubadours sold freshly penned ballads, Lewis observed, all dedicated to romantic frustration. Prostitutes' prices had jumped 30-fold since the previous October, despite rumours that the Germans had smuggled in trollops with especially virulent strains of venereal disease. "Hey Joe," adolescent pimps yelled at soldiers along the waterfront. "Peace ass, gal nice." Smoke and steam leaked from Vesuvius day and night, although most of the ash and vitrified clinkers from the 11-day eruption in March had been swept up. More than ever, Naples was a military town, sustaining 2 Allied armies that for a year had clawed their way up the Italian peninsula. Although since June 6th the campaign seemed to have been reduced to a dismal backwater, 24 divisions kept punching north of Rome, under the American Fifth Army in the west and the British Eighth Army in the east. German troops had abandoned Florence on August 7th, and Allied forces now planned to assault the Gothic Line, yet another of those heartbreaking barriers built across the spiny Apennines. Troops poured into Naples for a final respite before the battle resumed, not just for eye and eye, intercourse and intoxication, but also for more sedate pastimes, like watching Dorothy Lamour in Riding High at the big open-air theatre, or sipping a gin fizz at the Orange Club, or splashing about in the huge swimming pool with statuary nudes built for an antebellum World's Fair. But it was not the Allied armies preparing to breach the Gothic line that now preoccupied military Naples. Rather, it was the 250,000 men seconded to Operation Dragoon, who under Plan 444 had begun slipping inconspicuously from the port on August 9th for the invasion of southern France. Day by day, more convoys left Naples, joined by ships from Malta and Palermo, Brindisi and Taranto, Bizerte and Oran, until nearly 900 vessels plied 10 arterial routes across the Mediterranean, converging within striking distance of Provence along the west coast of Corsica. Making up the Great Fleet were attack transports and liberty ships, LSTs and LCTs, 21 cruisers and 87 destroyers and 5 battleships, including Texas, Nevada and Arkansas, those smoke-stained veterans of Normandy. By August 13th, the 36th and 45th Infantry Divisions had finished their last rehearsals at Salerno, where wrecked Higgins boats and mouldering corpses could still be found from the division's death struggle there the previous September. Now troops sat beneath tarpaulins on the transport decks, sewing shoulder flashes to uniform sleeves or thumbing through a pocket guide to France. The last tanks, trucks and rubber terrain models were bullied into the holds. From the docks, cranes hoisted 10 L4 Piper Grasshoppers onto LST 906, which had been overlaid with a flight deck to serve as a makeshift aircraft carrier for artillery spotter planes. Many a new day from Oklahoma blared from loudspeakers on United States SS. Henrico, while 3rd Division soldiers tuned a small radio to Axis Sally, a propaganda doxy in Berlin, who boasted that she was well acquainted with Allied designs on southern France. Unimpressed, the troops never glanced up from their poker game. Pacing the bridge of the flagship, United States S. Catoctin was a portly seafarer with cascading chins and as much experience at seizing a hostile shore as any American in uniform. Vice Admiral H. Kent Hewitt, who would command the invasion until ground forces were well inland. A native of Hackensack, New Jersey, Hewitt, as a young Naval Academy ensign, had circled the globe aboard United States S. Missouri, with Theodore Roosevelt's Great White Fleet, and in the 4 decades since, he had sailed the wettest corners of the remotest seas. 30 years ago, he had been in Naples Harbor as a navigator aboard United States S. Idaho, when Archduke Franz Ferdinand was shot dead in Sarajevo. He recalled vividly the battleship lowering her flag to half-mast, as if to salute a dying world. Hewitt had won the Navy Cross for valor in the ensuing war and many decorations subsequently. In this war, too, he had distinguished himself by putting Patton's forces on the strand in both Morocco and Sicily, despite ferocious storms. He was lucky, skilled, and unflappable. Now, as his crew prepared to cast off, Hewitt took a seat on the flag bridge and with a pencil stub began working a double cross-stick. The puzzles lifted him above his troubles. Troubles he had. Dragoon had begun dreadfully. On August 4th, Rear Admiral Don Moon, who had commanded the naval force at Utah Beach and would oversee the right wing of the Dragoon landings, had begged Hewitt to postpone the invasion. For hours he argued that forces had arrived in Naples too late to prepare properly, that assault training had been too skimpy, that the forewarned Germans would butcher the landing teams. Hewitt had known Moon as an Annapolis midshipman, knew him to be intense, overworked, and reluctant to delegate authority. He evidently did not know that Moon on June 6th had tried to persuade Joe Collins to suspend the Utah landings, or that the ship's doctor aboard Moon's Catoctin had treated him for acute depression, or that the fleet medical officer also had interviewed Moon about his mental balance. "I don't think it's as bad as you think it is," Hewitt told him. He promised to consider Moon's plea. At 7 the next morning, Moon rang from his cabin to ask for orange juice. 15 minutes later, a steward entered the stateroom, opened the blackout curtain and found the Admiral, dressed in shorts and undershirt, sitting on the sofa with a .45 in his right hand, his eyes open and a red worm of blood trickling from his ear. The spent bullet was found in the shower. A note in neat cursive on a ruled pad explained, "The mind is gone. My mind is running cycles with occasional nearly lucid periods, and then others the complete reverse. What am I doing to you, my wife and dear children? I am sick. So sick." An inquest before noon ruled death had come during a period of insanity. The certificate read, "Cause, suicide, gunshot wound, head, combat fatigue." He was buried at 5 p.m. 10 hours after his passing, in the Naples Military Cemetery. To his widow and 4 children, Collins later wrote, "He was a casualty of this war, just as much as if he had been killed in action." Hewitt sent his own chief of staff to take Moon's command. At 2 p.m. on August 13th, under clear skies on a calm sea, Catoctin, Bayfield, and more than 24 transports eased away from the docks and built to 12 knots. An escort of 16 warships joined this final convoy as it steamed from the Naples anchorage. A witness thought of John Masefield's lines from Gallipoli. All that they felt was a gladness of exultation that their young courage was to be used. Skies on a calm sea, Catoctin, Bayfield, and more than 24 transports eased away from the docks and built to 12 knots. An escort of 16 warships joined this final convoy as it steamed from the Naples anchorage. A witness thought of John Masefield's lines from Gallipoli. All that they felt was a gladness of exultation that their young courage was to be used. Vesuvius had begun to recede in the distance when a commotion on deck caught Hewitt's attention. A British admiral's barge, making for the port from the island of Ischia, could be seen weaving among the outbound ships. A stubby figure with pink cheeks stood in the forepeak, disdaining a handhold and wearing a light tropical suit beneath an enormous sun helmet. Abruptly from soldiers and sailors crowding Catoctin's rails, a cry went up, "It's Churchill!" So it was. With a smile he doffed his 10-gallon helmet, wispy hair tossing in the breeze, then raised his right hand to flash the famous V with his fingers. The men huzzaed until he slid from sight in their wake. He was travelling under the improbable nom de guerre of Colonel Kent, as if a phony name and a big hat could render him inconspicuous. Ostensibly, Churchill was on a fortnight's bathing holiday in southern Italy, wallowing like a benevolent hippo at Capri's Blue Grotto and in various Tyrrhenian coves around Naples, while following the heartening news from Normandy in his portable map room. Yet he also had come to keep a pale eye on an enterprise he still bitterly opposed, and which had churned up as much enmity within the Anglo-American alliance as any episode of the war. Dragoon, originally called Anvil, had first been intended as a diversion during Overlord to occupy 18 German divisions south of the Loire in Army Group G. Shipping shortages and delays in capturing Rome forced a postponement until long after the Normandy landings, yet the Americans remained keen on the operation. Marseille and Toulon would provide ports at a time when dozens of United States Army divisions were stuck at home for lack of dockage in Normandy. Dragoon could discomfit the enemy with a thrust up the Rhone Valley, an invasion route since Caesar's wars, and it would profitably employ several veteran French divisions now fighting in Italy. With a mother country still to liberate, de Gaulle had forbidden those forces to venture beyond the River Arno. France, Eisenhower told the British, is the decisive theatre. The British disagreed, politely at first, then adamantly. Churchill warned Roosevelt of a bleak and sterile invasion through Provence, followed by very great hazards, difficulties and delays in slogging up the Rhone. Marseille lay 400 miles from Paris, and a battle there was unlikely to influence the fight for northern France. Simply reaching Lyon, he predicted, would take 3 months. Pulling the United States 6th Corps and the French divisions from Italy is unacceptable to us, the British military chiefs added. Instead, why not blast across the Po Valley in northern Italy, swing east with help from an amphibious landing at Trieste, and drive through the so-called Ljubljana Gap in Slovenia to reach Austria and the Danube Valley. The Allied commander in Italy, Field Marshal Sir Harold Alexander, promised Churchill that he intended to eliminate the German forces in Italy. I shall then have nothing to prevent me from marching on Vienna. This thrust of a dagger under the armpit, as the Prime Minister called it, might even force Hitler to abandon France in order to shore up his southeastern front. Back and forth the argument flew like a shuttlecock. In an exasperated message to Marshall, Eisenhower decried the project of wandering off overland via Trieste to Ljubljana. We must concentrate our forces. We need big ports. Even if the Germans in Italy collapsed, and heavily fortified Trieste fell, threading the gap meant traversing a high col only 30 miles wide, followed by 6,000-foot mountains with poor roads, worse rails, and more narrow valleys. Pentagon studies, noting that the Austrians held off the Italians in this region for 4 years in World War I, concluded that not more than 7 divisions at the outside could be pushed through to Austria. Churchill advised Alexander to be ready to dash to Vienna with armoured cars, even though British planners reckoned a need for at least 15 divisions. Winston is a gambler, his physician later explained, and gamblers do not count the coins in their pockets. Brooke privately decried Winston's strategic ravings about campaigning through the Alps in winter. While also sceptical of Dragoon, Brooke advised telling Washington, "If you insist on being damned fools, sooner than falling out with you, which would be fatal, we shall be damned fools with you." The Prime Minister would have none of it. Later he portrayed his scheme as a way to forestall Soviet domination of Eastern Europe, but in the summer of 1944 no such argument was advanced. In a windy message to Roosevelt marked strictly private, personal, and top secret, he warned of the complete ruin of all our great affairs in the Mediterranean. "This has sunk very deeply into my mind." The president rebuffed him with election year logic another politician could understand. "I would never survive even a slight setback in Overlord if it were known that fairly large forces had been diverted to the Balkans." Still, Churchill persisted, flying to Normandy with an escort of 6 Spitfires as Mortain and Falaise began to unfold, hectoring Eisenhower, Bradley and others with, as an army staff officer described, beautifully coloured speech, hunched forward on his chair, his eyes slightly red and beady, scattering cigar ashes on the floor and hiding his burnt match under the seat. After directing British commanders to examine in the greatest secrecy whether dragoon forces could be diverted to Brittany, the Prime Minister urged Eisenhower to do just that. This was a loony caprice, so extremely unwise that it would cause the utmost confusion everywhere, as the Pentagon advised. Not least, tens of thousands of troops were already boarding vessels insufficiently seaworthy to venture beyond the Straits of Gibraltar, and no major Breton port would open for weeks. Ike said no, continued saying no all afternoon, and ended up saying no in every form of the English language at his command, Harry Butcher wrote. In a subsequent session in London, Churchill wept copiously and threatened to lay down the mantle of my high office. "I have never seen him so obviously stirred, upset, and even despondent," Eisenhower cabled Marshall on August 11th after a taxing confrontation at 10 Downing Street. Roosevelt put paid to the wrangling in 9 words: "There is no more to be done about it." Unable to move the president or his lieutenants, Churchill raged with the ineffectual petulance of a declining power. Denouncing the sheer folly of his strong and dominating partner, he slipped into first-person royal. "We have been ill-treated and are furious. Do not let any smoothings or smirchings cover up this fact. If we take this lying down, there will be no end to what will be put upon us." Even the King's Equerry told his diary, "Winston is very bitter about it, and not so sure that he really likes FDR." As for Marshall and the other American chiefs, Churchill now derided them to Brooke as one of the stupidest strategic teams ever seen. "They are good fellows, and there is no need to tell them this." To Clementine he later wrote, "The only times I ever quarrel with the Americans, are when they fail to give us a fair share of the opportunity to win glory. And so he had come to Naples to take the waters. Britain would win the war while losing this battle and most other battles waged against the Americans henceforth. More than 2 years of bickering over strategy, with London usually prevailing, had made Marshall truculent and inclined to agree with the State Department adage that an Englishman's idea of cooperation is to persuade someone to do what he wants him to do. Even Roosevelt would later declare, Churchill is always a disperser. This contretemps was indeed the final gasp of the Prime Minister's cherished peripheral strategy for winning World War II. It had become incoherent in the judgment of the historian Michael Howard. The fabled soft underbelly was a slogan, not a strategy, another British historian concluded, a hodgepodge of improvisations. While the Americans were wary of British imperial interests in the Mediterranean and Eastern Europe, the project of stealing a march on the Russians was both impractical. The Red Army already was poised to spread through Romania, Bulgaria, Poland and Hungary, and communist partisans were ascendant in Yugoslavia and strategically suspect. Why antagonize Moscow when Soviet forces continued to do the main work of tearing the guts out of the German army, as Churchill himself told the House of Commons in early August? Certainly the fraught imperatives of national interest and national pride also were playing out. Britain's stature and influence seemed to diminish with each new arrival of a Liberty ship jammed with GUIs. The Empire's future was uncertain at best, and that insecurity would inform the Anglo-American Brotherhood for the duration. Moreover, as Brooke wrote in August, the Americans now look upon themselves no longer as the apprentices at war, but on the contrary as full-blown professionals. The United States Army this month would exceed 8 million soldiers. More than 1 in every 10 was in the Mediterranean, and the American High Command was bent on putting them to good use quickly. Churchill played a poor second fiddle. The trouble is the PM can never give way gracefully, a British admiral observed. He must always be right. As the war churned into its 6th year, some found the Prime Minister increasingly erratic. He's becoming more and more unbalanced, Brooke told his diary in late summer. He was literally frothing at the corners of his mouth with rage. He was much given to corrective sneering, his secretary reported, and obsessed with inconsequential details such as the black bristles of the hairbrushes in the Cabinet War Room lavatory, which he complained hid the dirt. Churchill is preoccupied by his own vivid world, the philosopher Isaiah Berlin wrote. He does not react, he acts, he does not mirror, he affects others and alters them to his own powerful measure. The Prime Minister acknowledged his mulish nature. Of course I am an egotist. Where do you get if you aren't? Without doubt, that unresting genius, in the phrase of one contemporary, needed rest. The PM is very tired, an aide complained. He insists on everything being boiled down to half a sheet of notepaper. It simply can't be done. He had described himself in midsummer as an old and weary man, and he advocated economy of effort, never stand up when you can sit down, and never sit down when you can lie down. Already this Mediterranean sojourn had revivified him, as the Middle Sea always did. Champagne lunches were followed by brandy, an hour's nap, a bath, then a whiskey and soda, and more champagne and brandy at dinner, before working until 3 a.m. Churchill was no alcoholic, C.P. Snow once observed, because no alcoholic could drink that much. Now, after passing the outbound fleet, he would return to the Villa Rivalta, his hostel above Naples Bay, and pack for a C-47 flight to Corsica, his own staging area for the invasion. The United States Joint Chiefs, that stupidest strategic team, had cabled London a week earlier. We are convinced that Dragoon will be successful in its landing phase, and we anticipate a rapid advance up the Rhone Valley. Churchill intended to see for himself. In the smallest hours of Tuesday, August 15th, Napoleon's birthday, the invasion force crept towards 16 narrow beaches along a 45-mile stretch of the Côte d'Azur. The coast here was steep too, plunging to 100 fathoms only 3 miles from shore, with a negligible 8-inch tide. Allied bombers since late April had dumped 20,000 tons on German fortifications and on more than a few French towns. Much of the population already had fled to the hills, hiding in streambeds and hollows from what one refugee described as a deluge of metal. Coded phrases broadcast from Algiers and London on Monday night had alerted the FFY and OSS teams of the imminent assault. Nancy has a stiff neck, the huntsman is hungry, Gabby is going to lie down in the grass. Each soldier aboard the combat loaders received an American flag armband and 2 packs of Lucky Strikes. Swilled coffee and chain-smoked, flicking our Zippos with trembling, nicotined fingers, a soldier in the 45th Division told his journal. Some lay thrashing in the sick bays with recurrent malaria contracted in Italy. Pure fire, sunstorms flaring from inside outward, as a victim described his symptoms. Yet for most, another GI wrote in his diary, it hardly seems that an invasion is on, things are so quiet. Catoctine's malfunctioning ventilation system had forced sweltering passengers below decks to strip to their undershirts for much of the passage, but as the French coast drew near, Major General Lucien K. Truscott Jr., commander of the United States Army's 6th Corps, the main assault force in Dragoon, carefully dressed for combat, enameled 2-star helmet, breeches, lucky cavalry boots, and the white scarf, fashioned from a paratrooper's silk map found on Sicily that had become his trademark. This was Truscott's 3rd invasion. Previously, he had commanded the left flank of Patton's force in both Torch and Husky, before taking command during the darkest hours at Anzio and rallying 6th Corps to be in on the kill at Rome. Truscott possessed what one staff officer called a predatory face, with protruding grey eyes and gapped incisors set in a jut jaw built to scowl. But the beaten-up foghorn voice, scarred from carbolic acid swallowed as a child, had softened a bit in recent months after repeated paintings of his vocal cords with silver nitrate. Partial though he was to violets on his desk and to lively discussions of poetry, history, and the rationalist edition of the New Testament edited by Thomas Jefferson, at heart, Truscott remained one of the really tough generals, as the cartoonist and infantryman Bill Mauldin described him. From an enlisted iconoclast, that was staunch praise. Truscott's was an unorthodox path to high command. His father, originally a cowboy on the Chisholm Trail, had abandoned the range to become both the physician and the pharmacist in Chatfield, Texas. An unlucky dabbler in racehorse and farmland investments, he later moved the family to Oklahoma. Lucien, at 16, claimed he was 18 to win a teaching job in a hinterland schoolhouse, walking 6 miles to and fro each day. A voracious reader who renounced strong drink, tobacco, and profanity, he eventually was promoted to principal. Yet not until he joined the army and won a cavalry officer's commission in 1917 at age 22 did he find his true calling. Slowly ascending through the ranks between the wars, Truscott won admirers for both his professional competence and his skills as a polo player. Army life also put rough edges on the former teacher, who soon drank, smoked, and swore profusely. For the past 2 years in Africa and Italy, he had had few peers as a combat commander, demonstrating what one high-ranking comrade described as willpower, decision, and drive. Eisenhower still lamented his inability to get Truscott released from Anzio for Overlord. Truscott's generalship stressed speed, vigour, violence, and clarity. Staff papers that displeased him provoked the blunt-scrawled epithet bullshit. Convinced that American soldiers were hunters by instinct, he urged his officers to make every soldier go into every fight feeling like a hunter. To his wife Sarah, waiting in Virginia, Truscott had confessed in recent letters how horribly lonesome he felt. He regretted being so far removed from the softening touch of women at home. Before leaving his quarters on Catoctin, he took a moment to write her again, beginning as he always began, "Beloved wife. On the eve of every major undertaking in this war, I have always written to you so that you would know that if anything should happen to me, you were in my mind and in my heart. I would live no part of my life over if I had the opportunity. My only real regret is that I have not made you happier and your life easier." He stalked from the cabin to join Hewitt on the bridge, jaw set, thick shoulders slightly hunched, the hunter looking for prey. The enemy never had a chance. In rubber boats and kayaks, and on surfboards with electric motors, 3,000 American and French commandos swept onto coastal fortifications and 2 offshore islands. Much of the littoral was sparsely defended. Some hilltop pillboxes were found to brandish only Quaker guns made from streetlight poles. Allied deceivers dropped hundreds of rubber paradummies with noisemakers and colored lights far from the actual assault, and electronic simulators created ghost convoys where no ships sailed. So befuddled were the Germans that for days defenders braced against an expected attack at Genoa, 200 miles northeast. The usual anarchy and intrepidity attended the airborne assault. From 10 Italian airfields, 9,000 paratroopers and glidermen made for the Riviera. Thick inland fog caused 6 of 9 Pathfinder teams to miss their drop zones. More than half of the main jump force in pre-dawn drops also drifted wide. Some sticks fell 10 miles or more from their targets, landing on rooftops and in vineyards around Saint-Tropez. Despite the muddle, airborne casualties were light, only 230 or under 3%, and the Germans were further discomposed. At 8 a.m., 11 American assault battalions swept ashore in a flat calm, hidden from enemy gunners by summer haze and 6,000 tons of smoke spewed from special landing craft fitted with airplane propellers to spread the miasma. At Bouillon Bay, in the center of the assault, discouraged Osttruppen and superannuated Germans facing the 45th Division folded quickly. On the left, the 3rd Division also clattered through the dunes at Cavalier Bay and across the Saint-Tropez Peninsula. Among those at the point of the spear with the 3rd Division's 15th Infantry Regiment was a short and skinny, 5 feet 7 inches, 138 pounds, staff sergeant who on Sicily and at Anzio had already earned a reputation for élan and would soon be deemed the greatest folk hero of Texas since Davy Crockett. Audie Leon Murphy, Army Serial Number 18093707, was the 7th child of an itinerant farmer who owned a milk cow and little else. A 5th-grade dropout who at one point during the Depression lived in a rail boxcar. Murphy later said, "I can't remember ever being young in my life." He had learned to shoot by plinking squirrels, little greys, he called them, and became proficient enough to hit a darting rabbit from a moving car. His sister forged his enlistment papers in 1942, falsely attesting that he was 18 rather than 17. He had fainted during the induction immunizations. Sharpshooting now served him well. Murphy and his rifle platoon were making for Saint-Tropez at 10 a.m. when German machine gun fire rattled down a rocky draw, stopping the advance with the incivility of a slammed door. Murphy scampered back to the beach, grabbed a light machine gun from a dawdling gunner and dragged it back uphill to his men. With his commandeered gun, grenades and a carbine, he killed 2 enemy gunners atop a knoll and enticed a white flag from a second nest. But when Private First Class Latty Tipton stood to take the surrender, a sniper shot him dead. Enraged, Murphy killed the surrendering Germans with grenades before seizing an enemy machine gun. Firing from the hip, he exterminated 2 more enemy fighting positions. "My whole being," he later wrote, "is concentrated on killing." Here surely was Truscott's instinctive hunter. When the shooting finally ceased, Murphy slipped a pack under Tipton's head as a pillow, then sat down and wept. The Army would award ASN 18093707 the Distinguished Service Cross. Only on the invasion right flank did the enemy stiffen, particularly along the Gulf of Frejus. Napoleon had landed on this shore after returning from Egypt in 1799, and 15 years later embarked from the same beach for his exile on Elba, complaining that the French mob was as fickle as a weathercock. Now, thick mines, barbed wire tangles, and strongpoints hidden in villas and seaside gazebos proved irksome, although hardly as lethal as Admiral Moon had feared. Secret Navy drone boats, radio-controlled landing craft packed with 4 tons of explosives to blow holes in beach obstacles, failed abjectly, possibly because German radios used the same frequencies. The boats milled around at high speed in crazy directions completely on their own, a witness reported. Some reversed course toward the offshore fleet and had to be sunk by destroyers. As a general proposition, a Navy demolition officer reported, the drone boats did not function. The American weight of metal soon carried the day. Bombers and naval gunfire raked the coast, leaving the piney hills charred and smoking. Boats carrying a regiment from the 36th Division pulled back from Frejus, momentarily infuriating Truscott, who squinted through the haze from Catoctin. Sensibly, officers orchestrating the landing chose to put in on an easier beach farther east. Hewitt's dispatch that afternoon was only slightly exaggerated in reporting unqualified success. All ships and craft reached their final assault destination as per plan. Airborne landings were on schedule and successful. No losses of own aircraft reported. Bombardment reported excellent. Landings on all beaches successful with good timing. A naval officer aboard LC-1233 was more succinct in his diary. Frankly, this has been the quietest beachhead I have ever seen. By the close of this D-Day, 66,000 troops were ashore with fewer than 400 casualties, including 95 dead. Some 2,300 German prisoners had been captured. Many preferred to surrender rather than risk the vengeance of the Maquis roaming the coastal uplands. And Hitler would declare August 15th the worst day of my life. Dragoon had fallen on an attenuated Army Group G. The German commander in southern France, General Johannes Blaskowitz, already in bad odour for objecting to SS atrocities in Poland, had been forced to give 1/4 of his infantry divisions and 2/3 of his armour to the struggle in Normandy. He was left with a hollow force of less than 300,000, including Armenians, Azerbaijanis, and 4 battalions of Russians in France fighting for Germany against America. Within Blascowitz's far-flung 19th Army, the 11th Panzer Division, his only mobile reserve, was stuck west of the Rhone after the Army Air Forces destroyed every bridge on the river's lower reaches. Ferrying the entire division across took nearly a week. Even then, some panzers would be stalled for lack of fuel, which had to be floated down from Lyon. By twilight on Tuesday, many defenders were scrambling north in disorder, jamming hijacked buses and even dray carts. American patrols snaked into the steep red rock hills thick with maritime pines and cork oaks. The coastal roads were already choked with traffic, and bands of prisoners, their hands in the air, were marching toward the waterline, wrote the reporter Eric Severide, ashore with the 45th Division. To oversee both Truscott's corps and follow-on French forces, the United States 7th Army Command Post moved into Hotel Latitude 43, an Art Deco complex on the lip of Saint-Tropez. The Army War Diary noted that resistance by German forces has been weak at most points. Severide described the Cinzano signs, the powder blue denim of the workmen, the faintly sourish smell of wine as one passed the zincs, the dusty plane trees, the little formal gardens, the soft, translucent air. A French admiral aboard Catoctin declared, "What happiness to recover this coast of France, the most fair, the most amiable, and the most smiling of our country." Truscott and his staff motored ashore to dine in a nearby chateau on white linen with the 6th Corps Crystal and Silver Service. Bill Mauldin declared Dragoon to be the best invasion I ever attended. Within the Allied High Command, perhaps only the Prime Minister was disgruntled. Wearing his blue brass-buttoned Trinity House uniform, he had sailed for 5 hours from Corsica aboard HMS Kimberley to join the bombardment fleet 9 miles from the Riviera. Although Churchill was particularly keen to see French colonials in action, he described them as frog blackamoors, whose bravery I do not doubt. The Kimberley ventured no closer than 7,000 yards for fear of sea mines. Saint-Tropez remained swaddled in haze and smoke, all but invisible. Out of cigars and in a querulous mood, as his physician noted, the Prime Minister retired below to read Grand Hotel, a novel he had found in the captain's cabin. On the flyleaf, he scratched an inscription. "This is a lot more exciting than the invasion of southern France." The Avenue of Stenches. The immediate objective of Dragoon were the ports of Toulon and Marseille, respectively codenamed Astoria and Cyril. 7th Army had little capacity for unloading supplies over the beach, so trucks, gasoline, ammunition, and other materiel needed to sustain Truscott's lunge to the north could come only through the twin anchorages, the capture of which was assigned to the French. On Wednesday evening, August 16th, 4 divisions from the French Second Corps began landing in the Gulf of Saint-Tropez, a day ahead of schedule owing to feeble German resistance. They eventually would be joined by 3 more divisions in First Corps, giving France 250,000 men under arms in the south. Known for now as Army B, it was a vivid soldiery, as picturesque as Leclerc's division then capering toward Paris. Nearly half were from North Africa or the Sub-Sahara, complemented by Somalis, New Caledonians, Tahitians, Indochines, Syrians, Lebanese, and Legionnaires. Africans composed almost 3/4 of the infantry regiments, including 6,000 ferocious Berber Goumiers wearing sandals and striped djellabas, with boots tied around their necks as they led their mules across the beaches. With little capacity for modern military logistics, the French relied on the United States Army for everything from pork-free rations for Muslim soldiers to French-English dictionaries. This summer alone, the Americans had provided 1,100 tanks, 215,000 rifles, 17,000 tons of corned and frozen beef, 20 million Atabrine anti-malaria tablets, 7 million packets of pipe tobacco, and 7,000 extra canteens. Senegalese soldiers were said to require 4 liters of water each day, double the normal ration. Extra tanker trucks also were needed because of French reluctance to convert cherished wine transports into gasoline carriers. The gimlet-eyed commander of this force stepped ashore at 6 p.m. Wednesday after a voyage from Taranto aboard the former Polish cruise ship SS Battery. General Jean-Joseph Marie Gabriel de Lattre de Tassigny, whose impeccable ensemble included kepi, yellow gloves and a swagger stick tucked beneath his left arm. Described by French colleagues as an animal of action and Jupiterian, de Lattre impressed Hewitt as very pleasant, very volatile, while Truscott saw thin hair greying around the temples, a square open face with cold eyes, medium height, trim, neat, and very soldierly. Given to abrupt dead-of-night appearances in the ranks, roaring, "What have you done for France?" de Lattre would be acclaimed by one biographer as the greatest soldier to serve France since the age of Napoleon I. De Lattre sprang from minor gentry in the Vendée on the Atlantic coast and graduated near the bottom of his Saint-Cyr class in 1909. During the Great War, he twice gathered intelligence by slipping through the lines disguised as a factory worker to dine in a Metz restaurant packed with German officers. In a skirmish in 1914, he killed 2 enemy soldiers with a sword his grandfather had carried in the Napoleonic Wars, but was impaled by a German lance. A sergeant had to stand on his chest to yank it out. He was to suffer 3 more wounds before the armistice and be mentioned in dispatches 8 times. A fervent Catholic, in peacetime he routinely helped barefoot to carry the sick at Lourdes. He had insisted that chaplains accompany his assault troops in order to give quick absolution to the dying. His personal motto, adopted in the 1930s, was "Ne pas subir," do not give up. Loyal to Vichy for more than 2 years after the German invasion, he had finally refused to countenance Hitler's occupation of southern France following the Allied seizure of North Africa in November 1942. Charged by a Vichy court-martial with abandoning his post, he was sentenced to 10 years in prison. His son Bernard, then 15, aided his escape by smuggling tools and a rope into his father's cell. In September 1943, de Lattre loosened a window frame, shinnied down to a courtyard, scaled an outer wall, and fled to Algiers by way of London. There, de Gaulle gave him command of the French army in exile. Known as Le Roi Jean for his imperial airs, de Lattre stationed an imposing Senegalais outside his office door to sound a clarion on a trumpet whenever the double doors flew open and the general stepped out. He lived on stage, the historian Douglas Porch later wrote, as gracious to dignitaries whom he received with Bourbon éclat, as he was severe with subordinates whom he slaved to exhaustion. Often dining at midnight, He worked until 5 a.m., then signed orders in bed at dawn. Visitors to his headquarters might sit for days on the outer stairs, awaiting an audience. The general, an aide explained, is a nocturnal. The Dragoon landing plan for Army B had been redrafted 17 times at de Lattre's insistence, while conceding that we Frenchmen are not the masters, and that subordination is the price we must pay to be able to participate in the liberation of France. He resented being under American command and beholden to American supply. Storming into a United States Army headquarters, aflame with grievances, de Lattre would let loose a torrent of French as an interpreter struggled to keep pace, then stalk out, always saluting smartly before slamming the door. He was ardent to the point of effervescence, said de Gaulle, who believed that de Lattre's faults derived from the excesses of his virtues. Now accompanied by Bernard, the youngest soldier in the French army, he collared a subordinate in Saint-Tropez and with eyes bright told him, "Toulon awaits you." The Germans waited too. Here and in Marseille, 30 miles farther west, 35,000 defenders had been ordered by Hitler to stand to the last man. General Blaskowitz reported that his fortifications at Toulon were 75% complete, with Marseille a bit more advanced. Water and ammunition had been stockpiled and both garrisons reinforced. Port demolitions began soon after the first Americans crossed the beaches to the east. Toulon was the greatest naval base in France and the tougher nut. 3 craggy fortresses dominated the landward approaches, and nearby mountainsides were rigged with dynamite to trigger rock slides. 70 or more guns ranged the roadstead, among them Big Willie, a turret with 2 340mm barrels plucked from the scuttled French battleship Provence and installed in armour plate and thick concrete at Saint-Mandrier, commanding the harbour mouth. With a range of 22 miles, the guns were more than a match for any weapon in the Allied fleet. Even so, Admiral Hewitt ordered the Hornet's Nest poked. On Saturday, August 19th, after the fortifications had been pummeled from the air, Nevada, Augusta, Quincy, and the French battleship Lorraine paraded along the horizon, lobbing 200 shells like so many playground taunts. Not until Sunday did Big Willie reply, chasing the interlopers back into their smoke banks at flank speed, with a splashy fall of shot that quickly closed from a 2-mile miss to a 30-yard miss. Big Willie was too much for us, an officer aboard Quincy confessed. Allied shells striking the turret's concrete casements just bounced off like us spitting against the wall. The naval brawl would last more than a week, but Toulon, like Cherbourg, clearly would not fall from the sea. De Lattre had assumed as much, and so cleaved his army into 5 battle groups, with orders to outflank and encircle both Toulon and Marseille. This scheme began badly when German gunners demolished the lead French tank in a convoy on Highway 57, then cut down trees behind the rear tank to trap the column and pick off 8 more. In Hieres, 10 miles east of Toulon, defenders who included stranded submariners made a fortress of the Gulf Hotel and adjacent links. 3 French artillery battalions fired 1,000 rounds point blank, augmented by 200 naval shells. A sunset bayonet charge by Tahitian troops through the dining room and cellars ended resistance, with 140 Germans captured and many more slain. By last light on Monday, August 21st, Toulon was surrounded. Monks from a local monastery guided French detachments across the stony, pathless terrain to the north. A battalion commander led his men through the night by marking the trail with toilet paper provided, as de Lattre acknowledged, by United States Army quartermasters. A company commander scouted the city in a borrowed policeman's uniform, while gunners shouldered a dozen battalions of artillery onto the frowning heights. One by one, the battered strongpoints fell. Defenders were flushed from their lairs with white phosphorus and flamethrowers, like rabbits driven out by a terrier, in de Lattre's phrase. To diehards in the Arsenal Maritime, a French colonel on August 25th warned that at 7 p.m, "My Senegalese will receive the order to massacre you all." The last defenders blew up their remaining ammunition, roused themselves with a shout of "Heil Hitler!" and marched into captivity. Not until dawn on August 28th did the last 2,000 sailors manning Big Willie and other guns on Saint-Mandrier capitulate. Hewitt's ships had fired more than 1,000 shells from as near as 5 miles. When the captured garrison commander declined to provide a map of German minefields, de Lattre vowed to shoot him. 3 hours later, he reported, I had the plans. Marseille fell almost at the same moment. Founded as a Greek trading post in the 6th century BCE, the storied port had become France's second largest city, with 500,000 citizens and the most vital anchorage in the Mediterranean, comprising 13 miles of quays. On August 21st, as de Lattre's columns approached from the east, northeast and north, the Marseillais had rebelled, building barricades with paving stones and shooting up isolated German patrols. Oily smoke from burning refineries in the suburbs drifted over the city as goumiers, described by one Frenchman as figures from another world, scrambled over goat paths and through olive groves to cut escape routes leading north. In the early hours of August 23rd, Algerian infantrymen accompanied by Sherman tanks hurried through the streets to the old port, cheered on by civilians in nightclothes who threw open their shutters to bray with delight. Although the German garrison bristled with at least 200 guns in a double defensive line, the city soon grew indefensible. While Nevada and other warships pounded away, de Lattre spread his maps in a nearby hotel courtyard, where vacationing guests, including pretty girls in sundresses, continued to sip iced aperitifs under umbrellas on the terrace. When a tricolour rose over the captured redoubt at Fort Saint-Nicolas, the garrison commander, General Hans Schaefer, composed a message. It would be purposeless to continue a battle which could lead only to the total annihilation of my remaining troops. French soldiers found him at dawn on August 28th in an underground burrow with 2 telephones and a plate of Gruyere cheese. He emerged pale and haggard to sign the surrender with a borrowed pen. Church bells rang in jubilation. Marseille had fallen nearly a month ahead of the Dragoon timetable. 37,000 prisoners would be taken in the 2 port cities, at a cost of 4,000 French casualties, including 800 dead. Toulon had been so thoroughly dismembered by German demolitions that the Allies forsook it as a major port. Marseille was devastated even beyond Allied fears, the German masterpiece of ruination according to American port officials who had rebuilt Naples. Of 121 piers, not one could be used. Dynamite and 2,000 large mines had transformed every quay and warehouse into a chaos of steel, concrete and cables. 11 large ships, including transatlantic liners, had been wrecked to block the harbour entrance, and 257 cranes had been pitched into the water. Scores of other sunken vessels blocked each berth with scuttling techniques not previously encountered. As in Cherbourg, booby traps seeded the ruins, and more than 5,000 mines of 17 different types would be lifted from the water with the help of blimps used to spot them. Yet the Allies had their port. Almost miraculously, the first Liberty ship would berth in Marseille on September 15th, and Hewitt reported that 10 days later, the docks could handle 12,500 tons of cargo each day. For now, French regiments hurried west to the mouth of the Rhone. De Lattre cabled de Gaulle, newly installed in Paris. In Army B's sector, there is no German not dead or captive. Following his abdication and removal to Elba in 1814, Napoleon threw himself into a life of exile while waiting for the restored Bourbon regime to make itself intolerable. Joined by his mother, his sister, and his Polish mistress with their illegitimate son, he built roads and bridges, organized balls, banquets and theatricals, and played countless hands of cards at which he cheated without scruple. Bored to tears after 9 months, and burning with what the historian Norwood Young would call the Corsican spirit of vendetta, he surreptitiously had the brig Inconstant painted, recoppered, and provisioned with biscuit, rice, brandy, and salt meat. Accompanied by a flotilla of 6 other vessels, and determined to again become the man of Austerlitz, Napoleon in February 1815 gave a British man-of-war the slip and beat for the French coast with 1,200 retainers and old imperial guardsmen. "I was so unhappy that I was not risking much," the once and future emperor later explained, "only my life." He stepped ashore near Antibes to begin the fateful 100 days. In making for Paris, he avoided the royalist Rhone Valley and chose a route along the western flank of the Alps, through Digne, Sisteron, and Grenoble. The route Napoleon led indirectly to Waterloo 3 months later, but that failed to discourage American planners. They had chosen this very path for a possible quick lunge toward Lyon, 200 miles northwest of Saint-Tropez. Since de Gaulle had demanded that the Americans immediately return to de Lattre's command a French armoured brigade after just 3 days' employment in the initial dragoon landings, Truscott was forced to cobble together an all-American mechanized exploitation force. To command this scratch assemblage, he appointed his deputy, Brigadier General Frederick Bates Butler, a West Point engineer from California who had once managed Herbert Hoover's White House for the War Department, and more recently had seen much combat in Tunisia and Italy. 2 days after the United States landings, as Army B began to pivot west toward Toulon, the most exhilarating ultra-messages ever intercepted in the Mediterranean galvanized Task Force Butler into an avenging instrument of pursuit. An order radioed from the German High Command at 9:40 a.m. on August 17th, and deciphered by British cryptologists less than 5 hours later, even before General Blaskowitz received it, revealed that Hitler had directed Army Group G to retreat from southern and southwestern France, except for forces consigned to defend the ports. Other intercepts confirmed that the Germans intended to flee rather than fight. Blaskowitz would try to merge his forces with Army Group B, which had begun retreating eastward from Normandy. Now the United States 7th Army could speed north without fear of counterattack from the east by enemy units in the Maritime Alps. Airborne troops would screen that right flank, aided by the French Maquis and commando teams codenamed Chloroform, Novocaine, and Ephedrine. Unloading priorities on the beaches were immediately revised to emphasize vehicles and fuel, and Task Force Butler would be reinforced eventually by the 36th Infantry Division, formed from the Texas National Guard, with orders to intercept and destroy the fleeing Germans. Truscott put the spurs to Butler, who galloped north from Le Mouilly before dawn on Friday, August 18th. "No man's land," he declared, "is our land." The force had travelled less than 7 miles, choosing to avoid the easily barricaded Route Napoleon in this sector, when the column was stopped cold in Draguignan by a stupendous roadblock built by unwitting 36th Division engineers. While this barrow of boulders, mines and cables was muscled aside, cavalry scouts captured a German corps commander who was found sitting on a park bench with pistol and brandy at hand, having a nice, quiet, dignified weep, as Butler reported, while his orderly stood near holding the general's suitcase and eyeing a vengeful French mob. And then they were off. Task Force Butler covered 45 miles on Friday, and the same on Saturday and Sunday, using Michelin maps and a Cub plane overhead to spot downed bridges, most of which had been blown by the Maquis. In Quinson, when jeeps mired in a creek bed, civilians formed a fire brigade to pass flagstones and build a ford. 1,000 prisoners were taken in Digne-les-Bains, many of them just arrived from Grenoble with vague, useless orders to block the route Napoleon. Sisteron fell without a fight on August 19th. Across folded limestone hills they sped, through stands of chestnut and Aleppo pine, slowed only by nagging gasoline shortages and by road signs that locals had jumbled to confuse the Boche. Frenchmen in threadbare Great War uniforms held their salutes on the roadsides, and mildewed tricolours were retrieved from cellar hiding holes. Eric Severide described the chase through civilized, settled Provence, through the sun fields of Van Gogh and the green and purple patchwork of Cézanne. The sun was warm and the air like crystal. The fruits were ripening and the girls were lovely. This was war as it ought to be, the war of pageantry and story. In Gap, nearly 100 miles from the sea, a cavalry troop of 130 men and 10 armoured cars fired a few dozen rounds from their assault guns, toppling a radio tower. An army captain warned the German garrison that 60 B-17S were prepared to flatten the town. The bluff worked, or perhaps it was fear of Maquis reprisals that caused another 1,100 enemy soldiers to appear in the town plaza, wearing full packs and ready for the cages. They were frog-marched to the rear by captured Poles deputized as prison guards. At 4 a.m. on Monday, August 21st, An envoy appeared in Butler's command post at Aspray with a message from Truscott. You will move at first light August 21st with all possible speed to Montélimar. Block all routes of withdrawal up the Rhone Valley. Ultra and air reconnaissance had shown 4 retreating German divisions concentrated along the Rhone, with a rear guard provided by the 11th Panzer Division. The United States 3rd Division, Truscott's former command, would act as a hammer in striking from the south, while Task Force Butler and the 36th Division provided the anvil across the Rhone Gorge at Montélimar, a town long celebrated for its nougat. Leaving a small blocking force at Gap to protect his rear, Butler and his way-worn column made a sharp turn to the west and at daybreak began a 60-mile dash toward the river. By now, supply shortages threatened to undermine Truscott's master plan. Thousands of tons of ammunition had been loaded on top of other cargo in ships on the presumption that it would be required for fighting through the beachhead. Now stevedores stacked mountains of ammunition above the waterline so they could burrow deeper into the holds for desperately needed gasoline and food. The audacious sprint north, some scouts were almost to Grenoble, required supply trucks to make a 300-mile round trip. But the 7th Army motor pool on August 21st comprised just 62 vehicles. 3 United States infantry divisions together were burning 100,000 gallons of gasoline every day. But beach depots on this Monday held only 11,000 gallons. In the haste to turn ships around, thousands of artillery rounds had been inadvertently sent back to the United States, and 1,000 mortar shells somehow ended up in Sardinia. French supply units proved particularly feeble, with severe shortages of even simple items such as tire patches. Artillery firing at night was reduced to conserve ammunition, and GIs in the battle zone were placed on 2/3 rations. Even so, by late Monday afternoon, the vanguard of Task Force Butler reached the wooded high ground north of Montélimar with armoured cars, tank destroyers and Stuart light tanks. An artillery battery unlimbered, and soon the crash of guns echoed across the riverbanks. German convoys nosing north on Highway 7 along the Rhone's eastern shore swerved in panic as exploding shells heaved up geysers of dirt and smoke. A cavalry troop pushed down the Drôme, a narrow west-flowing tributary of the Rhone. They blew a road bridge and ripped up a truck convoy. 50 Wehrmacht vehicles soon burned like pitch. 6th Corps had severed the enemy escape route, and they had done it with just a few platoons overlooking the river and gunners reduced to 25 rounds per howitzer. From his new command post in Marsanne, 8 miles northeast of Montélimar, Butler advised Truscott in a message shortly before midnight that with reinforcement, resupply and more artillery, he would launch a full-throated attack the next day. Everything has gone better than we dared hope, Truscott told Sarah in a note scribbled on Monday night, subsequently adding, Georgie P. is not the only one who can cover ground. He was cheerful enough to tell her about camp life, of eating Gruyere, which of course delights my soul, and swapping 1.5 pounds of coffee for 3 bottles of vermouth. Although he had seen few wildflowers, this country is too beautiful to fight over, or should be at any rate. He asked her to send him soda crackers, witch hazel, 4 bottles of hot sauce to spice his rations, and a dozen Benzedrine inhalers. I'm having my troubles and think I need a lot of things I do not have, he told her, but think of how my opponent must feel. His opponent felt dreadful. Blaskowitz, trying to hustle 2 corps from the 19th Army up the Rhone after receiving Hitler's withdrawal order, was so unsure of battlefield dispositions that he described himself as commanding in pre-technical days. A sharp debate had unfolded within Army Group G over whether the 11th Panzer Division, the most mobile and lethal unit in southern France, should save itself by fleeing or be sacrificed to help other divisions escape. For now, as ferries finished lugging panzers to the river's eastern shore near Avignon, the division feinted toward the beachhead, then fell in behind her retreating sisters as a rear guard, bounding north between successive positions 11 kilometers apart to remain beyond American 105mm howitzer range. Trucks and troop carriers dangled ropes to tow bicycle troops, and engineers blew holes in the Rhone cliffsides as shelters against Allied strafing attacks. Truscott took the German feint. The 3rd Division had travelled more than 30 easy miles from the beachhead before encountering modest resistance and blown bridges on August 20th at Aix-en-Provence. The next morning, Truscott got wind of a battlefield rumour suggesting that 150 panzers had sorted southeast from Avignon. The division commander, Major General John W. Iron Mike O'Daniel, was ever eager to do battle. De Lattre once said that his face might have been carved out with an axe. But at noon on August 21st, Truscott phoned his command post. "Tell General O'Daniel that I want him to halt the bulk of his command," Truscott told a staff officer. "The 11th Panzer is out in front of you, and there is a possibility you might get a counterattack." For 2 days, the 3rd Division inched along before creeping into Arles at midday on August 24th and into Avignon a day later, tormented by mines, felled trees and dropped bridges, but by few Germans. Most enemy troops were scurrying north up the Rhone. At Montélimar, Task Force Butler struggled to hold sway over a 250-square-mile sector east of the river, across terrain ranging from flat farmland to looming hills almost 2,000 feet high. Now confronted by 2 German corps frantic to escape, Butler's little command included 30 Shermans, a dozen tank destroyers, an infantry battalion, and 12 self-propelled guns. Few American fighter bombers appeared overhead. The first airstrip in southern France had been completed only late on the 20th, and the Army's swift advance had outrun P-47s flying from Corsica, which often forsook bomb payloads in order to carry extra fuel in wing tanks. Reinforcements from the 36th Division were nowhere to be seen, except for a single infantry battalion and 2 6th Corps artillery battalions that arrived on August 22nd. This pleased Truscott not at all. At 11 that morning, he flew by Piper Cub to the 36th Division command post in Asprez to find an infantry regiment and various gunners still in bivouac. The division commander, Major General John E. Dahlquist, was out in the field, so Truscott wheeled on the staff, his carbolic growl restored. "Don't you understand? This is the opportunity of a lifetime. We can trap the entire German Corps and 11th Panzer Division with a few men and guns. Every minute is precious. Now get moving." For Dahlquist, he left a scorching note, describing himself as considerably upset that artillery and other corps units attached to the 36th were meandering toward Grenoble rather than besieging Montélimar. "Apparently I failed to make your mission clear to you," Truscott wrote. "Make no mistake about it. I expect you to command, and will hold you responsible." In truth, Dahlquist was out of his depth. A large, fleshy Minnesotan who had worked as a haberdasher and college thespian in Swedish-language dramas before enlisting in 1917, he was humourless, blunt, and given to brooding. The campaign would quickly wear him down. "I must admit I get winded going up the hills," he wrote his wife. "Too many cigarettes." After receiving his commander's note, Dahlquist called Truscott to explain that his division was scattered from Saint-Tropez to Grenoble. Half his transport had yet to be unloaded from the ships. His men had even commandeered a Spanish consul's car, and a small truck towing an anti-tank gun had been seen carrying 3 dozen men, including one astride the tube. "There is absolutely no gas available at the beaches," Dahlquist added. "I have less than 5,000 gallons. Truscott waved away the excuses. "Your primary mission is to block the Rhone Valley, and I expect you to do it," he said. "And when you run out of gas, you park your trucks and move on foot." Tough talk would not win the day. A battalion from the 141st Infantry cut Highway 7 before dawn on Thursday, August 24th, but by early afternoon, enemy forces had breached both flanks. A grim unit history later described Panthers so close you could feel the heat from the motor. The battalion withdrew at night from a hill covered with burning, exploding tanks, knocked-out guns, and dead men. The German capture of a 36th Division battle plan that same day revealed a weak seam in the American line, along a segment held by a single engineer company at Bonlieu, several miles east of the Rhone. 6 German battle groups attacked there and at other points on Friday, in fighting so intense that a United States battalion commander called artillery onto his own post to avoid being overrun. A chaotic midnight cavalry charge, led personally by the 11th Panzer Commander, bowled aside another roadblock on Highway 7. "Come on, you bastards, give up," the Germans demanded in English, and enemy convoys continued leaking through to the north. Truscott again flew to Dahlquist's command post, now south of Crest on the Drôme. "John, I have come here with the full intention of relieving you from command," the Corps commander said. "You have failed to carry out my orders. You have just 5 minutes in which to convince me you are not at fault." Dahlquist used the time well. Truscott left persuaded the division had finally come to fight. Surely the artillery had. More than 8 battalions, some 100 guns, ranged the highway, the town, and the narrow river gorge known as the Gate of Montélimar. Shellfire grew so furious that the road asphalt caught fire, and gunners aiming at nearby rail lines smashed several German trains trying to force the gate on the Rhone's east bank. A single infantry company fired 2,500 mortar rounds on Sunday, August 27th, in beating off successive counterattacks. The weather gods also helped, with heavy downpours that put the Drôme in spate, inundating the fords German engineers had built of railroad sleepers laid on crushed stone. For several hours, until the water subsided, the fleeing columns were stalled on the south bank under scorching artillery. By midday Sunday, 3 German infantry divisions had splashed across the Drôme, herded by the 11th Panzer, while a 4th division struggled up Highway 7. Blaskowitz urged speed in messages carried through the screaming shellfire by couriers with dispatch cases. In a confused melee after midnight on Monday, August 28th, 2 columns from the German 198th Division collided northeast of Montélimar with Dahlquist's 143rd Infantry. Enemy corpses carpeted the roadbed, and most of those not killed were captured. Savage gunfights raged through the orchards and scrub woods along the Drôme, where the 132nd Field Artillery Battalion opened fire at 8,000 yards on German columns stacked bumper to bumper and 3 abreast at river fords. Horse-drawn wagons unable to scale the muddy embankment slid back into the water, animals and men shrieking in terror as the singing shell fragments chopped them to pieces. Task Force Butler, reduced to hardly more than a battalion, soon pushed into Loriol on Highway 7, just below the Drôme. G is severed the road for a final time. At Livron, on the north bank, they counted 500 dead horses and 100 vehicles destroyed within a 100-yard radius. Truckloads of cognac and cigarettes were abandoned by Germans pelting north toward Lyon, and riflemen pulled looted Bank of France notes by the fistful from the wreckage. The 3rd Division's 15th Infantry pushed into Montélimar from the south at 2:30 p.m. on Monday, clearing the town of snipers and booby traps through the night and the next morning. Audie Murphy was among those creeping from house to house. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light, behind one creaking door he glimpsed what he later described as a terrible-looking creature with a Tommy gun. His face is black, his eyes are red and glaring. Murphy saw a muzzle flash just as he fired. Then came the sound of shattering glass. He had shot his own reflection in a mirror, prompting one comrade to observe, "That's the first time I ever saw a Texan beat himself to the draw." The Battle of Montélimar was over, but once again a chance to annihilate a fleeing enemy had gone begging. Although the concept was daring, a 6th Corps colonel concluded, the execution left much to be desired. Task Force Butler had been too weak, the 36th Division too slow, the 3rd Division too cautious, the Army Air Forces too late to the game. Some 60,000 United States artillery shells had scourged but not obliterated the enemy. "I fumbled it badly," Dahlquist wrote his wife on August 29th, "and should have done a great deal better." In exchange for 1,600 American casualties, Blaskowitz's losses exceeded 10,000, including 6,000 captured. But half were labourers, railway workers, and other non-combatants. About 80% of those fleeing up the Rhone's east bank would reach Lyon, although Blaskowitz reported that the 338th Division mustered barely 1,000 men. The 11th Panzer lost half its armour and a quarter of its artillery, but stolen French vehicles kept the division mobile. A German commander considered the escape almost a miracle. Truscott was disappointed. perhaps not least in his own generalship. Even the best battle captain may be outmaneuvered by war's caprice and a wily, desperate opponent. But a view of the battlefield from a Cub cockpit soon lifted his spirits. An aide described the scene as carnage compounded. For 15 miles along the river, the detritus of 8 days' fighting stretched like a black mourning ribbon. 2,000 charred vehicles, at least 1,000 dead horses, many still harnessed to caissons and gun carriages, and fire-blackened Germans said to be such an affront to the nose that this grisly segment of highway became known as the Avenue of Stenches. As at Falaise, bulldozer operators wore gas masks. All in all, Truscott allowed himself what he described as some degree of satisfaction. In 2 weeks, another 10,000 square miles of France had been liberated, while 6th Corps had captured 23,000 Germans to complement the even larger throng bagged by the French. The dragoon death struggle was over, and a race to the German frontier had begun. 2 field-grey torrents streamed toward the fatherland from southern France. The German First Army, half of Blaskowitz's Army Group G, beat its slow way, mostly on foot, from the nether reaches of the southwest and the Atlantic coast. Though they were 88,000 strong, only a fraction were combat troops, and few of those were armed with more than rifles. Hitler had ordered them to carry away or destroy during the retreat everything of economic or military value, including bridges, locomotives, and power stations. To this list, the High Command added horses, cattle, timber, coal, furniture, and even underwear, all of which was plundered or put to the torch. Frenchmen of military age were to be kidnapped whenever possible. Civilians were murdered for petty offences, such as improper remarks about the shrinking Reich. Allied airstrikes and FF1 marauders punished this retreating horde, and only 60,000 or so would reach Germany. Footmarch Group South, one of 3 columns within First Army, found itself isolated and cut off near Beaugency, southwest of Orléans, despite giving 8 million francs to local officials to buy goodwill and to pay for scorched earth inconveniences. After making bonfires of their weapons, 20,000 Germans in Footmarch Group South would surrender to one of Patton's divisions along the Loire. The other retreating gaggle in what Berlin now called the trekking Wehrmacht included the 138,000 men of 19th Army tramping up the Rhone with horses so heavily camouflaged that from above they looked like moving bushes, a 6th Corps intelligence officer wrote. It was this force that drew most of 7th Army's attention. Field Order No. 4, issued on August 28th, demanded that every effort be exerted to overtake and destroy the Germans, if not in the 84 miles between Montélimar and Lyon, then in the 200 miles between Lyon and the Rhine. Stalin, the previous November, had declared the Swiss to be swine and urged the Allies to disregard Switzerland's neutrality if necessary. That suggestion found no favour in Washington or London, and American and French pursuers were told to swing wide of Geneva and the adjacent cantons. The anxious Swiss mobilized their militia anyway as fighting drew near and bitterly objected to repeated American violations of Swiss airspace. On a single September day, 30 intrusions would be logged, including some by errant P-47s that shot up a train chuffing from Zurich to Basel, mistaking it for German. By early September, almost 200,000 Allied soldiers had come ashore in Provence. Up the Rhone and along the route Napoleon, a G1 described scenes of liberation, libation, osculation, gesticulation, and celebration. A BBC reporter found his jeep festooned with humanity as he tried to drive north. A British liaison officer accompanying 6th Corps admitted that his job was to get into towns we liberate with the first troops and hand out British flags to be put up, although we have no British fighting units with us. French farm wives filled the helmets of passing soldiers with eggs, or handed out cakes of butter rolled in clean wet leaves. Sometimes the sheets on the hotel beds don't get changed between German and American occupation, wrote J. Glenn Gray, a 7th Army counterintelligence officer. A French officer pointed to a dead German lying on the roadside with his hands folded across his chest and said, "Auf Deutsch, so mochte ich sie alle sehen." I'd like to see them all like this. A dignified American woman with close-cropped grey hair, whose living room in Culos was dominated by a large portrait of her painted by Picasso, sent a note to 7th Army headquarters along with a fruit cake baked by her companion, Alice B. Toklas. "We have waited for you all so long, and here you are," wrote Gertrude Stein. "I cannot tell you enough what it means to see you, to hear you, to have you here with us." Of Stein's prose, an American officer wrote, "I understand that she puts together a lot of repetitions which have significance only to those whose minds are in a higher sphere than mine." In Grenoble, the fleeing Germans set fire to 37 Rue Maréchal Pétain, said to be the Gestapo headquarters. As victims' bodies turned up here and there, a notice posted at the prefecture advised, "Bring your documents on atrocities to the 3rd floor." A separate room was set aside to record denunciations of collaborators. One drizzly afternoon, several thousand citizens with umbrellas or newspapers folded into rain hats gathered in a factory yard where 6 French fascists were tied to execution stakes. Eric Severide described the metallic noise of rifle bolts and then the sharp report of a firing squad. A French officer administered the coup de grâce with a pistol shot in the ear of each slumped figure as a terrible, savage cry rose from the howling crowd. Mothers with babies rushed forward to look on the bodies at close range, Severide wrote, and small boys ran from one to the other, spitting upon the bodies. A 36th Division patrol entered Lyon on Saturday morning, September 2nd, followed a day later by the French 1st Division, hurrying up the west bank of the Rhone. To reach France's 3rd largest city had taken less than 3 weeks, rather than the 3 months predicted by Churchill. The Americans were accorded the thin satisfaction of knowing, as the historian Trumbull Higgins later wrote, that the British opposed to the end the only fully successful military operation in the Mediterranean between the fall of Tunis and the final collapse of Germany. "In the shops one could buy anything," a 45th Division soldier in Lyon told his journal. "Evening gowns, furs, electric fixtures, furniture, antiques, everything except food." A sad irony in a city celebrated for gastronomy. Lyon during the German occupation had been considered the capital of repression in southern France, with 14,000 arrests in the city and surrounding district, as well as 4,300 murders and 300 rapes. The resistance now cashed its blood chits. "Too much gunfire on the streets here from the FF1, an American colonel wrote. "It seems they are completely out of control. I'm reminded of a revolution." Tracers fired into a city hospital that supposedly housed German snipers set the building on fire. Nurses scurried out carrying patients on stretchers, whom they laid under the plane trees along the parkway by the river near a stack of fresh coffins, Severide wrote. Of 24 bridges in the city, the Germans had demolished all but 2. Hundreds of French farmers pushing produce carts aggravated monumental traffic jams, and military convoys often waited 3 to 6 hours to cross makeshift spans over the Rhone before swinging northeast toward the Rhine. Precisely where those convoys should go now confounded the 7th Army and its commander, Lieutenant General Alexander McCarroll Patch, Jr. Dragoon's success had put Patch on the cover of Time magazine, giving the public another hero to lionize and another battlefront to cheer on. "This temporary notoriety will soon die out," the general wrote his wife Julia. "God protect me from being spoiled by it." That seemed unlikely. Sandy Patch was tall, gangly, and so taciturn that Truscott believed he had some difficulty in expressing himself. Delattre more charitably detected a mystic turn of mind in a man with ascetic features. Possessed of "a temper like the devil before dawn," in one subordinate's phrase, he could also play the accordion and roll a cigarette with one hand from his sack of Bull Durham. Born in the Apache country of southern Arizona to a cavalry lieutenant who had lost a leg chasing horse thieves, Patch had graduated from West Point in 1913 without distinction except as a pole vaulter. He served credibly in France during the last war and began this one in the South Pacific. George Marshall had personally thanked him for a superb job in New Caledonia and Guadalcanal as a division and corps commander, then almost cashiered him for indiscreetly discussing the secret American code-breaking that permitted American fighter pilots in April 1943 to ambush and kill Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, the architect of the Pearl Harbor sneak attack. "I am puzzled as to the course to follow," Marshall had confessed during the investigation. In the end, the chief did nothing, preferring to forgive if not forget, and Patch, now 54, had been packed off to Europe. "It feels as though it was 3 months ago when we commenced landing on the beaches," Patch wrote Julia in September. "I look now for some very heavy, stubborn resistance." Resistance he got, but it was neither especially heavy nor stubborn. After 3 weeks of running, Blaskowitz halted the 19th Army more than 100 miles northeast of Lyon at Besançon, a town tucked into an oxbow of the river Doubs and elaborately fortified by the famed 17th century military engineer Vauban. At Truscott's urging, the 3rd Division pounced before the enemy could dig in, reducing 5 outer forts in quick order with scaling ladders borrowed from local farmers. 25 tank destroyer shells fired point-blank at the Citadel Gate unmanned the defenders on September 8th, and 4,000 men in the garrison surrendered or pelted for the woods on stolen bicycles. "I never saw such confusion in my life," an American officer said. "Germans were flying every which way." The captured booty included 183,000 gallons of high-octane gasoline, a godsend. Truscott persuaded Patch to exploit the fleeting opportunity. Rather than wait for the French to move forward, as originally planned, 3 United States divisions wheeled east toward the Belfort Gap. That ancient pass, also known as the Gate of Burgundy, had for centuries served as a trade and invasion corridor between the Rhone and the Rhine. Narrowing to just 15 miles between the Jura Mountains in the south and the Vosges Mountains to the north, the gap in looking east gave onto the Alsatian Plain, the Rhine Valley, and the Black Forest beyond. Patch's decision to press ahead irked the easily irked de Lattre, who accused the Americans of conspiring to exclude Army B from its fair ration of glory. In response, Patch agreed to permit one French corps to drive toward Belfort between Truscott's right flank and the Swiss border, while another corps, which liberated Dijon on September 11th, swung northeast toward Strasbourg. In a September 12th conference, Patch endorsed Truscott's assessment that the Belfort Gap is the gateway to Germany. Then the ground shifted. Far from this battlefield, Eisenhower struggled to control an Allied host that stretched from the North Sea to the Côte d'Azur. Prepossessed by the 2 army groups commanded by Montgomery and Bradley, he devoted little attention and less creative thought to the armies in the south, which now fell under SHAEF. The dragoon force he personally had insisted upon now seemed like an awkward appendage, bullying toward what he considered a topographical dead end in the Vosges and the Black Forest. The Supreme Commander in mid-September told Bradley that he would subordinate 7th Army to the 12th Army Group, but for the political necessity of keeping American suzerainty in the south. De Gaulle surely would demand overall French command of the remaining forces there if Patch was seconded to Bradley. At a minimum, Eisenhower promised 7th Army would always support Bradley's larger maneuvers to the north. For that reason, 6th Corps and other American forces were to be consolidated, cheek by jowl, with Patton's 3rd Army, making the United States armies contiguous and giving de Lattre the extreme right wing of the Allied line, including the Belfort Gap. Of these rarefied machinations, Truscott knew nothing. On Thursday, September 14th, Patch's Field Order No. 5 arrived at the 6th Corps command post. The corps was to pivot northeast, attacking through the Vosges towards Strasbourg. Truscott was both surprised and disappointed, his headquarters war diary recorded, the plan being entirely contrary to his conversation with General Patch on September 12th. Bedeviled by an abscessed tooth and seething with grievances, Truscott stewed for an evening, nipping from a bottle of medicinal bourbon. The next morning, he composed a letter to Patch that ranged in tone from prickly to impudent. The assault on the Belfort Gap should begin at the earliest possible moment, Truscott wrote, before Blaskowitz stiffened his defences. De Lattre would not be ready until early October, but 1 French and 3 American divisions could attack immediately. To fight in the Vosges, as 7th Army now proposed, would waste the 3 most veteran divisions in the American Army. As demonstrated in Italy during last winter in less rugged terrain, the Boche can limit progress to a snail's pace. If Patch did not want 6th Corps to force the Belfort Gap, Truscott proposed packing up his divisions for an assault on Genoa to help 5th Army in Italy. Unaware that the army commander was heeding a Shay F directive, he closed by asking Patch to refer the matter up the chain of command for adjudication. Truscott sent the note to the 7th Army command post, now in a French barracks at Lons-le-Saunier, where Napoleon had persuaded Marshal Ney, the bravest of the brave, to rejoin him during the 100 days. Patch phoned at 6:30 p.m. on Saturday, September 16th. Patch, I don't think that letter of yours was advisable. A less sensitive man than I, and I'm not sensitive at all, would see the lack of confidence shown in your leaders. Truscott, I wrote the letter only because it was something I believe in. Patch, when I have something on my chest, I just have to say it to that person. Truscott, you have my complete and wholehearted support once the decision is made. If you think someone else can do the job better, it's all right with me, but I don't think you can find one. Patch, I know that. So ended Dragoon, in bickering frustration. Truscott's pluck notwithstanding, his ability to force the Belfort Gap and jump the Rhine was dubious at best. With frayed logistical lines stretching 300 miles, a senior officer observed, 6th Corps was living with just one day's supplies ahead of the game. Blaskowitz on September 19th reported to the German High Command that his residual armies were forming a defensive bulwark west of the Vosges, still able to fight, although much weakened. His greatest fear, a flanking attack southeast toward Belfort by Patton's Third Army, had not come to pass. Of the Army Group G troops who decamped from southern France, more than 130,000 had escaped, although 19th Army salvaged only 165 of 1,600 artillery pieces, and 11th Panzer had barely 24 tanks left. For his troubles, Blaskowitz was sacked that very day. Infuriated by the retreat and by reports of German straggling, Hitler summoned a Panzer Army commander from Russia to replace him. Blaskowitz soon returned to Dresden. Hans is now home, his wife wrote her relatives, planting cabbage. On the same Tuesday that Blaskowitz was relieved, Truscott received his 3rd star. He, Patch, de Latre, and their men had reason for pride. In barely a month, they had hastened the German eviction from France, opened new ports and airfields, started the rehabilitation of French industry and commerce from Bordeaux to Burgundy, and demolished 2 enemy armies by killing, wounding, capturing or marooning 158,000 Germans. But ahead lay the granite and gneiss uplands of the Vosges, a primordial badland of cairns, moors, peat bogs and hogback ridges rising above 4,000 feet. Freezing autumn rains had begun here already, Severide noted, causing GIs to recall the Italian winter and to long again for home. The 6th Corps War Diary recorded, "Looking for skis." In a letter home, Truscott wrote, "I dread the approaching wet and cold and snow and tedious mountain work. The skies weep continuously now. Patrols creeping along the dark flanks of the Vosges could hear the plink of picks and shovels as German sappers burrowed into the hillsides. There are indications," Truscott told Sarah, "that the beast has every intention of continuing the fight right to the bitter end. Harden the heart and let fly." A world away, although barely 200 crow-flying miles distant, the Allied cavalcade that had burst from Normandy now spilled across the continental crown, down pilgrim paths and drove roads, through fields of wheat stubble and ripening beets, greeted by pealing church bells and farmers who waved with one hand while tossing buckets of water on their burning crofts with the other. By the end of August, the front stretched from Abbeville on the Somme to Commercy on the Meuse, where a bridge was seized intact on the morning of the 31st. A great crescent, extending from Brest nearly to Belgium, was packed with more than 2 million Allied soldiers and 438,000 vehicles, a 2-to-1 edge in combat troops over German forces in the west, and a 20-to-1 advantage in tanks. The AAF and RAF together massed 7,500 bombers and 4,300 fighters. Montgomery's 15 divisions in 21st Army Group filled a fast-moving front 60 miles wide across the hedgeless fields between the Seine and the Somme, overrunning or isolating the rocket gun coast. The last of 8,000 V-1s was fired from France on the night of September 1st as launch battalions fled for Holland or Germany. 1,200 more would be dropped from Luftwaffe aircraft in coming months, but to small effect. "The Battle of London is won," Britain's Home Secretary declared. Churchill privately proposed that all of One equipment and German fortifications along the Channel coast be destroyed to prevent future use by the French if they fall out of temper with us. In 12th Army Group, Bradley commanded 21 divisions, with 3 more soon to arrive. The 1st Army Zone now spanned 65 miles, plated on both flanks by armoured divisions, while Patton's 3rd Army braced the right wing with 2 corps abreast. The United States 9th Army was created in early September with orders to finish reducing Brest and to contain the enemy garrisons in other Breton ports. The German commander in Brest soon buckled, emerging from the rubble with his Irish setter, a ton of personal luggage and his fishing tackle. "I deserve a rest," he told his captors. 4 Allied airborne divisions also had regrouped in England to await another summons of the trumpet. Under this onslaught, the Wehrmacht stumbled eastward in a planless flight, as one German general acknowledged. OB West listed 18 divisions as completely fit for combat, while 21 others were totally unfit, 16 were partially fit, 7 had been dissolved, and 9 were rebuilding. Flyers signed by Field Marshal Model and passed out along the retreat routes advised, "We have lost a battle, but I tell you, we will still win this war." A proposed defensive line on the Somme never congealed, however, and German soldiers streamed toward the German frontier through Picardy and Belgium, Lorraine and the Ardennes, bellowing, "The Americans will be here in 20 minutes." Some jumpy demolitionists misplaced their explosives, so that trees to be felled as obstructions instead toppled away from the road. In what the OB West War Diary called an ignominious rout, Germans unable to find white flags surrendered by waving chickens. On came the avenging armies, perhaps not 20 minutes behind German heels, but close enough. "Any Boche today?" an ancient Frenchman was asked near the front at Guise. "Ah yes, the brutes," he replied, spitting in the road and pointing in all directions. "There and there and there and there." By truck and by foot the pursuers pursued. A battalion from the 1st Division, which covered 272 miles in the last week of August, rode 22 miles on August 29th and walked another 8 after the trucks circled back for another load of troops. The British 11th Armoured Division drove through the entire rainy night of August 30th, drivers snoozing during each brief halt. Gun flashes limned the skyline like heat lightning, and shell craters were edged with the grey lace of burned powder until military traffic pounded them smooth. Fleeing German dray horses were cut down by the thousands. They were among 500,000 killed in August, always to the regret of Allied cavalrymen. "There was nothing for it," a British trooper said, "but to harden the heart and let fly. No sentimentality obtained for enemy soldiers. We blew up everything that didn't look right," a lieutenant in the 60th Infantry told his diary, "especially little haystacks out in the fields, a good place for German snipers." At Braine, near Reims, Patton's vanguard caught 2 trains with 70 rail cars carrying troops and loot from Paris. Tank and tank destroyer fire slapped the engines, then automatic weapons stitched the carriages, killing 50 before 500 others surrendered. A witness with 3rd Army described the long, ecstatic agony of serving machine guns on living targets, and the pleasure that tank gunners felt in fingering their Sherman triggers, which they called tits. "The whole West Front has collapsed," a German regimental commander wrote on August 31st, "and the other side is marching about at will." Not quite. Fuel shortages, nettlesome since early August, had become grievous as the Allied armies raced eastward. Daily fuel consumption had tripled from 6 gallons per vehicle in late July to 18. A single armoured division now burned 100,000 gallons in each day of cross-country fighting. The 5-gallon can remained the primary delivery means, and Chayaf logisticians were so desperate that consideration was given to using battleships to haul jerrycans of gas to the French beaches. A Canadian corps was immobilized for several days. 2 of 8 divisions in the British Second Army remained on the Seine to allow the other 6 to move on. A corps in the United States First Army stalled for 4 days, and corps commanders cadged cans of gasoline to keep their staff cars running. Nowhere did the need pinch more than in Third Army. Of 17 tanks sent to capture a Meuse bridge in Verdun on August 31st, all but 3 ran out of gas en route. Patton's fuel dumps the previous day had received 32,000 gallons, less than 1/10 of Third Army's requirement. His G4, the Army logistician, rated the supply of motor fuel as extremely critical. "Damn it, Brad," Patton told Bradley, "just give me 400,000 gallons of gasoline and I'll put you inside Germany in 2 days." Onward they pushed, on foot when necessary, through villages displaying homemade American flags, crayoned on paper or pillowcases with polka-dot stars. "Vote for Dewey," mischievous G is yelled, to be answered by cheering, agreeable Frenchmen, "Vote for Dewey." An observant soldier told his parents that the locals numbered their building floors beginning above the ground level. "If that was the only mistake the French ever made," he added, "we wouldn't be here today." Giddy rumours swirled, including a Swiss claim that Hitler had fled to Spain. An intercepted German radio report of insurrection in Cologne stirred great excitement until United States analysts realized that the news was disinformation from an Allied psychological operations team. Still, optimism ran rife. Bradley on September 1st predicted that he would reach the Rhine by Sunday, September 10th, and staff officers selected 6 river crossing sites. Bradley's aide jotted in a diary, "Everything we talk about now is qualified by the phrase, 'if the war lasts that long.'" "End the war in 44, soldiers chanted. Time reported that officials from New York to Seattle had begun planning Victory in Europe celebrations. A man in Santa Fe had offered $10 to the first newsboy to reach him with the New Mexican announcing the fall of Germany. With the European war seemingly winding down, Churchill's War Office asked Montgomery whether he could spare an extra Army headquarters staff for Burma. The Pentagon drafted plans to leave 1/5 of all ordnance stocks in Europe with a post-war occupation force, while 1/5 would be sent to the Pacific and 3/5 shipped home. "There is a feeling of elation, expectancy, and almost bewilderment," the Prime Minister's secretary wrote on September 1st. Beetle Smith assured reporters, "Militarily, the war is won." Even as Eisenhower tried to tamp down expectations, he told his diary, "Our military forces can advance almost at will. The defeat of the German armies is complete, and the only thing now needed to realize the whole conception is speed." The Allied juggernaut aimed vaguely for Berlin, intent on ripping out Germany's political heart. But a nearer interim target was the enemy's industrial heart in the Ruhr Valley, a sooty ellipse that extended east from the Rhine for some 60 miles to include the smokestack cities of Essen, Dortmund, and Duisburg. 2/3 of German steel and more than half the country's coal had traditionally come from the Ruhr, and loss of the region would also devastate the chemical and munitions industries, with a projected 40% drop in artillery ammunition and explosives production. Hitler would have no choice but to defend this vital region, and a Shay-F study signed by Eisenhower in May posited that an attack aimed at the Ruhr is likely to give us every chance of bringing to battle and destroying the main German armed forces. 4 paths led to the Ruhr from the west, but most planners considered only 2 of them suitable for big mechanized armies. One route, north of the Ardennes, the rugged forested hills that occupied much of southern Belgium and Luxembourg, aimed directly at the Ruhr. It could be supported by Allied sea power and aircraft based in Britain. The second route angled south of the Ardennes, through the so-called Metz Gap. Even before Overlord began, Eisenhower had advocated taking both avenues, a strategy of advance on 2 mutually supporting axes that would stretch enemy defences across a broad front, exploit Allied mobility, and permit shifts in the weight of attack as needed. The southern route also would menace the Saar Valley, second only to the Ruhr as an industrial locus in western Germany. Schaaf in late August estimated that the enemy could muster no more than 11 divisions northwest of the Ardennes and 5 divisions to the south. Eisenhower's planners had proposed that 21st Army Group strike northeast toward the Rhine through Amiens and Liège in the main effort, while 12th Army Group lunged toward Metz and beyond in a subsidiary attack. Montgomery would have none of it. In a message to Brooke in London on August 18th, he had urged channeling both army groups north of the Ardennes as a solid mass of some 40 divisions which would be so strong that it need fear nothing. Concentration of Anglo-American power in the north would utilize the Allied preponderance in armour and bring the war to a quicker close, an issue of particular urgency as Britain ran out of men. Montgomery also argued that a single commander was needed to oversee Allied ground forces driving toward Germany from the Seine. This is a whole-time job for one man, and he claimed that Bradley agreed with this strategic assessment. Bradley most certainly did not agree, nor did most of the other senior Allied generals, including Montgomery's own Chief of Staff, Major General Francis W. Freddie de Guingand. When told that Montgomery proposed to put everything in one punch, Air Marshal Tedder retorted, "I always thought in a fight it was better to use both hands." Eisenhower, on August 23rd, drove to the 21st Army Group command post in Condé, near Falaise, for a long, tedious conference from which Beetle Smith was excluded at Montgomery's churlish insistence, although de Guingand was allowed to remain. When Montgomery proposed halting Patton's Third Army to divert more fuel to the other spearheads, Eisenhower told him, "The American public would never stand for it, and public opinion wins wars." Standing before a map with his hands clasped behind his back, Montgomery replied, "Victories win wars. Give people victory and they won't care who won it." Montgomery emerged from the caravan at Condé, having extracted certain concessions to strengthen his attack, including priority in using the airborne reserve and in drawing supplies. Moreover, the United States First Army would swing largely north of the Ardennes rather than south. This would shore up 21st Army Group's right flank, a reinforcement that some CHAF planners had long considered. Eisenhower also agreed that a single commander would oversee the assault on Germany, but the Generalissimo would not be B.L. Montgomery. Rather, Eisenhower would take the job himself, and before leaving Condé, he told Montgomery that at George Marshall's insistence, this rearrangement would take effect in another week. In truth, Eisenhower had dictated a secret memo to his staff in mid-May, laying out his eventual role as ground commander, while specifying that nothing must be said to indicate there would ever be any diminution of General M's command or responsibility. The less said, the better. Churchill, as a solace, promoted Montgomery to the rank of Field Marshal on September 1st, giving him the equivalent of 5 stars to Eisenhower's 4. This, as the Prime Minister said with no little spite, will put the changes in command in their proper perspective. Although Eisenhower praised Montgomery to reporters as not only my very close and warm friend, but one of the great soldiers of this or any other war, the promotion went down badly at SHAEF. "Damn stupid, and I warrant most offensive to Eisenhower and the Americans," Admiral Ramsey told his diary. Patton wrote B on September 1st that the Field Marshal thing made us sick, that is Bradley and me. Even Brooke felt uneasy, telling a colleague that Montgomery is probably the finest tactical general we have had since Wellington. But on some of his strategy, and especially his relations with the Americans, he is almost a disaster. Militarily, the war might be won, as Beetle Smith had averred, but close combat within the Allied High Command was just starting. Late in the morning of Saturday, September 2nd, Eisenhower flew in his B-25 to Bradley's command post in Chartres. In the middle distance, the twin spires of the magnificent cathedral poked the heavens. Patton also arrived, bumptious and noisy, in a staff officer's description, accoutred with a revolver and his bull terrier Willie, whom he occasionally introduced as a sodomy son of a bitch. An aide made drinks with ice from a refrigerator that Eisenhower had given Bradley after complaining, "God damn it, I'm tired of drinking warm whiskey every time I come to your headquarters." On a huge wall map of Europe, a bullseye encircled Berlin. Dressed in his combat jacket and jump boots, Bradley argued for crossing the German frontier immediately, thus preventing enemy defenders from shoring up the border fortifications known as the Siegfried Line. He also wanted a bulletproof car and armoured jeeps for travel in Germany. Each town in our path should be bombed, he believed, to teach them the lesson of death and destruction they have carried to the rest of the world. Patton offered to stake my reputation on Third Army's ability to fight to the Rhine despite crippling supply shortages. "That reputation of yours hasn't been worth very much," Eisenhower said, smiling broadly. Patton barked with laughter. "Pretty good now," he said. A message from Beetle Smith warning of approaching storms cut short the conference. No sooner had the B-25 lifted off than flames licked from the right engine. After an emergency landing, Eisenhower folded himself into the rear seat of a tiny L-5 Sentinel for a turbulent 120-mile flight west to the Cotentin Peninsula, where his new headquarters had just opened near Granville, another of those French coastal towns that Englishmen over the centuries had captured, fortified, lost, burned, bombarded, and enjoyed on holiday. Short of fuel, tossed by gusty winds, and unable to find an airstrip in the pelting rain, the pilot set down on a narrow beach not far from the Supreme Commander's compound. As he helped push the plane toward the dunes to escape the rising tide, Eisenhower slipped in the sand, badly wrenching his right knee. After hobbling across a salt marsh with an arm around the pilot's neck, anxiously watching for mines, he flagged down a jeep carrying 8 astonished GIs, who lifted him into the front seat and drove him to his villa. 2 aides carried him to a bedroom. Eisenhower had hurt his left knee in the 1912 Army football game against Tufts, a serious injury requiring 7 hospitalizations over the years. But no mishap was more inopportune than this damage to his good knee, now swollen and acutely painful. A doctor slathered the joint in a plaster cast and prescribed indefinite bed rest. Eisenhower refused to allow his blood pressure to be read for fear that the persistent ringing in his ears marked some debilitating condition that would get him sent home. For more than a fortnight, the Supreme Commander was largely immobilized, leaving Granville briefly only 3 times in 18 days. The villa was pleasant enough, with a splendid view of Mont Saint-Michel to the south. 2 resident cows provided fresh milk and cream for the mess, and for 90 minutes each day, a therapist baked and massaged Eisenhower's aching knee. In scribbled notes to Mamie, he apologized for being always a bit off-key when I tried to talk seriously, and he confessed to thinking of their dead son, Dow Dwight, who would have been 27. To his living son John, a newly commissioned lieutenant who had proposed they make an air tour of the United States after the war, Eisenhower wrote, "Who is going to buy the plane? I am broke, and I suspect you are not far from it." Even for an ambulatory commander, Granville was an ill-chosen headquarters, isolated, remote from the front, and so plagued with signal deficiencies that for 3 weeks Eisenhower could communicate with his armies only by cable, courier, messages jury-routed through the RAF, or in rare tête-à-tête conferences. His indifference to 7th Army's exploits in southern France owed something to his sequestration in Granville, but the forced seclusion also allowed him to mull his plan for the push into Germany. Following the Hail Fellow session with Bradley and Patton in Chartres, he came to regret his earlier concessions to Montgomery and to reaffirm his commitment to a multi-pronged advance on a broad front. In a 2-hour lunch with Ramsey, Eisenhower complained that Montgomery seemed to covet Bradley's motor transport in order to allow 21st Army Group to advance alone on Berlin. This would entail a complete standstill order on the United States armies. Montgomery's view certainly was more nuanced. He by no means favoured halting the United States First Army, but Ramsey denounced the ostensible proposal as Monty-like and tripe. On Monday, September 4th, Eisenhower told his lieutenants by cable that our best opportunity of defeating the enemy in the West lies in striking at the Ruhr and at the Saar. Patton's advance, hamstrung by the fuel priority accorded First Army to support Montgomery, was to be reinvigorated. The two American armies would share equally in the paltry gasoline supply, each receiving 3,500 tons a day. "We must now, as never before, keep the enemy stretched everywhere," Eisenhower wrote Marshall the same day. An exasperated Montgomery privately complained that Eisenhower appeared to have a curious idea that every army command must have an equal and fair share of the battle. Given the logistical limitations, he insisted, the only policy is to halt the left and strike with the right, or halt the right and strike with the left. The left, his force and First Army, was aimed at the Ruhr and therefore deserved first call on supplies. In a quick, eyes-only rebuttal to Eisenhower on Monday, he wrote, "We have now reached a stage where one really powerful and full-blooded thrust toward Berlin is likely to get there and thus end the German war. We have not enough maintenance resources for two full-blooded thrusts. If we attempt a compromise solution and split our maintenance resources so that neither thrust is full-blooded, we will prolong the war. I consider the problem viewed as above as very simple and clear-cut." Eisenhower replied on Tuesday, affirming his order and further explaining his strategic logic. But so maladroit was the Granville Signals operation that the message reached Montgomery in two pieces, backward and late. The second half arrived on Thursday and the first half on Saturday. A British officer later reported, "Monty walked up and down, waving his arms and saying, 'The war is lost.'" The misdirected signal was entirely apt for two men talking past each other. Soldiers and historians were to argue the merits of each case for decades. Eisenhower later caricatured Montgomery's scheme as a preposterous proposal to drive on a single pencil-line thrust straight on to Berlin, and Smith called it the most fantastic bit of balderdash ever proposed by a competent general. Bradley, who had been victimized in Sicily by what he called Montgomery's arrogant and egotistical demand that United States forces give way to the British, asserted that if you try to fight the German on one front only, you're playing right into his hands. Montgomery's vision had the military virtue of mass, the concentration of combat power, but it ran counter to Schiff calculations of what was possible for an Allied force still drawing supplies across beaches several hundred miles away. One study estimated that a single-axis thrust to Berlin by 3 British and 2 American corps would need nearly 500 truck companies, of which only 347 existed. Even with supplies augmented by airlift and through the docks at Antwerp, a long lunge across Germany would require the wholesale grounding of many Allied corps, including 22 United States divisions relegated to hibernation. Moreover, the need to protect long open flanks in the enemy heartland meant that a solitary Allied spearhead would be no stronger than 6 or 8 divisions with little air support, easy prey for the German mobile reserves, as one logistician warned. A British intelligence brigadier at Schiff concluded that simply encircling and holding the Ruhr would prove impossible without more robust combat forces than now available on the Western Front. Monty, he added, was overbidding his hand. Even de Guignan cited fatal shortages of transport and bridging equipment. After the war, he observed that Hitler's eventual defeat required a Soviet offensive of 160 divisions, complemented by a massive attack from the west and another 8 months of savage air bombardment. Most strategists would come to similar conclusions. Britain's youngest brigadier in 1944, the future Field Marshal Lord Carver, wrote, "In both world wars there were countless examples of single thrusts, attracting the enemy's reserves and thus being brought to a halt. The strategy, which had been generally successful, was one of alternating thrusts, delivering a blow in an unexpected area when the enemy's reserves had been attracted elsewhere. Two-fisted punching had in fact won through for Montgomery at Alamein, Mareth, and Normandy. Likewise, the American historian Russell F. Weigley observed that, for the side playing a strong hand, the whole history of American strategy since U.S. Grant confirmed that the enemy can be hit with advantage at several places and thus forced to accentuate his weakness through dissipation. As the historian Gerhard L. Weinberg noted, whatever Montgomery's talents, mounting rapid thrusts was not one of them. Nor was the field marshal inclined to appreciate that in higher strategy, political factors can sometimes have the same weight as purely military considerations, as Montgomery's biographer Ronald Lewin later acknowledged. Eisenhower believed that triumph in Europe must be shared, especially given the expanding American dominance in men and materiel. But this equitable recognition cut no ice with Montgomery. Eisenhower's ignorance as to how to run a war is absolute and complete, he told Brooke, who made this condemnation his own. Ike knows nothing about strategy and is quite unsuited to the post of Supreme Commander, Brooke confided to his diary. Eisenhower's decision to personally oversee the ground campaign, he wrote, is likely to add another 3 to 6 months onto the war. Eisenhower's generalship was without doubt vulnerable to criticism. Montgomery's complaint that he was extremely susceptible to the personality of the last commander he saw before he made his decision had a whiff of truth, as did Patton's diary entry on September 2nd. Ike is all for caution, since he had never been at the front and has no feel of actual fighting. Beguiled by the pursuit of a battered enemy, he repeatedly gave short shrift to logistical needs and failed to ensure that his directives were heeded. Smith groused that the trouble with Ike was that instead of giving direct and clear orders, he dresses them up in polite language. He was a conciliator, Smith added, who rarely issued unequivocal orders and never decreed, "Do as I command and be silent." If consistent in his views supporting a broad multi-pronged assault on Germany, he was hardly decisive in the way he communicated them to Montgomery. Stephen E. Ambrose later wrote, he allowed Montgomery to carry every argument to its bitter end. This bitter argument indeed was far from over. There is never a moment that doesn't have its strain or particular problem, Eisenhower had written Mamie, and he would confess to her, God, how wearying and wearing it all gets. Yet Allied unity remained the central principle of his command, and he would go to great lengths to preserve it, including self-delusion. The team is working well, he wrote Marshall in September. Without exception, all concerned have now fully accepted my conception of our problem, and are carrying it out intelligently and with energy. The armies fought on, largely unaware of the generals' quarrels at echelons above reason. All but immobilized for the first 5 days of September, Third Army at last saw fuel stocks begin to improve. New orders listed Metz and 2 misspelled German cities, Mainz and Frankfurt, as objectives. B-24s were pressed into service as flying gas stations, each carrying 205-gallon cans. Patton encouraged air resupply by awarding bounties of confiscated cognac and champagne to helpful pilots. With almost 300,000 troops, Third Army remained short of everything from grenades and binoculars to radios and wristwatches. Army shortages for the week of September 2nd included 270,000 pairs of combat boots, 540,000 wool blankets, 6,000 radio tubes, and 48 surgical bullet probes. Patton had given up cigars in a gesture of solidarity with his strapped army. He often smoked 20 a day, but captured German commissaries yielded £3 million of beef, 50,000 cases of champagne, and huge stocks of sardines and the Italian silk used for parachutes. In a breezy session with reporters, Patton first complained that a goddamn army commander doesn't do anything but sit around and curse, then explained, I never worried about flanks. That was probably due to my long-felt masculine virility. After lamenting that, when you slow anything down, you waste human lives, he told the scribes, I hope to go through the Siegfried Line like shit through a goose. To his northwest, Courtney Hodges' First Army crossed the Belgian border and liberated the Walloon city of Mons early on September 3rd. Once again, the 3rd Armoured Division reported cognac, champagne, and pretty girls. And once again, tens of thousands of retreating Germans faced annihilation. Even with 2/3 of its worn tanks now unfit for combat, the 3rd Armoured took 2,500 prisoners, and this on a day when the division was grounded for want of fuel. What one United States Army unit described as a confused, blinded, heterogeneous mass, from 20 or more dismembered Wehrmacht divisions, now crawled through southwest Belgium with stolen French cars and Belgian farm wagons, canalized by American roadblocks. Bounding from the south, the 1st Division fell on the German flank. Shermans churned across the loamy fields trailed by olive-drab clouds of riflemen. 4-barrel .50 caliber anti-aircraft guns, depressed as infantry weapons, peppered enemy ranks, and P-47s peeled from the perfect sky to rake the German columns nose to tail. "Those are magnificent Belgian horses, and I hate to pot them," one pilot radioed. "Well, here goes." Long Tom 155mm field guns, accustomed to pounding targets a dozen miles away, now served as sniper rifles, shattering half-tracks and haystacks until the air reeked of burning fodder and flesh, both equine and human. "You only want to slaughter us," a captured officer complained. In addition to some 3,500 enemy dead, another 25,000 would be bagged alive in 3 days. In batches of 50, they trudged to the cages, booed by passing Belgian Boy Scouts, whose mothers were carving steaks from the horse carcasses. 3,000 prisoners, temporarily penned in the slag yard of an old red-brick sugar refinery, emptied their pockets as ordered, and jeers sifted through the little piles of nail clippers and clasp knives. An American lieutenant held up a discarded condom wrapped in foil and told a chubby Lancer, "You will not love for a while." With Falaise and the capitulation at Brest, the Mons pocket was among Germany's worst drubbings in northwestern Europe in 1944. 30 miles to the north, the British Second Army also swept into Belgium, after streaking 250 miles in 6 days. Hitler ordered Boulogne and Dunkirk held as bitter-end fortresses, but the Canadians had taken Rouen and pressed toward Bruges. General Eberbach was caught fleeing in a Volkswagen outside Amiens. "I commanded what used to be the 7th Army," he told his captors, and the garrison commander at Le Havre would soon surrender in his pyjamas, bemedalled nonetheless, along with 11,000 others. At 8 p.m. on Sunday, September 3rd, the Welsh Guards rolled into Brussels and ignited a tumultuous celebration. The joy of Paris was a pallid thing compared to this extravaganza, Moorhead reported. The Guards' armoured division clattered down the Chaussée de Ninove, tank tracks chewing at the cobbles. The great dome of the Palais de Justice, set afire as a parting gesture by the retreating Germans, was likened by a reporter to a flambeau in the night. Ecstatic Belgians shouted the only English they knew, "Goodbye, Tommy, goodbye," and lobbed hydrangeas, apples, and bottles of Lion d'Or beer into the passing vehicles. Local worthies appeared in sashes and other badges of office to declaim, proclaim, acclaim. The Royal Hampshires found that no sooner did they post a sentry than a happy throng would bear the man away to regale him. Bistros sent waiters into the streets to fill soldiers' mess tins with champagne and ice cream. The bulging larders caused one guardsman to grumble that Belgians felt they had done their bit by eating their way through the war. Undimmed, the celebration would continue for more than a week, fueled by the capture of a German wine dump containing 80,000 bottles of a remarkable claret, Moorhead wrote. Countless drunken verses of Tipperary could be heard day and night, and effigies of Hitler were paraded through the streets to be beaten, burned, and cursed in Flemish, French, Dutch, and various other liberated tongues. On Monday at noon, British tanks nosed through the outskirts of Antwerp, past houses put to the torch by Belgian resistance fighters for belonging to alleged collaborators. Jubilant crowds reluctantly parted, allowing the 11th Armoured Division to race downtown, where nonplussed German soldiers were still sipping beer in sidewalk cafes. By 2 that afternoon, a tank squadron had reached the docks. Thanks to the Belgian White Resistance, which had attacked and delayed German demolitionists, the port, sluice gates, and underground oil storage tanks with their capacity of 2 million barrels remained intact. A sharp firefight around pillboxes in a city park petered out by 9:30 p.m., and surviving defenders surrendered or melted away. After a fruitless search for a cinema to use as a jail, British officers instead converted the local zoo into a prison compound. Hungry citizens, it was said, had devoured most of the menagerie. 6,000 captives soon crowded the pens, sorted into separate cages in the Lion House for officers, Belgian fascists, and German mistresses. Other ranks filled the bear pits, the tiger pens, the monkey house. The captives sat on the straw, wrote Martha Gellhorn, staring through the bars. With Brittany's ports soon to be forsaken, no liberated city in Europe was more important to the Allied cause than Antwerp. By the mid-16th century, it had become the richest town on the continent, surpassing even Venice and Genoa, with 100 or more ships at anchor every day, carrying spices from Portugal, grain from the Baltic, silk embroideries from Italy. The Inquisition, a Spanish pillage, and the rise of Holland cost the city its prosperity. Not until the 19th century did Antwerp ascend again to become a bustling hive of diamond-cutting, cigar-rolling, sugar refining, and beer brewing. By the 1930s, it ranked with Hamburg, New York, and Rotterdam among the world's finest ports, handling 1,000 ships each month, with 29 miles of quays, more than 600 cranes, 900 warehouses, and a vast rail yard. All this was recovered whole on September 4th. One early 20th century estimate had calculated that the city's defences would require an army of 260,000 men to besiege it effectually, and at least a year to reduce it by starvation. The British had needed but a few hours. The capture of Antwerp and the exploitation of its port had been stressed since the earliest Allied invasion plans in December 1941. Eisenhower, in a message to Montgomery on August 24th, reiterated the need to get a secure base at Antwerp, an order repeated in a formal directive to top commanders on August 29th and September 4th. Montgomery echoed the Supreme Commander, stating his intent to capture Antwerp, as well as to destroy all enemy forces in the Pas-de-Calais and Flanders. But Antwerp had a topographical quirk that required more than simply seizing the docks and the monkey house. Communication with the North Sea from the port required control of the 80-mile estuary at the mouth of the river Scheldt, including fortified Walcheren Island on the north side of the Scheldt and the polders around Breskens on the southern bank. Having sailed these waters in war and in peace for centuries, the Royal Navy was intimately familiar with the estuary. 4,000 British troops had died of fever on Walcheren during a campaign in 1809, with the survivors evacuated ignominiously to England. Churchill himself, as First Lord of the Admiralty, had rushed to Antwerp in October 1914 to rally the Belgian government in defence of the port. Admiral Ramsay on September 3rd sent a telegram to Schaef with a copy to Montgomery, reminding all that both Antwerp and Rotterdam are highly vulnerable to mining and blocking. If enemy succeeds in these operations, the time it will take to open ports cannot be estimated. The First Sea Lord, Admiral Andrew Brown Cunningham, told his diary on September 7th. Again impressed on the combined chiefs of staff that Antwerp, though completely undamaged, was as much use as Timbuktu unless the entrance and other forts were silenced and the banks of the Scheldt occupied. I fear this is being overlooked by the generals. Alas, yes. An ultra-intercept of a Führer order on September 3rd, stressing the decisive importance of holding the Scheldt, was disregarded by Allied commanders. So were subsequent orders from Hitler, including an intercepted message reminding 15th Army that it must be ensured that the Allies cannot use the harbour for a long time. This incomprehensible error, the historian Ralph Bennett later concluded, was a strategic mistake of such magnitude that its repercussions were felt almost until the end of the war. Eisenhower's messages to his top commanders about Antwerp had not specified capturing the Scheldt, and neither Montgomery nor Dempsey, the Second Army commander, attended the issue. Montgomery believed the enemy army's position was hopeless. "The bottle is now corked," he declared, "and they will not be able to get out." A Royal Marine Commando unit trained for amphibious assault had instead been diverted to besiege Dunkirk from a landward vantage. The 11th Armoured Division commander, Major General G.P.B. Pip Roberts, had been told little more than to seize the docks and port in Antwerp. His corps commander, Lieutenant General Brian G. Horrocks, later confessed to suffering from liberation euphoria that entailed dining with the Belgian Queen Mother and her lady-in-waiting rather than studying a map. If I had ordered Roberts not to liberate Antwerp but to bypass the town and advance only 15 miles northwest, we should have blocked the Beveland Isthmus and potentially trapped the 15th Army near the Dutch border, Horrocks wrote in his memoir. My eyes were fixed on the Rhine. The British drive soon was stymied. An artillery major directed fire to the north from the top floor of an Antwerp office building, while a Belgian secretary brought trays of coffee with cognac and played American blues on the office phonograph. But none of the bridges across the imposing Albert Canal north and east of the city had been captured. 15 of 17 still stood as late as September the 5th, and now they were all blown. An effort to seize a bridgehead across the canal came a cropper when army storm boats were found to have holes in the bottom. German reaction was swift and most unpleasant, a brigadier reported, and included panzer fire that addled sappers trying to lay a bridge. Enemy battle groups rushed to reinforce the canals, but with other British corps to move forward, Montgomery had already ordered Horrocks to halt for regrouping. An evacuation of German troops by ferry promptly began across the Scheldt from Breskens, west of Antwerp. In little more than a fortnight, 86,000 men, 600 artillery pieces, 5,000 vehicles, and 4,000 horses, mostly from the 15th Army, escaped to fight another day. The estuary's north bank fortifications on Walcheren Island and Beveland, already formidable, grew stouter, while a stubborn rear guard of 11,000 troops showed no sign of abandoning the pocket around Breskens. Montgomery told London on September 7th that he hoped to be in Berlin in 3 weeks, but that was unlikely without the fuel, ammunition, food, and other war stuffs that could arrive in bulk only through a Big Shoulders port. For now, as the United States Army official history later concluded, Antwerp was a jewel that could not be worn for want of a setting. A British officer in Antwerp offered his own judgment. Success can be most bewildering. 5. Against the West Wall. 5. Against the West Wall. 5 barley loaves and 3 small fishes. Versailles had long proved irresistible to empire builders. A modest 17th century hunting lodge, built above a fenny country village 12 miles southwest of Paris, had quickly grown into the world's most celebrated chateau, an emblem of both the Ancien Régime and French regal indulgence. More than 20,000 nobles, courtiers, merchants and servants eventually basked in the radiance of the Sun King and his dimmer heirs, crowding together in what one traveller described as a state of unhygienic squalor. Later, the palace had served as a headquarters for the Prussian army besieging Paris in the starving winter of 1870, when 65,000 Parisians perished despite eating the city's cats, crows and rats. Here, in January 1871, the German Empire had been proclaimed in the Hall of Mirrors, that exquisite gallery of 17 reflecting arches facing 17 arcaded windows. Here too, with a grim and vengeful echo, the treaty to end the First World War was signed in June 1919, as celebratory guns boomed, fountains spurted, and blue-coated Republican guardsmen held their sabres aloft to salute the Hun's subjugation. 2 decades later, the Hun was back for a 4-year stay. It was here that Eisenhower chose to locate his new command post. Even as he recuperated from his bum knee in distant Granville, Schiaff's staff officers swarmed into Versailles and made it their own. Headquarters offices filled the plush Trianon Palace Hotel, where a room with a bath that went for 175 francs a night before the war now could not be had at any price except by holders of a Schiaff Master Pass, a stiff piece of paper the size of a playing card, emblazoned with a blue border and a red cross. Waiters in black ties served K-ration lunches on white linen with crystal stemware and plates trimmed in gold. The Clemenceau ballroom, used by the Allied powers to negotiate the 1919 treaty, and more recently by the Germans to decorate Luftwaffe pilots during the Battle of Britain, now served as a map room. Thickets of antennae sprouted in the royal gardens, and latrines lined the stately chateau trees near the faux farm that had allowed Marie Antoinette to live a Rousseauian fantasy of pastoral simplicity. Staff sections and signal offices filled the great stables built by Louis XIV, each said by one visitor to be larger than some of our state capitals. Eisenhower's office occupied a white stone annex behind the hotel. A bronze bust of Hermann Goering found in the foyer was turned to the wall because, as an officer explained, he has been a bad boy. 11 paintings, including a Van Dyck, were plucked from the chateau to appoint the Supreme Commander's suite, apparently without his knowledge, along with an 18th-century desk and other furnishings from the Mobilier National. An incensed lieutenant, who in civilian life had been a curator at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, managed to have most of the loot put back. Schiaff, by midsummer, had already tripled in size from the 1,500 Allied officers and men originally envisioned for the headquarters. Now the roster tripled again to 16,000. They would fill 750,000 square feet of office space. Eventually, 1,800 properties around Versailles were commandeered to house 24,000 Allied garrison troops. A French magazine mocked Schiaff as the Société des Hôteliers Américains en France, while military wits claimed the acronym stood for Should Have Army Experience First. One officer likened the organization to a sea serpent. Some had seen its head, some its middle, some its tail. No one had seen all of the sprawling mass. Another sea serpent had wrapped its tentacles around Paris proper, with even greater speed and adhesion. Created in Britain in May 1942 to succor the logistical needs of the United States Army in Europe, the Services of Supply had been renamed the Communications Zone, or COMZ, on June 7th, and now comprised 500,000 troops, or 1 in every 4 GIs on the continent. A vast headquarters near Cherbourg, with 5,000 prefabricated buildings and tentage for 11,000, was abruptly abandoned when the liberation of Paris triggered a stampede for the capital. COMZ convoys rolled into the city of light hauling, as an army major recounted. Tons of files and thousands upon thousands of clerks, typists, guards, its statistical departments, its coding and decoding rooms, its huge telephone exchange, and all the other complicated paraphernalia of big business. COMZ immediately requisitioned 315 hotels and put 48 others on notice of indenture. More than 3,000 additional Parisian properties were claimed for the cause, including 14 million square feet of depot space, 29,000 hospital beds, and apartments of proper elegance and swank for the brass, in one officer's description. Only after abject pleadings were Parisian children permitted to keep their schools. French officials complained that the Americans' demands exceeded even those of the Germans. All this and more was the handiwork of the COMZ commander, Lieutenant General John C. H. Lee, known as John Courthouse Lee, Jesus Christ Himself Lee, and God Almighty Lee. Son of an Iowa insurance agent and given his mother's improbable Christian name, John, Lee had graduated from West Point with Patton in 1909, then made a career as an Army engineer doing river, dam, and harbor duty in places like Detroit, Guam, and Rock Island. Time magazine in mid-September called him a man of exceptionally friendly and attractive personality, an encomium affirmed by almost no one who knew him. A fussy martinet who wore rank stars on both the front and back of his helmet, Lee was said to have a supply sergeant's parsimony in doling out army kit as if it were a personal gift, rewarding friends, of whom he had few, and punishing enemies, of whom he had many. He had a knack for risible self-delusion, once standing in a London theatre to acknowledge an ovation, in fact intended for Eisenhower, sitting in the box above him. He also claimed that Marshall had chosen him for his current job because of my ability to get along with people. The Army's official history, rarely astringent in describing senior generals, in this case captured the man. Heavy on ceremony, somewhat forbidding in manner and appearance, and occasionally tactless. General Lee often aroused suspicions and created opposition. The Army's chief surgeon in Europe admitted that he's nobody I'd ever want to go fishing with for a week. Classmate Patton was less circumspect, calling him a glib liar and a pompous little son of a bitch only interested in self-advertisement. Yet field commanders rarely crossed him, fearing reprisal in the supply shed. When Lee visited Third Army, Patton welcomed him with an honor guard, a band, and a banquet. Booted and bedizened, wearing spurs and clutching a riding crop, Lee kept Bibles in his desk and in his briefcase. He preferred, by his own account, to start each morning at his altar whereon we lay our problems. He often press-ganged his personal retinue of 40, including a chiropractor, 8 correspondence secretaries, and a publicist who had once worked for the movie mogul Samuel Goldwyn, into escorting him to church, which he attended daily and twice, if not thrice, on Sundays. Then he was off to inspect his vast dominion, either in a black, red-cushioned limousine driven by a Baptist lay preacher, or in a special rail car, which one minion described as Lee's private instrument of torture. Regardless of conveyance, he liked to read scripture aloud. Any approaching subordinate was to tender a salute at precisely 10 paces, and woe to the soldier whose helmet was cockeyed. A hospital staff's preparations for a Lee visitation included 3 simple injunctions. Dress up, stop all operations, liquor down the toilet. Even the bedridden, one surgeon recorded, had to lie at attention, and the ambulatory had to get out of their chairs and stand at attention all the time he was on that ward until he called at ease. Excess slop in a mess hall garbage pail sent him into a pale fury. Whipping out a spoon, he would sample the waste himself, declaring, "You see, I can eat it, and you're throwing this away." In Paris, Lee kept a huge war room in the Hotel Majestic basement, and 3 suites upstairs for his own use. His personal baggage included a piano. The adjacent Avenue Kleber became known as the Avenue de Salute, and Lee dispatched officers to patrol the sidewalk and take the names of soldiers who failed to render the proper courtesy. Additional suites were reserved for him in other grand hostels. Denizens at one were advised, "The Hotel George V is considered General Lee's personal residence, and assignments of accommodations carry the understanding that such persons are his guests." The front curb was to be kept clear for his own entourage. Other cars will be required to park around the corner or down on the next block. To be kept clear for his own entourage. Other cars will be required to park around the corner or down on the next block. "Why didn't somebody tell me some of those things?" Eisenhower later asked after hearing of Lee's idiosyncrasies. The complaint said more about the Supreme Commander's inattention than about Lee. Not for 2 weeks did Eisenhower learn of the COMZ land rush in Paris, which he had intended to keep mostly free of Allied soldiers. On September 16th, he personally wrote a blistering rebuke to the man he had deemed a modern Cromwell. "Due to the heavy shipments of your personnel and supplies to that area before I was aware of it, it is impossible to shift your headquarters at this moment without interfering with your first priority duties. Nevertheless, you will immediately stop the entry into Paris of every individual who is not needed at that spot for an essential duty. I regard the influx into Paris of American personnel, including your headquarters, as extremely unwise. I am informed that the dress, discipline, and conduct of American personnel in Paris is little short of disgraceful. Lee was an unrepentant sinner. I have no regrets," he said. "One should be as far forward as possible." Lee's first priority duties required provisioning a huge fighting force 4,000 miles from home with 800,000 separate supply items, 8-fold more than even Sears Roebuck stocked. The task might well have overmatched the most gifted administrator, and certainly it taxed Jesus Christ himself. Allied invasion architects had assumed that by D+90, September 4th, only a dozen United States divisions would have reached the Seine, whereupon a pause of 1 to 3 months would be imposed to consolidate the lodgement area before resuming the attack across France. No logistician expected to reach the German border until May 1945. In the event, 16 divisions were 150 miles beyond the Seine on September 4th, and barely a week later, the Allied line had reached a point not anticipated until D+350. Battlefield exigencies disrupted and then demolished a supply plan 2 years in the making. The need for more combat troops to fight through the bocage had been met at the expense of service units, mechanics, fuelers, railroaders, sutlers of all sorts. and the subsequent breakout from Normandy caused Eisenhower in mid-August to pursue the fleeing enemy without pausing to shore up his logistics. The thrill of the chase held sway. Marshall and Eisenhower further accelerated the flow of divisions to the theater, advancing the schedule by 2 months at a severe cost in cargo shipments. Other afflictions impaired the supply system: the loss of Mulberry A, the demolitions at Cherbourg, Marseille, and Le Havre, the abandonment of ports in Brittany, the Allied bombardment of French rails and roads, the quick advance up the Rhone, and Hitler's stubborn retention of Dunkirk and other coastal enclaves. Liberated Paris pleaded for an air delivery of 2,400 tons in emergency food, medicines, and other goods each day, of which Bradley conceded 1,500, the equivalent of the daily needs of 2.5 combat divisions. Truck convoys that in July had required just hours for a round trip to the front now took up to 5 days to reach the battlefield and return to the beaches. The 1st Army Quartermaster Depot moved 6 times in 6 weeks while trying to keep pace with the advance, even transforming 18 artillery battalions into truck units. Moreover, the distance from American factories meant that items ordered in eastern France typically took almost 4 months to reach the front from home. At any given moment, 2,000 tanks were in the pipeline. As Patton told reporters in September, "We cannot make 5 barley loaves and 3 small fishes expand like they used to." Much more than bread and seafood was needed, of course. Purchasing agents roamed across neutral Europe buying Swedish paper, Spanish apricots, Portuguese figs, and bananas from the Canary Islands. 33 woodcutting camps opened in France, Belgium, and Luxembourg to split 1 million cords of firewood. 19,000 tons of wood pulp shipped from the United States to local factories became 50 million rolls of toilet paper. But efforts to buy military uniforms from French clothiers were undone by language hurdles and the need to convert United States measurements into metric equivalents. Schiaff reported that 1/16 of an inch on each of 12 measurements for the seams in a uniform would mean throwing off completely the proper size. Average daily supply needs totaled 66.8 pounds for every Allied soldier on the continent, 33.3 pounds of gas, oil, grease and aircraft fuel, 8 pounds of ammunition, including aerial bombs, 7.3 pounds of engineer construction material, 7.2 pounds of rations, and sundry poundages for medical, signal and miscellaneous supplies. Quartermasters found that ravenous troops were eating 30% more than the normal ration allocation. 4 advancing armies burned 1 million gallons of gasoline each day, exclusive of the needs of Patch and Delattre in southern France, and intensified fighting in the east would mean stupendous ammunition expenditures, including 8 million artillery and mortar shells each month. Prodigal wastage, always an American trait, made the logistician's life harder. Infantry divisions had been authorized 1,600 M7 grenade launchers with a replacement rate of 2 per week, but some were losing 500 to 700 a month. Eisenhower described other ordnance losses as extremely high, and he warned the Pentagon that every month he was forced to replace 36,000 small arms, 700 mortars, 500 tanks, and 2,400 vehicles. 5 times more mine detectors were requisitioned than anticipated, and First Army alone used 66,000 miles of field wire each month, stringing almost 100 miles every hour, double the allotment. Of 22 million jerrycans sent to France since D-Day, half had vanished, and Schiaff asked Washington for 7 million more. The need to fly fuel to bone-dry combat units, Eisenhower added, meant that it is now costing us 1.5 gallons of 100-octane aviation gasoline to deliver 1 gallon of 80-octane motor fuel to forward depots. All this fell largely unforeseen on Lee, who was reduced to sending crates of oranges and other delicacies to Beetle Smith in hopes of retaining Schaiff's confidence. He regretted not playing bridge as a means of infiltrating Eisenhower's inner circle. Scharf certainly shared culpability, not least because it had abandoned plans for a robust network of supply depots across the continent and relied instead on scattered ad hoc dumps. The Schiaff chief logistician on September 9th warned that maintenance of the armies is stretched to the limit. The administration's situation remains grim. Bradley's top supply officer in 12th Army Group subsequently agreed. For a period of about 1 month now, the logistical situation has been disorderly, and for the past 3 weeks has been bad. COMZ improvised with mixed results. Fuel shortages tended to be a problem of distribution rather than supply, and an elaborate nexus of pipelines was built to reduce reliance on tanker ships, gas trucks, and jerrycans. A project called Pluto, Pipeline Underwater Transport of Oil, laid 21 lines across the bottom of the English Channel. Pumping stations were dubbed Bambi and Dumbo, in keeping with the Disney motif. The first pipe to Cherbourg was completed in mid-August, but an inconsiderate ship's anchor ruined it within hours. 2 days later, another line was wrecked after fouling a propeller. Still another failed in late August, when 10 tons of barnacles grew on the submerged pipeline drum and kept it from rotating. Pluto proved disappointing, a scandalous waste of time and effort, in one admiral's view. The Channel lines provided far less than 10% of Allied fuel needs on the continent during the war. Tankers, gas trucks, and jerrycans remained indispensable. A terrestrial innovation was the Red Ball Express, a cargo haulage service begun in late August. Soon, 7,000 trucks carried 4,000 tons or more each day on one-way highways to 1st and 3rd Army dumps, typically a 3-day round trip. MPs posted 25,000 road signs in English and French, and Cub planes monitored the traffic flow. Problems arose immediately. Red Bull burned 300,000 gallons of gasoline a day, as much as 3 armoured divisions in combat. Drivers sometimes loaded 6 to 10 tons of cargo on 2.5-ton vehicles. The Red Bull units became known as truck destroyer battalions. Despite a 25-mile-per-hour speed limit, 70 trucks on average were wrecked beyond repair every day. On one stretch marked Steep Hill and Dangerous Curve, 8 gasoline semi-trailers in a single convoy flipped over, followed by 8 more the next day. "The gas splashing inside throws you from side to side," one driver explained. "This affects your steering." Of 15,000 United States Army vehicles deadlined and useless in Europe in the fall of 1944, 9,000 were trucks littering French byways. Roads deteriorated in the autumn rains, and a dearth of spark plugs, fan belts, and tools hampered mechanics. One company with 41 trucks possessed a single pair of pliers and 1 crescent wrench. The daily ruination of 5,000 tyres, many shredded by discarded ration cans, led to such a desperate shortage that even threadbare spares were stripped from vehicles throughout the United States and shipped to Europe. Pilferage from trucks and dumps grew so virulent that General Lee requested 13 infantry battalions as guards. Over Bradley's bitter protest, Eisenhower gave him 5, with shoot-to-kill authority. Red Bull moved over 400,000 tons in 3 months, and eventually was supplemented by other routes with names like White Ball, Red Lion, and Green Diamond. But as one major general in Paris lamented, "It was the greatest killer of trucks that I could imagine." A single train could haul the equivalent of 400 trucks. 18,000 men, including 5,000 prisoners of war, laboured to rebuild the French rail system, which had been obliterated by years of Allied bombing. 32 trains left Cherbourg over a single reconditioned track on August 15th, creeping across bridges at 10 miles per hour on a 2-day trip to Le Mans. A line to Paris opened on September 1st, and by the end of the month, almost 5,000 miles of track had been refurbished. Shortages of skilled train, yard, and rail crews impaired operations. Signalmen often were reduced to flagging with lighters and burning cigarettes. 24 Army railway battalions eventually arrived from as far away as Persia and Peoria. The Army used 200,000 rail cars in France, of which 31,000 were shipped in pieces from the United States, assembled in Britain, and ferried across the Channel. Freight cars, flat cars, tank cars, gondolas, cabooses, and 1,300 muscular American engines. By year's end, 11,000 miles of French and Belgian track had been rebuilt, along with 241 rail bridges. Without ports, all the roads, rails, and truck destroyer battalions in Europe had limited utility. A parody by exasperated SHAEF officers held that the number of divisions required to capture the number of ports required to maintain those divisions is always greater than the number of divisions those ports can maintain. 54 ports had been studied by Overlord planners for possible use. Lee narrowed the number under consideration to 36, of which half eventually played a role for the Allies. Marseille and other harbours in southern France proved a boon, handling more than 1/3 of all Allied supplies sent to France in the fall of 1944. Cherbourg tripled its expected cargo capacity to 22,000 tons a day. It was said that unloaded rations were piled as high as Napoleon's hand, around the famous statue of l'Empereur, pointing toward England. But SHAEF calculated that combat supply requirements in the coming month would sharply outpace the Allied ability to unload and distribute cargo. The number of ships anchored in continental waters awaiting berths would exceed 200 by mid-October. Clearly the solution was to be found in Antwerp. Using rail and road networks, Cherbourg could support a maximum of 21 divisions, while Antwerp using rails alone could sustain 54. Cherbourg lay almost 400 miles from the huge forward depots now under construction at Liège, in eastern Belgium. From Antwerp, the distance was 65 miles. Although the Allied port predicament was deemed grave, the opening of Antwerp would have the effect of a blood transfusion, Eisenhower promised Marshall. Meanwhile, the armies would make do with brute force logistics, another American specialty. Stevedores manhandling cargo off an old Hog Islander freighter in Rouen were surprised when the Norwegian captain's caged parrot abruptly sang the opening bars of the Star-Spangled Banner, voice cracking on the high notes, then squawked, "What a life! Misery! Misery!" Every village a fortress. A stubby C-47 transport plane banked east of Brussels on Sunday afternoon, September 10th, before levelling off to touch down on the airdrome at Melsbroek, previously used by the Germans but now occupied by the Royal Air Force and codenamed B-58. Wearing the rank insignia of a new field marshal, Montgomery strode across the runway as the propellers twirled to a stop, then bounded up the ramp and into the cabin with a pugnacious glint. There he found Eisenhower, his knee bandaged and throbbing. Only with help had he managed to hobble aboard the plane. Montgomery had insisted on a personal meeting, but protested that he was too busy to leave Brussels, so the Supreme Commander had come to him. After a perfunctory greeting, Montgomery asked that Eisenhower's chief administrative officer, Lieutenant General Sir Humphrey M. Gale, be ejected from the plane, although his own logistician, Major General Sir Miles Graham, would remain. Air Marshal Tedder, the SHAEF deputy commander, could also stay. No sooner had Eisenhower meekly complied than the field marshal pulled a crumpled sheaf of top-secret cables from his pocket, including the first half of the bifurcated message of September 5th that had arrived Saturday morning, 4 days late. "Did you send me these?" "Yes, of course," Eisenhower replied. "Why?" "Well, they're nothing but balls," Montgomery said. "Sheer balls, rubbish." In a seething tirade, his reedy voice trilling, he claimed to have been betrayed and insisted that the broad, double-thrust advance on Germany would fail. Was George Patton actually running the war for SHAEF? A scarlet flush crept up Eisenhower's neck, but his voice was level as he leaned forward, tapped Montgomery's knee, and said, "Monty, you can't speak to me like that. I'm your boss." The field marshal settled in his seat with a weak smile. "I'm sorry, Ike," he said. For a long hour they bickered, a complete dogfight in Graham's description. Montgomery restated his case for a single thrust. If given transport and fuel from the Canadians and Third Army, plus the 4 airborne divisions, he was certain he could capture the Ruhr with 20 divisions from the British Second and American First Armies, opening the road to Berlin. Patton's strike toward Metz in the south would weaken the Allied centre, he said, leaving none of the armies with sufficient strength to burst ahead. Eisenhower agreed that the Ruhr remained their main objective, but any lunge toward Berlin, still 400 miles away, would risk lethal attacks on both flanks. "You can't do that," he told Montgomery. "What the hell?" The broad front strategy made better strategic sense, he added. It was safer and surer and would keep the enemy off balance. Eisenhower was intrigued, however, by Montgomery's description of a new plan to drop several parachute divisions into Holland, clearing a corridor for Dempsey's Second Army and other forces to seize a bridgehead over the Rhine. Similar proposals had been advanced before, but this scheme was bigger, stronger, more ambitious, and Eisenhower was willing to try it. The operation would be given a two-word code name: Market Garden. At length Montgomery rose, saluted, and trotted down the stairs to the tarmac, a pinched, elfin figure in a beret. "Our fight must be with both hands at present," Tedder wrote shortly after the conference. "Montgomery will of course dislike not getting a blank check." The aircraft engines coughed and caught. Eisenhower flew off in pain. For all that had been said, much remained unsaid. The two had barely mentioned Antwerp, and Market Garden got short shrift. Following the meeting, Montgomery sent a carping 33-paragraph note to Brooke. "The Supreme Commander," he complained, "is completely out of touch with what is going on. He tries to run the war by issuing long telegraphic directives. Eisenhower himself does not really know anything about the business of fighting the Germans. Just when a really firm grip was needed, there was no grip." Regardless of American requirements, Montgomery had privately concluded that 21st Army Group did not need Antwerp to drive halfway across Germany. Graham, his logistics chief, posited that a fighting division could get by with 350 to 400 tons of daily sustenance, barely half the SHAEF estimate. British units had done so in Africa, albeit under very different combat conditions. If two Allied corps reached Berlin, Montgomery believed, German defences would be in such disorder that the Third Reich would disintegrate. Lesser ports such as Dieppe and Le Havre could sustain an advance on the enemy capital. Just one good Pas-de-Calais port, Montgomery added, would suffice to reach Munster, 50 miles beyond the Rhine, if augmented with daily airlift and more trucks. Unfortunately, the first Pas-de-Calais port, Boulogne, would not open until mid-October. The same was true of battered Le Havre. Until then, only Mulberry Bee, far from the front, could handle sizable British cargo ships, and autumn weather made that ever riskier. Worse yet, 1,400 3-ton British trucks had just been found to have faulty pistons, and the same defect plagued all the replacement engines. Nevertheless, according to the Canadian official history, Montgomery's staff had assigned the prying open of the Scheldt as a last priority for the Canadian First Army. Another grim battlefield development also had come into play. Montgomery on Saturday had received a secret War Office cable informing him that 2 explosions in England the previous evening heralded a new German assault against the home island. Without warning, at 6:34 p.m. on September 8th, an explosion carved out a crater 20 feet deep in Staveley Road near the Thames, killing 3, demolishing 11 houses, and wrecking 15 more. The blast had been audible in Westminster, 7 miles distant. A second explosion rocked Epping 16 seconds later. Just days earlier, Churchill's government had declared victory against the V1 in the Battle of London. Whitehall now refused to publicly acknowledge a new German threat. Suggestions from the government that natural gas accidents were responsible inspired caustic jokes about flying gas mains, and applications by the credulous for damages from local utility companies. The true culprit, the V2 rocket, was 46 feet long, weighed almost 13 tons, and carried a 1-ton warhead. Reaching 3,600 miles per hour and an apogee of 60 miles, it had an impact velocity comparable to 50 big train engines slamming into a neighbourhood. The V2 was the handiwork of a young Prussian Junker named Wernher von Braun, who belonged to the Nazi Party and the SS, and who since 1937 had been working on a liquid-fuel rocket at Peenemünde, a bucolic Baltic fishing village recommended by his mother. The rocket had long been expected by British intelligence. Existence of V2 is established beyond doubt, a secret report on July 11th confirmed. Some analysts feared a warhead of up to 6 tons, carrying gas or bacteriological germs and capable of destroying all buildings within a mile or more of impact. Saturation bombing of Peenemünde killed many German scientists and engineers, delaying the rocket program for 2 months. But the ruthless use of slave labourers by the thousands and the construction of simple mobile launch equipment had permitted Hitler in early September to authorize the start of Operation Penguin. 14 V2s would be fired on average every day in coming months, although they had an annoying tendency to break up in flight. Unlike the V1, the V2 could not be defended against. At Mach 5, it was simply too fast. Already, 1.5 million Londoners had left the city because of the recent V1 onslaught, and now the British government also considered evacuating. The initial volley had been fired from Western Holland, and the SS general overseeing Penguin had placed his headquarters outside Nijmegen, a Dutch town only 10 miles south of Arnhem on the Rhine, a prime objective of Operation Market Garden. The message from London advising Montgomery of the first rocket attacks also pleaded, "Will you please report most urgently by what approximate date you consider you can rope off the coastal area contained by Antwerp, Utrecht, Rotterdam?" While General Dempsey and others favoured a more easterly advance toward the Rhine at Wesel, this new German onslaught further persuaded Montgomery to drive north, deep into Holland. "It must be towards Arnhem," he said. Tedder was right. Montgomery disliked not getting a blank check. On Monday, he cabled Eisenhower that without greater logistical support, no offensive towards the Rhine would be possible for almost 2 weeks, perhaps longer. "This delay," he added in a thinly veiled threat, "will give the enemy time to organize better defensive arrangements, and we must expect heavier resistance and slower progress." Eisenhower had returned from Brussels bruised in spirit and sore of body. "E is spending a few days in bed on account of his leg," Kay Summersby told her diary on September 11th. The Supreme Commander began dictating notes for a future memoir, to put down some of the things that might be appropriate for me to say in a personal account of the war, as he wrote in his office journal. Regarding the Field Marshal, he added, "Monty seems unimpressed by necessity for taking Antwerp approaches. Monty's suggestion is simple. Give him everything. This is crazy." Ramsay arrived for a visit on the 11th to find Eisenhower in pyjamas. The Admiral noted in his diary, "He let himself go on subject of Monty, command, his difficulties, future strategy, etc. He is clearly worried, and the cause is undoubtedly Monty, who is behaving badly. Ike does not trust his loyalty, and probably with good reason. He has never let himself go to me like this before." At a moment when strategic harmony was needed in the Allied High Command, dissonance and puerile backbiting obtained. Eisenhower was sympathetic to the British impulse to scourge the V2 launch sites, and he saw Market Garden as a bold stroke that could hasten Germany's defeat. Despite the risk of a delay in opening Antwerp, he believed that these disparate objectives could be achieved without crippling the American drive toward the Saar. "There is no reason," he wrote Bradley, "why Patton should not keep acting offensively if the conditions for offensive action are right." As for the Field Marshal, Eisenhower's private comments had become ever more scathing. He called him a clever son of a bitch, which was very encouraging, Patton confided to his diary. After the war, Eisenhower would be far harsher, telling the author Cornelius Ryan, "He's a psychopath, don't forget that, he is such an egocentric, essentially he's not an honest man." That assessment was absurd. Even if solipsistic and at times careless with the truth, Montgomery, who was as responsible as any man for victory in Normandy, was hardly a psychopath. Fortunately for the Allied cause, Eisenhower bit his tongue and soldiered on, game if gimpy. In reply to Montgomery's warning of a fortnight's delay, he sent Beetle Smith to Brussels for more palaver, then agreed to bolster 21st Army Group with an extra 1,000 daily tons of supplies, by truck and by plane. He also authorized Montgomery to communicate directly with Hodges's First Army on his right flank, rather than routing all messages through Bradley. Montgomery sent thanks, then privately gloated. "Ike has given way," he told a confidant in London. "The Saar thrust is to be stopped. We have gained a great victory." He was deluded. Eisenhower had offered concessions without conceding. The Saar thrust would continue, and the only victory that concerned 3 million Allied soldiers in harm's way was the one their commanders were supposed to effect on the battlefield. To Marshall, Eisenhower wrote a petulant note, that again distorted Montgomery's argument. Montgomery suddenly became obsessed with the idea that his army group could rush right on into Berlin, provided we gave him all the maintenance that was in the theatre, that is, immobilize all other divisions. Examination of this scheme exposes it as a fantastic idea. I have sacrificed a lot to give Montgomery the strength he needs. As for the future, Eisenhower proved himself an imperfect seer. We will have to fight one more major battle in the West. This will be to break through the German defences on the border. Thereafter, the advance into Germany will not be as rapid as it was in France, but I doubt that there will be another full-dress battle involved. Just after 6 p.m. on the warm, clear Monday evening of September 11th, a jeep carrying a 5-man American patrol from Troop B of the 85th Reconnaissance Squadron crept north on the river road from Vianden in northeastern Luxembourg. Thickly timbered hills pitched and yawed in all directions, and blue shadows bled into the dells. The jeep lurched to a halt near the jackstraw wreckage of a blown bridge across the narrow Our River. Staff Sergeant Warner W. Holtzinger, a German speaker from Reedsburg, Wisconsin, scrambled down the bank, followed by a rifleman and a French interpreter hired by the troop in Paris. Holtzinger's orders from the 5th Armoured Division urged caution, but added, "Should probing indicate great weakness in some portion of the frontier line, penetration may become possible." The sergeant detected great weakness. With the limpid water barely reaching their boot cuffs, he and his 2 comrades sloshed 20 yards across the Our to become the first Allied soldiers into Germany. Up the slope for 400 yards they trudged to a clutch of houses, where a farmer reported that the German rear guard had scuttled off the previous day, with the man impressed as a guide. In case he was lying, Holtzinger later explained, the GIs hiked to the crest of a knife-blade ridge half a mile above the river for a panoramic view. Raking the hills with his field glasses, Holtzinger counted 20 concrete pillboxes tucked among the glades and breaks, including one with a chicken coop attached. Each appeared to be vacant. As dusk thickened, he hurried back across the river to report by radio that his men had found the Siegfried Line. By midnight, other patrols from the 4th and 28th Infantry Divisions had also crossed the border, to be greeted by hostile stares and white bedsheets draped from upper windows. 3 corps abreast, the United States First Army approached the German frontier through southern Holland, eastern Belgium, and Luxembourg. Scouts watched for cuckoos, local civilians, often ethnic Germans of dubious loyalty, scurrying east, and listened to the chat of machine guns said to be eating away at each other as outposts traded fire across the lines. Farther south on the same Monday, a patrol from the 6th Armoured Division in Patton's army spied French dragoons from Patch's army at Saulieu in Burgundy. A few hours later, a detachment from General Leclerc's French 2nd Armoured Division, also part of 3rd Army, encountered 20 men in 3 scout cars from de Latre's 1st Infantry Division outside Naude-sur-Seine, 40 miles northeast of Dijon. Straightening his collar as he ran, the local mayor raced toward the rendezvous with the entire village on his heels. There, beneath an elm tree on Route Nationale 71, as church bells sang in their belfries, they witnessed officers from the 2 units shake hands to seal the merger of the Allied liberators who had landed in Normandy with those who had come through the Provence. From the North Sea to the Mediterranean, the Allies now presented an unbroken front. Never had the Third Reich's prospects seemed bleaker. The Wehrmacht in 3 months had lost 50 divisions in the east, 28 in the west, and territory several times larger than Germany proper. Axis regimes in Romania, Bulgaria, and Finland were suing for peace. Berlin had begun evacuating southern Greece, dispatching transport planes across the Aegean at night to spirit 37,000 troops from Crete. The operational life of a U-boat commander now averaged just 2 patrols. Advancing Soviet armies had swarmed into the Baltics and halfway across Poland before the Red Army paused to regroup, a delay that had let the Germans obliterate rebellious Warsaw. After 5 years of war, German army casualties exceeded 114,000 officers and 3.6 million enlisted men, not counting those who returned to duty after recovering from their wounds. For all his troubles in the east, Hitler's greatest peril at the moment lay in the west, where 3 army groups prepared to pounce on Germany. In search of a saviour, he once again summoned Field Marshal von Rundstedt, who after his dismissal in July had spent much of his time taking the cure at Bad Tolz. "I would like to place the Western Front in your hands again," Hitler told him. Field Marshal Model would remain in harness to command the remains of Army Group B. "My Führer," Rundstedt replied, "whatever you order, I shall do to my last breath." Life declared him not only the Wehrmacht's best general, but Germany's last hope. From his new headquarters near Koblenz, Rundstedt soon found how one hope had become. The German High Command, Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, or OKW, considered its fighting strength in the west to equal no more than 13 robust infantry and 4 motorized divisions. Several dozen others were exhausted, if not eviscerated. Rundstedt advised Berlin that Army Group B has about 100 tanks in working order. The oncoming Allies, he added, had roughly 1,700. General Erich Brandenberger had taken command of 7th Army after Eberbach's capture, only to be told that it is unknown where the army headquarters are for the moment. When the command post was found, Brandenberger reported, "Everything gave the impression of flight and disorganization." In mid-September, he calculated the effective strength of his army at 3 to 4 divisions, including such mongrel units as one assembled from 200 postal detachments. Across the front, items from tanks and trucks to ammunition and uniforms were in short supply. 18 new Volksgrenadier divisions had been created in late summer, from recuperating hospital patients, industrial workers, stragglers, combat veterans, converted sailors and airmen, and boys. More such divisions would materialize, but each numbered only 10,000 troops, compared to 17,000 in the Wehrmacht's palmy days, and transport was predominantly bipedal or 4-hooved. The Siegfried Line, to Germans the Westwall, stood as a last bastion before the Rhine. Begun in 1936, its fortifications eventually stretched from the Dutch border to Switzerland and comprised 3,000 pillboxes and bunkers. Built with walls and ceilings up to 8 feet thick, some included fireplaces, tin chimneys, and connecting tunnels. Others were disguised as electrical substations, with dummy power lines, or as barns, with hay bales stacked in the windows. Planned with a shrewd eye for terrain and interlocking fields of fire, the pillboxes were most numerous where approach avenues seemed especially vulnerable. As many as 15 big bunkers might be found in a single square kilometre. Thousands of dragon's teeth, pyramidal tank barriers of reinforced concrete 2 to 6 feet high, also stippled the landscape. By 1939, propaganda films were assuring German audiences that the fatherland had been made invincible against ground attack from the west. But years of neglect had ravaged the West Wall. Barbed wire, steel doors, and heavy weapons were plundered for the Atlantic Wall. Saplings and brush soon blocked firing apertures. Farmers laid roadbeds atop the dragon's teeth to reach their fields and transformed pillboxes into tool sheds or storage bins for potatoes and turnips. Bunkers flooded or were looted or became hideouts for soldiers straggling back from Normandy. Dank as a troll's lair, the fortifications seemed more like sewage works than subterranean forts, one visitor reported. Hitler in mid-August ordered the West Wall rehabilitated with a levy of people's labour. Simply finding keys to locked doors proved exasperating. By September 10th, the workforce had grown to 167,000, including girls from the League of German Maidens and boys from the Hitler Youth, as well as others plucked from depots, training schools, police stations, and convalescent homes. Captured weapons from the Eastern Front rearmed some bunkers, although the concussion and large barrel of the MG-42, a notoriously lethal German machine gun developed after the West Wall was designed, proved too much for many pillboxes. With characteristic agility, Rundstedt manned the fortifications with makeshift units rushed to the front. Even as he complained on September 10th of needing another 6 weeks to properly rebuild the line, he improvised with dismounted panzer crews, border guards, and training battalions. The 49th Infantry Division scooped up officers and men from more than a dozen broken battalions and moved into a 10-mile stretch of the wall. The equivalent of 2 Luftwaffe divisions were deployed along a 60-mile stretch in Holland. The ISS Panzer Corps officially halted its long retreat on September 14th to help shore up defences. Within a week, 160,000 stragglers had been redirected to the front, with 21 Volksgrenadier divisions and nearly 8 Panzer divisions stiffening the west wall. Hitler demanded a holding of the position until annihilation. He added, "The fight in the west has spread to the German Reich. The situation no longer permits any manoeuvring. Stand your ground or die. Every bunker, every block of houses in a German city, every German village must become a fortress." The question of how to breach the Siegfried Line now preoccupied Allied generals and privates alike. "It is a monument to stupidity," Patton insisted. "Anything that man makes, man can overcome." But the United States Army had little experience in reducing elaborate European fortifications. Corps of Engineer manuals focused more on makeshift fieldworks. A single bunker atop a hill south of Aachen and attacked by the 39th Infantry in mid-September showed how tough the nut could be. Sequentially and without success, G is fired bazookas and placed pole charges, poured burning gasoline under the door, detonated a beehive explosive charge on the rooftop ventilator, followed by 36 stacked telemines and 11 more beehives, and scorched the embrasures with flamethrowers. Only after 300 pounds of TNT were tamped into a divot on the roof and detonated with a monumental roar did 30 Germans emerge under a white flag to report that the greatest inconvenience during the ordeal was the occasional snuffing out of their candles. Ordinary artillery barrages did little against west wall redoubts except dust off the camouflage. Napalm and other incendiaries proved disappointing. Experiments showed that 25 to 50 pounds of explosives often was needed to break a single dragon's tooth, and large pillboxes required half a ton. 10 to 20 rounds fired from a self-propelled 155mm gun might penetrate 6-foot concrete walls, or might not. Engineers learned to use an armoured bulldozer hidden within a smokescreen to entomb pillboxes. Doors were sealed shut with a jeep-towed arc welder. At a minimum, heavy shelling sometimes made it hard for defenders to breathe by causing the inside concrete walls to powder. As Rundstedt rushed defenders into the line, 2 American armies poked and probed, looking for a seam to rip. Patton's brash assurance notwithstanding, his Third Army had yet to even close with the Siegfried Line, which abruptly bent eastward in trace with the border. Reduced to Michelin maps and guesswork, 200,000 aerial photos requiring 4 acres of paper would not arrive until mid-September. Patton planned to leap the Moselle and advance to Mainz and Mannheim on the Rhine. He intended to bypass the French city of Metz if it doesn't fall like a ripe plum, and little resistance was anticipated short of the West Wall. Hitler had other ideas. German reinforcements swarmed in from Denmark and northern Italy, giving the Metz commander the equivalent of almost 5 divisions to shore up not only the elaborate constellation of forts around the city, but also a defensive line west of the Moselle. 4 armoured columns from Third Army reached the river north and south of Metz on September 7th to find screaming sheets of enemy artillery and no bridges still standing. The next morning, a battalion from the 5th Infantry Division slipped across the Moselle from Dornat, only to be counterattacked by close-order Panzer Grenadiers shrieking, "Heil, Hitler!" 4 American companies dug a last-ditch horseshoe line only 300 yards wide with the river at their backs. Wounded GIs were asked not to cry out in hopes of keeping secret the extent of the casualties. Peppered from the bluffs by German flak guns, the battalion fought off 36 assaults in 60 hours. "This sure is a hellhole," the unit log noted. Not until nightfall on September 10th were survivors authorized to fall back across the river, evacuating under blistering fire in 3 bullet-pricked boats that required 2 men to bail for each man paddling. Others swam with water wings fashioned from inflated condoms, or rowed rafts built from empty ammunition cans. In addition to more than 360 battle casualties, the battalion sent another 150 to the hospital with combat exhaustion. Patton would gain other bridgeheads over the Moselle, and on September 14th, the unfortified city of Nancy was captured to become the Third Army headquarters. But his barnyard aspiration, to go through the Siegfried Line like shit through a goose, had clearly been checked. He had misjudged enemy grit. A Reuters dispatch reported that captured Germans tended to thrash about and bite. By attacking on a broad front, Patton had failed to exploit a vulnerable if temporary gap between the German 5th Panzer and 1st Armies. For now, he was reduced to bluster. "I have studied the German all my life," he told his staff in Nancy. "I know exactly how he will react. He hasn't the slightest idea what I'm going to do. Therefore, when the day comes, I'm going to whip hell out of him." Farther north, 1st Army's prospects at first seemed brighter as 3 corps butted up against the west wall on a 75-mile front, shoulder to shoulder to shoulder. On the Army's right wing, where Sergeant Holtzinger had first trespassed across the hour, 5th Corps soon found itself overmatched by enemy counterblows and scorching fire from stout fortifications in the Ardennes borderlands. The 28th Infantry Division, proud to have tramped through Paris on its postage stamp march 3 weeks earlier, now had so little artillery ammunition that guns were restricted to 25 rounds a day, and only 1 battalion per regiment could fight at any given time. 3 days brawling in the sinister German uplands known as the Schnee Eifel made little headway, though the Americans took 17 pillboxes and 58 prisoners in one firefight. Even this modest penetration of the Siegfried Line provoked a counterattack that cost the division 1,500 casualties. Once again, as in World War I, the unit's red keystone shoulder flash, honouring its Pennsylvania National Guard heritage, became known as the Blutiger Eimer, the bloody bucket. In a sector just to the north, Hemingway on September 12th accompanied the 4th Division into Germany, where he found ugly women and squatty, ill-shaped men. Requisitioning a deserted farmhouse, he shot the heads off several chickens with his pistol, then served a supper of fricassee, peas, onions and carrots to regimental officers, one of whom wrote, "We all seemed for the moment like minor gods." The moment passed. A counterattack by the 2nd SS Panzer Division sealed a 6-mile gap torn in the line and inflicted 800 American casualties. One company broke and pelted a mile to the rear. On Friday, September 15th, the division command post shuffled back into Belgium, purportedly the 4th Division's first retreat since the Carolina manoeuvres of 1941. A promising 5th Armoured Division foray also petered out, and the Corps bridgehead was soon abandoned, leaving the Ardennes to lapse into an uneasy repose that would last until mid-December. On 1st Army's left flank, 19th Corps rolled through the Dutch city of Maastricht on September 14th, finding the Germans gone but for 3 scoundrels burning papers at the Gestapo headquarters. 3 days later, the 30th Division crossed into Germany only to encounter pillboxes and fire pits newly manned by Austrians in a Volksgrenadier division. A corps offensive to seize crossings on the Roer River, 9 miles distant, was twice postponed for lack of ammunition, heavy weather and anxiety over an exposed northern flank. This gave the enemy time to entrench and the Americans time to ponder their apprehensions, as the Army's official history acknowledged. That left the last best chance for a quick American breakthrough in the 1st Army Centre, where Joe Collins's 7th Corps had massed before Aachen with 3 divisions abreast on a 35-mile front. Collins knew this ground intimately from his 3 years with the occupation force in Koblenz after World War I. He prided himself in correctly pronouncing German names. He also knew that the Aachen Gap had been a major trade gateway since the Roman Empire and, as he put it, the real route into and out of Germany since early Christendom. For precisely that reason, Hitler had doubled the strength of the Westfall here with twin fortification belts. The Scharnhorst line almost straddled the Belgian-Dutch border, paralleled a few miles to the east by the thicker Schill line. Aachen sat in a bowl between the 2 belts, ancient and vulnerable, the city of Charlemagne and Nazi romanticism, where for 7 centuries Holy Roman emperors had been crowned as heirs to the Caesars. Collins now made a tactical choice he would soon regret. He decided to isolate Aachen rather than capture it. Short of gasoline and ammunition, keen to avoid an urban gunfight like the casino bloodletting in Italy, he ordered the 1st Division to seize the hills ringing the city south and east, while the 9th Division pushed through the dense woods 7 miles below Aachen, known as the Hurtgenwald, the Hurtgen Forest. Between those two infantry divisions, the 3rd Armoured Division would butt northeast towards the village of Stolberg, beyond which lay open ground leading to the Ruhr and Rhine rivers. With luck, Collins believed, the Germans would abandon Aachen rather than risk encirclement by 50,000 American troops chewing through the Scharnhorst and Schill lines. The sudden appearance of 7th Corps had ignited panic in the city. Anti-aircraft crews smashed their gun sights and fled toward Cologne, followed by police, municipal and Nazi Party officials. Hitler ordered the evacuation of all 160,000 citizens. Terrified of being shot as traitors if they failed to comply, shopkeepers, pensioners and mothers pushing prams soon clogged the roads leading east. Into this chaos on the evening of Tuesday, September 12th, came General Gerhard Graf von Schwerin, ordered to defend Aachen with the 1,600 men and 30 tanks remaining in his 116th Panzer Division, reinforced by 2 feeble Luftwaffe battalions and some local militiamen he called Santa Clauses with fowling pieces. A veteran of Africa and Normandy, winner of the Knight's Cross for valour, Schwerin was a Prussian nobleman whom Hitler had described as a splendid battlefield commander who unfortunately is not a National Socialist. Another officer later added, "He was intelligent, but this often proved a handicap." Placing his new command post in the opulent Palast Hotel Quellenhof, Schwerin on Wednesday morning did the unthinkable. With the city likely to fall in just hours, he countermanded Hitler's evacuation order. Troops fanned out across Aachen, shooting looters and urging citizens to return to the surer safety of their homes. Then Schwerin sat at his desk and composed an appeal in English to be given the American commander whenever he took the city. "I stopped the absurd evacuation of this town. Therefore, I am responsible for the fate of its inhabitants, and I ask you, in the case of an occupation of your troops, to take care of the unfortunate population in a humane way." He entrusted the letter to the only official still left in Aachen, a telephone company bureaucrat, then rushed to shore up the crumbling defences along the city's southeastern perimeter. A day passed, and then another. By dusk on Friday, the 1st Division had ruptured the Scharnhorst line to ring Aachen on the west, south and east. The 9th Division had pushed through the western fringe of the Hurtgen Forest, with its 47th Infantry Regiment on Saturday, scooting past the last concrete bastion of the Schill line to Schevenhütte, 10 miles into Germany. The 3rd Armoured Division captured a chain of villages, Rötgen, Schmidthof, Rott, Brandt, and edged to the southern lip of Stolberg, where fleeing Germans left half-eaten meals on the tables and half-packed suitcases on the beds. But the momentum had seeped out of Collins's attack. Of several hundred Sherman tanks authorised for the Armoured Division, only 70 remained fit for combat, hardly more than a battalion. After cantering across France, many now could manage only a low-gear crawl. Trucks, half-tracks and jeeps were equally decrepit. Many GIs lived on captured rations. Resupply required a 200-mile round trip to army depots for ammunition and an even longer journey for fuel. 50 rounds from a tank destroyer failed to reduce one obdurate pillbox, and in an especially vicious firefight, enemy mortars and 88mm guns crippled a dozen Shermans. The dawning realization that the Americans intended to force the Stolberg corridor rather than assault Aachen revived the German High Command. Guns and panzers were shifted, artillery recalibrated, and on Saturday morning, the newly rebuilt 12th Infantry Division, nearly 15,000 men known as the Wild Buffaloes, poured into the fight aboard buses and trucks. Stormtroopers and party officials scuttled back to enforce another demand by Hitler that Aachen be forcibly evacuated of civilians. Schwerin's letter fell into Nazi hands, and he was advised that he would be tried for cowardice by the notorious People's Court, known for administering justice with a noose. He fled to a farmhouse northwest of the city, protected by a cordon of motorcycle troops with machine guns. Remarkably, at Rundstedt's urging, Hitler soon forgave him with no more than a reprimand, and a few months later Schwerin would command first a division in Italy and then a corps. Fate, he explained, had decided. A German counterattack on Sunday with fixed bayonets across open ground south of Aachen was smashed by 700 rounds from the 32nd Field Artillery Battalion. Dead and maimed fusiliers lay in field-grey windrows splashed with crimson. A German reporter in Aachen that Sunday described how almost in every street a building was burning like a huge torch. G is poked through a cemetery where 15 wooden coffins had been abandoned before they could be interred, each with a thumb-tacked card bearing the name of a dead German soldier in Gothic script. A fading spray of red and white dahlias included a farewell message, "To our comrades, a last greeting." After 5 days of fighting, Collins had gashed a 12-mile hole in the first belt of the West Wall and a 5-mile rift in the second. But he lacked the strength to exploit his opening. Stolberg, a meandering stone town folded into a pinched valley, had become a house-to-house battle of precisely the sort he had hoped to avoid. Collins moved his command post into a brick building previously used as a Nazi headquarters in Kornelimünster, barely 2 miles from the front. Here he studied his maps and field reports under nagging artillery fire. Staff officers tacked blankets across holes blown in the walls, and pondered what might have been. For him too, fate had decided. 3 German divisions soon sealed off the American salient, with 5 times as many panzers and assault guns around the city than had been there a week earlier. Hitler demanded fanatical resistance in what he now called Fortress Aachen. The battle increasingly would move to the cellars, like Stalingrad. Each and every house will be defended, the Führer added, to the last man and the last bullet. A market and a garden. Since its founding in 1835 as a military garrison on the moors of northeast Belgium, the Flemish town of Bourg-Leopold had seen fortune ebb and flow with each passing army. It was said that here the invading Germans in 1914 had first experimented with chlorinated gas. Between world wars, the cantonment became Europe's largest and most modern, a camp for 40,000 Belgian soldiers and several thousand horses, all for naught against a new generation of German attackers who bombed Bourg-Leopold in May 1940, then occupied the caserne for 4 years, using the municipal woods to execute more than 200 men, mostly suspected resistance supporters. British bombers in mid-May 1944 had accidentally slaughtered 77 townfolk during a raid on the camp, but made amends 2 weeks later by returning to kill scores of German soldiers in their barracks. Now the Germans were gone again, and Allied soldiers swarmed through the cobbled streets. The British 30th Corps had planted its headquarters outside town, near a honey farm with brightly painted wooden hives, and military policemen in brassards and red caps briskly directed dust-caked convoys to the engineer dumps scattered around Bourg-Leopold. 9,000 sappers had assembled 2,000 truckloads of road metal, bridge girders, and barge anchors, all sorted into columns with code names for quick deployment. On the radiant Sunday morning of September 17th, dozens of British officers, none below the rank of lieutenant colonel, filed into the dingy cinema on Nicolay-Lun across from the hip-roof train station. They were a vivid lot, sporting chromatic scarves, ascots and berets affixed with the badges of Scots, Irish and Welsh Guards, of Grenadier and Coldstream Guards and Household Cavalry. Their costumes, a brigadier recorded, included snipers' smocks, parachutists' jackets and jeep coats over brightly coloured slacks, corduroys, riding breeches, or even jodhpurs. After an exchange of barked greetings, some had fought together since before Alamein, they settled into their moviegoer seats to study a huge sketch map of Eastern Holland propped against the screen on stage. At 11 a.m, Lieutenant General Brian Horrocks, in a high-necked woolly beneath his battle-dress blouse and an airborne smock, ambled down the centre aisle, provoking another yelping chorus of salutations. Lanky and spare, Horrocks was said by one admirer to possess an ascetic, almost an ecclesiastical face, and his thick nimbus of white hair added a patriarchal mien to a man barely 49. Mounting the stage, he surveyed the assemblage with a wry smile, then welcomed them with a quip that would be oft repeated in later years to illustrate his sang-froid. "This is a tale you will tell your grandchildren, and mighty bored they'll be." Much knee-slapping ensued. Horrocks was made for such moments. He had been born in an Indian hill station, the son of a knighted army surgeon, and as a young officer was severely wounded in the gut and captured at Ypres in 1914, repatriated after 4 years in a German prison camp. He squandered his accumulated back pay in an epic 6-week spree. In 1919 he was captured again, this time by the Reds while fighting with a British contingent aiding the Whites in the Russian Civil War. Again he was repatriated, having managed to survive typhus in a Bolshevik jail. After 18 years as a captain, and a turn in the 1924 Olympics as the British pentathlon champion, he quickly ascended the ranks when war resumed, although he deemed himself a not very bright Philistine who had been lucky. Evacuated from Dunkirk, he later fought with Montgomery at Alamein and across Africa. While preparing to command the British Corps at Salerno, he was struck down by a German fighter during a strafing run on Bizerte. One bullet caught him in the leg and another punctured his lungs and intestines before exiting through his spine. Half a dozen brutal surgeries kept him hospitalized for more than a year, and medicos declared he would never have another field command. Instead, Montgomery summoned him in August to take 30th Corps. The botched capture of the Scheldt, adjacent to Antwerp, was in part Horrocks's fault, as he candidly confessed. And if he now radiated vigorous good humour, some of those hunched in their cinema seats thought he appeared a tad frail. Eyes alight, graceful hands gliding up and down, he spoke for an hour to review, for a final time, the plan called Market Garden. The Allied objective was to dominate the country to the north as far as the Zuider Zee, a shallow lake off the North Sea, better known as the IJsselmeer, thereby cutting off communications between Germany and the Low Countries. With luck and élan, 250,000 enemy soldiers would be trapped in the western Netherlands, including those from the 15th Army who had escaped across the Scheldt. The attack also would overrun many of the pestiferous V-2 rocket sites. An Allied juggernaut spearheaded by 3 armoured divisions would then pivot east into Germany toward the Ruhr, having outflanked the Siegfried Line. Codenames for various Dutch localities had been drawn from Shakespeare, including Hamlet, Macbeth, Duncan, Banquo, Othello, Iago, Yorick, Juliet, and Guildenstern. Even indifferent scholars could not help but notice that things ended badly for this dramatis personae. But the 3 central characters represented a trio of large towns to be seized: Brutus, or Eindhoven, 13 miles north of the current Allied line, Belch, or Nijmegen, 53 miles north, and Malvolio, or Arnhem, 64 miles north. The Zuiderzee lay another 30 miles beyond Arnhem. Linking these towns was a single narrow highway that ran through drained polders in terrain so excruciatingly flat that elevations varied no more than 30 feet over the course of 50 miles. 9 substantial bridges required capture or, if destroyed, replacement, hence the heaps of engineering materiel. And watercourses to be spanned included 3 wide rivers, 2 smaller tributaries, 3 major canals, and countless ditches, kills, and irrigation channels. Most imposing were the Meuse, known as the Maas once it entered Holland, and the Rhine, or Rhine, which, after widening to its greatest girth upon reaching the Dutch frontier, fractured into several distributaries before crossing a broad, marshy plain to reach the sea. 2/3 of the river's flux swept down the River Waal through Nijmegen, the Neder Rhine, or Lower Rhine, which kept the original stream's name, but not its grandeur, flowed roughly parallel to the Waal and the Maas as it angled through Arnhem. The city had long been a retirement mecca for wealthy Dutch merchants from the East Indies. Arnhem, a holiday guide from the 1930s, proclaimed, is an attractive residential centre amidst delightful scenery and with an exceedingly healthy atmosphere. Horrocks paused, glancing at his notes and then at the map behind him before continuing. The deed would be done, he explained, by air and by land. For the largest airborne operation of the Second World War, the Market of Market Garden, The newly created 1st Allied Airborne Army was even now ascending from fields across England, bound for the Netherlands. Nearly 35,000 soldiers would be plunked down, most by parachute, the rest by glider, in what British planners insisted on calling a carpet of airborne troops. At the foot of the carpet, in the south, the United States 101st Airborne Division would envelop a 15-mile corridor that included Eindhoven. In the middle, the 82nd Airborne Sector stretched for 10 miles and included both the Nijmegen Bridge over the Waal and a 9-span bridge across the Maas at Grave, or rather Tybalt. At the top of the carpet, the British 1st Airborne Division would seize Arnhem and a span across the Neder Rhine. As this unfolded, the land assault garden, starting later in the afternoon, would gallop north from Belgium with 3 divisions under 30th Corps in a thrust that was to be, in Field Marshal Montgomery's words, rapid and violent and without regard to what is happening on the flanks. 2 vehicles abreast at a density of 35 trucks, tanks and personnel carriers per mile would snake up that single highway, 20,000 vehicles all told. Speed, Horrocks stressed, was absolutely vital. The 1st Guards tanks should reach Eindhoven within 2 to 3 hours. If the vanguard reached the 1st Airborne paratroopers at Arnhem within 48 hours, as he hoped, much of the Corps could be across the Rhine by the end of D+3, or Wednesday, September 20th. A Shaif intelligence summary, issued September 16th, reported that the enemy has by now suffered in the West alone losses in men and equipment which can never be repaired in this war. No force can then be built up in the West sufficient for a counter-offensive or even for a successful defensive. German strength facing the 100,000-man 30th Corps directly across the Dutch border was estimated at 6 infantry battalions backed by 20 armoured vehicles and a dozen field guns. Scant enemy activity had been detected in the last 2 days. Still, no one expected that an assault of such rococo choreography would be easy. The regiment chosen to lead the ground attack, the Irish Guards, concluded that, on the whole, it would be much easier for a rich man to get into heaven than for 30th Corps to reach the Zuyder Zee. The conference ended with few questions. The earlier badinage had subsided, supplanted by knit-browed sobriety as the men filed from the theatre. Horrocks thought the Irish Guards officers looked especially pensive. At an abandoned factory on the south bank of the Meuse-Escaut Canal near Bourg Leopold, Horrocks climbed an iron ladder to the flat roof. The warm midday sun spangled the dark canal and the irrigation ditches running north into Holland. An occasional German shell swished overhead, and the yap of a machine gun could be heard in the middle distance. Behind him, he spied some of the 350 British guns hidden in woodlots and farmyards. Tanks trundled forward, slowly to avoid raising dust, and sappers re-inspected their bridge loads. Earlier that morning, Horrocks had asked an American colonel, "What do you think of the plan?" When told with a shrug, "It's all right," the Corps commander laughed gaily, but the Yank saw anxiety in his eyes. Horrocks was in fact fretful. During the mad pursuit across France, he had collapsed with a recurrent fever and was confined to his caravan. Montgomery had not only concealed his frailty, "Don't worry," the field marshal said, "I shan't invalid you home," but invited him to recuperate in his own camp. Whether Horrocks was fit for the rigours ahead remained to be seen. The date also made him uneasy. No attack he had launched on a Sunday had ever fully succeeded. From a nearby radio came word that the Market Air Armada was well underway. He cocked an ear for the distant drone of planes, a gaunt and lonely figure peering from his rooftop parapet. Many others invested in Market Garden also felt perturbations, though for reasons more tangible than superstitions about the Sabbath. Under relentless pressure on Eisenhower from George Marshall and others in Washington to get those airborne divisions into the fight, the plan had been slapped together in less than a week. The 1st Allied Airborne Army, also created at War Department insistence, and the Corps headquarters that preceded it, had drafted and discarded 18 operational plans in the past 40 days, including a scheme for seizing airfields in Berlin and other missions with names like Wild Oats, Transfigure, Comet, and the unfortunate hands up. Even Montgomery seemed exasperated by the frantic cycle of concocting and scuttling plans to sprinkle paratroopers across the continent. "Are you asking me to drop cowpats all over Europe?" the Field Marshal had reportedly asked his subordinates. Some commanders worried about Market's dispersal of paratroopers along a 50-mile corridor. Others opposed Garden's tangential line of advance through boggy terrain to the north, away from the United States First Army axis toward the Ruhr. In contravention of Montgomery's earlier demand for one full-blooded thrust into Germany, the two main Allied legions would steadily diverge from each other. "It's a foolhardy thing to do, and you'll take a lot of casualties," Bradley told Eisenhower. "In addition, it's not in accordance with the plan Monty and I made together." Flabbergasted, as he himself said, at not being consulted before Eisenhower approved Market Garden, Bradley also resented the diversion of transport planes needed to resupply his armies. The airborne army, he complained, showed an astonishing faculty for devising missions that were never needed. Personalities added fat to the fire. Commanding that airborne army was a short, vain, querulous United States Army Air Forces Lieutenant General named Lewis H. Brereton, a Naval Academy graduate said to be capable of swearing in 4 languages and whose philandering had drawn a personal rebuke from General Marshall. "Mystify, mislead, and surprise," Brereton liked to tell subordinates, quoting Stonewall Jackson. But some wondered who was being duped. Blamed for ineffective close air support with the ground forces during the Normandy campaign's early weeks when he commanded the 9th Air Force, Brereton was not sincere nor energetic nor cooperative, according to Bradley, who applauded his transfer to the airborne with 2 words: "Thank goodness." Brereton was disappointed in his new role, but he now oversaw both the United States 18th Airborne Corps and the British 1st Airborne Corps, 4 divisions and a Polish brigade in all, as well as a fleet of transport planes. If Brereton's interactions with his fellow Americans were prickly, the 18th Airborne Chief of Staff called him a stupid ass. His relations with the British had grown venomous, particularly with his deputy, Lieutenant General Frederick A. M. Boy Browning, who would lead the Market assault. A handsome, mannered grenadier guardsman who had served valiantly in the last war but had yet to see action in this one, Browning was a high-strung moustache twirler given to designing his own uniforms. False Ulan front, zip opening at the neck, polished Sam Brown belt, grey kid gloves, swagger stick, and occasionally kicking over the furniture. Some British subordinates privately called him that popinjay, and Americans were wary of what one officer called too deliberate a smile. Pilot, sailor, bobsledder, and national champion in the high hurdles, Browning nevertheless owed some of his cachet to his wife, the celebrated novelist Daphne du Maurier, whose Rebecca had, when translated to film by Alfred Hitchcock, won the Oscar for Best Picture in 1941. Browning so loathed Brereton that in early September he quit as deputy commander, only to withdraw his resignation a day later. Even now, with planes in the air by the thousands, the 2 men were seeking a modus vivendi to get them through the battle. Finally, and most substantively, some officers sensed that the Germans were less supine than presumed. Brigadier E.T. Williams, Montgomery's intelligence chief, cautioned the Field Marshal that the Allies' enemy appreciation was very weak, and that no proper study of the ground around Arnhem had been made. The road bridge over the Nieder Rhine had been penciled onto Allied map sheets, which were based largely on Dutch surveys made in the 1920s before the span existed. A radio decrypt also revealed that the enemy expected a 30th Corps thrust toward Nijmegen. The Polish commander, General Stanislaw Sosabowski, after listening to an excessively chipper review of the battle plan on September 14th, burst out, "But the Germans, how about the Germans? What about them?" Sosabowski later complained that someone with a vivid imagination, optimism, and little knowledge was producing parachute battle orders with the same frequency and ease as a conjurer producing rabbits from a top hat. A British brigadier acknowledged a tendency to make a beautiful airborne plan and then add the fighting the Germans bit afterwards. Guessing which Germans would be fought proved vexing beyond all other vexations. Radio traffic showed that Model's Army Group B headquarters had shifted to Oosterbeek outside Arnhem. Other intelligence suggested enemy reinforcement of river and canal defences, but with troops considered low category. Some improvised Luftwaffe ground units were apparently so rudimentary that they lacked field kitchens. Ultra-decrypt XL 9188 in early September revealed that various battered units from Normandy had been ordered to Western Holland to refit, and subsequent intercepts indicated that this gaggle included the 2nd SS Panzer Corps. Not until September 15th had the Schief High Command taken note that the Corps' 2 divisions, the 9th and 10th SS Panzer, seemed to have lagered near Arnhem. Together they had suffered 9,000 casualties at Caen, at Falaise, and in the retreat across France. They had also lost much of their armour, including 120 tanks on August 19th alone. But whether the divisions were still eviscerated, where they were headed, or even precisely where they were now located, remained opaque. Montgomery's senior staff officers, almost to a man, voiced scepticism about Market Garden. Beetle Smith grew anxious enough to alert Eisenhower, who hesitated to intervene in tactical dispositions, but authorized his chief of staff to raise the issue with the field marshal. Smith flew to Brussels on Friday, 48 hours before the assault was to begin, and suggested strengthening the market force to be dropped at Arnhem, perhaps by shifting one of the American airborne divisions farther north. Montgomery ridiculed the idea and laughed me out of his tent, Smith later reported. He waved my objections airily aside. Montgomery's insouciance was understandable, even if his alleged demeanour was not. 5 Allied corps were about to descend on a narrow sliver of Western Holland where the enemy was weak, demoralised, and likely to collapse entirely if confronted with a large airborne attack, according to a British Second Army assessment. The German defences around Arnhem had recently been gauged as no larger than a brigade of 3,000 men, with insignificant tank strength. The Dutch underground had noted panzers and SS soldiers near Arnhem, but German infiltration of the resistance had resulted in the capture and execution of several dozen agents and made the Allies distrust information sent from the Netherlands. No conclusive intelligence about the 2 SS Panzer divisions could be teased out, and the partial reports were passed to neither Horrocks nor most airborne commanders. The presence of tanks at Arnhem was the one awkward fact that would not fit the desired pattern, the intelligence historian Ralph Bennett later wrote, so the best thing was to sweep it under the carpet. Boy Browning declared himself ready to sacrifice 1/3 of his market force in simply laying the airborne carpet, but such a gallant immolation would prove unnecessary. At 24 English airfields on that lovely Sunday morning, the mighty flock had gathered, 1,545 transports and 478 gliders to be escorted by more than 1,000 fighters in 2 aerial trains across the North Sea for a flight almost 3 hours long. Hundreds of bombers also flew, bringing the entire winged fleet to 4,676. Tea-wagons rattled along the runways with bacon sandwiches and great steaming mugs. "That means business," one crewman said. "They never give you a cup of tea unless you're really going." At Grantham, a British sergeant strutted down the sun-washed flight line in an opera hat, doffing it and bowing to men right and left. "Emplane!" the order echoed and re-echoed. With much grunting and cursing, the thousands heaved themselves aboard, among them many Normandy veterans who called themselves the Old Men. Fighters and pathfinders lifted off first, and by noon, just as Horrocks finished his briefing in the Bourg Leopold Theatre, more than 20,000 troops were off the ground, with 330 artillery tubes and 500 vehicles. Men played chess or read the Sunday papers. Others dozed or gawked from the tiny windows at an immense armada of aircraft, some towing gliders, which stretched as far as could be seen, as one lieutenant wrote. They floated up and down in unison like an outstretched blanket being gently shaken. The first British pathfinders jumped at 12:40 p.m, followed 20 minutes later by gliders landing every 9 seconds, ploughing up dirt like a ship in a heavy sea, in one G-wise image. Then, from an altitude of 600 feet, the parachutists spilled out, so many that astonished witnesses below thought they were snowflakes or flak bursts, and within 80 minutes, those 20,000 Allied cutthroats were deep behind enemy lines. Aircraft losses were modest. 68 planes, including fighters and bombers, lost to flak. Gleeful children near Arnhem sang jingle bells in Dutch to parachutists wriggling from their silks. That this welcoming chorus congregated several miles west of town underscored one of two tactical complications beclouding the sunny first hours of market. Airborne doctrine held that drop and landing zones should be as close to the mission objective as possible, preferably within 5 miles. These instead lay 7 to 8 miles from the Arnhem Road Bridge. Accusatory fingers subsequently would be pointed either at Major General Roy Urquhart, commander of 1st Airborne Division, a novice parachutist who was said to lack the requisite experience and credibility to insist on closer drops, or, more plausibly, at air commanders who refused to fly closer because of possible enemy flak and because of congestion in the airspace between Arnhem and Nijmegen. The second complication was evident just by counting noses. Barely half of the 3.5 division force designated for market was on the ground, and no more troops would arrive until the following day or later. General Brereton's troop carrier commanders had insisted that only a single mission fly on Sunday. A second sortie would ostensibly exhaust air and ground crews and leave insufficient time to service and reload the planes, although double missions over the same distance had been flown from Italy in Dragoon the previous month. Pleas by airborne commanders and by an emissary from Montgomery to Brereton's headquarters failed to reverse the decision, despite an analysis that showed transporting the entire combat force at a deliberate rate could take up to 4 days. Particularly for the British, the combination of too few men with too far to travel would soon prove fateful. Even as paratroopers from the 1st Airborne Division collected their kit and hurried east in search of a bridge to seize. The day went well enough for the Yanks in the south. Almost 7,000 men from the 101st Airborne spilled across the polders between Veghel and Best, where red flags and billowing orange smoke denoted battalion assembly areas. Dutchmen capered through the fields, shaking hands with their liberators and offering sandwiches, pitchers of milk and bicycles, for which receipts were issued. Stray Germans here and there were captured or killed in 100 sharp spasms of violence, under a fruit tree near a captured jam factory, where G has discovered shelves of preserved apples, pears and plums. The poet paratrooper Louis Simpson found a mattress, with a German officer stretched on it. He had been laid there to die in all possible comfort. 9 road and rail bridges stood in the division sector, but only at Sunn, 4 miles north of Eindhoven, did one span cause immediate grief. At a crossing over the Wilhelmina Canal, a bazooka team from the 506th Parachute Infantry knocked out an 88mm gun with a single round, and a sergeant with a Tommy gun mowed down 6 fleeing crewmen. Troopers pressed to within 30 yards of the canal bank, only to see the bridge abruptly levitate from its piers and vanish in a smoky roar. Hardly had the debris stopped raining than GIs swam to the south bank or crossed in rowboats. Using ropes, scavenged doors and barnwood, engineers threw a narrow catwalk across the stone stubs of the now naked piers, and 1,000 men tiptoed to the far bank as an inky evening settled over the battlefield. The 506th was supposed to sprint south and seize Eindhoven and its bridges by 8 p.m. welcoming Horrocks's guardsmen from Bourg Leopold. But the delay at Sonne meant that any rendezvous would have to await first light on Monday. 20 miles north, 7,300 troops from the 82nd Airborne had also arrived intact in a confetti of green, orange, blue, red and chartreuse parachutes. All but one of 482 planes and 2 of 50 gliders reached the target zones below Nijmegen. Among the few jump casualties was the 82nd Commander, James Gavin, who fractured 2 vertebrae in a hard landing between Groesbeek and Mook. Allowing himself little more than a grimace, Gavin shed his parachute, picked up an M1 rifle, and in less than an hour had set up his command post in a leafy thicket just west of Groesbeek. With the ascension of Matthew Ridgway to command the 18th Airborne Corps, Gavin had taken over the 82nd in mid-August. At 37, he would be not only the youngest Major General in the United States Army during World War II, but also the youngest division commander since the Civil War. That achievement was all the more remarkable given his start in life. Gavin was an orphan. He later concluded that his mother had been an immigrant Irish nun in Brooklyn. Adopted as a toddler, he was raised among Pennsylvania's anthracite collieries by a woman who invoked the Holy Family as she beat him with a hairbrush, a broomstick, or a cat-o'-nine-tails specially made in a harness shop. Sometimes she waited until the child was asleep to launch her assault. After 8 years of grammar school, Gavin soaped miners' beards for a barber, delivered boots for a shoemaker, and ran a filling station for an oil company. On his 17th birthday, he fled to New York and joined the army. Stationed in Panama, he read and studied diligently enough to win admission to West Point. He lied about his age to avoid disclosing that he had enlisted as a minor. A perpetual student he remained, even now subscribing to the New Yorker, Time, Reader's Digest, and the Book of the Month Club. In a loose-leaf notebook titled Generalship, organized by virtues such as enterprise and intelligence, he copied a phrase he attributed to Voltaire. That calm courage in the midst of tumult, that serenity of a soul in danger, which is the greatest gift of nature for command. Gavin called it the courage of 2 o'clock in the morning. Ridgway had recently praised his young subordinates' self-possession, regardless of the pressure in and out of battle, loyalty, initiative, zeal, sound judgment, and common sense. He adds great charm of manner. Though Gavin casually referred to war as the scuffle, he was realistic about human limits. After combat jumps into Sicily, Salerno, and Normandy, he had come to believe that courage for every man is like a bank account that must not be overdrawn. Market would require another judicious withdrawal. It looks very rough, he had written in his diary on Thursday about the impending attack. If I get through this one, I will be very lucky. 11 bridges could be found in the 82nd sector, and enemy demolitionists blew those at Malden, Mook, and Hattet as paratroopers closed in. But the rivet-skinned 9-arch span over the Maas at Grave still stood when soldiers from the 504th Parachute Infantry rushed the southern ramp, gutting a concrete flak tower with bazooka rounds through the firing ports, then shooting up 2 truckloads of absconding Germans and swinging a captured 20mm gun onto the remaining defenders. Shouts, explosions, bullets pinging off the girders. The battle din ebbed at last, and a brilliant bouquet of green flares signalled that the hour was won. Engineers snipped detonation wires and ripped out boxes of dynamite painted to resemble bridge steel. In Grave, the Dutch sang Tipperary as the Germans skulked off, and a message flew up the division chain of command. Bridge number 11 is ours. Bridge 11 and all its sisters were worthless if the Germans seized one of the few bits of elevated terrain in Holland, and this beyond all else preoccupied Gavin. Groesbeek Ridge, an unprepossessing eminence 300 feet high and 5 miles long southeast of Nijmegen, dominated the Maas, the Waal, and the Maas-Waal Canal. General Browning's orders to the 82nd specified that the capture and retention of the high ground between Nijmegen and Groesbeek is imperative in order to accomplish the division's task. With 875mm howitzers banging away an hour after the jump, each had arrived in 7 pieces by parachute, Gavin spent the afternoon shoring up strongpoints along the ridge and squinting across the nearby German border for signs of an enemy counterattack. Nijmegen and its 2 grand bridges would have to wait until these approaches were secure. Near the 82nd command post, a Dutch commando captain stepped into a farmhouse outside Groesbeek to use the telephone. After ringing friends in the north, he emerged to tell Gavin, "Fine, everything is going as planned, and the British have landed at Arnhem." So too had the Germans, and with this convergence the heartache began in earnest. Field Marshal Model had been sipping a pre-luncheon glass of Moselle in his headquarters at the Tafelberg Hotel in Oosterbeek when a staff officer rushed in with news of British glider landings barely 2 miles away. "Right, everyone out," Model said. "They're after me and this headquarters." Hurrying down the steps, papers and underwear spilling from his attaché case, he leaped into a staff car and raced to the 2nd SS Panzer Corps headquarters, 18 miles to the east. By mid-afternoon, he was organizing German counterblows at Arnhem, Nijmegen, and points south. "Imagine," Model exclaimed, "they almost got me." They did get the Arnhem commandant, General Friedrich Kussin, who wandered across town in his Citroën to investigate the commotion, only to blunder into a fusillade of British rifle and Sten gun fire that flattened his tyres and killed both his driver and Batman. Shot in the chest and throat, Kussin flopped from the car to the pavement, quite dead, a revolver in his gloved right hand and an unfinished cigarette in his left, his mouth agape in a rictus of astonishment. Vengeful Dutchmen ripped the rank badges from his collar. Not much else went right for General Urquhart or his division. 6,000 German troops had bivouacked around Greater Arnhem, double the anticipated number. They were mostly grenadiers from the 2 SS Panzer divisions, as well as ear and stomach battalions, composed of soldiers with maladies afflicting those organs. Others hurried into battle aboard farm carts, wood-burning trucks, and even fire engines. Within 90 minutes of the British landings, about 400 SS soldiers had blocked 2 of the western approaches to town, forcing the Tommies into a garden-by-garden gunfight on their long tramp toward the bridge. Ignoring warnings of danger ahead, Urquhart, a strapping, amiable Scot with combat experience in Africa and Italy, wandered too far forward and found himself first under machine gun fire and then cut off from the rest of his command in a confused warren of Dutch alleys. Darting through kitchens and across terraces, he and 2 other officers finally hid in the attic at 14 Zwarteweg, without food, water, or a toilet, as SS troops sniffed through the streets below and positioned an anti-tank gun near the front door. For 40 hours, until the Germans retrenched to the east, the 1st Airborne Division headquarters would be without its commander. Urquhart acknowledged feeling idiotic, ridiculous, and as ineffectual in the battle as a spectator. A single British parachute battalion won through. Following a southern route through gorse and birch stands near the Neder Rhine, Lieutenant Colonel John D. Frost's 2nd Battalion had woven proffered marigolds into their helmet nets and captured a few German soldiers said to have been snogging with their Dutch girlfriends. Radios proved so erratic that bugle calls were used instead, and the southern span of Arnhem's rail bridge blew up in the faces of the platoon sent to secure it. But at 8 p.m, Tommies reached the northern piers of the intact road bridge, and Frost's men soon burrowed into buildings along the riverbank. Several dozen paratroopers wrapped their hobnail boots in curtain strips to deaden their footfalls, then crept onto the span only to be smacked back by cackling machine guns. British return fire with an anti-tank gun and a flamethrower ignited paintwork on the girders. A German attempt to rush 10th SS Panzer troops across the bridge from the south ended with enemy trucks blazing on the ramp and charred bodies smouldering in the roadbed. A brutal deadlock had begun. Of nearly 6,000 British paratroopers, only 740 would reach the bridge, enough to revoke German possession of the span, but too few to assert a British claim. Relief battalions pushing from the west found the streets ever more perilous, not least from German snipers lashed to tree branches with rope stays. Flames danced all night from the burning bridge and from wooden houses set ablaze by gunfights along the embankments. From his makeshift command post a block from the river, Frost, an Africa veteran who optimistically had shipped his golf clubs and hunting gun overland to Holland, peered south through the lurid orange glow, hoping that a new day might reveal Horrocks's tanks lining the far shore. That would not happen. At precisely 2 p.m. that Sunday, 17 Allied artillery regiments had begun a lacerating barrage, as Horrocks and his coterie looked north and rubbed their hands in gleeful anticipation atop the factory roof near Borg Leopold. Shells gnawed at fields and pine thickets for 1,000 yards on either side of the Eindhoven road, and every 5 minutes another 8 Typhoons swooped in with rocket fire to savage any lurking ambushers. At 2:35 p.m. the Irish Guards lieutenant commanding the lead tank ordered, "Driver, advance." Like a circus parade, the column surged forth, nose to tail, gears grinding, every chassis groaning beneath ammunition crates, rations for 6 days, and enough jerrycan fuel to travel another 250 miles after gas tanks ran dry. The artillery barrage now rolled forward, barely 300 yards ahead of the armoured vanguard. Brown dust and blue exhaust masked the bursting shells. Across the Dutch border, they rumbled at 8 miles per hour. "Advance going well," an officer reported by radio. "Leading squadron has got through." No sooner had the hand-rubbers on the roof congratulated one another than scarlet tongues of German fire licked along the column. Within 2 minutes, 9 Irish Guards tanks had been disemboweled with anti-tank guns and hand-held Panzerfausts, a nasty gap of a half a mile littered with burning hulks, as one witness described the scene. Infantrymen hitchhiking on the armoured decks dove into roadside ditches, and crews scrambled from their hatches except for a few poor souls who burned down to their tanker boots. An armoured bulldozer lurched forward to push the pyres from the concrete roadbed, and typhoons pirouetted in for another 200 sorties, rocketing enemy positions real and imaginary. The German defenders soon were identified as 2 battalions from the 9th SS Panzer Division, a complete surprise, British intelligence acknowledged, plus 2 battalions from the 6th Parachute Regiment. "Our intelligence spent the day in a state of indignant surprise," the Irish Guards War Diary recorded. One German regiment after another appeared which had no right to be there. The consequent ugly mood inspired one Irish sergeant to force several prisoners onto his tank at gunpoint to identify hidden enemy emplacements. Even so, another artillery barrage was needed at 6 p.m. before the Irish Guards staggered into Little Valkenswaard to harbour for the night on the central square, now laved in orange light from burning houses. A few dozen scruffy prisoners sat in a cage tucked beneath the municipal bandstand. For 7 miles from the Dutch border to Valkenswaard, double and triple banked British vehicles jammed the road, annoyed by occasional enemy mortar rounds. In few spots was this narrow aisle into occupied Holland wider than 30 feet, and the Guards' Armoured Division now knew vividly what a terrain study had concluded a week earlier. Cross-country movement in the area varies from impracticable to impossible. All canals and rivers present obstacles, accentuated by the thousands of dikes and shallow drainage ditches. Eindhoven still lay 6 miles ahead. The 101st Airborne's failure to reach the city by 8 p.m. had not mattered, and Arnhem seemed a world away. Despite the quick destruction of those first 9 tanks, losses were light. Only 15 dead in the entire Guards' Armoured Division. Yet the 30th Corps drive stopped cold for 12 hours, and little consideration was given to preserving at least an illusion of momentum, perhaps by letting the fresh Grenadier Guards pass through their battered Irish brethren. Horrocks had urged speed, but there was no speed. "Things are going very well indeed," Brereton's headquarters told Shaef. "We have had very few losses." Eisenhower's operations chief phoned with "congratulations on the successful outcome of the operation," the 1st Allied Airborne Army Chief of Staff noted in his diary. Everyone at Shaef was delighted. Everyone at Shaef was deluded. Market Garden had been lost on the very first day through failure to seize the bridges at Arnhem and Nijmegen. And the failure was compounded by the ponderous overland advance. A titanic, often heroic battle remained to play out, with particular fates by the tens of thousands in the balance. But the margin for victory, always razor thin, now was irretrievably gone. Eindhoven was home to the Philips Electronics Company, founded in 1891 by a cousin of Karl Marx's. In addition to making light bulbs, the firm had expanded to vacuum tubes, radios, X-ray equipment, and, in 1939, the electric razor. Still, with no apologies to Paris, Eindhoven thought of itself as the Lichtstadt, the city of light. For the past 4 years, nearly all exports had gone to Germany at Berlin's insistence. But the firm proved deft at sheltering Jews by insisting they were irreplaceable specialists, and several hundred Jewish workers would survive the war. Now this company town of thatched roofs, clipped lawns, and neat privet hedges was set free. Troopers from the 101st Airborne nudged into Eindhoven from the north early on Monday, September 18th, routing a few score Germans and finding all bridges intact. Jubilation burst from every doorway and unshuttered window, a din of tin whistles, toy drums and singing citizens draped in orange, the Dutch national colour. Thousands danced in gyrating circles, offering their liberators apples and gin. The air seemed to reek with hate for the Germans, an American officer observed. Not until dusk did 30th Corps arrive from the south, having taken the entire day to crawl 6 miles. Following a sluggish start from Valkenswaard, the Guards' Armoured Division encountered more troublesome ambuscades, now stiffened with Panther tanks. Fog at Belgian airfields and other aggravations grounded the Typhoons, and attempts to detour east or west were impeded by frail bridges. Every time the advance seemed to be progressing, the Grenadier Guards reported, a canal or stream would intervene with a bridge that invariably broke after a couple tanks had crossed. Pushing at last through orange-bedecked Eindhoven, the Guardsmen halted for the night below sun, while engineers finished laying a Bailey Bridge over that toppled Wilhelmina Canal highway span. Off again, they rolled at dawn on Tuesday, down the tree-lined road known already as Hell's Highway, through St. Oden Road and Vegel toward Grave, an iron thread snaking through one needle's eye after another, now more than 33 hours behind schedule. Reinforcements from England also arrived, though hardly with the ease of the surprise initial drops on Sunday. Almost 150 gliders landed at Sonne early Monday afternoon, defying gunfire from German marksmen lined up shoulder to shoulder as if on a rifle range. Gavin at the same time found 2 drop zones east of Grosbeek Ridge, infested with enemy troops who had leaked across the German border with more than a dozen 20mm guns. Resupply planes were already on the wing, so an improvised counterattack force fixed bayonets and charged down the ridge to chase off the intruders just in time. A mid-afternoon lift of nearly 4,000 aircraft delivered 1,200 gliders and 7,000 troops across the battlefield. More than 200 B-24 bombers, stripped of their ball turrets, bomb sights and waist guns, also spat supplies by parachute with spotty accuracy. All in all, the 82nd received about 80% of its expected replenishment, but the 101st got less than half. The 101st found more unexpected trouble 4 miles west of Sonne at best, a town of cobblers and bootmakers, with a brick factory and a cold storage plant. Unaware that 1,015th Army troops protected the vital German supply road through Best, a solitary company from the 502nd Parachute Infantry arrived to claim both the town and a single-span concrete bridge over the Wilhelmina Canal for an alternative route from Eindhoven. Lieutenant Edward L. Wierzbowski led his platoon to the northern lip of the canal, where 5 machine guns opened up from the far bank, soon punctuated by mortar rounds. At 11 a.m. on Monday, the bridge blew to smithereens, and Wierzbowski and his men spent the day and following night fighting for survival from a shallow trench 60 yards back from the water's edge. Among 7 wounded G's huddled in an adjacent foxhole was Private First Class Joe E. Mann, a 22-year-old with thin lips, wide-set eyes, and a strong nose, the 5th of 9 children from a farm family near Spokane. Mann, the platoon scout, had helped destroy an ammunition dump and an 88mm gun with bazooka rounds before being shot in both arms, which now dangled uselessly in a double sling. On Tuesday morning, a swirling fog abruptly lifted along the canal to unveil creeping wraiths in field grey almost atop the American position. G has managed to scoop away 2 enemy grenades before they detonated, but a third exploded, blinding the platoon machine gunner, who still managed, groping wildly, to find a 4th and fling it back. The 5th grenade fell behind Mann, who leaned back and absorbed the blast with his torso, saving his comrades in a gesture later commemorated with the Medal of Honor. "My back's gone," he told Wierzbowski. 2 minutes later, he was dead. Nearly out of ammunition and with only 3 men left unwounded, the lieutenant knotted a filthy handkerchief to his carbine muzzle and surrendered the platoon. The battle at Best, envisioned as a company operation, soon sucked in the entire regiment, and only the arrival of British tanks decided the day by securing the Allied left flank. 1,400 German prisoners would be taken and more than 300 enemy corpses counted, including some reportedly shot by their own comrades while trying to give up. Yet the town itself remained just outside Allied lines, and so it would remain for weeks. An entry in the 82nd Airborne's intelligence log on Monday morning, Dutch report Germans winning over British at Arnhem, was more than matched in brevity by a British acknowledgement of a grossly untidy situation. In a shot-torn town where the bakeries remained open and milkmen still made their rounds, the 1st Airborne Division found itself in great peril. 3 battalions had tried and failed to reach Colonel Frost and his men where they still clung to the north ramp of Arnhem's highway bridge. Parachuted supplies had drifted mostly into German hands, and foul weather forced a postponement in the drop of Polish reinforcements. Bulky radios, all but worthless in wooded or urban terrain, limited communication between the embattled Arnhem force and the rest of the 1st Allied Airborne Army to an occasional truncated exchange. General Urquhart would not rejoin his headquarters from the Zorteweg attic until Tuesday morning, and by that afternoon over half of the British soldiers north of the Nieder Rhine were listed as casualties. One brigadier was reduced to describing himself as a broken-down cavalryman leading little bayonet rushes. Brazen civilians built roadblocks with bodies, German, British, Dutch, laid head to toe like sandbags in a futile effort to keep the SS from roaming freely across town. Everything, a British account conceded, had gone awry. Nothing was right except the courage, and nowhere was courage greater than at the bridge. Living on apples and pears scavenged in the cellars, along with tea, nips of cherry brandy, and benzodrine, Frost's force by Tuesday had been cudgelled back into a perimeter of 10 buildings from an original 18. Heavy Dutch furniture barricaded the doors and windows. Buckets, jugs, and vases were filled with water to douse incendiaries. To avoid fratricide, the men called to one another from blown-out windows with an old African war cry, "Waho, Mohammed," using rolled strips of wallpaper for megaphones. A German effort to force the bridge from the south with a dozen armoured cars and 2 Mercedes trucks ended in a fiery welter of wrecked vehicles. Another 70 enemy dead paved the ramp. An enemy FW-190 fighter swooped across the river on Tuesday afternoon to drop a bomb. It proved a dud, then clipped the southern tower of the 14th century St. Walburgis church with its left wing before cartwheeling into a small lake. "Great joy all round," wrote a British sapper. Germans on the south bank of the Nieder Rhine unlimbered 40mm flak guns against the British strongholds, then 88mm and even 150mm. Tiger tanks and Nebelwerfer 6-barreled rocket launchers, screaming Mimis, joined the cannonade with high explosives and white phosphorus. Starting from the rooftops, buildings collapsed like dolls' houses, an SS private recorded. Another German likened the effect of panzer shells on masonry to the skin peeling off a skeleton. After a shell hit a house near the roofline, the entire building seemed to shake itself like a dog, a British mortarman reported, and when a second round struck, the walls appeared to breathe out before the whole structure collapsed. Arnhem was burning, Frost later recalled. It was as daylight in the streets, a terrible enamelled metallic daylight. I never saw anything more beautiful than those burning buildings. Despite a BBC report that everything was going according to plan in the Netherlands, the 2nd Battalion's predicament had grown hopeless. "It is a pretty desperate thing to see your battalion gradually carved to bits around you," Frost wrote after the war. Before scrambling to another position, paratroopers loosened their helmet straps and sat for a moment with fallen comrades. "Nobody is in such dire need of companionship as a dead man," one major explained. But soon enough, the ripe corpses of British and German alike were tossed from upper windows into the streets below. By Wednesday, the Nieder Rhine embankment held by the British was described as a sea of flame, with enemies pressing from east, north and west. At 1:30 p.m, mortar shards crippled Frost in both legs. He was carried to a fetid cellar where the floor was so packed with the wounded and dead that orderlies had difficulty squeezing through. "Our building is on fire," wrote a sergeant consigned to the same hole. "We no longer have any means to put it out. In our cellar there is an all-pervading stench of blood, feces and urine." Germans held prisoner in the basement, including captured crewmen from a V2 battery, sang Deutschland, Deutschland über alles, in hopes the SS would recognize their comrades' voices before flinging in grenades. Both sides agreed to a 2-hour ceasefire late Wednesday to evacuate the wounded and the gibbering shock cases. "Are you British or American?" asked the first SS soldier into Frost's cellar. Doors were ripped from their hinges and used as stretchers to hoist men outside, where the scene resembled one of those paintings that you see in regimental museums entitled The Last Stand, a Tommy recalled. Panzer Grenadiers offered brandy, chocolate and congratulations for a fight well fought, "a harder battle than any I had fought in Russia," as one declared. Frost, who would spend 6 months in a prison hospital, considered his SS captors kind, chivalrous and even comforting. But not to all. A Dutch physician who had treated British wounded in the domestic science school for girls was put before a firing squad with 4 others, and only 3 hours later did a German officer, hearing moans, administer a coup de grace with pistol shots to the head. Likewise, a young Dutchman who had fought with the paratroopers and whose swaddled forearms had been seared by phosphorus was forced to his knees and executed. A witness described the heavily bandaged hands sprawled out in front like 2 grotesque paddles. The ceasefire expired and the battle resumed briefly. The last battalion diehards surrendered at 5 a.m. Thursday after holding out for more than 3 days. 81 paratroopers had been killed and the rest were prisoners. A final message dispatched over one of those feeble radios was heard only by German eavesdroppers. "Out of ammunition. God save the King." The arrow that flieth by day, at 4:30 p.m. on Tuesday, September 19th, as the Arnhem Bridge predicament turned from dreadful to desperate, young General Gavin stood outside a schoolhouse in Malden, 3 miles west of Grosbeek. Towing the curb with his jump boot, he awaited the arrival of 6 British and American commanders to plot their next move. Afternoon shadows stretched through the village and thickening clouds drifted overhead. The fine weather had deteriorated. More than 1,000 supply planes had taken off from England during the day, only to encounter fog so thick over the channel that glider pilots could see barely 3 feet of tow rope. Although many aircraft turned back, 45 planes and 73 gliders had been lost. Only half of an expected 66 artillery tubes and 2,300 reinforcement troops reached Holland. The resupply of ammunition and rations was deemed negligible. Of 5 major objectives assigned the 82nd Airborne in Garden, 4 had been taken, but the 5th, a crossing over the Waal in Nijmegen, remained beyond reach. A single battalion from the 508th Parachute Infantry had tried to take the road bridge on Sunday evening, but rather than follow Gavin's instructions to circle along the river bottoms from the Groesbeek Heights, the regimental commander heeded Dutch assurances that cutting through Nijmegen's serpentine streets would be quicker and surer. At 10 p.m., enemy troops had spilled from trucks onto a traffic circle near the southern approach to the bridge, and a muddled firefight in the dark foiled the American gambit. Soon, 10th SS Panzer soldiers were entrenched among the stone ruins of the Valkhof, the imperial Carolingian redoubt built by Charlemagne in 768, and where his son, Louis the Pious, once housed his hunting falcons. Nor had the belated arrival of 30th Corps on Tuesday morning carried through to the Waal. Both the 82nd Airborne and flag-waving Dutchmen had welcomed the Guards' Armoured Division to the 9-arch bridge at Grave at 8:30 AMI, and the first tanks barreled into Nijmegen's suburbs just past noon. 2/3 of the Golden Corridor from Borg Leopold to Arnhem now belonged to the Allies, but an attempt to rush the river at Nijmegen failed. 3 columns made for the road bridge, the rail bridge, and the post office, which Dutch patriots believed housed the detonators to destroy both spans. Only the last of these forays succeeded, and the post office proved empty but for civilians cowering in the cellar and a few dead Germans behind the stamp counter. Enemy commanders were so confident of holding the bridges that the spans remained standing. Model wanted them intact for a counterattack from Arnhem through Nijmegen. As a barrier around the southern ramps, SS engineers had stacked fuel cans in several hundred houses, then bowled thermite grenades through every third door. Another Dutch city was in flames. Joining Gavin along the Malden curb were the cigar-chewing Colonel Reuben H. Tucker, a 33-year-old Sicily and Anzio veteran from Connecticut, who commanded the 504th Parachute Infantry Regiment, and 3 mud-spattered British colonels, each wearing corduroy trousers, suede chucker boots, and the regimental badges, respectively, of the Irish, Grenadier and Scots Guards. In addition, each wore what a witness described as the most amazing air of nonchalance. A trio of British generals also joined the clatch. Major General Alan H. S. Adair, commander of the Guards' Armoured Division, the tall, angular Horrocks, and Boy Browning, who had arrived in a nearby cabbage patch with his headquarters staff aboard 36 gliders. Twirling his moustache more intently than ever, the market commander had exchanged his attaché case and parade ground battle dress for an airborne smock, with field glasses looped around his neck. But even Browning's renowned poise showed signs of fraying. Earlier in the day, he had received another inane congratulatory message from higher headquarters, this one from Beetle Smith, pronounced Shaif, extremely pleased with the show, which was unfolding exactly as anticipated. Browning, in a burst of pique, had heaved an ink jar at the photo of a German general tacked up on a wall. Gavin quickly described the predicament in Nijmegen. On the south bank of the Waal, enemy troops held a kilometre-wide sector from the rail bridge in the west to the road bridge in the east. This swatch extended 300 yards from the river into the burning town. As many as 500 SS men defended each span, with others burrowed around the Belvedere, a 17th-century watchtower. Even the riverfront bandstand was now a strong point with firing loopholes. German reinforcements could be seen crossing the bridges on foot and by bicycle. Guns firing from the north bank had clobbered several British tanks, and stymied American paratroopers in the city had been reduced to wrapping themselves in drapes and furniture slipcovers to stay warm at night. In frustration, Gavin had urged 600 Dutch resistance fighters to snipe at enemy troops around the bridges, with weapons scavenged from the dead. At this point, little was known about the British plight in Arnhem. Browning's radios were hardly better than General Urquhart's, but contrary to earlier intelligence assessments, Gavin was certain that the enemy was not a broken German army in full retreat. Captured SS men appeared tough and confident. Colonel Tucker, whose helmet brim nearly hid his eyes, occasionally removed his cigar to spit. Every time he did, a British colonel later wrote, a faint look of surprise flicked over the faces of the Guards' officers. Gavin believed the only way to eject the enemy from Nijmegen was to outflank him. He proposed that as British tanks and a paratrooper battalion pressed the attack through the town, Tucker's regiment would cross the Waal downstream of the rail bridge to attack the German rear. Given the urgency in reaching Arnhem, rather than wait for nightfall, the attack would be launched as soon as possible on Wednesday. But first, they needed boats. None could be found along the river. Browning and Adair said little. Tucker spat. Horrocks was sceptical. A daylight crossing of the Waal, 400 yards wide and with a current of 8 knots, seemed potentially as suicidal as the American assault across the Rapido in central Italy 8 months earlier. More than 2,000 GIs had been killed or wounded in that fiasco, but Horrocks agreed there was little choice. The 30th Corps engineering train should have several dozen assault boats amid the jumble of bridging equipment. Horrocks would order them found and hurried up Hell's Highway, even though with tens of thousands of soldiers already jamming that narrow ribbon, traffic was nearly at a standstill. Before the conference adjourned, he offered Gavin some advice. Jim, never try to fight an entire corps off one road. 2 hours later, as dusk sifted over the battlefield and commanders bustled about preparing for the morrow, 120 low-flying Luftwaffe planes pummeled Eindhoven in the only large long-range airstrike by German bombers during the fall of 1944. Philip's workers and their celebrating families had been banging those toy drums and chalking their names on British fenders when Dutch rail workers reported rumours of approaching panzers. The orange bunting and Dutch flags abruptly vanished. All smiles stopped together, Alan Moorhead reported. Mothers with their paper caps awry ran along the street to gather up their children. The tin whistles subsided almost on a note, and there was no more dancing. Every one of the fat, jolly faces was now full of apprehension. No enemy tanks appeared, but instead a clear golden cluster of parachute flares burst into light above the town. The streets were like day again. Moments later, the bombs began to tumble, igniting half a dozen ammunition trucks in the Stratumsediek and setting the factory ablaze. Generals Ridgway and Brereton, making their way together toward Nijmegen to ensure that at least 6 generals would supervise the 5-battalion attack on Wednesday, found themselves in an Eindhoven park, flat on our stomachs for almost an hour, as Brereton informed his diary. Ridgway later wrote, "Great fires were burning everywhere. Ammo trucks were exploding, gasoline trucks were on fire, and debris from wrecked houses clogged the streets. Women and children sang hymns in a shelter, full of mad cyclonic gusts of air and light," in Moorhead's description. A bomb struck another packed cellar on Biesterweg, incinerating 41 people. Water pressure failed across the city, and among 9,000 damaged buildings, over 200 houses were gutted. The City of Light burned and burned. Dawn revealed the full catastrophe. Of more than 1,000 civilian casualties, 227 were dead. Their bodies would be collected at a school in Timstraat and placed in narrow coffins with peaked lids and brass handles for burial in a mass grave. Eindhoven had become an obvious military target once garden convoys arrived, but Moorhead raged anyway. "A blind act of malice on the part of the enemy," he fumed. "A hideous, unforgivable thing." The boats were late arriving on Wednesday, delaying the river assault in Nijmegen until mid-afternoon. After yet another postponement and more mumbled excuses about the traffic on Hell's Highway, Gavin wheeled on Horrocks. "For God's sake, try!" he snapped. "It is the least you can do." 20 minutes before the attack was to begin, 3 British trucks pulled up behind a riverside power plant, a kilometre west of town. Rather than the expected 33 boats, there were 26. Shellfire had wrecked a 4th truck, and frail vessels they were. 19 feet long, with plywood bottoms and green canvas sides pegged to the gunwales, the boats were of a type more suitable for the quieter rivers of England than for traversing the true Rhine, as a guardsman conceded. Some carried only 2 paddles rather than the required 8. Flimsy, flat-bottomed little things, Captain Henry B. Keep later wrote his mother, smaller than Daddy's tin ducking boat. As a Royal Engineer Major gave rudimentary instructions behind a dike, "Head them upriver as much as possible," he advised with a shrug. Paratroopers from the 3rd Battalion of the 504th Parachute Infantry wolfed down pork chops ladled from a large pot, or dragged on a last cigarette. Typhoons clawed the far shore, followed by a 15-minute barrage from 100 artillery tubes. 24 British Sherman tanks lurched into view to pop away, first with high explosive shells and then with white phosphorus to build a milky smokescreen. At 3:02 p.m. a whistle trilled. 400 grunting men hoisted the boats onto their shoulders. Each vessel weighed 600 pounds and staggered across the dike to the steep, muddy lip of the River Waal. Instantly, German fire from 3 directions diced the river with steel, like a school of mackerel on the feed, in one soldier's description. Boats bogged in the river mud or capsized in the shallows as men leaped aboard. Others spun in circles or swept downstream with drowning men clinging to the gunwales. From the rail bridge alone, almost 3 dozen German machine guns cackled, punctuated by a pair of 20mm guns. Hissing bullets skipped like hot stones across the water and through the canvas hulls. Troopers plugged the leaking holes with caps, gloves, and handkerchiefs. A direct hit from a mortar round flipped a dozen men into the Waal. An engineer shot through the head, tumbled overboard with his feet still wedged beneath a seat so that the torso served as a second rudder, swinging the boat round and round until comrades smeared with blood and brains could finally heave his corpse into the river. The man next to me had the middle part of his head blown away, so that his skull dropped on what was left of his lower face, Chaplain Delbert Queel recalled. In the same boat, the battalion commander, Major Julian A. Cook, murmured, "Hail Mary, full of grace," over and over as he paddled. "Thy will be done," the chaplain added. It was a horrible, horrible sight, a British tank commander later recalled. Boats were literally being blown out of the water. The three British generals, Browning, Horrocks and Adair, watched transfixed through field glasses from the top floor of the power plant. A stiff breeze shredded the smokescreen, giving German gunners on the rail bridge and on the opposite embankment a clear view of their targets. Tracers braided and rebraided. The roar of gunfire and ripping canvas carried on the water, and more men pitched over to be rolled to the centre of the boats where steam rose from their leaking wounds. Paddlers without paddles gouged at the boiling wall with rifle butts, helmets and entrenching tools in an ecstasy of flailing. "My God," said Horrocks, "look at 'em." Half made the far shore, tumbling from the cockleshell flotilla to lie gasping and retching in the muddy lee of the north bank. 13 surviving boats started back, ballasted with dead men riddled with holes and paddled by exhausted United States Army engineers. 11 boats would survive a second passage. 4 more crossings then ferried over the balance of the 3rd Battalion, followed by 1st Battalion and Colonel Tucker. German prisoners were impressed as galley slaves to paddle on the final circuits in what became known as the Waal Regatta. Those vomiting on their knees along the shore soon rose with murder in their eyes. "God help anyone in front of us," one trooper said. With squad rushes, they bounded forward in a spree of what one sergeant called jack-in-the-box shooting, killing 50 Germans near the river before loping 600 yards to the dike road to kill more with grenades and bayonets. One company slaughtered the enemy garrison at Hof van Holland, a decrepit old Dutch fort, after swimming the moat and scaling the earthworks or storming over a narrow wooden bridge. Other troopers shook themselves out into a skirmish line and stalked toward the bridge, firing from the hip. Captain Keep described his men as driven to a fever pitch and lifted out of themselves, fanatics rendered crazy by rage and lust for killing. I have never witnessed this human metamorphosis so acutely displayed as on this day. The men were beside themselves. Sensing that the day had turned and pressed by British tanks bulling north through Nijmegen, SS troops sidled onto the rail bridge, only to be raked with Browning automatic rifle fire and 2 captured German machine guns. Tucker's men had seized the northern ramp, waving yellow recognition flags to ward off British fire across the river. German engineers who had been repairing the bridge superstructure were shot dead in their safety harnesses. For days they would dangle from high in the girders, like a group of gargoyles, Captain Keep told his mother. Other enemy troops dove into the river, pursued by gunfire, or were killed trying to surrender. "Old German men grab our M1s and beg for mercy," a corporal recalled. "They were shot point blank." A German lieutenant colonel told his diary, "The Americans behaved as they always do, throwing our wounded from the bridge into the Waal and shooting the few prisoners." 267 enemy bodies would be counted on just the rail bridge. Paratroopers darting through river grass along the Waal also reached the northern approach to the road bridge at dusk, just as Grenadier Guards tanks in Nijmegen broke past Charlemagne's Valkhof and onto the span, spitting fire. German 88mm rounds tore the air, ripping and screaming like great Roman candleballs of light, an American commander reported. Shells gouged 2 British tanks, but one skidded sideways through an enemy roadblock on the far ramp and blew away a pair of roadside anti-tank guns. Fleeing SS troops hied into the gloaming through gooseberry brakes. British engineers combing the girders for explosives found dynamite and detonators lashed to a catwalk 80 feet above the river. The most gallant attack ever carried out during the whole of the last war, as Horrocks would call it, was over. The cost included 200 paratroopers from Tucker's regiment. Model's order to blow up the road bridge at Nijmegen came too late. The 10th SS Panzer radioed the bad news. "They're over the Waal." Montgomery monitored the battle through liaison officers and radio reports. He had neither visited the battlefield during Market Garden nor seen his field commanders. He was having his portrait painted, again, and seemed entranced by the experience, boasting that the likeness would create a tremendous sensation at next year's Academy. Yet at 10:50 p.m. on Wednesday, he felt confident enough of the view from Brussels to cable Eisenhower. Things are going to work out all right. The British Airborne Division at Arnhem has been having a bad time, but their situation should be eased now that we can advance northwards from Nijmegen to their support. There is a sporting chance that we should capture the bridge at Arnhem. In a subsequent message to Brooke, he added, "I regard general situation on rivers as now very satisfactory." This assessment was nothing less than hallucinatory. Despite the valour at Nijmegen, any sporting chance to take the Arnhem Bridge had passed. Things in Holland were not going to work out, even if the High Command did not yet know it. As a 30th Corps account later acknowledged, in front, on the flanks, and in the rear, all was not well. Gavin knew. Even before his first troopers splashed into the Waal, he had been summoned from the power plant in Nijmegen by a frantic call from his chief of staff near Groesbeek. "General, you'd better get the hell back here or you won't have any division left." Racing to his command post, where he was surprised to find a begrimed Ridgway newly arrived after his Eindhoven ordeal, Gavin learned that German paratroopers had overrun Beek in the north and part of Mook in the south, threatening not only Hell's Highway, but that priceless Dutch anomaly, the high ground overlooking Nijmegen. Only darkness, Coldstream tanks, and Gavin's pluck saved the day. In one perilous instance, he squirmed on his belly across a macadam road beneath enemy grazing fire. Counterattacks at first light on Thursday retook Beek, secured Mook, and slapped the Germans back to the east. But troubles in the Anglo-American rear had only begun. A panzer attack at Saône on Wednesday would have broken through but for 10 pugnacious British tanks. Allied intelligence had presumed the enemy incapable of shifting substantial forces to counter Market Garden. In the event, another 85,000 Germans flooded the battlefield in barely a week. 2 additional British corps assigned to safeguard the Allied flanks, 12 in the west and 8 in the east, plodded across boggy heathland, averaging just 3 miles a day against fitful resistance. As of Friday, September 22nd, the former had yet to reach Best, and the latter was stalled southeast of Eindhoven. That same morning, Hell's Highway was cut for the first time, despite Dutch warnings of enemies massing both east and west between Wegel and Uden. For more than a day, the blackest moment of my life, Horrocks confessed. Panzers blocked the road, severing the supply lifeline to 3 Allied divisions now north of the Maas. No sooner had British tanks and United States paratroopers reopened the route on Saturday afternoon than the Germans struck again 6 miles north of Saône, in fighting so vicious that American gunners fired over open sights at 400 yards. This time Hell's Highway would be closed for 2 days, long enough for the enemy to destroy 50 vehicles and seed the roadway with mines. The new bridgehead over the Waal failed to uncork the advance to Arnhem, as Montgomery had hoped. After a 35-hour delay at Nijmegen to capture the bridges, the 30th Corps vanguard sat for another 18 hours. Enemy raids and congestion on Hell's Highway played hob. Reinforcements from the British 43rd Division took 3 days to travel 60 miles in reaching the Irish Guards and the 82nd Airborne. Tommies had been delayed while helping GIs at Mook and in clearing Nijmegen, and some supplies promised by Schiaff failed to appear. Gavin also concluded that after 5 years of war, British veterans were excessively cautious, nurturing what he called "why die now" sentiments. He found Colonel Tucker in a farmhouse near the rail bridge, seething at the delay. "What in the hell are they doing?" Tucker demanded, gnawing his cigar. "Why in the hell don't they get onto Arnhem?" At 1:30 p.m. on Thursday, September 21st, the Irish Guards at last edged forward on a road elevated 6 feet above the fens, carrying a captured German map that showed enemy guns tucked behind a tree line at Ressen, 3 miles north of Nijmegen. The map proved accurate. 11 panzers, 2 88mm batteries, 2 infantry battalions, and various other highwaymen waited in ambush. In a reprise of the advance from Bourg Leopold, the stately British procession abruptly burst into flames, with 3 Shermans burning and the trailing column piled up, head to tail in silhouette. Misbehaving radios kept typhoons from attacking, the jammed traffic on Hell's Highway held the artillery too far south, and a British officer eyeing these sad flat lands of dikes, ditches and fruit trees declared, "We're not going to get a yard up this bloody road." More than a yard they got, yet not much more. In terrain as hostile to armoured spearheads as the Norman bocage, the Guards reached Elst, halfway to Arnhem, in 3 days. But farther they could not go, a regimental history lamented. Before the week ended, Guards officers with shotguns were roaming the countryside in search of plover and pheasant, determined to make the most of their misery. The British survivors at Arnhem were now pinched within a 3-mile perimeter in leafy Oosterbeek, just west of town above the water meadows of the Nieder Rhine. General Urquhart's command post filled the handsome big-windowed Hartenstein Hotel, handsome no more. Corpses lay stacked like wood in the garden, and even the hotel radiators had been drained to slake the thirst of the wounded. Slit trenches snaked among the laurels and beneath the beech trees. Captured Germans squatted on tennis courts used as prison cages. "In the evening I would go to my trench and smoke a pipe," a paratrooper later wrote. "I used to watch an apple tree which grew nearby and had red apples on it, and then I watched the stars come up." Not far from here, the poet Philip Sidney had lain mortally wounded after the Battle of Zutphen in September 1586. That gentle Sidney had watched the same stars, the same moon climbing the sky with sad steps, brought some comfort. Later wrote, "I used to watch an apple tree which grew nearby and had red apples on it, and then I watched the stars come up." Not far from here, the poet Philip Sidney had lain mortally wounded after the Battle of Zutphen in September 1586. That gentle Sidney had watched the same stars, the same moon climbing the sky with sad steps, brought some comfort. Between mortar barrages, called hate by the British, German loudspeakers played In the Mood or broadcast surrender appeals. Tommies answered with maledictory catcalls and Bren gunfire. Snipers notched their rifle butts for every coal scuttle helmet knocked awry. Each day the weight of metal grew heavier in what the enemy came to call the Hexenkessel, the witch's cauldron. German flamethrower teams and 15 factory-new King Tiger II tanks joined in brawling from room to room, from the ground floor up, from garden to garden, and from tree to tree, as an SS captain described it. A Dutch woman observed, "You have no idea how much people scream in such circumstances." 30th Corps Artillery near Nijmegen ranged the enemy with admirable accuracy and kept the 9th SS Panzer at bay. That too brought some comfort. Of nearly 9,000 British soldiers inserted north of the Nieder Rhine, about 3,600 could still fight, but they had dwindling means. Of 1,500 tons of supplies dropped since September 18th, less than 200 tons had been recovered by Urquhart's men, and 66 transport planes, among 629 sorties flown, had been shot down. The cellars and stout-walled houses in Oosterbeek brimmed with wounded men, sick men, dying men, and men newly dead. A gallant Dutch woman, Kate ter Horst, glided among them to read King David's 91st Psalm by flashlight. "Thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night, nor for the arrow that flieth by day." Urquhart radioed an appeal to Browning on Thursday evening. "Our casualties heavy, resources stretched to utmost, relief within 24 hours vital." Relief came, though far too little and much too late. Reinforcement by General Sosabowski's Polish Airborne Brigade had twice been postponed by bad weather, and the demise of Frost's battalion prompted a new scheme to have the Poles jump on September 21st near Driel, just across the river from Urquhart's bridgehead, rather than parachuting near the now forsaken bridge. More foul weather over the continent forced many befuddled pilots to turn back. One lost soul ended up in Ireland, and Sosabowski found himself in Driel with only 2/3 of his command, some 1,000 men, and no means of crossing 200 yards of river. A ferry supposedly waiting for him had been cut loose and then sunk to keep it out of German hands. Enemy soldiers further reinforced the north bank, overrunning a single British platoon on the Westerbowing heights and narrowing Erkurt's river frontage to 700 yards. A night passed, then another. A few Poles slipped into the British camp by dinghy or raft, but a subsequent attempt to storm across provoked sheets of plunging fire. Hell on the river, Sosabowski called it. A battalion from the Dorsetshire Regiment, vanguard of the 43rd Division, also took a try on the night of September 24th, after trucks carrying assault boats, many without paddles again, were late, got lost, or suffered ambush. An hour into the crossing, unbearable machine gun fire and grenade volleys ended the foray, with more than 300 of the 400 waterborne Dorsets soon dead or captured. Gallant, but quite useless, one British officer concluded. A Polish correspondent waiting at the Hartenstein that Sunday wrote, "Everything would seem to point to our situation having become tragic. When the end came, it came quickly. In the gloomy 30th Corps command post at Malden on Monday morning, September 25th, Browning and Horrocks agreed to cut their losses and extract the 1st Airborne Division from Arnhem that night, under a plan improbably codenamed Berlin. Never was darkness more eagerly awaited, a clerk in the Hartenstein cellar scribbled in the division diary. Erkurt had studied the surreptitious British withdrawal from Gallipoli in 1915, and on his orders forward, trenches thinned out as men slipped toward the river, boots wrapped in rags, faces blackened with ashes and mud, their path marked by white tape. Orderlies trundled the lightly injured in wheelbarrows and on handcarts. Medical truces had already remanded 1,200 wounded into German hands, and many more would be left behind in the care of chaplains and medical officers. The night was made for clandestine exits, Urquhart later remarked. Wind and heavy rain tossed the birches in the bottoms and the chestnuts on the Westerbuing bluffs. 30th Corps artillery pounded the perimeter to further muffle the sounds of flight. Burning houses glowed red and weird. Holding hands in a queue 150 yards long, the men shuffled through the mudflats in groups of 14 to match the capacity of 37 stormboats crewed by Canadian and British engineers. A sergeant shared out the benzodrine, and officers put a match to their last secrets. Gunners tossed their sights and breech blocks into the water. Boat by boat, they slipped across the obsidian Niederrhein in the rain, until the bows bumped against a groin on the far shore where a voice called from the darkness, "All right, let's be having you." In a barn south of Driel, plates of hot stew were ladled out, along with tumblers of Cointreau and mugs of tea laced with rum. 40 trucks and ambulances shuttled the escapees to Nijmegen. Dawn caught the division not quite all away. The demented whine of enemy machine guns sounded abruptly from the reeds, and mortar rounds stomped along the river. Some men plunged into the water and flailed for the southern bank, or drowned. A final boat was so overloaded that the coxswain could not pull the outboard starter cord. Passengers paddled with hands and rifle butts, but bullets chewed the vessel to flinders. Only 4 of 25 aboard lived to reach the safe shore. 300 others gathered on the shoreline were captured, but 2,600 had escaped. Erkurt was among those who got away. Early Tuesday morning, September 26th, he appeared red-eyed and muddy at Boy Browning's large, fine house below Nijmegen. Roused from sleep, Browning took 20 minutes to change from pyjamas into an immaculate uniform, his Sam Brown belt gleaming like glass. "I'm sorry we haven't been able to do what we set out to do," Urquhart said. Browning waved away the apology. "You did all you could," he said crisply. "Now you had better get some rest." In the small hours of Friday, September 29th, 12 German commandos in wetsuits slipped into the Waal, 5 miles upstream of Nijmegen. Trained in Venice for aquatic skullduggery, all were strong swimmers. One had competed in the Olympics, and together they guided 6 tubes, each 16 feet long, stuffed with nearly a ton of hexanite explosive, and suspended between a pair of air cylinders for buoyancy. Down the dark river they swam, snipping a hole in the new concertina boom before lashing their charges to the bridge piers and setting the detonator timers for a 60-minute delay. Exhausted and numb with cold, the men staggered from the water a mile downstream, close to where Tucker's regiment had crossed the previous week. Sentries immediately captured 10 of the 12, but at 6:30 a.m., A volcanic sequence of blasts ruptured the Dutch Dawn, blowing an 80-foot gap in the deck of the road bridge and dropping the long central span of the rail bridge into the river. The last casualties of Market Garden lay on the muddy bed of the Waal. This rude gesture hardly dampened the Allied High Command's insistence that the bold airborne lunge across Holland had been a decided victory, in Churchill's phrase. Brereton declared the operation a brilliant success, while Montgomery passed word to the king that he was well pleased with the gross result of his airborne adventure, which he deemed 90% successful because the ground force had covered 9/10 of its intended distance. Air Marshal Tedder tartly observed that one jumps off a cliff with an even higher success rate until the last few inches. Browning claimed that given the chance, he would not alter his plan a whit. Who was to tell at that time, he later said, that the German army was going to recover as a fighting force? Even Urquhart asserted, "We have no regrets." Brave words from a division commander without a division. 2/3 of those fighting for the 1st Airborne had been killed or captured, and the casualties included 8 of 9 battalion commanders and 26 of 30 rifle company commanders. Allied airborne losses in Market approached 12,000, more than half of them British. Moreover, in 17,000 air sorties, 261 planes and 658 crewmen were lost. Casualties in Horrocks's 30th Corps totaled 1,500 plus 70 tanks. Cornelius Ryan, whose A Bridge Too Far remains the classic narrative of the battle, put total Allied losses at 17,000 in 9 days. The 2nd Panzer Corps listed 3,300 killed, wounded and missing, but other tallies suggested that total German losses were at least double that figure. Dutch road builders and construction crews went on finding skeletons for decades. Even decided victories and brilliant successes sometimes required scapegoats. Montgomery blamed the weather for his unfulfilled 10%. Brereton blamed 30th Corps, Browning blamed Sosabowski, accused of incompetence and insubordination. He was, to be sure, given to prickly impertinence. The Pole was stripped of his command at British insistence, and not for more than 60 years did the Dutch recognise his valour with a posthumous award. Paratroopers quipped that Montgomery was too busy fighting Eisenhower to fight the Germans. And a Royal Signal Corps private suggested that a bit more constructive criticism of the plan and less of the ready attitude on the part of the senior commanders wouldn't have been amiss. The operation, in fact, had lacked what one British general called a single controlling mind. In that regard, it reflected the larger Allied campaign in Western Europe. Horrocks at least had the grace to blame himself for various shortcomings, including not dispatching the 43rd Division on a different axis than Hell's Highway and failure to keep a senior Dutch officer at his elbow. Several hundred fugitive Allied troops eventually slipped back across the lines, often with help from courageous Dutch civilians. But more than 6,000 others marched off to captivity for the duration, many singing "Green Grow the Rushes, Oh." On a square in downtown Arnhem, a captured British officer put his men through a smart parade drill to show these bastards what real soldiers look like, before the long column tramped eastward in the custody of what one grizzled sergeant major insisted on calling the detaining power. The Dutch too would tramp away. German orders in late September required 95,000 civilians to evacuate Arnhem for northern Holland, and another 50,000 were forced from homes along the Neder Rhine. Soldiers then systematically plundered the city, with one truck collecting sewing machines, another tools, still another household linens, all for distribution in the bombed cities of the Ruhr. Other reprisals included the execution of 50 resistance members accused of helping the British, and jail for others involved in a rail strike that had been called when the first Allied parachutists drifted to Earth on that glorious Sunday afternoon so long ago. At a price of 5,000 buildings destroyed or damaged in Nijmegen alone, 1/5 of the Netherlands had been liberated. But the rest would endure another 9 months of occupation. Allied soldiers did not re-enter Arnhem until mid-April 1945. Before then, the Hunger Winter, reduced the Dutch to eating dogs and tulip bulbs, and 16,000 died of starvation anyway. My country, Prince Bernhard observed, can never again afford the luxury of another Montgomery success. Nor could the Allies. Market Garden had won a 65-mile salient that crossed 5 major water barriers but led nowhere. Without turning the German flank or gaining a bridgehead over the Niederrhein, 21st Army Group had nearly doubled the perimeter to be outposted, from 150 to 280 miles. That task would entangle most of Second Army, as well as the 2 committed United States Airborne divisions, which, with Eisenhower's tacit approval, would be stuck helping the British hold this soggy landscape until mid-November, eating British oxtail soup and heavy puddings, drinking British rum, and smoking British cigarettes considered so foul that some G's preferred to inhale torn strips of stars and stripes. Soldiers stood in empty oil drums to keep their feet dry. When the British sent Gavin a personal caravan with a bed and running water, he hid the thing unused, confessing, "I'd be mortified if my boys knew that I had one." The 82nd and 101st suffered another 3,600 casualties during the restive Dutch autumn, more than the divisions sustained during Market. "The fighting has been much more vicious and intense than in Normandy," Gavin wrote. "The British remained in the salient so long that those plover-hunting officers eventually turned their shotguns on overwintering ducks, which they stalked on ice skates." Market Garden proved an epic cock-up, as a British major averred, a poor plan with deficient intelligence, haphazard execution, and indifferent generalship. The occasion did inspire heroics and displays of combat leadership as stirring as any in modern warfare. Eisenhower offered Montgomery a fistful of American valor decorations to be awarded in the 1st Airborne Division as the Field Marshal saw fit. 10 Distinguished Service Crosses, 10 Silver Stars, 10 Bronze Stars. Montgomery shifted his command post to Eindhoven, along with his menagerie of rabbits, canaries, and squirrels. And he sent an aide to Britain to fetch his winter kit, including a heavy dressing gown, thick vests, and wool underwear. "The failure at Arnhem," Montgomery cabled Brooke, "will not affect operations eastward against the Ruhr." In this, he was mistaken. The battle would be, as the historian Max Hastings wrote, the last occasion of the war when Eisenhower unequivocally accepted a strategic proposal by Montgomery, and the Field Marshal's advocacy of a single exploitative thrust into Germany under his command seemed ever less credible. Even Montgomery now acknowledged the primacy of Antwerp. "The opening of the port," he wrote in late September, "is absolutely essential before we can advance deep into Germany." Whether that amounted to more than lip service remained to be seen. Beyond battlefield consequences, Market Garden preyed on the mind of every man scarred by this primordial struggle. "There was a change of mood after Arnhem," a British captain wrote. "One just didn't feel the same. We were getting rather tired." Bradley's logistics chief told his diary, "The picture is not very good, and it looks like we will have a real struggle from now on." Few could doubt Alan Moorhead's conclusion that there was only one way, the hard way. All hope of a quick end of the war in 1944 had gone. Teeming autumn rain fell often, with implications for campaigning on the continent as portentous as Montgomery's request for woolen drawers. "I am not looking forward to the winter war we have ahead of us," Gavin wrote his daughter. "I wear everything that I can get on, but I feel as though I will never be warm again." In their very bones, they now knew that there was indeed but one way ahead, the hard way. 6. The Implicated Woods. Charlemagne's tomb. For the most loyal Germans, Aachen had always seemed a city worth dying for. Thermal springs believed to have healing powers had lured first the Romans and then the Carolingians. Here Charlemagne may have been born, and here certainly he died in 814 after creating the First Reich. His holy bones slept in a gold casket in the choir apse of Aachen's great cathedral. From Otto I in the 10th century to Ferdinand I in the 16th, 30 kings and 12 queens had been anointed, crowned and enthroned on the homely marble seat that once held Charlemagne's royal posterior. The cathedral also housed 4 relics that for the past half-millennium had been removed from storage every 7 years for veneration by pilgrims: the apparel of the Virgin, the swaddling clothes and loincloth of Christ, and the garment John the Baptist wore at his decapitation. It was said that the fearless burghers of Aachen had danced rapturously in the streets during the plague of 1374. That native pluck had been put to the test repeatedly during recent bombing attacks. An Allied raid in July 1943 demolished 3,000 buildings, and additional strikes in the spring of 1944, with bombs fused to explode only after penetrating into the cellars of 5-story stone structures, scarred every one of the city's 66 churches, including the cathedral. The raids also battered the town hall, originally built on the ruins of Charlemagne's palace and later renovated in the Baroque style to display statues of 50 German rulers along the north facade. Now smoke rose from Aachen again. General Collins's 7th Corps had bored through both bands of the Siegfried Line in mid-September without capturing the city or making further headway toward the Rhine, and he intended to rectify those omissions. By early October, the United States First Army had narrowed its front from 100 miles to 60, giving Collins greater combat heft. The new 9th Army had also pushed forward and would soon assume command of the left wing of the American line, abutting the British. 74 American gun batteries began pounding Fortress Aachen, where 18,000 German troops had been committed to defend the cradle of Teutonic nationalism unto the last bullet, as Hitler required. Drew Middleton of the New York Times, studying the smoke-draped city through field glasses, saw a grey and brown mass marked here and there by licking tongues of flame and pierced by the steeples of churches and factory chimneys. To help 7th Corps complete Aachen's encirclement before pushing eastward, 19th Corps dispatched the 30th Division, the stalwarts of Mortain, along with a regiment from the 29th Division to punch a hole through the west wall northwest of the city beginning on October 2nd. Troops were issued extra rations of chocolate and cigarettes, as well as duckboards to lay across the boggy beet and turnip fields. Napalm fizzled in the wet woodlands, but massed mortar fire chewed through enemy barbed wire, and almost 20,000 artillery rounds in half a day gutted the German defences. By October 7th, 30th Division troops had surged 5 miles beyond the west wall on a 6-mile front, bolstered by tanks of the 2nd Armoured Division. "We have a hole in this thing big enough to drive 2 divisions through," reported Major General Leland S. E. Hobbs, the 30th Division commander. "This line is cracked wide open." A day later, as his men swung south to outflank Aachen, he added, "The job is finished as far as this division is concerned." Hobbs was dead wrong. Piecemeal enemy counterattacks with reserves pulled from Arnhem in the north and Alsace in the south stalled the division 3 miles short of Aachen in a dreary slag and chaff scape of collieries and mining villages. The job of cinching the noose would require help from the 1st Division, which already held a semicircular 12-mile front west, south and east of the city. At 4 a.m. on Sunday, October 8th, the 18th Infantry attacked northeast of Aachen, bounding from pillbox to pillbox, scorching the firing ports with bazookas, Bangalore torpedoes, flamethrowers and satchel charges. A German redoubt on Crucifix Hill fell by mid-afternoon, as did the huge white cross on the crest, toppled either by shellfire or vengeful GIs. A day later, 2 companies slipped past enemy pickets without firing a shot and climbed the Ravelsberg, another high-ground stronghold. 8 more pillboxes surrendered at dawn on Tuesday, October 10th, and GIs gobbled down the breakfast lugged uphill that morning by an unwitting German kitchen detail. Field Marshal Rundstedt warned Berlin that no greater danger now faced the fatherland in the west than the peril before Aachen. The main German supply route into the city had been crimped, and hardly a mile separated the 1st and 30th Divisions. So confident were the Americans that Major General Clarence R. Hubner, commander of the 1st Division, on Tuesday gave the Aachen garrison 24 hours to surrender or face extermination. "There is no middle course," warned the ultimatum, which was delivered by 200 artillery rounds packed with surrender leaflets, as well as in broadcasts by Radio Luxembourg and booming public address speakers. Lest the Germans miss the message, at 10:10 a.m., 2 lieutenants and a private first class walked up Trierstrasse with a white flag and a copy of Hübner's demand. At a rail underpass in eastern Aachen, a voice called, "Komm!" Blindfolded and led to a cellar, the envoys, upon being unmasked, handed the ultimatum to a German officer wearing an Iron Cross and a Russia campaign ribbon. In return, they received a signed, stamped receipt. After an exchange of cigarettes and salutes, the trio was guided back to the underpass by sentries nipping from a liquor bottle. Colonel Gerhard Wilk, who in September had replaced the discredited General von Schwerin as Aachen's garrison commander, was not the surrendering sort. The answer was 9. Aachen's dismemberment began in earnest on Wednesday morning, when 300 Allied planes dropped 62 tons of bombs on targets stained with red artillery smoke. 5,000 artillery rounds followed over the next 2 days, then another 100 tons of bombs and 5,000 more shells. At precisely 9:30 a.m. on Friday, October 13th, troops from the 2nd Battalion of the 26th Infantry simultaneously tossed 1,000 grenades over the railroad embankment near Trierstrasse, then scrambled across the tracks and into the inner sanctum of Charlemagne's capital. They found a sterile sea of rubble, in one GY's phrase, a ghost town with 20,000 civilians of Aachen's original 165,000 living in dank holes. A garrison of 5,000 troops and policemen defended the inner city, reinforced by constabulary volunteers from Cologne and IS Panzer Corps grenadiers who had hurried in on Rundstedt's orders. Hübner could muster only 2 battalions from the 26th Infantry for his assault force, but much had been learned in Italy about urban combat. Aachen would now serve as a test bed for new destructive techniques developed by troops whose battle cry became, "Knock 'em all down." Street by street, building by building, room by room, assault squads methodically clawed across the city from east to west, darting between doorways and down alleys smoked with white phosphorus. With Pellicerkerstrasse as a boundary line between the battalions, the 3rd pushed through the foundries and rolling mills on Aachen's northern edge, while the 2nd bulled into the town centre at a pace of 400 yards a day. A tank or tank destroyer perforated each building with crashing fire, floor by floor from street to attic, forcing defenders to the cellars, where grenades finished them off. Bazooka teams knocked down doors, and engineers blew holes in ceilings or walls with beehive charges, mouse-holing skills learned in Casino and Ortona, to let riflemen move up, down, and laterally without using defended stairwells. Every closet, every coal bin, every sewer main was searched, and bulldozers piled rubble atop each manhole cover. To further discourage German infiltration, select rooms in cleared houses were booby-trapped, often with a No. 2 green bean can filled with nails, 3 pounds of dynamite, a No. 8 blasting cap, and a tripwire trigger. 3 captured German streetcars were each packed with 1,000 pounds of captured enemy munitions and a delay fuse, then rolled downhill through no man's land. The thunderous explosions did little damage, but elicited appreciative cheers from the American line. Flamethrowers proved persuasive, even though stone burned poorly. A 3-second spurt of fire, followed by an ultimatum on Saturday, surrender or get fried, cleared a fetid 3-story air raid shelter of more than 75 soldiers and 1,000 civilians with hands raised. For recalcitrants in bunkers, 1st Division engineers found that mattresses wedged into firing ports amplified the explosive pressures inside so that even small charges would fracture the concrete. An order went out to collect mattresses from every occupied German village. Another lethal legacy from the Italian campaign was the M12, an ungainly 155mm gun mounted on a tank chassis that was capable of keeping pace with armoured spearheads during the gallop across France. On a single day in Aachen, M12S fired 64 rounds almost point blank to demolish 9 buildings, including a movie theatre occupied by a company of enemy riflemen, every one of whom was killed or wounded. As 2nd Battalion edged closer to the rubble that once was the town hall, with its proud facade of German rulers, an M12 clanked onto Wilhelmstrasse. There, a tank destroyer fired 16 rounds to bore a hole through a house wall. The 155mm gun then used the firing loophole to throw 7 rounds down Hindenburgstrasse into the State Theatre 5 blocks away. German troops in the stronghold pelted west toward the cathedral. Across the city, the Americans crept at a steady, sanguinary 50 feet an hour, shooting, dynamiting, grenading. National Socialist slogans on a broken wall reminded the faithful, Auf Deutsch, "For this we thank our Führer," and "You are nothing, the state is all." G has chalked their own scatological exegesis. Drew Middleton described a soldier firing into the street from a back bedroom, where eider-down quilts in red silk covered the beds. "The sons of bitching bastards," the GI muttered as he emptied his rifle. "The fucking bastards. Knock 'em all down." As the house-to-house ruination proceeded, the imminent merger of the 1st and 30th Divisions outside Aachen had hit a snag. Savage German artillery ripped up the ridgelines, searched the dells, and scorched suburban streets. Enemy observers could see the Americans plainly, forcing GIs to shelter in captured pillboxes from daybreak until dusk. Not even a radio antenna could protrude without being snipped off by whizzing shell fragments. The 30th Division had suffered 2,000 casualties since beginning its assault, and the 1st had lost another 800. Lieutenant General Hodges, the 1st Army commander, grew impatient and then choleric, proposing to sack Hobbs, the commander of the 30th Division. "He hasn't moved an inch in 4 days, Hodges complained. "We have to close that gap." Hodges also castigated the 19th Corps commander, Major General Charles H. Corlett, for shooting 2,000 rounds of reserve artillery ammunition. Raised on a ranch in southern Colorado and known as Cowboy Pete, Corlett had commanded assaults in both the Aleutians and the South Pacific. At Aachen, he had already thrown in his last reserves, converted engineers to trigger pullers, and contemplated shoving cooks and clerks into the line. When Hodges kept pressing the point, "When are you going to close the gap?" he demanded. Corlett jumped into his jeep and drove to 1st Army headquarters. Unable to find the army commander, he instead roared at the staff, "If you don't think we are fighting, I will take you down and show you." Worse was yet to come, and much of it would fall on the 1st Division's 16th Infantry. "Every hour seems interminable," Captain Joe Dawson, commander of G Company, had written his family in Waco earlier that week. "Long, long ago I entered this land of horror." In fact, just over 4 months had passed since Dawson landed at Omaha Beach to fight across Easy Red and up the Colleyville Bluffs. For that passage, he received the Distinguished Service Cross. Since then, he had shed 25 pounds, as well as any illusions he still harboured after the campaigns in North Africa, Sicily, and Normandy. "For over 2 years," he had recently written his sister, "I've calloused my emotions with countless experiences that will never be recalled to memory if I can find power to erase them forever." Son of a Baptist preacher and just 31, he looked older. "His face is bony," wrote W.C. Hines, a reporter for the New York Sun who was with Dawson at Aachen, "and he has large ears and very brown eyes." 3 miles northeast of Aachen Cathedral, G&I companies occupied a ridge 800 feet high and 400 yards long, with clear vistas not only of the city, but also of adjacent Belgium and Holland. Maps and magazines lay scattered on a table in Dawson's pillbox command post, along with a candle, a kerosene lamp, 2 field phones in leather cases, and a small radio that could pick up Bruno and the Swinging Tigers on Radio Berlin. Soldiers in G Company debated with theological intensity whether the malodorous German corpses along the line deterred enemy frontal attacks. One GY advised, "Just move the ones that are within 10 feet. The past week had brought periods of quiet and periods of great noise," Hines wrote, "but with 500 shells hitting the ridge each day, 1 every 3 minutes, tranquil moments had grown rare." Great noise returned before dawn on Sunday, October 15th, when 3rd Panzer Grenadier Division troops filtered onto the ridge from the east with orders to break the siege of Aachen. We could hear them singing rousing marching songs as they came through the woods, a sergeant later recalled. Mortars and 6 artillery battalions blunted the initial assault, but at dawn a dozen panzers stood in a meadow below the pillboxes. By 10 a.m., several Tigers had churned uphill through a railroad cut, raking the Americans with main gun and machine gun fire. G is unable to even peer from their foxholes defecated in empty ration cans and flung their scat at the enemy. G and I companies are being overrun with tanks and infantry, the regimental log recorded at 12:44 p.m.e, then added 14 minutes later. Situation critical. Situation very critical. Dawson called artillery onto his own command post, every concussive thud like a body being thrown against the door. P-47 fighters roared in at 25 feet just before 2 p.m. Baz, guns winking along their wings, and the grey tide ebbed, leaving more dead to stink up the slope. Bing Crosby and Judy Garland sang from the little radio. At 9 p.m. the attackers again advanced, under hissing chandelier flares that stretched the panzer shadows into long, lupine shapes. 2 tanks closed to within 10 yards of G Company's line, before massed artillery again bounced them back. Fires burned in the trees and among the diced bodies. Much moaning and groaning out in the wooded area, an army account noted. More German assaults followed, with bayonets fixed. When an officer warned General Hubner of mounting casualties, the division commander drew on his pipe and replied, "If higher authority decides that this is the place and time that the 1st Division is going to cease to exist, I guess this is where we cease to exist." As the enemy attacks grew feebler, 24 men from G Company counterattacked with grenades, Tommy guns, and their own fixed bayonets, slaughtering all enemies lurking along the line. More than 200 German corpses were counted across a quarter-mile slope, but it was the sight of a dead GY that made Dawson buckle for a moment. "He doesn't know why, and I don't know why, and you don't know why," the captain told Hines. "You want to know what I think? I think it stinks." Dawson put his head in his hands and sobbed. Then the silver voice of Lily Pons, the coloratura soprano, came from the radio. Dawson abruptly straightened. "Shut up, I want to hear this," he said. "It's the bell song from LACME." "Puccini," said a lieutenant in the command post. "No, not Puccini," Dawson said. "Not Puccini, but I can't remember the name of the guy." At 4:15 p.m. on Monday, October 16th, 30th Division scouts edged from the southwest corner of Würselen to meet comrades from the 18th Infantry scrabbling down from the Ravensburg. Aachen's fate was sealed, though German efforts to crack the encirclement would persist for several days. By one count, the enemy had lost 63 of 90 panzers thrown into the battle. No, not Puccini. LACME, an opera in 3 acts set in British India, was by Leo Delibes. The tally for G Company totaled 48 men, 1/3 of the unit. Joe Dawson had more memories to erase. Gesturing outside his pillbox to the scorched ridge that would subsequently bear his name in army nomenclature, Dawson told Hines, "We died right here." To his family he wrote, "My nerves are somewhat shattered." In keeping with the Führer's wishes, Aachen's death throes were painful and protracted. From his headquarters a couple miles northeast of the cathedral in the 5-story Palast Hotel Quellenhof, once the Kaiser's country home, the dutiful Colonel Wilk proclaimed, "We shall fight to the last man, the last shell, the last bullet." The hotel billiard room, beauty parlour and children's dining room all became strong points, and Wilk's men hauled a disassembled 20mm gun to the 2nd floor, piece by piece, then rebuilt it to cover approaches through Farwick Park. Into the park on Wednesday, October 18th, swept the 26th Infantry's 3rd Battalion, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel John T. Corley, the Brooklyn-born son of Irish immigrants, whose combat decorations over the war's course would include 2 Distinguished Service Crosses and 8 Silver Stars. At 7 a.m., as mortars pummeled the German line south of the tennis courts, an M12 rumbled down Roland Street, flanked by tanks and tank destroyers, spitting fire into the smart houses fronting the boulevard. 30 rounds of 155mm fire soon made a shambles of the palace and the nearby Kurhaus Spa. A United States platoon rushed across the half-moon driveway into the hotel lobby, killing 24 defenders in a brisk exchange of grenades that shredded the hunting scene oils in the reading room. Wilk had retreated hastily to a stout bunker at the north end of Lausbergstrasse, where he held out for 3 more days, assuring Berlin by radio that the defenders of Aachen will prepare for their last battle, even as they donated 10,000 marks to charity in a gesture of solidarity with the German Volk. "We shall fight on," he vowed. The colonel instead had packed his bags. On Saturday morning, overzealous GEs shot 2 German emissaries who emerged from the bunker carrying a white flag. 2 more figures soon crept out, nervous American prisoners this time, to inform Corley of Wilkes' capitulation. At noon he emerged, a slender man with a pointed chin and hair swept back from his widow's peak, with 400 bitter enders behind him. "They marched smartly in column," wrote Don Whitehead, "all well-groomed with shining black boots." After signing a formal surrender, Wilk told Corley, "Everything belongs to the Americans that was German." Permitted to bid a brief farewell to his men, the colonel scrambled onto a jeep hood. "I am speaking to you at a painful moment," he said. "The American commander has told me that I cannot give you the Sieg Heil or Heil Hitler, but we can still do it in our hearts." As Wilk climbed down for removal to the cages, he added, "I don't believe in miracles any longer." Nearly 12,000 Germans had been captured by the 30th and 1st Divisions, with many hundreds killed. American casualties approached 6,000, among them hundreds treated for combat exhaustion. Joe Dawson, wholly spent, was evacuated to the United States later in the month. "These bitter, tragic months of terrible war leave one morally as well as physically exhausted," he wrote his family. Also sent home was General Corlett, the 19th Corps commander, whom Hodges removed ostensibly on grounds of failing health. Corlett, who called his relief just plain heartbreak, told his staff as he departed, "Anyone who sasses the army commander and disobeys an order ought to be relieved. This is the price one must pay." He was replaced by the capable Major General Raymond S. McLean, who had commanded the 45th Division Artillery in Sicily and Italy before taking over the 90th Division in Normandy. A former Oklahoma National Guard soldier with a 6th grade education, McLean was the only guardsman to command an army corps during the war, as well as the only officer without at least a modicum of higher education. No one would take the waters in Aachen for quite some time. Visitors piled up metaphors to convey the desolation. The city was as dead as a Roman ruin, an intelligence officer declared, but unlike a ruin, it has none of the grace of gradual decay. The reporter Iris Carpenter wrote that Aachen was as dead as yesterday. By one calculation, 83% of Aachen's houses had been destroyed or damaged. Most streets were impassable except on foot. A horse carcass sprawled in the Palast Port Cocher, and medics laid German dead from the hotel and spa on the beaten grass in Farwick Park. An old woman flagged down passing GIs and asked, "Can you tell me, please, when they will take the dead from my house?" A soldier shook his head and said in a Texas drawl, "These ruins, these people." A plump, sooty man wandering the streets proved to be the Bishop of Aachen. An inspection of his cathedral found the graveyard uprooted and the stained glass shattered. But an Allied bomb that pierced the apse had failed to detonate, and 6 pious boys had formed a fire brigade to extinguish flames on the roof. Charlemagne's bones lay unmolested, though hardly undisturbed. G is erected a large sign bearing a paraphrase from Hitler, and the English translation, "Gebt mir 5 Jahre und ihr werdet Deutschland nicht wiedererkennen." Give me 5 years, and you will not recognize Germany again. We can force the Boche to their knees if we go about it the right way, Collins wrote. But what was the right way? Just as Aachen had offered a proving ground for modes of destruction, now this first German city to be captured would serve as a laboratory for military occupation policies. A curfew was imposed from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. No one could travel more than 6 kilometers from home without permission, and gatherings of more than 5 people were prohibited, except for worship services, a fine irony given the battered condition of the churches. The use of cameras, binoculars, and carrier pigeons was banned. Lists of known pigeoneers in Western Germany were compiled. It was said that Heinrich Himmler himself, the Reichsführer SS, was a pigeon fancier, and clipping details visited local lofts to snip the birds' flight feathers, leaving them earthbound until their next molt. As an added precaution, a falconry unit in England stood ready to deploy to the continent if enemy agents showed signs of clandestine avian communication. "We come as conquerors, but not as oppressors," Eisenhower had declared in late September. Even before the broken glass was swept from the cathedral nave, however, complications arose that would perplex the conquerors to the end of the war and beyond. The combined chiefs, for example, decreed that it is not intended to import food supplies into Germany, yet that would consign millions to starvation. The chiefs also ordered the exclusion from office of active Nazis and ardent Nazi sympathizers, but to identify such scoundrels proved difficult, and to run Germany without them sometimes impossible. During the first occupation months, more than 50 key city employees in Aachen were party members, including the only man still alive who understood the region's electrical grid. An army study also concluded that 2 blunders made during the assault had had unintended psychological consequences. An ultimatum had been issued to the commander of a besieged city without affording him an honorable way to capitulate, thus prolonging his resistance. And that ultimatum had been made public without recognizing the mortal threat of Nazi reprisals against the families of surrendering soldiers. Indeed, it was in an effort to forestall such retribution that Colonel Wilk had insisted that his capitulation document include a clause attesting to the exhaustion of German food and ammunition stocks. Still, Aachen was theirs, the first German city to be taken by an invading army in over 100 years, Drew Middleton noted. Yet no soldier picking a path through the drifted rubble needed to be told that 100 more German cities remained untaken, and 1,000 towns and 10,000 villages, each potentially as dead as yesterday. Do not let us pretend we are all right. The autumnal struggles at Arnhem and Aachen leached any undue optimism from the Allied High Command, except among those too far from the battlefield to know better. The Charlie Charlies in October ordered Shaeff to immediately establish direct links with Moscow in anticipation of the approach of Allied and Russian forces within the very near future, even though those forces remained more than 500 miles apart. George Marshall arrived in France for a visit and proclaimed, "We have them licked. All they have is a thin shell, and when we break that, they are finished." Beguiled by dubious intelligence to the effect that organized German resistance was unlikely to last beyond December 1st, the army chief subsequently advocated a full-bore offensive to win the war in Europe by year's end. Marshall proposed playing everything for a conclusion, even as he began earmarking divisions to fight in the Pacific. Eisenhower took pains to dampen such expectations. "We have facing us now one of our most difficult periods of the entire European war," he warned Marshall in early October. "Deteriorating weather is going to place an increased strain on morale." To his mother in Kansas, he wrote, "Most people that write to me these days want to know when the war in Europe is going to be over. I wish I knew. It is a long, hard, dreary piece of work." Eisenhower now commanded 58 divisions, including those in southern France, yet a month after crossing the German frontier, no Allied soldier stood deeper than 12 miles into Germany. Enemy casualties were accruing at 4,000 a day, but Allied losses since June 6th equaled 1/3 Logistics were in a bad state, the Supreme Commander told Marshall, reminiscent of the early days in Tunisia. Half a dozen United States divisions remained in the rear because of insufficient means to support them on the battlefront. Moreover, Shaeff logisticians calculated that even if the American armies reached the Rhine near the Ruhr, no more than 20 divisions could be sustained in combat. To further explain his plight, Eisenhower and his logisticians composed a long essay for the Pentagon on combat realities in Europe. Uniforms wore out at a rate almost incomprehensible to civilians, twice as fast as United States clothing manufacturers could make them. Overcoats, shoes, mess kits, and blankets were also consumed at double the War Department's estimates. Food demands through the winter, even if the war ended, soldiers still had to eat, would require the shipment of £3.5 billion from the United States, equivalent to 340 loaded Liberty ships. Beef requirements for European theatre will call for the slaughtering of approximately 4,000 cattle every day, Eisenhower wrote. Dehydrated egg requirements amount to the equivalent of 2.5 billion fresh eggs, or a daily requirement of 6.5 million. Tent canvas was short by 100 million square feet. Just the demand for paper was staggering. The United States Army, since the liberation of Paris, had been forced to print 10 million maps on the flip side of captured German maps. Many depicted southern England, having been produced for Operation Sea Lion, the aborted 1940 invasion of Britain. Sheafs of these had been found in an abandoned enemy depot in Liège. The most desperate need was for ammunition, which was expended at a rate exceeding 2 tons every minute of every hour of every day, despite incessant rationing in the second half of 1944. By late September, fewer than 4 rounds per day were available for the largest guns, such as the 8-inch howitzer. By early October, ammunition shortfalls were truly critical across the front, with many Third Army tubes down to a single shell per day. Patton wanted 60, and 12th Army Group reported that supplies of artillery ammunition had reached a state of almost complete collapse. A silence policy in 5th Corps required guns to stand unused for more than a week. The shortfall partly reflected an inability of United States plants to meet demand. A 155mm shell required 40 separate manufacturing procedures. The more common 105mm howitzer ammunition was produced and shipped under 1,200 different lot numbers, each with minor variations in propellant that affected accuracy. First Army was to spend 25,000 man-hours in the early fall sorting jumbled ammunition to avoid catastrophic short barrages. Shortages kept American armies largely on the defensive in October. Attacking required more firepower than sitting, and Eisenhower blamed a dearth of heavy ammunition for delays in capturing Aachen. He broadcast an appeal to the home front for greater production, and the War Department dispatched veteran gunners to key plants for pep rallies under a program called Firepower for Eisenhower. One senior American general believed that a 1/3 increase in artillery ammunition would have saved many lives and shortened the war. Yet General Lee's COMZ insisted there was no shortage on the continent, and indeed thousands of tons were stacked in Normandy depots and aboard several dozen ammunition ships, most of them waiting to unload. Lee had predicted that 150 ships would be discharged in October, but the actual number was less than 100. On October 20th, 246 cargo vessels plied continental waters. The wait for berths in various anchorages often lasted weeks, sometimes months. Entire fleets now served as floating warehouses for munitions and other materiel. The War Department, trying to supply a global war with limited shipping, grew exasperated. In October, a cable warned Schiaff that no further commodity-loaded ships would be sent to Europe until empty ships began sailing home. Eisenhower was horrified, and more than 24 Liberty ships were sent back to the United States, some before emptying their holds. To encourage stevedores and boost morale, Bronze Stars were handed out to efficient hatch crews, and band concerts serenaded workers on the docks. If only Antwerp were free. "We have captured a port which resembles Liverpool in size, but we cannot use it," Montgomery had written in September. "If we could use it, all our maintenance troubles would disappear." Eisenhower stressed freeing the Scheldt and opening the port as an indispensable prerequisite for the final drive into Germany. Even during Market Garden, the Supreme Commander had summoned 23 general officers to Versailles to discuss strategy. Pleading the press of battle, Montgomery sent his chief of staff as a proxy, and to emphasize Antwerp as a matter of urgency. Eisenhower told Beetle Smith a week later, "I am terribly anxious about Antwerp." Yet the Supreme Commander also insisted that both Montgomery and Bradley must retain as first mission the gaining of the line of the Rhine north of Bonn as quickly as humanly possible. Montgomery had assigned clearing the Scheldt to the Canadian First Army, which included a British Corps and the Polish 1st Armoured Division, for a total of 6 divisions. Allied air attacks intensified against enemy targets on diamond-shaped Walcheren Island and the Beveland Peninsula, which formed the Scheldt's north shore. Allied ground troops squeezed the Breskens pocket on the southern lip of the estuary, held by a formidable force of 11,000 Germans, including Eastern Front veterans reinforced with both naval guns and 70 field artillery pieces. The whole energies of the Canadian Army will be directed towards Antwerp, Montgomery decreed, yet he ordered the Canadians to simultaneously isolate the enemy garrison at Dunkirk and capture the occupied French ports of Boulogne and Calais. The latter ports eventually fell, and the Breskens pocket slowly shrank, but Market Garden's stalemate south of Arnhem allowed the German 15th Army to shift reinforcements to the Scheldt defences. With enemies still entrenched on both banks of the estuary, no Allied ship dared venture upstream. Thus the days and weeks rolled by, and big-shouldered Antwerp remained dormant. "We need this place more than we need FDR," Major General Everett Hughes wrote his wife. Although Montgomery acknowledged the port's primacy, neither he nor Eisenhower demanded that all other tasks be subordinated to this one. Dempsey's Second Army continued to look beyond the Rhine toward the Ruhr. Control of a large port was a less urgent matter for the smaller British force. Even Field Marshal Brooke had doubts about Montgomery's priorities. "Antwerp must be captured with the least possible delay," he told his diary in London. "I feel that Monty's strategy for once is at fault." Montgomery would acknowledge as much after the war, conceding a bad mistake on my part in demanding too much of the Canadians. "I reckoned that the Canadian Army could do it while we were going for the Ruhr," he added. "I was wrong." But in October 1944, the Field Marshal displayed no indulgence for those who questioned his judgment. Admiral Ramsay warned that to clear the Scheldt of mines would take weeks, even after German defenders were finally flicked from the banks of the waterway. "I think the army is not taking this operation seriously enough," he told his diary in early October. After another Chef meeting, Ramsay wrote, "Monty made the startling announcement that we could take the Ruhr without Antwerp. This afforded me the cue I needed to lambast him. I let fly with all my guns at the faulty strategy we had allowed." Montgomery took such criticism badly, and he accused the Admiral of undercutting him. "Request you will ask Ramsay from me," the Field Marshal wrote Eisenhower, "by what authority he makes wild statements to you concerning my operations about which he can know nothing. No less troublesome than the arcane issues of shipping and logistics were parallel questions of strategy and command." After a brief respite, Montgomery had again hectored Eisenhower over the Supreme Commander's preference for the broad, multi-pronged assault on Germany first adopted in May. Even as Market Garden came unglued, the Field Marshal had pressed once more for a single axis, preferably that of 21st Army Group, with 9 reinforcing divisions from the United States First Army also under his command. Montgomery proposed that other Allied forces stop in place where they are, donating transport and other war stuffs to his expedition. Eisenhower had tried to paper over the dispute by suggesting that his vision and Montgomery's could be reconciled, but in late September, the Field Marshal rebuffed him with a tart cable. "I cannot agree that our concepts are the same. If you want to get to the Ruhr, you will have to put every single thing into the left hook and stop everything else. It is my opinion that if this is not done, you will not get to the Ruhr." Unchastened by the destruction of the 1st Airborne Division and the larger misadventure in Holland, Montgomery now overplayed his hand. During a private conference with George Marshall in Montgomery's tidy caravan in Eindhoven on Sunday, October 8th, the Field Marshal complained about a lack of grip since Eisenhower had taken field command of the campaign, with battles that were ragged and disjointed. "We have now got ourselves into a real mess." The Chief of Staff's icy blue stare implied demurral. Marshall listened but said little, Montgomery subsequently wrote. It was clear that he entirely disagreed. Marshall later confessed to nearly losing his famous temper at what he termed Montgomery's overwhelming egotism. Eisenhower's patience, too, finally wore thin. On the same Sunday that Marshall visited Eindhoven, Sch planners at Versailles warned that in failing to uncork the Scheldt, 15 divisions are held impotent for lack of success in this relatively small operation. Our advance into Germany may be delayed into spring. As it happened, high winds that very day ripped up Cherbourg's port and Mulberry Bey. This re-emphasizes the supreme importance of Antwerp, Eisenhower cabled Montgomery in an eyes-only message on Monday. Unless we have Antwerp producing by the middle of November, our entire operations will come to a standstill. I must emphasize that of all our operations on the entire front from Switzerland to the Channel, I consider Antwerp of the first importance. Montgomery would assert that this was the first time Eisenhower had issued clear instructions on the matter, a claim the British official history subsequently judged hardly justified. More likely, given Eisenhower's reluctance to issue unequivocal orders, it was the first time the Field Marshal had detected a tone of exasperation, or even disapproval. "You can rely on me to do every single thing possible to get Antwerp opened," Montgomery replied promptly, and on the same day he instructed the Canadians in his firmest directive yet that the opening of this port will take priority over all other offensive operations. Yet a week would pass before the Canadian Army, clearly overmatched by the task at hand, was substantially reinforced, even though Eisenhower drove home his point with another testy cable on Tuesday. "Nothing that I may ever say or write with respect to future plans in our advance eastward is meant to indicate any lessening of the need for Antwerp, which I have always held as vital, and which has grown more pressing as we enter the bad weather period." Instead of replying directly, Montgomery that day sent Beetle Smith a caustic 16-paragraph memorandum titled Notes on Command in Western Europe. Beginning with an assertion that the present organization for command within the Allied forces in Western Europe is not satisfactory, the paper lambasted Eisenhower's generalship and proposed that he either move his headquarters forward to take direct command of the operations against the Ruhr or delegate field command in Europe to either Montgomery or Bradley. "I do not believe we have a good and sound organization for command and control," the Field Marshal wrote. "It may be that political and national considerations prevent us having a sound organization. If this is the case, I would suggest that we say so. Do not let us pretend we are all right, whereas actually we are very far from being all right." Eisenhower waited 3 days to reply with his own 13-paragraph letter, carefully vetted by Marshall before the chief flew back to Washington on Friday. "The questions you raise are serious ones," Eisenhower wrote. "However, they do not constitute the real issue now at hand. That issue is Antwerp. The Antwerp operation does not involve the question of command in any slightest degree." After pointing out the woeful state of American and French supply, and noting that by comparison you are rich, Eisenhower again reviewed the reasoning behind his preference for a broad attack arranged by army groups under his command. Then the master bridge player laid down his trump card. "If you, as the senior commander in this theatre of one of the great allies, feel that my conceptions and directives are such as to endanger the success of operations, it is our duty to refer the matter to higher authority for any action they may choose to take, however drastic." The threat could hardly be misconstrued. If a general was to be cashiered, it would not be Eisenhower. Montgomery promptly amended his battle plan so that the whole of the available offensive power of Second Army will now be brought to bear in scouring the approaches to Antwerp. To subordinates he cabled, "I must impress on army commanders that the early use of Antwerp is absolutely vital. We must accept heavy casualties to get quick success." The Field Marshal directed Second Army's 12th Corps to pivot toward the Scheldt from the western flank of the Nijmegen corridor, permitting the Canadians, whose advance had covered hardly a mile a day, to concentrate on the Breskens Pocket and the eastern avenues to Walcheren Island. Montgomery now had the weight of 2 armies squeezing the 7 German divisions that had neutralized Antwerp. To Eisenhower, the Field Marshal wrote, "You will hear no more on the subject of command from me. I have given you my views, and you have given your answer. That ends the matter." He closed this pretty fiction with another, "Your very devoted and loyal subordinate, Monty." Dwight David Eisenhower turned 54 years old on Saturday, October 14th. He celebrated with a joyride in his old Cadillac. A newer model from Detroit was somewhere in the hold of yet another ship waiting for a berth. With Kay Summersby behind the wheel, he had travelled from Versailles to Verdun to spend Friday night with Bradley before the two generals pushed on the next morning to the Belgian town of Verviers, 20 miles southwest of the intensifying street battle in Aachen. The United States First Army headquarters encampment rambled through the muddy grounds of a dilapidated three-story chateau, where an honour guard greeted Eisenhower, Bradley and his 3 army commanders, Patton, Hodges, and the new 9th Army commander, Lieutenant General William H. Simpson, and George VI, who was touring the front. After lunch in a Spartan dining hall, Patton sipped his coffee, puffed on a cigar, and entertained the table with war stories from North Africa. "I must have shot a dozen Arabs myself," he told the monarch, provoking derisive hoots of laughter. Bidding farewell to king and comrades, Eisenhower and Bradley then drove south through the sombre Ardennes, past Belgian towns that soon would be all too familiar: Malmedy, Saint-Vite, Vielsalm. In bucolic Bastogne, the smell of fresh bread wafted from the cooling racks of a mobile army bakery. Farmers stacked hay bales for the coming winter, and dairymen herded their cows to the barn, hardly glancing at the speeding limousine that carried the most famous general in Europe, if not in all the war-torn world. This was Eisenhower's 3rd consecutive birthday overseas. A profile in Time that month observed that he has not visibly aged, but he gives a subtle impression of having grown bigger as a man and as a commander. For lack of exercise, he is slightly thicker around the middle, and there are often tired lines under his snapping blue eyes. Even in times of crisis, he is relaxed, genial, and confident on the surface, whatever goes on underneath. True enough, he was thicker, confident, tired. Certainly he had grown as a commander since his 52nd birthday, spent on Grosvenor Square in London on the eve of Torch, when they were all callow and unblooded, or since his 53rd, passed at the Hotel Saint-Georges in Algiers while reading dispatches from the swollen Volturno River, where the arduous Allied attack north of Naples suggested what lay ahead for those bent on a winter campaign in Italy. Yet even Time's omniscience missed nuances in the man and in the general he had become. He seemed transparent and simple, but was neither. A reviewer of his published diary fragments long after the war would be struck by a closed, calculating quality. The historian Eric Larrabee later described him as a veiled man who was so seemingly forthright, so ready to volunteer his thoughts, yet in the end so secretive, so protective of his purposes and the hidden processes of an iron logic behind them. Every commander wore a mask, and Eisenhower wore his while still conveying sincerity, rectitude, and humanity. "I have a feeling that he was a far more complicated man than he seemed to be," wrote Don Whitehead, "a man who shaped events with such subtlety that he left others thinking that they were the architects of those events, and he was satisfied to leave it that way. He would never be a great captain, and perhaps his war had grown too big for such an archaic figure. Eisenhower was romantic enough to regret this failing. A lifelong admirer of Hannibal, he privately hoped that a double envelopment of the Ruhr would echo the Carthaginian destruction of the Romans at Cannae. He had long recognized that his task was not to be a field marshal, but rather to orchestrate a fractious multinational coalition, to be chairman of the board, the phrase was his, of the largest martial enterprise on earth. The master politician Franklin Roosevelt had chosen him as supreme commander from among 1,300 United States Army generals because he was not only a natural leader, in the president's judgment, but also a military man with exceptional political instincts. E.J. Kingston McCloughrey, a British Air Vice Marshal who worked at Scheif, wrote that Eisenhower had a genius of getting along with most people, combining the art of persuasion and of inspiring goodwill. He was by temperament a reconciler, an adjudicator, a compromiser. The recent contretemps with Montgomery showed Eisenhower as a man willing, perhaps too willing, to split the difference, to turn the other cheek. Without doubt, his orders could be opaque and imprecise, either because he failed to see the battlefield clearly or because he was reluctant to intrude on subordinate prerogatives, as in the Antwerp debacle or in the incomplete attempts to annihilate the enemy at Messina and Falaise. In addition to his accolade for the Supreme Commander, Kingston McCloughery also damned with faint praise, deeming him shrewd without being subtle and understanding without being profound. Perhaps Eisenhower's greatest advantage compared with, say, Montgomery, was that he was all too conscious of his own limitations. And yet who could gainsay the greatness that had begun to enfold him? Churchill recognized that no one knew better than he how to stand close to a tremendous event without impairing the authority he had delegated to others. Knowing full well how corrosive forces gnawed at every military confederation, from chauvinism to vanity, Eisenhower insisted that an Allied commander must solve problems through reasoning rather than by merely issuing commands. A collaborative forbearance was key to Allied unity, and Allied unity would win the war. This was his catechism, his iron logic, and it had become the most profound article of faith in his life. Except in the crow's feet crinkling his eyes and the deepening furrows on his forehead, few could see the strain from years of decisions that by now had consigned tens of thousands to their deaths. Only in a handwritten reply to a waspish letter from Mamie did he let the mask slip a bit as he began his 55th year. "We've now been apart for 2.5 years, and at a time under conditions that make separations painful and hard to bear," he wrote. "The load of responsibility I carry would be intolerable unless I could have the belief that there is someone who wants me to come home for good. Don't forget that I take a beating every day." The miles slid past, and with them the day. At dusk, the Cadillac crossed the Belgian border and soon rolled into Luxembourg City. Here, Bradley had just shifted the 12th Army Group command post from damp tents in Verdun to steam-heated stone buildings in the Grand Duchy. Only 12 miles from the German border, hardly enough distance to safely position a regimental headquarters, much less that of an army group, the capital was still reeling from 4 years of occupation. Overrun in less than a day in 1940, Luxembourg had been integrated into the Third Reich and relentlessly Germanized. The occupiers renamed the country Gau-Moselland, changed the street names, banned the local French dialect, and conscripted 10,000 men into the Wehrmacht. Now Adolf Hitler Strasse had once again become the Avenue de la Liberté, and banners above the boulevard proclaimed, "We wish to remain what we are." Bradley's office on the Place de Metz occupied a brownstone belonging to the state railway, but the limousine continued across the Petroussa River, where tanneries, breweries and shoemaker shops lined the bottoms near the ruined buttresses of Count Siegfried's 1,000-year-old castle. On the Avenue de la Gare, the two generals climbed out at the Hotel Alpha, a 7-story building with a mansard roof and balconies overlooking the train station. Here in the dining room, to Eisenhower's surprise and evident delight, a party had been organized with martinis, champagne, and an enormous 4-star cake baked by a pastry chef in Paris. An orchestra played into the night, dreamy songs from another time they hardly remembered, and for a few sweet hours the war went away, even with the enemy but a dozen miles to the east, and still scheming to reclaim Gau-Moselland. "Happy birthday," they sang. "Happy birthday, dear Ike," raising their glasses to a man they trusted and admired. The very man who would lead them to victory, and then would lead them home. The worst place of any, when in late October, the United States 1st Army Headquarters moved into winter quarters in the Belgian town of Spa. A flourishing resort since the 1500s, Karl Baedeker had called it the oldest European watering place of any importance. Spa reached its zenith in the 18th century with visits by Peter the Great and other potentates keen to promenade beneath the elms or to marinate in the 16 mineral springs infused with iron and carbonic acid. The town declined after the French Revolution, then revived itself, as such towns do, in Spa's case by peddling varnished woodware and a liqueur known as Elixir de Spa. Here, the Imperial German Army had placed its field headquarters during the last weeks of World War I. In the Grand Hotel Britannique on the Rue de la Sauvenière, Field Marshal Paul von Hindenburg concluded that the cause was lost. The last of the Hohenzollerns to wear the crown, Kaiser Wilhelm II, arrived here from Berlin in October 1918 to fantasize about unleashing the army on his own rebellious folk. Instead, he chose abdication and exile in the Netherlands. Now GIs hauled the roulette wheels and chemin de fer tables from the casino on the Rue Royale, replacing them with field desks and triple bunks beneath the crystal chandeliers. "We'll take the hit out of Hitler," they sang. Tests by army engineers confirmed that every one of the city's 11 drinking water sources was polluted. But a decent black market meal could be had at the Hotel de Portugal. Horse meat with mushroom caps seemed to be a Walloon specialty in these straitened times. As for the thirsty, each general in First Army received a monthly consignment of a case of gin and half cases of Scotch and bourbon. Lesser officers combined their allotments in a nightly ritual to make 12 quarts of martinis for the Hotel Britannique mess, a grand ballroom with mirrors on 3 walls and exquisite windows filling the 4th. Headquarters generals also requisitioned the hilltop mansion of a Liège steel magnate as their bivouac. Belgian guests occasionally were invited to movie screenings in a nearby school, where soldiers tried to explain in broken French the nuances of gaslight and a guy named Joe. Drew Middleton reported that fleeing German troops had left behind in an Italian restaurant a recording of Lily Marlene. G played the disc incessantly while assuring skeptical Belgians that the song had been taken prisoner and could no longer be considered German. Almost hourly, the clatter of a V1 bound for Antwerp from one of the launch sites in the Reich could be heard in the heavens above Spa. Lieutenant General Courtney H. Hodges moved his office into Hindenburg's old Britannique suite and settled in to ponder how to wage a late autumn campaign in Northern Europe. Hodges was an old-school soldier. He had flunked out of West Point, undone by plebe geometry, and had risen through the ranks after enlisting as a private in 1905. The son of a newspaper publisher from southern Georgia, he was of average height, but so erect that he appeared taller, with a domed forehead and prominent ears. Army records describe the colour of his close-set eyes as number 10 blue. "God gave him a face that always looked pessimistic," Eisenhower once observed, and even Hodges complained that a portrait commissioned by Life in early September made him appear a little too sad. A crackshot and big-game hunter, caribou and moose in Canada, elephants and tigers in Indochina, Hodges had earned 2 Purple Heart citations after being gassed in World War I, but tore them up as excessively sissy. He smoked Old Golds in a long holder, favoured bourbon and Dubonnet on ice with a dash of bitters, and messed formally every night in jacket, necktie and combat boots. He had been seen weeping by the road as trucks passed carrying wounded soldiers from the front. "I wish everybody could see them," he said in his soft drawl. One division commander said of him, "Unexcitable, a killer, a gentleman." A reporter wrote that even in battle, he sounds like a Georgia farmer leaning on the fence discussing his crops. Bradley, who as Hodges's subordinate used to shoot skeet or hunt quail with him on Sunday mornings at Fort Benning, later recalled, "He was very dignified, and I can't imagine anyone getting familiar with him." Now his superior, Bradley, still called him Sir. First Army was the largest American fighting force in Europe, and Hodges was the wrong general to command it. Capable enough during the pursuit across France, he now was worn by illness, fatigue, and his own shortcomings, an old man playing the game by the rules of the book, and a little confused as to what it was all about, a War Department observer wrote. There was little of the vital fighting spirit. Even the Army's official histories would describe his fall campaign as lacking in vigour and imagination, and among senior commanders he was the least disposed to make any attempt to understand logistic problems. He was pretty slow making the big decisions, a staff officer conceded, and he rarely left Spa to visit the front. For nearly 2 months, the 30th Division's General Hobbs never laid eyes on him. Peremptory and inarticulate, Hodges refused to discuss orders, let alone argue about them, one military officer later wrote. He sometimes insisted that situation reports show even platoon dispositions, a finicky level of detail far below an army commander's legitimate focus, and he complained in his war diary that too many of these battalions and regiments of ours have tried to flank and skirt and never meet the enemy straight on. He believed it safer, sounder, and in the end quicker to keep smashing ahead. Straight on and smashing ahead would be Hodges's battlefield signature, with all that such frontal tactics implied. Peevish and insulated, ever watchful for hints of disloyalty, Hodges showed an intolerance for perceived failure that was harsh even by the exacting standards of the United States Army. Of 13 corps and division commanders relieved in 12th Army Group during the war, 10 would fall from grace in 1st Army, the most recent being General Corlett of 19th Corps after Aachen. When the frayed commander of the 8th Division requested brief leave after his son was killed in action, Hodges sacked him. The Army historian Forrest Pogue described one cashiered officer waiting by the road for a ride to the rear, belongings piled about him like a mendicant. The sickness of heart was there, and the look of tired, beaten, exhausted helplessness could not be effaced. Such a command climate bred inordinate caution, suppressing both initiative and élan, and 1st Army's senior staff made it worse. Aggressive, touchy and high-strung, Bradley later wrote of the staff he had created before ascending to 12th Army Group. Critical, unforgiving, and resentful of all authority but its own. 3 rivalrous figures played central roles in this unhappy family. Major General William B. Keane, the able, ruthless Chief of Staff, who was privately dubbed Captain Bligh and to whom Hodges ceded great authority. Brigadier General Truman C. Thorson, the grim, chain-smoking operations officer nicknamed Tubby but also called Iago, and Colonel Benjamin A. Dixon, the brilliant, turbulent intelligence chief long known as Monk, a histrionic man of smouldering grievances. Not least of 1st Army's quirks as it prepared to renew the drive toward the Rhine was what one correspondent called a slightly angry bafflement at continued German resistance, a resentment that the enemy did not know he was beaten. As this colicky command group settled into Spa and prepared for the coming campaign, they all agreed that they would simply have to take the hit out of Hitler. On October 28th, Eisenhower reiterated his plan for winning the war. The enemy has continued to reinforce his forces in the west, he cabled his lieutenants. Present indications are that he intends to make the strongest possible stand on the west wall in the hope of preventing the war spreading to German soil. Antwerp, he declared, remained our first and most important immediate objective. Canadian 1st Army troops had captured Breskens a week earlier, and the dwindling enemy pocket on the Scheldt's southern bank seemed certain to collapse within days, if not hours. Canadian troops also were advancing along the north edge of the estuary. German defenders trapped on the Beveland Peninsula, and Walcheren Island had been reduced to little more than a white bread division, comprising soldiers with digestive ailments. Eisenhower finally felt confident that the entire Scheldt soon would be cleansed of Germans, and Antwerp opened to shipping shortly thereafter. With that accomplished, he added, the final battle for Europe would unfold in 3 general phases. An unsparing struggle west of the Rhine, the seizure of bridgeheads over the river, and finally a mortal dagger thrust into the heart of Germany. 7 Allied armies would advance eastward apace, arrayed from north to south, the Canadian 1st, the British 2nd, the United States 9th, 1st, 3rd and 7th, and the French 1st. The enemy's industrial centres in the Ruhr and the Saar remained paramount objectives in the north and centre, respectively, with Berlin as the ultimate target. 1st Army's capture of Aachen and breach of the Siegfried Line in the adjacent Stolberg corridor left barely 20 miles to traverse before the Rhine. Here lay the most promising frontage on the entire Allied line. Hodges, with assistance from Simpson's 9th Army, was to sweep forward another 10 miles to the Roer River, overrun Düren on the far bank, then press on toward Cologne and the Rhine. Joe Collins's 7th Corps would again lead the attack, but first 5th Corps on his right was to clear out the Hürtgen forest and capture the high ground village of Schmidt, providing 1st Army with more manoeuvre room and forestalling any counterattack into 7th Corps' right flank by enemies who might be skulking in the forest dark. 4 compact woodland tracts formed the Hurtgen, 11 miles long and 5 miles wide in all. Forest masters for generations had meticulously pruned undergrowth and regulated logging, leaving perfectly aligned firs as straight and regular as soldiers on parade in what one visitor called a picture forest. But some of its acreage grew wild, particularly along creek beds and in the deep ravines where even at midday sunlight penetrated only as a dim rumour. Here was the grim forest primeval, a place of shades. I never saw a wood so thick with trees as the Hurtgen, a G I later wrote. It turned out to be the worst place of any. The Hurtgenwald had been fortified as part of the Siegfried Line, beginning in 1938. German engineers more recently had pruned timber for fields of fire, built log bunkers with interlocking kill zones, and sowed mines by the thousands on trails and fire breaks. Along one especially vicious trace, a mine could be found every 8 paces for 3 miles. The 9th Division in late September had learned how lethal the Hurtgen could be when trying to cross the forest as part of the initial 7th Corps effort to outflank Aachen. One regiment took 4 days to move a mile, another needed 5. By mid-October, the division was still far short of Schmidt and had suffered 4,500 casualties to gain 3,000 yards, a man down every 2 feet, and no battalion in the 2 spearhead regiments could field more than 300 men. More and more of the perfect groves were gashed yellow with machine gun bullets or reduced to charred stumps. No birds, no sighing winds, no carpeted paths, Forrest Pogue reported. A commander who offered his men $5 for every tree found unscarred by shellfire got no takers. Pogue was reminded of the claustrophobic bloodletting of May 1864 in another haunted woodland, one in eastern Virginia. There was a desolation, he wrote, such as one associated with the Battle of the Wilderness. Nearly half of the 6,500 German defenders from the 275th Division had been killed, wounded, or captured in checking the 9th Division. Reinforcements included 2 companies of Düren policemen known as family fathers, because most were at least 45 years old. More bunkers were built, more barbed wire uncoiled, more mines sown, including non-metallic shoe and box mines, and lethal round devices said to be no larger than an ointment box. Enemy officers considered it unlikely that the Americans would persist in attacking through what one German commander called extensive, thickened, and nearly trackless forest terrain. That underestimated American obstinacy. The Hurtgen neutralized United States military advantages in armor, artillery, air power, and mobility, but Hodges was convinced that no First Army drive to the Ruhr was possible without first securing the forest and capturing Schmidt, from which every approach to the river was visible. He likened the menace on his right flank to that posed by German forces in the Argonne Forest to the American left flank during General John J. Pershing's storied offensive on the Meuse in the autumn of 1918. This specious historical analogy, the Germans could hardly mass enough armour in the cramped Hurtgen to pose a mortal threat, received little critical scrutiny within First Army, not least because of reluctance to challenge Hodges. In truth, the most likely way to make the Hurtgen a menace to the American army, the historian Russell F. Weigley later wrote, was to send American troops attacking into its depths. No consideration was given to bypassing or screening the forest or to outflanking Schmidt from the south by sending 5th Corps up the vulnerable attack corridor through Monschau, 15 miles below Aachen. Senior officers in First Army would spend the rest of their lives trying to explain the tactical logic behind the Hurtgen battle plan. All we could do was sit back and pray to God that nothing would happen, General Thorson, the operations officer, later lamented. It was a horrible business, the forest. We had the bear by the tail, and we just couldn't turn loose. Even Joe Collins, who enjoyed favourite son status with Hodges, conceded that he would not question Courtney. After the war, Collins said, "We had to go into the forest in order to secure our right flank. Nobody was enthusiastic about fighting there, but what was the alternative? If we would have turned loose of the Hurtgen and let the Germans roam there, they could have hit my flank." No less regrettable was a misreading of German topography. 7 dams built for flood control, drinking water, and hydroelectric power stood near the headwaters of the Ruhr, which arose in Belgium and spilled east through the German highlands before flowing north across the Cologne plain and eventually emptying into the Maas southeast of Eindhoven. 5 of the 7 dams lacked the capacity to substantially affect the river's regime, but the other 2, the Schwammenau and the Urft, impounded sizable lakes that together held up to 40 billion gallons. In early October, the 9th Division's intelligence officer had warned that German mischief could generate great destructive flood waves as far downstream as Holland. Colonel Dixon, First Army's intelligence chief, disagreed. Opening the floodgates or destroying the dams would cause at the most local floodings for about 5 days, Dixon asserted. No terrain analysis was undertaken, nor were the dams mentioned in tactical plans. We had not studied that particular part of the zone, Collins later acknowledged. That was an intelligence failure, a real combat intelligence failure. By late October, as First Army coiled to resume its attack, unnerving details about the Roer and its waterworks had begun to accumulate. A German prisoner disclosed that arrangements had been made to ring Düren's church bells if the dams upstream were blown. A German engineer interrogated in Spa intimated that a wall of water could barrel down the Roer. Inside an Aachen safe, an American lieutenant found Wehrmacht plans for demolishing several dams. By one calculation, 100 million metric tons of water could flood the Roer Valley for 20 miles, transforming the narrow river to a half-mile wide torrent. A top-secret memo to Hodges from 9th Army's General Simpson on November 5th cited a Corps of Engineers study titled Summaries of the Military Use of the Roer River Reservoir System, which concluded that the enemy could maintain the Roer River at flood stage for approximately 10 days or can produce a 2-day flood of catastrophic proportions. An American attack over the Roer might be crippled, with tactical bridges swept away and any troops east of the river isolated and annihilated. Obviously, neither the First Army nor the 9th, farther downstream, could safely cross the Roer and make for the Rhine until the dams were neutralized. Simpson proposed to Hodges that he immediately block these enemy capabilities. A flanking attack towards Schmidt from Monschau in the south would also permit capture of Schwammenau, Urft and their sisters. Yet First Army hewed to its plan for a frontal assault, afflicted by what General Thorson later called a kind of torpor in our operations. Hodges in late October had told Bradley that the Roer reservoirs were half empty, unaware that they were being replenished, and that present plans of this army do not contemplate immediate capture of these dams. It was assumed that if necessary, bombers could blow open the reservoirs whenever the army asked. Bradley would later claim that by mid-October we were very much aware of the threat they posed, and that the whole point of the renewed attack through the Hurtgen was to gain control of the dams and spillways. That was untrue. Not until November 7th did Hodges order 5th Corps to even begin drafting plans to seize the dam sites, and not until December 4th would Bradley's war diary note, "Decided must control Roer Dam." By that time, another frontal assault through horrid terrain had come to grief, and officers at Spa were reduced to feeble maledictions. "Damn the dams," they would tell one another again and again. "Damn the dams." Attacking the worst place of any now fell to Major General Dutch Cotter and his 28th Division, still recovering from the September skirmishes that had revived the division's World War I nickname, the Bloody Bucket. The 28th had regained full strength, but only with many replacements untrained as infantrymen, under officers and sergeants plucked from anti-aircraft units and even the Army Air Forces. Hemingway, who for several weeks would live in a fieldstone house south of Stolberg, suggested that it would save everybody a lot of trouble if they just shot them as soon as they got out of the trucks. In late October, the Bloody Bucketeers, as they called themselves with sardonic pride, assembled beneath the yellow-gashed firs. G is heaved logs into the firebreaks in hopes of tripping mines, or probed the ground inch by inch with a bayonet held at a 30-degree angle or with a number 8 wire. Dead men from the 9th Division still littered the forest, bullet holes in their field jackets like blood-ringed grommets. After a soldier ran over a telemine with his jeep, a lieutenant wrote, "His clothing and tire chains were found 75 feet from the ground in the treetops. It snows every day now." A few men had overshoes, the rest, trying to avoid trench foot by standing on burning sterno blocks, soon lost any scruples about stripping footwear from the dead. Foul weather, supply shortages, and the slow arrival of 2 more divisions caused First Army to postpone 7th Corps' main attack toward Düren until mid-November. An offensive in the north by 21st Army Group also was pushed back. But Hodges saw no reason to delay clearing the Hurtgen and seizing Schmidt. On Wednesday, November 1st, after lunch in Spa with the 5th Corps commander, Major General Leonard T. Gero, Hodges made a rare visit to a division command post. He drove 20 miles to Rott, strode into the 2-story Gasthaus at 23 Quirinstrasse, where Cotter had put his headquarters, and voiced his pleasure that the 28th Division was obviously in fine fettle, rarin' to go. The battle plan, Hodges informed Cotter, was excellent. In fact, it was badly flawed. For 2 weeks across the 170-mile front of the 1st and 9th Armies, the 28th Division would be the only United States unit launching an attack, attracting the undivided attention of German defenders who already knew precisely where the Blutige Eimer Division was assembling. The excellent plan, imposed on Cotter by 5th Corps staff officers squinting at a map far from the front, required him to splinter his force by attacking on 3 divergent axes: 1 regiment to the north, another to the southeast, and a third to the east toward Schmidt. Cotter's misgivings had been waved away despite his warrant that the attack had no more than a gambler's chance of success. A large sign posted in the forest warned, "Front line 100 yards, dismount and fight." At 9 a.m. on November 2nd, a cold, misty Thursday, G's heaved themselves from their holes like doughboys going over the top. 11,000 artillery rounds chewed up German revetments and flayed the forest with steel from shells detonating in the tree canopy. But the brisk brrr of machine gun fire from pillboxes on the division's right flank mowed down men in the 110th Infantry Regiment, singly, in groups, and by platoons, the division history recorded. By day's end, the 110th had gained not a yard, and by week's end the regiment would be rated no longer an effective fighting force. The attack hardly began better for the 109th Regiment on the left flank. German sappers driving charcoal-fueled trucks had hauled enough mines from a Westphalian munitions plant to lay a dense field in a swale across the road from Görmete to Hurtgen village. The 109th had advanced barely 300 yards when a sharp pop was followed by a shriek and a G1 clutching his bloody foot. More pops followed, more shrieks, more maimed boys. After 36 hours, the regiment would hold only a narrow, mile-deep salient into enemy territory, a salient almost mirrored by Germans infiltrating the United States ranks. Against such odds, and to the surprise of American and German alike, the division's main attack won through in the centre. A battalion from the 112th Infantry was pinned wriggling to the ground by enemy fire near Richelskal, but 7 Shermans churned down the wooded slope from Görmete, each trailing clouds of infantrymen holding a rear fender and trotting in the tank tracks to avoid mines. The Shermans fired 4 rounds apiece to dismember the church steeple in Vossenack and any snipers hidden in the belfry, and 200 white phosphorus mortar shells set the village ablaze. 1 block wide and 2,000 yards long, Vossenack straddled a saddleback 2 miles from Schmidt, visible through the haze to the southeast. Soft ground, mines and Panzerfaust volleys wrecked 5 Shermans. But before noon, burning Vossenack belonged to Cotter's men who burrowed into the northeast nose of the ridgeline. At dawn on Friday, November 3rd, the attack resumed. From Vossenack, the ridge plunged into the crepuscular Call Gorge, a deep ravine carved through the landscape by a stream rushing toward the Roya. 2 American battalions in column spilled down a twisting cart track, then forded the icy Call near an ancient sawmill and emerged from the beaches limning the far ridge to pounce on the drab hamlet of Kommerscheit. The 3rd Battalion scampered southeast for another half-mile and at 2:30 p.m. fell on the astonished garrison at Schmidt, capturing or killing Germans eating lunch, riding bicycles, or nipping schnapps on the street. From rooftops in the 16th century town, the entire Hurtgen swam into view, along with the meandering Rohr 2 miles to the east and the Sapphire Schwammenau Reservoir a mile south. A believing man with imagination could almost see the end of the war. Telephoned congratulations from division and corps commanders across the front poured into Cota's Gasthaus in Rott, 10 miles to the west. General Hodges himself sent word that he was extremely satisfied. The plaudits, Cota later said, made him feel like a little Napoleon. The bad news from Schmidt reached Field Marshal Model that same afternoon at Schlenderhan Castle in the horse country west of Cologne, hardly 25 miles from the battlefield. There, by chance, Model had just started a map exercise with his top commanders, positing a theoretical American attack near the Hurtgenwald. Sketchy reports indicated that in fact a strong assault against the German 74th Corps threatened to overrun the Rohr dams that generated much of the electricity west of the Rhine. Model ordered the Corps commander back to his post, but other officers, including 2 army commanders, were instructed to continue the war game, using dispatches from the front to help orchestrate the battle. Low clouds and fog had impaired Allied fighter bombers for the past 2 days. With luck, reinforcements could hasten, unimpeded, on the good roads threading the Rohr Valley. Confrontation with the Americans would first fall to the 116th Panzer Division, which had fought through Yugoslavia and southern Russia as far as the Caspian Sea before surviving more recent battles in the west at Falaise and Aachen. The reconnaissance battalion already was galloping towards Schmidt, followed in trace by the bulk of the division and by troops from the 89th Division. 3 isolated American rifle companies and a machine gun platoon from the 112th Infantry defended Schmidt, unaware of the Wehrmacht High Command's keen interest in them, but unnerved by snipers and haystacks on a hillside that seemed to move in the moonlight. Exhausted after Friday's trudge through the Call Gorge in heavy overcoats with full field packs, the 3rd Battalion sent out no patrols and scattered 60 anti-tank mines, delivered during the night by tracked Weasel cargo carriers, on 3 approach roads without attempting to implant or camouflage them. No panzer counterattack was considered likely given Allied air superiority and the destruction of German armour in the past 2 months. Oblivious to his men's vulnerability, Cota remained in Rott. Not for 3 more days would he visit the front. Having already committed his only division reserve to help the hard-pressed 110th Infantry in the south, the little Napoleon had lost control of the battle before it really began. Just before sunrise on Saturday, November 4th, German artillery fire crashed and heaved from 3 directions around Schmidt. A magnesium flare drifted across the pearl-grey dawn, and wide-eyed GIs spied a long column of Panthers and Mark IVs snaking toward them from the northeast, easily swerving around the pointless mines. German machine gun bullets ripped through foxholes, scarlet tank fire blew the town apart house by house, mortar pits were overrun, bazooka rounds bounced off panzer hulls like marbles, and yowling enemy infantrymen raced towards Schmidt from the south, west and east, some banging on their mess kits in a lunatic tintinnabulation. At 8:30, an American platoon on the southern perimeter broke in panic, unhinging the defense. Soon the entire battalion took to its heels, companies 1, K, and L scrabbling through gardens and over fences, ragged, scattered, disorganized infantrymen in one lieutenant's account. Barking officers grabbed at their soldiers' herringbone collars in an attempt to turn them, but hundreds leaped down the road toward Kommerscheid, forsaking their dead and wounded. 200 others stampeded in the wrong direction, southwest into German lines, and of those only 3 would elude capture or worse. By 10 a.m., Schmidt once again belonged to the Reich. The fight for the Hurtgen had taken a turn, though not for several hours did the command post in Rott get word that an infantry battle had become a tank brawl. Lowering clouds grounded Allied pilots for a 3rd day, and United States intelligence was slow to realize that enemy observers with Zeiss optics on Hill 400, just 2 miles north of Schmidt, could see even a rabbit cross the meadows on either flank of the Call Gorge. Confusion soon turned to chaos, calamity to farce. a tank company trying to negotiate the steep Call Trail managed, with a great deal of winching around the hairpin turns, to get 3 Shermans across the ravine to help repel an initial German lunge at Kommerscheid from Schmidt. But 5 other tanks stood disabled, repeatedly throwing tracks on the treacherous switchbacks and blocking the path, which at 9 feet was precisely as wide as a medium tank. After nightfall, in relentless rain and Stygian darkness, engineers hacked at the trace with picks and shovels. A bulldozer broke down half an hour after arriving, but even the nimble weasels seemed clay-footed, and the ammunition trailers they towed had to be unhitched and manhandled around each sharp turn into and out of the gorge. In Rot, Cota's perplexity only deepened. Radios worked fitfully, and messengers were ambushed or forestalled by descending curtains of artillery. Was the Col Trail open? No, came the reply. Then yes, then no. Engineers detonated captured Teller mines in a futile attempt to blow apart a rocky knob, blocking a switchback above the pretty stone bridge spanning the creek. 300 pounds of TNT finally reduced the obstruction. Tank crews showed little sense of urgency. Everybody appeared to treat the disabled tanks with the same kind of warm-hearted affection an old-time cavalryman might lavish on his horse, the Army's official history acknowledged. Not until 2:30 a.m. on Sunday, November 5th, just before moonrise, were the stalled Shermans finally shoved over the brink into the gorge. A fretful General Gero, the 5th Corps commander, drove into Rot a few hours later, clucked at Cota, and soon returned with Hodges and Joe Collins. Pulling on an old gold, the army commander also berated Cota and then rounded on Gero in a crimson tirade, tougher than I had ever heard him before, Collins later recalled. He was pushing Gero awfully hard. Cota was reduced to scribbling another order that might or might not reach the 112th Infantry. It is imperative that the town of Schmidt be secured at once. He ended the message. Roll on. Had the generals seen the battlefield clearly, reclaiming Schmidt would have been the least of their concerns. Enemy forces now crowded the 28th Division on 3 sides, threatening the Bloody Bucket with annihilation. 9 Shermans and 9 tank destroyers had traversed the Col to reach the remnants of 2 infantry battalions, huddled in what was described as a covered wagon defence in Kommerscheid. Just the rumour of another panzer attack sent spooked riflemen scouring for the gorge, but any illusion of refuge there soon vanished. On Sunday night, reconnaissance troops from the 116th Panzer clattered down the Col Creek bed, past an old sawmill, through ferns half as high as a man. Army engineers grooming the trail ran for their lives as German sappers mined the switchbacks, set up ambushes, and effectively cut off more than 1,000 G-lines east of the ravine. Dawn on Monday laid bare the American plight. Panzer drumfire from Schmidt soon reduced 9 Shermans to 6 and 9 tank destroyers to 3. G is unable to leave their flooded rifle pits, described as artesian wells, were once again reduced to defecating in empty sea ration cans. Those gimlet-eyed German observers on Hill 400 lobbed 20 artillery rounds or more onto each position, shifting guns hole by hole by hole. Sobbing men waited in terror as the footfall drew closer. A relief battalion from the 110th Infantry that had been ordered to huddle together for warmth in Vossenac, just like cattle do in a storm, as one survivor reported, attracted a 30-minute artillery barrage. Men were killed right and left as they were milling around. Everybody was trying to jump over a bleeding body to find shelter. One company lost 41 of 127 men, another 75 of 140. "Lieutenant, are my legs still there?" a wounded soldier asked his platoon leader. "Please tell the truth." Soldiers in the claustrophobic forest debated whether they could stave off the enemy long enough to finish smoking the carton of cigarettes they carried, or merely an open pack, or perhaps only the lucky strike they had just lighted. Examining a badly wounded man for injuries in the dark woods, a 28th Division medic reported, was like putting your hand in a bucket of wet liver. A surge in head wounds stirred debate in the ranks about whether German snipers were aiming at the keystone insignia, the Bloody Bucket, painted on their helmets. "So this is combat," a lieutenant new to the Hurtgen reflected. "I've only had 1 day of it. How does a man stand it, day in and day out? How indeed? The morning wore on, and the existential crisis sharpened. The 2nd Battalion of the 112th Infantry, whose 2 sister battalions were trapped in Commershite, finally broke after 4 nights of murderous shelling on the exposed nose west of the Col Gorge. An abrupt, piercing scream unmanned Company G, which fled for the rear through Vossenac, and the contagion instantly infected the ranks. Pushing, shoving, throwing away equipment, trying to outrun the artillery and each other, an officer reported, the men scorched up the ridge toward their original positions at the beginning of the Hurtgen battle 4 days earlier. A lieutenant who considered the pell-mell flight the saddest sight I have ever seen, added, "Many of the badly wounded men, probably hit by artillery, were lying in the road where they fell, screaming for help." Officers managed to rally 70 stout hearts near the ruined Vossenac church. No one had yet seen a single German in the village, and 4 tank platoons rushed down from Goermeter. Kota ordered 2 road repairing companies from the 146th Engineers into the line as riflemen. Still in their raincoats and hip boots, the engineers battled infiltrators all night around the church. Germans at one point occupied the tower and the basement, while GEs held the nave. On Tuesday morning, November 7th, the engineers helped beat back a Panzer Grenadier assault, keeping Vossenac in American hands, except for the eastern fringe, dubbed the rubble pile, which the Germans would hold for another month. The 112th Infantry's 2nd Battalion was considered destroyed as a fighting unit, another unit smashed to pieces. The 28th Division's situation is going from bad to worse, First Army's War Diary noted on Tuesday. Kota could only agree. A relief force of 400 men had fought across a firebreak in the Col Gorge to reach Commershite on Sunday, but none of the accompanying tanks or tank destroyers could bull through German roadblocks. Artillery and mortar barrages pounded Commershite through the night, and catcalling enemy infiltrators crept so close in the encroaching draws that Jewish G's hammered out the telltale H for Hebrew on their dog tags. As the grey skies spat sleet, 15 panzers and 2 infantry battalions renewed the attack on Tuesday morning, shooting up farmsteads and garden shacks. By midday, the Americans had fallen back to entrenchments along the eastern lip of the gorge, and Commershite too was lost. Reeling from lack of sleep and grieving for his gutted command, Kota phoned Giraud to propose that survivors marooned across the ravine retreat to a new line west of the call. Shortly before midnight on Tuesday, Giraud called back with permission. Hodges, he added, was very dissatisfied. All we seem to be doing is losing ground. Not until 3 p.m. on Wednesday, November 8th, did the withdrawal order reach the battered last stand redoubt. Soldiers at dusk fashioned litters from tree limbs and overcoats. Others smashed radios, mine detectors, and the engine blocks on 4 surviving jeeps. 3 anti-tank guns were spiked and the only functioning Sherman booby-trapped. Soldiers shed their mess kits and other clattering gear, the senior officer among them mistakenly threw away his compass, and engineers abandoned 2 tons of TNT with which they had planned to demolish pillboxes in Schmidt. Come nightfall, American artillery smothered Commershite with high explosives to hide the sounds of withdrawal, and 2 columns slipped into the gorge. A smaller group of litter-bearers carried the wounded down the trail, past G1 corpses crushed to pulp by the earlier armour traffic, while several hundred effectives set out cross-country, each grasping the shoulder of the man in front and moving through woods so dark they produced the illusion of walking into a lake at midnight. Charles B. MacDonald, the author of the Army's official account, described the retreat. Like blind cattle, the men thrashed through the underbrush. Any hope of maintaining formation was dispelled quickly by the blackness of the night and by German shelling. All through the night and into the next day, frightened, fatigued men made their way across the icy col in small, irregular groups or alone. Of more than 2,000 American soldiers who had fought east of the col, barely 300 returned. German pickets in the gorge let some wounded pass. Others were detained for 2 days near a log dugout above the rushing creek, whimpering in agony until a brief ceasefire permitted evacuation. The dead accumulated in stiff piles, covered with fir branches until Graves registration teams could bear them away. Eisenhower and Bradley had driven to Rott on Wednesday morning, perplexed at reports of an attack gone bad. In the command post at 23 Quirinstrasse, the Supreme Commander listened to Cota's account and then said with a shrug, "Well, Dutch, it looks like you got a bloody nose." Hodges and Gero arrived a few minutes later for a hurried conference. With Germans still entrenched on the high ground at Schmidt, any November offensive to the Rhine now stood in jeopardy. After Eisenhower left, Hodges gave Cota yet another tongue-lashing. Had the regiments been properly deployed and dug in? If they had been, even under heavy German artillery casualties, would not be high, nor would ground be lost. During the battle, Hodges complained, the division staff appeared to have no precise knowledge of the location of their units and were doing nothing to obtain it. The First Army commander wanted Cota to know that he was extremely disappointed. Before driving back to Spa, Hodges told Gero that there may be some personnel changes made. The grey weather grew colder, sleet turned to heavy snow, and winter's first storm was on them. Vengeful GIs rampaged through German houses, smashing china and tossing furniture into the streets. "I've condemned a whole regiment of the finest men that ever breathed," a distraught officer told the reporter Iris Carpenter. "I tell you frankly, I can't take much more of it." Survivors from the call were trucked to Rottgen, where pyramidal tents had been erected with straw floors and stacks of wool blankets. Medics distributed liquor rations donated by rear echelon officers. Red Cross volunteers served pancakes and beer, and the division band played soldierly airs. "Chow all right, son?" a visiting officer asked one soldier, who without looking up replied, "What the fuck do you care? You're getting yours, ain't ya?" On Thursday, November 9th, the 28th Division began planting a defensive barrier of 5,000 mines around the cramped salient held in the Hurtgen. Patrols crept through the lines searching for hundreds of missing Gs in the once perfect ranks of trees, now quite imperfect. The week-long battle had been among the costliest division attacks of the war for the United States Army, with casualties exceeding 6,000. The bloody bucket was bloodier than ever. One battalion in the 110th Infantry was reduced to 57 men even after being reinforced, and losses had whittled the 112th Infantry from 2,200 to 300. The division had accomplished very little, the unit history conceded. In less than 6 months, Dutch Cota had gone from a man lionized for his valor at Omaha Beach and St. Lo to a defeated general on the brink of dismissal. Such was war's inconstancy. He was permitted to keep his command partly because so many other leaders had been lost in the division that 4 majors and a captain led infantry battalions. In mid-November, the 8th Division arrived in the Hurtgen to replace the 28th, which was shunted to a placid sector in the Ardennes for rest and recuperation. To his troops, Cota issued a message of encouragement, which closed with the injunction, "Salute, march, shoot, obey." German losses for the week had totaled about 3,000. "We squat in an airless cellar," a German medic wrote his parents. "The wounded lie on blood-stained mattresses. One has lost most of his intestines from a grenade fragment." Another soldier, with an arm and a foot nearly severed, pleaded, "Comrades, shoot me." On the American side of the line, United States quartermaster troops dragged dead Germans feet first from a wrecked barn, while a watching G1 strummed his guitar and belted out "South of the Border." But the enemy kept his death grip on the forest. Single American divisions continued to gnaw and be gnawed. Attacks in coming days by the 4th and 8th Infantry Divisions, like those by the 9th and the 28th, gained little at enormous cost, with battalions reduced to the size of companies and companies shaved to platoons. "The days were so terrible that I would pray for darkness," one soldier recalled, "and the nights were so bad that I would pray for daylight." In less than 3 months, 6 United States Army infantry divisions would be tossed into the Hurtgen, plus an armoured brigade, a ranger battalion, and sundry other units. All told, 120,000 soldiers sustained 33,000 casualties in what the historian Carlo d'Este would call the most ineptly fought series of battles of the war in the West. A captured German document reported that, in combat in wooded areas, the American showed himself completely unfit, a harsh judgment that had a whiff of legitimacy with respect to American generalship. As the attack continued to sputter in late November, Hodges himself showed the strain. He went on and on about how we might lose the war, Major General Pete Quesada, the commander of 9th Tactical Air Command, said after one unhappy conference. Despite the setback, Hodges and his command group soldiered on. At a November dinner party in the Spa General's mansion, the table was decorated with the distinctive black A of 1st Army's shoulder flash, originally adopted in 1918. For dessert, each guest received an individual cake with the officer's name stenciled in pink frosting, and with coffee, the film Janie was shown, a romantic comedy starring Joyce Reynolds. One soldier poet composed a verse that ended, "We thought woods were wise, but never /implicated, never involved." Yet in the Hurtgen, surely terrain and flora were complicit, the land always implicated. An engineer observed that the forest represented not so much an area as a way of fighting and dying. A coarse brutality took hold in Allied ranks, increasingly common throughout Europe. Fighter bombers incinerated recalcitrant towns with napalm, and one potato village after another was blasted to dust by artillery. "C'est la bloody goddamn guerre," soldiers told one another. Among those sent to the rear for psychiatric examination were 2 G1 collectors, one with a cache of ears sliced from dead Germans and another with a souvenir bag of teeth. Through the long winter, feral dogs in the forest would feed on corpses seared by white phosphorus. "This was my personal valley of the shadow," a medic wrote. "I left with an incredible relief and with a sadness I had never so far known." From his fieldstone house near Wicht, furnished with a potbelly stove and a brass bed in the living room, Hemingway rambled about in a sheepskin vest that made him bulk bigger. Sometimes on request, he ghost-wrote love letters for young GIs, reading his favourite passages to fellow journalists. He would memorably describe the Hurtgen as Passchendaele with tree bursts, but not even a Hemingway could quite capture the debasement of this awful place. A soldier asked Iris Carpenter as she scribbled in her reporter's notepad, "Do you tell 'em their brave boys are living like a lot of fornicating beasts, that they're doing things to each other that beasts would be ashamed to do?" A veteran sergeant who believed the Hurtgen more wretched than anything he had experienced in North Africa, Sicily or Normandy, quoted King Lear, Act 4, Scene 1, "The worst is not slash, so long as we can say, this is the worst." To a soldier named Frank Maddalena, who went missing in the forest in mid-November, his wife, Natalie, mother of his 2 children, wrote from New York, "I see you everywhere, in the chair, behind me, in the shadows of the room." In another note, she added, "Still no mail from you. I really don't know what to think anymore. The kids are fine and so adorable. Right now, I put coloured handkerchiefs on their heads and they are dancing and singing. When I walk alone, I seem to feel you sneaking up on me and putting your arms around me. No, that did not happen, would not, could not, this is the worst." Part 3. 7. The Flutter of Wings. A town too small for the tragedy. A stately procession of 19 cargo ships glided up the grey Scheldt in a pelting rain on Tuesday morning, November 28th. Seamen and anxious war correspondents crowded the rails, squinting for mines. 3 small coasters had made the run to Antwerp without mishap on Sunday, the first Allied vessels to sail the estuary since 1940. But not until this initial convoy was safely berthed could the port be considered fully open, almost 3 months after its capture. Photographers and dignitaries lined the wharves, including Belgian worthies and legates from both Schief and 21st Army Group. As tugs bullied the Quebec-built merchantman SS Fort Cataraqui to her pier, a brass band crashed through Heart of Oak, a spirited naval march with lyrics by the celebrated 18th century actor and impresario David Garrick. "Heart of Oak are our ships, jolly tars are our men, we always are ready, steady boys, steady, we'll fight and we'll conquer again and again. Stevedores made fast the freighter, then fell on her and her trailing sisters with cranes and cargo slings. From 19 holds poured war stuffs of every sort, and not a moment too soon. COMZ 3 days earlier had warned of more dire shortages on the continent, with persistently low ammunition stocks and no days of supply whatsoever of items such as Prestone, antifreeze, overshoes, sleeping bags, tyres, radios, field wire, replacement engines, axles, general purpose and combat vehicles. A protocol oversight had excluded Canadian Army emissaries from the Dockside Welcoming Committee, a lamentable snub. The Canadian First Army had sustained nearly 13,000 casualties in winning the Scheldt. The protracted struggle in the polders had ultimately required massed flamethrowers, gunfights from windmill to windmill, and the bombardment of ancient Dutch dikes to flush German defenders from Walcheren Island with North Sea floodwaters. Amphibious assaults across the Scheldt and the North Sea to Walcheren in early November included fire support from the 15-inch guns of the battleship Warspite and the monitors Erebus and Roberts. Pipers piped, landing craft beat toward the island from Ostend, and Royal Marines were greeted by a small boy in an orange sash, standing on the ruptured dike, waving a Dutch flag and shouting, "Good morning, good morning!" But not until the German commander was rousted from his bed in Middelburg to surrender the last 2,000 defenders was the battle declared won, at noon on November 8th. With enemy shore guns finally silenced, more than 200 minesweepers in 15 flotillas had scoured the 80-mile estuary 17 times in 3 weeks under Operation Calendar. Each ship's crew painted a white chevron on the funnel for every mine discovered and destroyed. Sweeps mounted on truck beds probed the Scheldt's marshy banks, while divers cleared every square inch of the 1,000 acres around Antwerp's docks, feeling their way along the silty bottom through the frigid, turbid basins. No mines were found for 3 days in mid-November, and the Royal Navy proclaimed the Scheldt safe only to rescind the declaration after 9 explosions on November 22nd and 23rd sent the sweepers back to work. 267 mines had been cleared before the Fort Cataraqui could lead her convoy up the channel. 20 more ships arrived in the next 2 days, and by mid-December, Antwerp would be unloading 23,000 tons a day, half of all United States cargo arriving in northwestern Europe, exclusive of Marseille. Day and night, ships steamed in and out of the great port, past endless rows of squat warehouses, bells ringing, whistles tooting, gulls screaming. 6,000 civilian stevedores and 9,000 quay workers swarmed over the docks, complemented by as many military labourers. Unloading began as the first hawser was tossed to waiting hands on the wharf, and typically 13 hours later, the last cargo net rose from the final hold before the empty vessel cast off to make for the open sea. In addition to more than 200 berths and 600 cranes, Antwerp boasted the densest rail network in Europe, with 19 miles of track per square mile. Even so, thanks to shortages of rolling stock and COMZ miscalculations, within a fortnight 85,000 tons of material was piled high beneath tarpaulins and in sheds behind the quays, awaiting more rail cars and the construction of depots in Lille, Mons, and elsewhere. A dozen ammunition ships had been scheduled among the first convoys, but fears that an accidental explosion or a V-weapon would wreck the port more savagely than any enemy saboteur caused delays until the vessels could be diverted to isolated berths in a far corner of the harbour. Explosions had already become all too commonplace in Antwerp that fall, beginning with the first V-2 rocket to hit the city on October 7th, followed by the first V-1 flying bomb 4 days later. Both V-1s and V-2s struck on October 13th, damaging paintings in the Museum of Fine Arts and killing or wounding more than 24 butchers in the municipal slaughterhouse. Something beastly fell in Antwerp yesterday, British intelligence reported. An orphanage that also served as a hospital was subsequently demolished, killing 32 people, including a surgical team and several orphans crushed beneath a collapsing wall. On November 27th, just hours before the first convoy steamed up the Scheldt, a V-2 detonated in Teniers-Platz as a military convoy rolled through the intersection, killing 157 and rupturing water mains so that body parts and women's handbags floated in a new downtown lake. The torso of a military policeman was found on a rooftop 200 feet from the blast. Barely above sea level, Antwerp lacked subway tunnels and deep cellars for shelter. G is now called it the City of Sudden Death. 16,000 troops assigned to the port had been housed in brick apartment buildings, but the onslaught forced them to tent encampments dispersed outside town. Army engineers took emergency courses on how to extricate buried survivors from collapsed buildings. Window glass became scarce, as it had in London. A V-weapon hit a public toilet, crushing several men beneath heavy porcelain urinals, and streetwalkers could be seen brushing debris from their fur coats after an explosion in the red light district. The shattering of a fragrance shop perfumed the air for days, a heavy, incongruous, unwanted smell, the GI magazine Yank reported. The revived city opera gamely staged La Bohème and then Carmen. A naval officer recounted how a V1 growled overhead during one performance, while the cast continued singing and not a soul moved from their seats in the packed auditorium. Hitler had long recognized Antwerp's strategic value, and in mid-October he had ordered all Phi 2s concentrated exclusively on either the port or London. German launch crews over the course of 6 months would fling 1,712 V2s and 4,248 V1s at Antwerp, usually more than 30 each day, but sometimes fourfold that number. 67,000 buildings in Greater Antwerp would be damaged or destroyed, including 2/3 of all houses. 2 cargo ships and 58 smaller vessels would be sunk. Despite the battering of rail lines, roads, quays and cranes, good fortune and V-weapon imprecision allowed port operations to remain largely unimpaired. Equally important was a stupendous Allied defensive effort involving 22,000 anti-aircraft artillerymen who were secretly organized into a unit named Antwerp X. 3 parallel defensive belts southeast of the city, each roughly 6 miles apart, deployed 600 guns that hammered away around the clock, with new gun barrels and ammunition stocks flown from the United States as needed. 72 searchlights and 6,000 miles of new telephone wires strengthened the city's early warning system, and more than 3 million sandbags helped shield Antwerp against blast. German Phi-1 crews in December abruptly opened a new attack azimuth by launching from the northeast, shortening the warning period from 8 minutes to less than 4. Sometimes as many as 8 flying bombs approached Antwerp simultaneously, a United States study reported, with the characteristic roar of the motor in flight, the stream of flame flying to the rear, the cut-off, silent dive, and violent detonation. Yet nimble gun crews proved proficient. By one calculation, 211 V1s would strike within 8 miles of central Antwerp, while 2,200 others were destroyed in mid-air or crashed in open tracts. Hundreds of others flew far afield, failed to leave the launch rail, or otherwise misfired. The V2, of course, was a different beast and invulnerable against Allied defences. "The angel of death is abroad in the land," Churchill had said of the missile. "Only you can't hear the flutter of his wings." Nearly 1,200 seats were filled in the Rex Cinema on bustling Avenue de Kaiser for the Friday afternoon matinee on December 15th. During the occupation, only German films were screened, and Belgian moviegoers since Antwerp's liberation in early September had been keen to catch up on years of American and British movies unavailable since the war began. Shortages of film stock, cellulose was also an ingredient in gunpowder, had not prevented Hollywood from producing 1,300 films in the past 3 years. More than a quarter of them were war movies, but today the Rex, which occupied a former pub owned by the Belgian Socialist Party, was showing a classic western, The Plainsman, a Cecil B. DeMille melodrama starring Gary Cooper as Wild Bill Hickok and Jean Arthur as Calamity Jane. The film had limited merits as a history of the American frontier. In 113 minutes, DeMille also managed to get Abraham Lincoln, Buffalo Bill Cody, General George Armstrong Custer, and a Cheyenne chief named Yellow Hand onto the screen, but the audience seemed rapt. At 3:20 p.m., just after Gary Cooper learned of Custer's death at the Little Bighorn, a searing white light flashed across the auditorium as a V2, unheard and unseen, launched from a new site in Holland, blew through the roof. The 1-ton warhead detonated in the mezzanine with a roar audible on the Scheldt, spewing up the inside of the theatre, as a witness reported. In an instant, the huge screen pitched forward, and the balcony and ceiling plummeted onto patrons seated on the main floor. 200 rescuers toiled for a week with cranes, bulldozers, and acetylene torches. One crew freed a G1 who had been trapped for hours, Yank reported. When he stumbled out, he held 2 dead children in his arms. A Red Cross worker tried to take them away from him, but he savagely refused. He had been sitting next to their mother, whose head had been blown off. The town is too small for the tragedy. Recovery teams ultimately retrieved 567 bodies, more than half of them Allied soldiers, Navy gun crews, and merchant mariners. 4 were German prisoners paroled for the afternoon. Another 200 servicemen were badly injured. Belgian victims included husbands, wives, and children fused together by the blast. Searchers found a dead girl in the balcony. A Yank reporter wrote, half smiling, with the lipstick and makeup on her face untouched. Next to her was a row of soldiers looking straight ahead, as if they were still absorbed in the movie. The city zoo became a morgue, but the stench in the wrecks grew so awful that chemical decontamination squads had to spray bodies still pinned in the wreckage before work could continue. Those who perished before the final reel of the plainsman never saw Wild Bill shot in the back while playing cards in Deadwood, nor a heartbroken Calamity Jane cradling his body at the end of the movie. City officials promptly closed all cinemas and other theatres for the duration. Carmen would not sing again in Antwerp until peace returned and the angel of death was no longer abroad in the land. The story continues in part 2. Click the next video on your screen to keep listening to The Guns at Last Light.